Chapter 1. The 7 Demon Ancestors. Under the blazing sun, the earth was scorched, and the air shimmered, creating an illusion of a vast steamer enveloping the world. In the western part of Baymin City stood a grand edifice adorned in vivid red and green hues. Under the piercing sunlight, it emitted a subtle, unsettling odor, reminiscent of something decaying. The entrance bore a gilded plaque inscribed with the words "Floating Red Courtyard," above which hung a strikingly bright red fabric flower. At that moment, the closed door creaked open, and a young man with a beaming smile emerged. His attire was passable, yet the dull color suggested it had not seen a wash in quite some time. A slender arm, polished and adorned with crimson nail polish, weakly pushed the door shut. As the young man took a few steps away from the floating red courtyard, he instinctively rubbed his nose with his index finger, and his jovial expression swiftly darkened. Revenge is a dish best served after 10 years. That wretched madam has shortchanged me by 100 red crystal stones again. Once I am wealthy, I shall purchase this floating red courtyard and have her serve 100 strapping men daily. This young lad, named Ling Xiao, was an orphan who had survived by begging until the age of 14. Then, through some fortuitous twist of fate, he learned to concoct a special pill sought after by those who frequented brothels and men of fragile constitution. Since then, Ling Xiao had established a business relationship with the floating red courtyard. As he trudged home, his spirits dampened. He noticed the street was now bustling with more people than when he had first arrived. Is that burly figure in blue not a spirit master from the Baymin sect in the back mountains? Usually, he struts around Baymin City like a peacock, yet today he seems like a mere subordinate before these fellows. They must be even more formidable spirit masters than the Baymin sect. Observing the man's obsequious demeanor, Ling Xiao mused that if he were a powerful spirit master, he would make that man fetch him foot baths. Spirit masters and demon masters, collectively known as chained soul masters, were the elite of this world, ruling over ordinary folk with an air of dominance. Ling Xiao had heard tales of high-level chained soul masters who could reshape mountains and seas with a mere wave of their hands. The so-called spirit masters considered themselves guardians of the common people, while demon masters were seen as butchers of the masses, embodiments of evil. Residents of Baymin City, heed this warning. A demon has taken refuge within the city. All inhabitants are to evacuate immediately or bear the consequences of their lives. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the skies, instilling in Ling Xiao a sense of authority that brooked no dissent. A demon? I must leave Baymin City? Ling Xiao immediately recalled the items buried in the pit beneath his bed at home. As he watched the panicked crowd screaming and rushing towards the city gates, he gritted his teeth and hurried back to his house. Above Baymin City hovered a colossal stone, its surface resembling gnarled tree bark, beneath which floated thousands of spirit masters. Each wore necklaces adorned with gleaming gemstones, emanating a kaleidoscope of yellow, green, and blue lights that soared towards the giant stone. The stone absorbed these radiant hues, swiftly undergoing a grotesque transformation. Suddenly, the rough exterior shed layer after layer, revealing a massive eye. This eye gleamed with a brilliance akin to sunlight, silently casting its glow upon every fleeing soul. With a resounding crash, Ling Xiao kicked open the dilapidated door of his home, rushing inside without pausing to catch his breath. Suddenly, an excruciating pain, akin to a sharp blade piercing his skull, caused him to collapse, crying out, not dead?" A voice from a shadowy corner of Ling Xiao's home expressed mild surprise. Sweating profusely and pale, he had nearly lost all strength from that agonizing jolt. He weakly lifted his head in the direction of the voice. A bloodied, emaciated elder clad in a black robe stared at him with curiosity. The multitude of wounds covering the old man's body sent a shiver down Ling Xiao's spine. Remembering the dreadful pain in his head, it dawned on him that this elder was the very individual referred to by that authoritative voice. He inwardly lamented, "A demon? Hiding in my home? No way. Why is my luck never this good when I gamble?" The elder murmured, "The dual souls of gods and demons." So it is the dual souls of gods and demons. No wonder such potent mental strength. This makes sense. Ling Xiao could not comprehend the elder's mutterings. He merely fixed his gaze upon him, like a wounded beast watching its hunter. Sensing Ling Xiao's scrutiny, the elder raised his gaze. His profound eyes pierced through Ling Xiao, as if seeking to penetrate his very heart. "Little one, the entire city has fled. Why do you remain?" Despite his fear, anxiety, and resentment, Ling Xiao forced a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "I heard a demon has arrived. As a poor man, saving my meager savings is no easy task. I return to gather my belongings before fleeing." "Elder, who are you, and what brings you to my home?" Are you unable to leave due to the demon's arrival? The elder clutched a wound just left of his heart and groaned softly. Fetch me a bowl of water. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose with his index finger and approached the table. He lifted a kettle with his right hand and, with his left, took a cracked bowl, filling it to the brim with water. He secured the bowl with his thumb and offered it to the elder. Elder, please drink. The elder slowly opened his eyes, emotionless, glanced at Ling Xiao, and accepted the bowl of water. Ling Xiao's eyes remained fixed on the elder, his tongue flicking across his lips as he struggled to swallow, his throat bobbing. Without a word, the elder drained the bowl in one go. Ling Xiao sighed with relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with his filthy sleeve as he reclaimed the empty bowl. This poison concoction is quite impressive. Did you prepare it yourself? The elder suddenly remarked, a look of appreciation gracing his face. To Ling Xiao, that smile felt like the grin of a devil. His hands trembled involuntarily, nearly dropping the bowl. Elder, what do you mean? Ling Xiao gazed at the elder with feigned innocence, as if deeply wronged. Had it been anyone else, they might have felt guilty for wronging Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the elder was no ordinary man. The elder scoffed, boy, cease your pretense. You have two paths before you. One is the path of death. Sensing the elder's murderous aura, Ling Xiao quickly exclaimed, I choose the second path. Observing the elder smirk, as if he had anticipated Ling Xiao's choice, the young man suddenly felt he had been ensnared into a seemingly alive, yet irreversible path. Hesitantly, he inquired, and what is this second path? The elder replied nonchalantly, the second path is simple. You shall become my disciple, the seven demon ancestor, and help me seek revenge. Ling Xiao's heart raged with indignation. How could this old demon take me as a disciple now? Wouldn't I be torn to shreds by those spirit masters outside? If I must die, let this old fool perish alone. Why drag me down with him? Noticing Ling Xiao's hesitation, the seven demon ancestor snorted. What? Are you unwilling? How can this old man not be poisoned to death? Ling Xiao inwardly cursed the elder's countless ancestors and the entire female populace of his family. Yet, even with 1,000 protests, he would not dare display them on his face. Instead, he quickly summoned a smile. Why would I be unwilling? To be accepted as a disciple by such a formidable elder is an honor. I wonder what merits I possess that have caught your esteemed eye. The seven demon ancestor chuckled. Unashamed, ruthless, hypocritical, and insidious, these are the 4 criteria I seek in a disciple. Ha ha. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes internally. Was he truly as despicable as the elder claimed? If he were, it was merely due to being coerced by this old monster. However, since the elder had declared so, Ling Xiao had no choice but to solemnly bow 3 times. Disciple pays respects to master. While bowing, he secretly plotted, fine, I'll agree for now. If I refuse, I'll die immediately. Agreeing might grant me a little more time. If I can survive a while longer, once this old fool kicks the bucket, I can confess to those spirit masters that I was coerced. Surely, they won't hold it against an ordinary person like me. As Ling Xiao contemplated, the 7 demon ancestors' palm suddenly glowed with a green light, which he pressed forcefully onto Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao felt a dizzying sensation as a strange power surged from the elder's hand, flooding into every corner of his body. Ah! Waves of agony akin to being sliced by knives coursed through Ling Xiao, torturing him to the brink of death and back again. When the torment finally subsided, he suddenly felt a necklace around his neck. The necklace was adorned with 7 gemstones radiating a dim glow, with swirls of dark energy coiling around them. That as Ling Xiaoxian's thoughts stirred, an extraordinary realm unfolded within his mind. A dim crimson expanse, filled with an assortment of crystals, medicinal herbs, and tomes he recognized, alongside peculiar metallic and non-metallic substances he had never encountered before. He estimated the quantity and worth of the crystals, and realized that, based on his current income from selling potions, it would take him several lifetimes to amass such wealth. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs contained within this space were those he had previously encountered in a tome on alchemy, which he had dismissed as mere figments of imagination. Ling Xiaoxian swallowed hard, and his immediate instinct was to extract an orange crystal valued at 100 red crystals. Without any prior indication, the orange crystal indeed materialized in his hand. Fortune favors the bold, he mused. Oh my heavens! Ling Xiaoxian could scarcely believe his senses, and pinching his thigh with fervor, he howled like a wounded beast, confirming that he was indeed awake. After reveling in ecstasy for a moment, Ling Xiaoxian recalled the elder who had bestowed this marvel upon him. Master, what is this? The once vibrant gaze of the 7 demons patriarch narrowed slightly, though his outward appearance seemed unchanged. Ling Xiaoxian could still perceive the swift decline of the elder's vitality. How astonishingly keen my senses have become! Ling Xiaoxian marveled inwardly, as the necklace that existed within him, invisible from the outside, had exponentially amplified his physical and mental prowess in mere seconds. The seven demons patriarch remarked coolly, "It is nothing. You rather like this seven spirits demon chain, do you not? Well, time is of the essence. I shall now inform you of what is required of you to become my disciple." Chapter 2. The powers of the seven sacred lands. Ling Xiao felt a rare twinge of embarrassment after reaping such significant benefits from the seven demons' ancestor. "Master, you mentioned that my whereabouts were leaked by someone within the seven demons sect, but I remain unaware of the identity of the traitor. However, once I am deceased, the individual who ascends to the position of leader within the seven demons sect shall be the one who betrayed me. Eliminate him, and you shall take his place as the leader of the seven demons sect." As the seven demons' ancestor spoke these words, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down Ling Xiao's spine. The ancestor continued, "The second matter is this. When your strength is sufficient, eradicate the seven sacred lands of the soul masters." Both tasks, no matter how one looked at them, posed an insurmountable challenge for Ling Xiao. Setting aside the fact that he had never encountered the seven demon sect, even the seven sacred lands alone were formidable. Ling Xiao knew that any one of those individuals outside could easily extinguish his life as if he were but an ant. To confront the seven sacred lands, Ling Xiao was not foolish enough to consider such a venture. However, he understood that refusing the ancestor would likely result in the immediate reclamation of the bestowed items and his own demise. Although he had come to apprentice, Ling Xiao was not naive enough to believe that this ancient sorcerer regarded him as a true disciple. At best, he was merely a tool for the ancestor's vengeance. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Master, your vengeance is my own, and I shall certainly assist you in achieving it in truth." Ling Xiao harbored an unspoken thought. "Rest assured, I shall endeavor to accomplish what is within my power. Should I fail, it would be beyond my control. You cannot hold it against me. Consider the contents of the Seven Souls demon chain as my remuneration for your service." Heh. Suddenly, the seven demons' ancestor's expression darkened. "Do you think I would easily place my trust in you? You must swear a binding oath upon your very soul. Should you fail, your male descendants shall serve as slaves for eternity, and your female descendants shall become courtesans for generations. Curse this oath." Ling Xiao howled inwardly. The ancestor's finger pressed against Ling Xiao's forehead, unleashing a crimson wisp that soared forth, guided by the ancestor's touch. Ling Xiao understood that failing to swear the oath would result in his immediate demise at the hands of this ancient sorcerer. "I, Ling Xiao, do hereby swear upon my soul to fulfill the two tasks entrusted to me by my master. Should I fail, my male descendants shall serve as slaves for eternity, and my female descendants shall become courtesans for generations." As soon as Ling Xiao completed the oath, a peculiar wisp resembling blue smoke escaped from his mind, merging with the crimson essence at the ancestor's fingertip. The seven demons' ancestor, quite pleased, pressed his finger back onto Ling Xiao's forehead, causing the crimson wisp to return to Ling Xiao's consciousness. "As your cultivation progresses, you shall comprehend the binding nature of a soul oath. I shall refrain from further reminders. You possess a dual soul of both divine and demonic essence, allowing you to cultivate the powers of both realms simultaneously. As long as you refrain from utilizing demonic energy, none shall discern your identity as my disciple, and you shall remain relatively safe for the time being. The Seven Souls demon chain contains methods for cultivation. Contemplate them in your own time. Once your strength is sufficient, return to fulfill these two tasks." Has everyone fled the city? The elder of the seven demons furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "It appears those rascals are about to arrive." Upon hearing the elder of the seven demons proclaim his dual soul of divine and demonic origin, Ling Xiao's face twitched in response. Outside the city, as the last commoner of Beimin City exited the gates, the multitude of spirit masters suspended in the sky immediately ceased their movements, drifting gracefully to the ground. The enormous eye, once radiant, lost its brilliance, its surface, gnarled like tree bark, enveloping it once more, returning to the form of a colossal stone. At this moment, seven figures remained hovering above Beimin City. Though their appearances and attire varied, they shared a singular trait: an aura of disdain for the world, looking down upon all living beings. In Ling Xiao's words, these individuals were exceedingly formidable. "I have always asserted that if we annihilate Beimin City, we need not fear that old demons escape. Now, we have squandered the spirit energy of so many disciples to activate this eye of demon suppression, and it has proven utterly useless." Among the seven, a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance spoke with a fierce tone. "Your statement, Master Wang, is erroneous. We are spirit masters. How can we engage in the actions of a demon?" remarked an elderly man clad in green robes. "What Master Shan Nanfeng says holds truth. If we destroy a city due to a demon, how will our disciples perceive us?" Perhaps there are loved ones and friends among the populace of that city. Master Wang scoffed, calm yourself, real person Wu Jing, oh not be deceived. Master Shan's words are merely a facade, veiling his concern for his territory, Beimin City. If we can eliminate the elder of the 7 demons, then let it be known. 1 city, 10 cities, even 100 cities are worth the sacrifice. Dying in the pursuit of vanquishing demons, the lives of the city's commoners would not be in vain. You're spewing nonsense, roared a middle-aged man in a gray tunic, his eyes wide with fury. Master Wang Ziyuan, do not stand there speaking without feeling the pain. A middle-aged man in blue robes interjected, his expression one of indifference. Enough. The elder of the 7 demons has been located. Focus your minds, lest that demon strike you down in a single blow. Even if you survive, your cultivation will be severely impaired. Do not say I, Li Shuani, failed to warn you. The crowd gasped. Where's that old demon? Over there. Li Shuani's fingers danced like orchids, conjuring numerous circular spatial arrays of blue light that cascaded from his fingertips, manifesting as tangible forms, descending upon a dilapidated and remote house within Beimin City. In the blink of an eye, countless spatial arrays struck the decrepit abode simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reduced the small structure to mere dust, yet left the neighboring buildings unscathed. Li Shuani's mastery over power had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot skyward, and the 7 figures swiftly surged forth, encircling the black light with utmost haste. They did not strike immediately, for the elder of the 7 demons, now transformed into the black light, held a young man before him, his face contorted in terror. The youth's screams echoed far and wide, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Help! Help! Ha ha! The elder of the 7 demons laughed heartily. You wretched curs of the 7 sacred lands, do you not pride yourselves as champions of justice? Did you not vow to protect every ordinary citizen? Here I hold a little fellow. If you possess the capability, come and rescue him from my grasp. Otherwise, heh. The 7 demons' ancestor suddenly brandished a dagger, which glimmered with a faint green light, unmistakably indicating it was coated with a lethal poison. I shall pierce this young man with 108 holes, saturating his entire body with venom, ensuring he does not perish instantly. What do you think will happen? Having spoken, the 7 demons' ancestor swiftly struck, grazing the arm of the young man, who was none other than Ling Xiao. Upon being pierced by the dagger, his entire arm turned a sickly shade of green, resembling the damp moss of a shadowy realm. Although Ling Xiao and the 7 demons' ancestor had conspired to stage a performance before the titans of the 7 sacred lands, the terror etched upon Ling Xiao's face was genuine. The 7 demons' ancestor repeatedly assured him of his aerial prowess, yet this was Ling Xiao's first experience soaring to such heights. Should the ancestor falter, he would surely plummet to a gruesome demise. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Moreover, confronting the 7 foremost powerhouses in the world, the subtle yet palpable pressure they emanated was sufficient to send the demonic energy within Ling Xiao into a tumult, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, the 7-soul demon chain restrained him, and as the 7 did not deliberately exert their pressure upon him, the power within Ling Xiao remained undetected. At this moment, the 7 demons' ancestor cruelly plunged the dagger into his own arm, intensifying Ling Xiao's perception of himself as the most unfortunate soul in existence. Damn it, that old wretch. We agreed to act. So why perform so convincingly? Ling Xiao's heart screamed in anguish, the excruciating pain transforming his internal cries into a heart-rending wail. Ah! The expressions of the 7 varied as they cautiously encircled the 7 demons' ancestor. Wang Ziyuan, the one with the sinister countenance, was about to make a move when the voice of Wu Jing, the true man, instantly resonated in his mind. No. Our disciples are watching below. That young man's cries are so loud that the disciples must surely realize a civilian has fallen into the clutches of the demon. If we fail to rescue him, the reputation of the 7 lords of the sacred lands will be severely tarnished. What do you suggest we do? Wang Ziyuan inquired telepathically. Negotiate, a woman's voice suddenly interjected. Li Shuani has secured the surrounding space. This old demon cannot escape. We feign negotiation, engaging in a ruse, and strike when he is unprepared. Wang Ziyuan turned towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe, and nodded. As you say, Supreme Sect Leader. The middle-aged woman's face was unremarkable, neither beautiful nor ugly, yet utterly devoid of expression. If Ling Xiao were to describe it, he would say her countenance was more unyielding than a stern visage. The 7 demons' ancestor raised the dagger high, grinning malevolently. If you do not clear the way, I shall. Stop. Li Shuani, clad in blue, admonished loudly. Speak. What do you desire? The 7 demons' ancestor lowered his hand, placing the dagger against Ling Xiao's throat. Release the spatial lock, and I shall free this young man upon my departure. Li Xuanyi replied. Absolutely not. We cannot trust you, demon. You have released this young man. In the name of the Lord of Tianjiang City, I swear I will unravel the spatial barrier to allow your departure. Humph. The ancient ancestor of the 7 demons also scoffed coldly. I cannot place my trust in you. Either agree to my conditions, or I shall perish alongside this young man, ensuring that all of Yaotian continent knows that even the 7 sacred lands cannot protect a mere youth. Li Xian's expression darkened as he shook his head. How dare you belittle my reputation? It seems that without employing extraordinary measures, I shall truly be unable to deal with you. The necklace of 6 gemstones upon Li Xian's chest flickered with a blue light, and in his bright, crystal-clear eyes, 2 star-like arrays suddenly gleamed. Ling Xiao, facing him directly, felt a jolt in his heart, and his eyes stung painfully, instinctively closing them. This is bad. This fellow is about to unleash his fury. Chapter 3. The siege. Ling Xiao felt as though the world was spinning around him, and he was unaware of when he had escaped the control of the ancient ancestor of the 7 demons. The ancient ancestor had claimed that those hypocrites would surely come to Ling Xiao's rescue, assuring him not to worry. Sure enough, everything unfolded as per the ancient ancestor's machinations. However, what Ling Xiao did not know was that at the very moment his body was flying towards Li Xian, the dagger in the ancient ancestor's hand was simultaneously thrusting towards his back. What a wicked old fiend! The old man in the blue robe, Wujing Zhenren, widened his eyes in fury, swiftly drawing a blue giant talisman that emerged in a flash to shield Ling Xiao from the deadly dagger. Take this, roared a red-haired elder as his form rapidly transformed into a massive blue dragon, over 10 meters long. With this dragon's roar, its enormous claws lunged fiercely towards the precarious figure of the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor did not flinch, instead sneering and lightly pointing at the dragon's claws. Upon his outstretched index finger, a dark green gas coiled, and within that black mist were the howling souls of the enraged. Yama's finger. This seemingly gentle gesture astonished the onlookers, even causing the elder transformed into a dragon to retract his claws in fear. Zhao Yang, be cautious. Wujing Zhenren shouted loudly, and once more a giant talisman flew from his hand. Just as the ancient ancestor's finger was about to pierce the dragon's claw, it instead struck the talisman held by Wujing Zhenren. The blue talisman disintegrated upon contact, scattering into countless blue motes of light. Pfft. Wujing Zhenren felt a surge of warmth in his throat and could not help but spurt forth a mouthful of blood. From a distance, Ling Xiao noticed that his vision was remarkably sharp at that moment. He could see every detail of Wujing Zhenren spitting blood from dozens of meters away. I never expected this old fellow to be so formidable. Having received his legacy, perhaps I might truly contend with those individuals. The ancient ancestor's devastating strike, executed with such ease, was deeply etched into Ling Xiao's mind, nurturing a burgeoning confidence within him. Demon, even as death approaches, you dare to inflict harm. Let us see how we shall extinguish you. The middle-aged woman in the purple robe, resembling a middle-aged woman in menopause, the leader of the Taishang sect, waved her hand forward, her palm and the necklace shimmering faintly around her neck radiating blue light simultaneously. The azure light swiftly transformed into a towering giant adorned with magnificent blue wings, wielding a colossal sword of approximately 3 meters as it aimed to strike the 7 demon ancestor. Grasping Ling Xiao in one hand, Li Xian raised his other hand and rapidly inscribed a series of pentagram arrays in midair. Go! The dazzling blue formations surged toward the 7 demon ancestor, while the other participants unleashed their formidable skills, launching a collective assault. In an instant, the sky was filled with a myriad of attacks, yet the 7 demon ancestor merely erupted into maniacal laughter. Do you dare to slay me? This ancestor will ensure you pay a harrowing price. Just as the onslaught from the 7 was about to collide with the 7 demon ancestor, a tangible necklace materialized before his chest, adorned with 7 gemstones radiating a dense, inky dark blue light. The sky thickened with ominous clouds, plunging into darkness. He is about to self-detonate the soul chain. Flee. The 7 simultaneously shared the same thought, racing in different directions to escape. With a thunderous roar, it was as if the heavens had been torn open by a black hole. The 7 demon ancestor vanished. Countless tendrils of black energy transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading toward the tens of thousands of soul masters from the 7 great holy lands below. Such an overwhelming force of demonic energy. Let us unite our strength to resist the soul chain. The necklaces of the thousands of soul masters glimmered with hues of yellow, green, and cyan, soaring upward to meet the impending doom. In an instant, a tricolored protective barrier formed from the convergence of these myriad lights, shielding them from the descending black droplets. The dark rain fell upon this tricolored barrier. It spread like ink in clear water. Alas, with cries of anguish, several hundred soul masters turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Their fates seemingly sealed at a T that moment. 7 beams of brilliant blue light surged from various directions, merging into the tricolored shield. These 7 formidable blue rays forcefully expelled the black mist, causing the necklaces of the thousands of soul masters to cease their glow, leaving their faces pale and stricken. Ling Xiao stood to the side, as if lost in another realm. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Just a moment ago, I was in the apothecary hall selling potions, and now I am witnessing this cataclysmic battle between soul masters and demon masters. Life, at times, truly defies prediction. Nevertheless, the might of the 7 demon ancestor left an indelible mark on Ling Xiao. Even in injury, he faced 7 adversaries single-handedly. Even in self-destruction, he took hundreds of soul masters down with him. If only I could cultivate to such a level, surely, unless faced with a similar encirclement, who in this world could stand against me? Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that the 2 tasks he had to accomplish for the 7 demon ancestor were not entirely devoid of possibility. Boy, remember the faces of these 7. Kill them. A voice, almost imperceptible, echoed in Ling Xiao's ears. It was the voice of the 7 demon ancestor. Ling Xiao slowly lifted his head, gazing at the 7 individuals who reveled in the worship of the soul masters, imprinting each of their faces deeply into his memory. In the grand expanse of the celestial realm, there stood the blue-robe lord of Tianjiang City, Li Xuanyi, alongside the venerable elder of the Xianhai sect, the serene and composed Tianjing Zhenren, the crimson-haired patriarch of the Mingyue mansion, Zhao Yang, and the purple-clad matriarch of the Ziqiong sect, whose countenance was perpetually clouded with disdain, were present as well. Accompanying them was the sullen-eyed and brooding Wang Ziyuan, the master of the Huiyuan Hall, and the robust and gray-clad Lord Shun Nanfeng of Luofeng Valley. Lastly, a mysterious figure draped in red and adorned with a green face and tusked mask, the esteemed leader of the Jinghai Pavilion, Yin Hanrua, completed this formidable assembly. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, the identities and names of these 7 formidable individuals were shrouded in obscurity. Yet, he was acutely aware that he must eliminate them. Thus, it was imperative for him to discern their faces. Despite having no grievances or enmities with them, he contemplated the grim reality. Should he fail to uphold his vow, it would be his own demise. Ling Xiao mused silently, contemplating the irony that, had these 7 known of his clandestine intentions, they would surely have laughed uproariously, dismissing him as a mere insignificant insect unworthy of attention. However, to his astonishment, the 7 began to approach him with an air of peculiar intrigue. A chill ran down Ling Xiao's spine as he questioned their intentions. What do you wish to do? Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his mind, akin to the impact of a mental assault from the 7 demon ancestors. With an exaggerated wail, he sank to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Li Xuanyi opened his eyes and spoke with a measured tone. Rest assured, everyone, there lies no demonic essence within his Tianyuan consciousness palace. It became evident to Ling Xiao that they harbored distrust towards him. The prior incident was merely a test of his nature. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why had the arrogant figure in the blue robe refrained from labeling him as a dual-soul entity? Could it be that the 7 demon ancestors discerned his true nature while this individual could not? Such matters were beyond Ling Xiao's comprehension. To date, he could not fathom why 2 seemingly unrelated entities would claim to possess the dual soul of gods and demons, nor did he grasp the true essence of this duality. Nevertheless, Li Xuanyi noted, this lad possesses commendable mental fortitude. Despite my assault, he remains unscathed. He continued nonchalantly, indifferent to the ears that may overhear, given that he is not a minion of darkness and has suffered my mental onslaught without cause. We must not let this boy go unrewarded. I shall alleviate the poison from his arm, and Shan Nanfeng, as the host here, take this lad into your Luofeng Valley as a form of recompense. A wave of trepidation washed over Ling Xiao. The 7 demon ancestors had nearly claimed his life, and now the blue-robed figure threatened to render him a fool. Had it not been for his unique constitution, he might have met his end twice within a single day. Ling Xiao found his earlier thoughts of confessing to them utterly absurd. If he had felt even a flicker of remorse for plotting against these 7, that sentiment had now evaporated entirely. Their so-called compensation was nothing more than a fade, a hollow gesture aimed at preserving their reputations. Did they truly regard his life as inconsequential? A flicker of rage ignited within Ling Xiao's gaze. Though alas, no one would heed the fury of a mere insect. You, Li Xuanyi, seek to preserve your dignity with this talk of compensation, leaving me to clean up the mess. Shin Nanfeng seethed inwardly. Yet he did not overtly dismiss Li Xuanyi, furrowing his brow as he spoke. All disciples of my falling Wind Valley must possess a strength above the Huang level of divine soul power. This lad is still merely a mortal, therefore, I shall not accept him. However, since he hails from Beimin City, and the Beimin sect is one of the branches under Falling Wind Valley, Let him take refuge in the Beimin sect instead. Chang Qiantai, I entrust this lad to you. A middle-aged man, vibrant and sporting a short mustache, stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Shun Nanfeng, saying, Understood, Valley Master. With the demise of the 7 demonic ancestors, the demonic soul sect has lost a pillar of support. Each of our 7 sacred lands shall return to their respective sects, sharpening our blades and preparing for the imminent extermination of the demons. The red-robed elder, Zhao Yong, proclaimed loudly. The disciples of the 7 sacred lands, invigorated as if charged with vitality, echoed Zhao Yang's fervor, shouting in unison. The extermination of the demons is just around the corner. The extermination of the demons is just around the corner. Li Shuani lightly scoffed. How tedious. He then turned and departed, followed closely by thousands of disciples from Tianjiang City. Zhao Yang's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a pig's liver. Had it not been for his red robe and hair providing some camouflage, his countenance would have been utterly disgraced. The serene Zhenren gently patted Zhao Yang's shoulder, offering comfort. You know his character well enough. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. Let us each return to our respective sects. The Divine Soul Masters were uncertain of the situation, yet Ling Xiao understood that they had all fled in less than half a minute. Only a handful remained, accompanying a middle-aged man named Chang Qiantai, among whom was a large fellow from the Beimin sect known to Ling Xiao. This giant, surnamed Xiao and named Zhang, had been quite arrogant in Beimin City, but now, he hid behind Chang Qiantai, submissive as a kitten, still hesitating to pay your respects. Chang Qiantai's face bore unmistakable disdain as he looked at the filthy Ling Xiao. Although he was reluctant to take this disciple, the main sect had spoken, and he had no choice but to accept him, planning to find an excuse to expel him later. Having taken on 2 masters in a single day, only to have one perish immediately, he wondered what fate awaited this new master of his. Ha ha! Ling Xiao lowered his head, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and performed a respectful bow to Chang Qiantai. Disciple Ling Xiao pays homage to master. Chapter 4. The mysterious token Ling Xiao stood before the ruins that had once been his home, now a desolate wasteland, and after a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter 2 words. Unbelievable. In this era, with soaring property prices, how difficult was it for him to possess a modest 10-square-meter abode in Beimin City? Those scoundrels, so focused on exterminating demons, had obliterated his very home, transforming him from a proud native of Beimin City into a drifter. How could Ling Xiao not feel a surge of blood rising within him? However, upon realizing that he was now a wealthy individual and had joined the Beimin sect, his spirits lifted considerably. Approaching a corner of the ruins, Ling Xiao concentrated, and a shovel from his magical space materialized in his hand. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, and with the neighbors who had fled for refuge yet to return, he felt no trepidation about revealing the extraordinary nature of his current predicament. The iron shovel proved to be remarkably effective, shattering any hard stones it encountered into fine dust. In truth, Ling Xiao discerned that if it were not for the treasure, the 7 demons' ancestor would not have stored an ordinary shovel in this particular space. With the aid of this shovel, Ling Xiao swiftly cleared the debris, excavating a pit of moderate size. Within that pit lay a small chest, resting quietly. Ling Xiao patted his chest in relief. Fortunately, the chest had not been destroyed by the figure in the blue robe. He retrieved the shovel and carefully extracted the chest, opening it with utmost caution. Inside, he found dozens of orange crystal stones, which he promptly added to that peculiar space. Although these orange crystals were of little consequence to Ling Xiao, who possessed countless crystals within the 7 souls demon chain, he believed that even the smallest morsel was worth something. Wastefulness had never been his habit. Meticulousness and seizing opportunities were his virtues. Besides the multitude of orange crystals, the chest also contained a palm-sized gray token. The material of this token was neither wood nor iron, its composition unknown, yet it was exceptionally hard. Ling Xiao had previously used it to crack open walnut shells. Grasping this long-hidden token once more, Ling Xiao was reminded of a certain figure. Since that fateful day when he turned 6 and a smiling man entrusted this token to him, uttering, "My son, you are now 6 years old. It is time for you to learn to live independently, is it not? Keep this item. It may prove useful in the future. Should you arrive at the celestial soul realm, seek me out, and together we shall visit your mother. If you cannot reach the celestial soul realm, then simply remain here as an ordinary person." After saying this, the man, who claimed to be his father, departed without looking back. Ling Xiao vaguely recalled how the sunlight illuminated the man's silhouette, stretching it long and thin as he walked away. A few drops of water, seemingly from nowhere, fell upon Ling Xiao's face, and when he licked them absent-mindedly, he tasted salt and bitterness. Who am I? Where do I come from? Why did my father leave so abruptly? Why do I possess no memories prior to the age of 6? What is the significance of this peculiar token? These questions tormented Ling Xiao for 12 long years. Throughout those years, he toiled relentlessly to amass enough crystals to purchase a soul chain, aspiring to become a chain soul master. He believed that if he could attain the strength of a chain soul master, he would eventually unravel the mysteries surrounding his existence. Now, it seemed fortuitous. He required no expenditure on his part, as the seven demons' ancestor not only generously bestowed the seven souls demon chain, but also gifted him a plethora of treasures and crystals. Ling Xiao had come to terms with the extravagance of this gift and accepted it with equanimity. After all, it was merely a matter of vanquishing those seven loathsome individuals he could never quite abide. However, the immediate task at hand for Ling Xiao was to return to the Beimin sect on the northern mountain of Beimin City. His newly appointed master, Chang Qiantai, had granted him only an hour to attend to his family matters. With a thought, the token swiftly disappeared into that peculiar space. Suddenly, the token underwent a transformation, sending a jolt of alarm through Ling Xiao's heart. Within that peculiar space, the previously unremarkable token now radiated a brilliant light, revealing two gold and black luminous points at its ends, set against a circular pattern point. One side of this golden point was white, while the other side of the black point was enveloped in darkness. Below, three luminous points were arranged in a row, each inscribed with an odd, square character. Although Ling Xiao had recognized many characters from the Yaotian continent since the dawn of his memory, these three remained a mystery to him. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. These characters might not belong to this world. Otherwise, how could he fail to recognize them? The three luminous points flickered briefly before dimming. Yet Ling Xiao discerned their colors: blood red, earthy brown, and sky blue. How peculiar! The aberration of this token not only failed to resolve Ling Xiao's queries, but instead deepened his confusion. Nonetheless, he understood that this object, akin to his current cheap demon chain, was undoubtedly something best kept hidden. The master Chang Qiantai took me as his disciple. Perhaps I should procure a necklace befitting a divine spirit master to maintain appearances. After all, the ancestor of the seven demons had proclaimed that I possessed both divine and demonic souls, and cultivating both simultaneously was not in conflict. Ling Xiao, calculating his next move, sprinted towards the northern peak of Beimin City, where the Beimin sect resided. However, had anyone witnessed Ling Xiao's fervent dash at that moment, they would have been left agape. His speed had unconsciously matched that of a swift steed, of course. Ling Xiao merely felt a slight lightness in his body. Beyond that, he sensed nothing unusual. He ascended the mountain path leading to the northern peak of Beimin City, quickly reaching the summit. Atop the mountain stood an imposing edifice, with its exterior adorned in jade-green porcelain, sufficient to purchase the entirety of Beimin City. Not to mention, the eternal white light lamps hanging on either side above the grand entrance, along with the stone plaque inscribed with the words Beimin Sect. Each of these items, if placed in the mundane world, would be worth a fortune. Truly, the Beimin sect was affluent. This was Ling Xiao's first impression upon closely observing the Beimin sect. Typically, they mere mortals stood at the foot of the mountain gazing from afar, never daring to approach the Beimin sect so closely. Who is this wild brat? This is not a place for you. Be gone. The two gatekeepers of the Beimin sect, displaying a servile demeanor, upon sighting Ling Xiao, bore expressions that blatantly read, snobbish. How disdainful! Ling Xiao cursed inwardly but maintained his signature smile. Esteemed brothers, I kindly request you inform Master that I, Ling Xiao, have arrived. How could the sect leader take in a wild brat like you as a disciple? Begone! One of the attendants was about to continue his tirade, raising his hand as if to strike, but halted abruptly. Ling Xiao held two orange crystals in his hand, glimmering with an alluring radiance in the sunset's glow. Ahem! The attendant cleared his throat, his hand that had intended to dismiss Ling Xiao now clutching the two orange crystals. Another lackey stared intently at the two crystals in his companion's hand, a glimmer of greed evident in his eyes. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He then retrieved two orange crystals from his pouch and handed them to the other lackey, saying, "This is a token of respect for my two esteemed seniors. I hope it pleases you." The lackey, who had received the two crystals, patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder and remarked, "Wait here for a moment. I shall inform the sect leader." These two gatekeepers were not disciples of the Beimin sect but mere laborers. Their monthly wages amounted to 50 red crystals, while Ling Xiao had just bestowed upon them two orange crystals, equivalent to 4 months' pay. The adage that money can make the world go round was not lost on Ling Xiao. With the 4 orange crystals offered, the two lackeys were naturally incentivized to act promptly. Before long, the lackey returned, his face etched with concern. "The sect leader has asked for your presence, but I cannot accept these crystals you have given." Initially, they had presumed Ling Xiao to be a mere country bumpkin, thus treating him harshly. However, upon learning that he was the sect leader's newly accepted disciple, they dared not offend him. Ling Xiao, disinterested in quarreling with these sycophantic, Opportunistic individuals had no intention of reclaiming the crystals he had given. With them having accepted his tokens of goodwill, he had no doubt they would obediently become his underlings. As a newcomer to the Beimin sect, Ling Xiao was still unfamiliar with many matters, and having these two around made it considerably easier for him to inquire about things. With a chuckle, Ling Xiao remarked, "No worries. These crystals are a gift, and I have no intention of taking them back. By the way, what are your names, my good sirs?" The two lackeys, taken aback by the unexpected kindness, stammered, "You flatter us, senior brother. I am called Xiao Si, and he is Xiao Wu. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command us." "Very well, lead the way, brother Xiao Si." Having achieved his objective, Ling Xiao smiled as he followed Xiao Si into the Beimin sect. They arrived at the entrance of a grand hall, where Xiao Si halted, stating, "The sect leader is inside. I can only accompany you this far. That's perfectly fine. You may go now, brother Xiao Si." After dismissing Xiao Si, Ling Xiao adjusted his attire and entered the hall with a serious demeanor. Inside, nearly 100 young individuals, of similar age to Ling Xiao, stood in 2 rows, their curious gazes fixated on the newcomer. Engaged in a flurry of hushed whispers among them, some were familiar to Ling Xiao, while others were not. Those he recognized were merely gossiping about him, calling him a little beggar and the like. Ling Xiao maintained an expressionless facade, treating their remarks as if he had not heard them at all. Seated at the head of the hall was the sect leader, Cheng Qiantai, flanked by a young man and woman on either side. The young man was tall and robust, with a square face that emanated stability and confidence. His piercing gaze scrutinized Ling Xiao as though he were attempting to see through him entirely. The young woman, appearing around 16, was quite delicate in appearance. However, her youthful, vibrant eyes failed to regard Ling Xiao directly, as she murmured indistinct words under her breath. Judging by the disdainful expression on her face, it was likely that her words were far from complimentary. Ling Xiao chose to act as though he had not heard, marching with precision to stand before the imposing Cheng Qiantai, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple Ling Xiao has arrived." Chapter 5. Senior brother Cheng Qiantai replied in a tone neither warm nor cold, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, your senior sister Cheng Yu, and this is your senior brother Li Yuanhuan." Ling Xiao beamed a charming smile as he bowed to the two, "Greetings, senior sister and senior brother." Although his exaggerated bow drew some disapproving glances, most understood that courtesy is seldom criticized, whether in gifts or gestures. Cheng Yu tilted her head slightly, letting out a huff. Li Yuanhuan, the tall and formidable figure standing beside Cheng Qiantai, responded with remarkable gentleness, "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother Ling." Cheng Qiantai casually produced a soul chain. Had it been a day prior, Ling Xiao might have found this peculiar, yet now he could conjure items with ease, no longer surprised. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of astonishment, gazing intently at Cheng Qiantai as if trying to unravel a mystery. Cheng Yu rolled her eyes. "How tacky." Cheng Qiantai seemed entirely unfazed by his daughter's rudeness and addressed Ling Xiao. "This soul chain is for you. Within it lies the foundational boxing technique of our Beimin sect, the Beimin Divine Fist.as. For how to integrate this soul chain with your essence, your senior brother will instruct you in the soul chain's techniques shortly." "Thank you, master," Ling Xiao replied with utmost reverence, accepting the soul chain with both hands. He examined the chain closely, feigning admiration, while inwardly he scoffed. "What a worthless piece of junk. It has but a single gemstone, and the chain itself is merely woven fabric. How could this master be so miserly compared to my other master?" Ling Xiao discreetly compared Cheng Qiantai with the old ancestor of the 7 demons. Concluding that the latter was far more generous, of course, he would not dwell on the fact that with the abundance he received from the old ancestor came a greater burden. "Darling, is this your newly accepted disciple?" A voice, as alluring as a blooming flower, drifted in from a side door of the hall. Ling Xiao instinctively turned his gaze in that direction, his eyes locking onto the figure before him. Unmoving, before him stood a captivating woman in her 30s. Judging by Ling Xiao's experiences with the renowned courtesans and ordinary maidens, this woman was indeed among the most alluring. While her features did not rival those of his senior sister, her mature allure was leagues beyond the youthful innocence of Cheng Yu. However, when Ling Xiao caught sight of the woman's eyes, a chill ran through him. Her gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the courtesans from the brothel, and he understood that her identity was starkly incongruous with such a gaze. It was a gaze known as peach blossom eyes. There was no need for inquiry. It was evident that this woman was Ling Xiao's master's wife. Had such expressions emanated from practitioners of other sects, he might have swallowed his indignation. Yet, the audacity of his newly accepted disciple to behave so insolently left Cheng Qiantai's dignity hanging by a thread. Upon witnessing Cheng Qiantai's thunderous expression, all the disciples secretly reveled in schadenfreude. This young man had committed a grave error in the eyes of his master, and his fate was sealed. Master Brother Li Yuanhuan, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, promptly said, "Master, I will assist junior brother Ling in organizing his belongings." Cheng Qiantai, suppressing the fury that surged within him, shot a fierce glare at Ling Xiao and replied in a low voice, "Go ahead." Having always been adept at reading people's expressions, Ling Xiao discerned the meaning behind Cheng Qiantai's countenance and let out a silent sigh. He bowed respectfully to Cheng Qiantai and said, Master, Mistress, I shall take my leave for now." As Ling Xiao departed, the woman chuckled softly, "What an intriguing young man." Cheng Qiantai remained silent, unaware of how fearsome and grim his expression truly appeared at that moment. In the farthest corner of the Beimin sect, a row of over 100 small cottages stood side by side. Li Yuanhuan led Ling Xiao into the rightmost cottage, igniting a white phosphorescent lamp that illuminated the room instantly. "Junior brother Ling, this will be your residence from now on," Li Yuanhuan announced. Ling Xiao cast a brief glance around the austere chamber, noting that besides a small bed, a tiny table, and a stand for a basin, there was not even a stool in sight. "Thank you, Master Brother," Ling Xiao said, placing his bundle on the table and smiling at Li Yuanhuan. The bundle merely served as a disguise for the spatial compartment containing his 7 spirits demon chain. All other belongings had long been stored away. Li Yuanhuan remarked, "Junior brother Ling, you need not be so formal in any case. You hardly have much luggage, so feel free to leave it here. Go have a meal at the dining hall first." Ling Xiao recalled Cheng Qiantai's terrifying gaze and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. "I am quite fatigued today and cannot eat. I would prefer to rest for the night instead. I brought some rations with me and will eat at the dining hall tomorrow." Li Yuanhuan did not press him further. "Then I shall go have dinner. Afterward, I will return to find you." One must not neglect their cultivation, even for a single day. Only then did Ling Xiao remember that Cheng Qiantai had entrusted him to Li Yuanhuan, who appeared to be quite enthusiastic, unlike their perfunctory master. Gratitude swelled within him as he expressed, "Thank you, Master Brother. I will await your return here." Li Yuanhuan chuckled amiably, "Junior brother Ling, it is only natural for peers to look after one another. No need for such formality. I shall take my leave now." As Ling Xiao watched Li Yuanhuan's tall figure recede, a subtle warmth stirred in his heart. The Master Brother was the first person who did not look down upon him and treated him with genuine kindness. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life on the streets, he could naturally sense such sincerity. Contemplating the forthcoming fusion of his soul chain with the Master Brother's assistance, he could not help but smile wryly, pondering the differences between the gem of a soul chain he possessed and the 7 gems of his own. Before long, Master Brother indeed returned. During the time that Li Yuanhuan had been away, Ling Xiao nibbled on some rations, feeling somewhat revitalized and less fatigued than before. Li Yuanhuan nodded in approval. "Junior brother Ling, you exhibit quite a remarkable spirit. This is advantageous. Spiritual energy benefits our cultivation of the Spirit Master." "Spirit Master?" Ling Xiao was perplexed by the term and stared wide. Li Yuanhuan chuckled sheepishly. "I forgot you are a novice. Allow me to introduce you to some fundamental concepts." With great seriousness, Li Yuanhuan began to elucidate, while Ling Xiao listened attentively, equally earnest in his understanding. From the words of Li Yuanhuan, it is understood that the so-called Soul Chain Master is a formidable individual who melds their own soul with a soul stone necklace, determining their level by the hue of the soul power emitted from the soul stones. There are a total of 7 levels, represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The distinction between divine soul masters and demonic soul masters lies in their respective cultivation methods and skills. Divine soul masters emphasize a natural approach, progressing steadily in their cultivation, and their skills tend to be gentle in nature. In stark contrast, demonic soul masters believe in the limitless potential of humanity, employing extremely overbearing and defiant methods, often at the expense of others, to absorb the soul power of others for their own enhancement. Although demonic soul masters cultivate at an astonishing pace, the rapidity of their practice incurs severe side effects, often leading to a loss of sanity, resulting in either madness or an insatiable thirst for blood. Consequently, divine soul masters regard demonic soul masters as abominations, and ordinary people instinctively avoid them. However, regardless of whether one is a demonic or divine soul master, the essence of their cultivation revolves around soul power. Humans possess 7 souls. The first soul is Tianchong, the second is Ling Hui, the third is Qi, the fourth is Li, the fifth is Zhongshu, the sixth is Wei, and the 7th is Ying. The Beimin sect is one of the minor sects under the Falling Wind Valley, primarily focusing on the cultivation of the 4th soul, Li, which centers on physical strength. The cultivation of Li emphasizes the physical prowess of the body, utilizing martial arts and various forms of combat that harness bodily strength. The Li soul is located at the heart chakra and is simultaneously connected to the palms and soles of the feet. Once a soul chain is linked to a person's soul, if the soul stone on the chain shatters, the individual's soul dissipates into oblivion. Soul chain masters can transfer their connection to employ a more potent soul chain. However, once transferred, the soul chain becomes inert and must undergo a reforging process to be used again. This implies that a soul chain master can utilize only one soul chain at a time. Thus, for soul chain masters, their soul chain is everything. Their entire cultivation revolves around strengthening their soul chain. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled that after the 7 demonic ancestor bestowed upon him the 7-soul demon chain, he did not perish. Furthermore, during the fierce battle against the rulers of the 7 sacred lands, he had detonated a soul chain. This prompted a surge of emotion within Ling Xiao, presenting 2 possibilities. Either the 7 demonic ancestor transferred his essence to another soul chain while bestowing the 7-soul demon chain upon him, or, akin to Ling Xiao, the 7 demonic ancestor was also a dual soul entity capable of wielding 2 soul chains simultaneously. Although astonished by this conjecture, Ling Xiao remembered that the 7 demonic ancestor had merely mentioned the potential to use 2 soul chains concurrently, without having truly fused or refined 2 chains. Nevertheless, he would soon discover whether he could indeed wield 2 soul chains at once. Seizing a moment of respite from his senior brother, Ling Xiao posed a question that had been troubling him. The blue-robed individual I encountered last time possessed a soul chain with 5 soul stones. Can everyone cultivate a soul chain with all 7 soul stones representing the 7 souls simultaneously? Chapter 6. A Genius. Li Yuanhuan was taken aback by Ling Xiao's inquiry but patiently elaborated. In theory, it is indeed possible, provided you can gather all 7 soul stones that represent different souls. In practice, however, there has been no record of anyone on the Yaotian continent achieving the pinnacle of cultivating all 7 souls simultaneously. Li Yuanhuan, apprehensive that Ling Xiao might not hear him clearly if he spoke too quickly, paused for a moment before interjecting. That 7 demon ancestor, a prodigious talent, has merely cultivated the soul chains of 7 soul stones to the azure level. As for that blue-robed Li Xuan you mentioned, he too is a remarkable genius from our Yaotian continent, having refined 5 souls to the blue level. They are currently among the most formidable chain soul masters. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Why? Is it that difficult? Li Yuanhuan replied gravely. Indeed. With each additional soul stone cultivated, the difficulty multiplies exponentially. If refining a single soul stone from the crimson to the orange level takes half a year, then cultivating 7 would require several decades. Do you possess such resolve? Naturally, true geniuses do not adhere to such calculations, but they are exceedingly rare. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The 7 demon ancestor had entrusted him with the 7-soul demon chain, which contains 7 soul stones. According to his senior brother's words, he could hardly fathom how many years it would take him to cultivate. By then, he would have long since perished before even reaching the yellow level, let alone seeking vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, the 7 demon ancestor had chosen him not out of desperation, but for other reasons. Li Yuanhuan continued. Of course, there are benefits to cultivating multiple soul stones within the soul chain. As you witnessed today, although the 7 demon ancestor is at the azure level, a tier below the blue level spirit masters of the 7 holy lands, he can still contend against 7 opponents. This illustrates the advantage of cultivating multiple soul stones in a soul chain. After elaborating extensively, he added, in due course, you will come to understand this yourself. For now, let me assist you in merging with the power soul chain bestowed upon you by our master. Following Li Yuanhuan's guidance, Ling Xiao seated himself cross-legged on the small wooden bed, donning the soul chain around his neck, closing his eyes in concentration. Li Yuanhuan's gentle whisper resonated with impeccable clarity within Ling Xiao's mind. Concentrate your thoughts, channel them through your limbs, and harmonize with your entire being. As Li Yuanhuan's words, akin to celestial music, enveloped him, Ling Xiao felt his entire body tense with anticipation. He seemed to perceive that with each vigorous beat of his heart, his blood surged with exhilaration, quickening its flow. This sensation was ineffably delightful, akin to a profound transformation of the human form. Li Yuanhuan gazed in astonishment at his junior brother, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered anyone who exhibited such a significant reaction upon merging with a soul chain. Could it be that his junior brother was a genius? Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, a radiant smile spread across his face. It appears that the future of our Beimin sect holds great promise. Ling Xiao remained enraptured by that indescribable sensation, oblivious to the fact that within his space, that peculiar token had begun to emit a faint glow once more. This time, the illumination emanated from the golden, on the white side of the black and white circular pattern, as well as the blood red among the 3 below. After an indeterminate period, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes, exhilarated as he rose to his feet. The weariness that had once clouded his features vanished, replaced by a pair of sparkling, spirited eyes. Thank you, Master Brother. Ling Xiao sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li Yuanhuan. the guiding light in his journey. It took Li Yuanhuan a while to regain his composure. Junior brother, you are truly a born chain soul master. Others require at least a month of rigorous training to refine their soul chains to reach the true red level, yet you have achieved it instantly upon your first attempt. I must share this splendid news with Master. With that, disregarding Ling Xiao's reaction, Li Yuanhuan dashed out the door. Wait. Ling Xiao reached out a hand to halt him, but before he could even pause, Li Yuanhuan had already vanished from sight. Ling Xiao sighed with a wry smile. Truly an impatient elder brother, I am certainly not a naturally gifted soul chain master. It is merely the influence of the seven spirits demon chain at work. From the moment the seven spirits demon chain fused with him, he sensed a change within his body. However, he had not anticipated that this change would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Setting aside thoughts of his elder brother, who could frolic as he pleased, Ling Xiao focused on discovering what the Northern Min Divine Fist contained within this soul chain soul stone. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a series of images unfolded in his mind as if he were witnessing them firsthand. This sequence depicted a figure practicing a set of martial techniques. What struck Ling Xiao as extraordinary was that when he desired the figure to execute the movements more swiftly, it would unleash its punches like a tempest. Conversely, if he wished for a slower pace, the figure would decelerate to a near standstill. As the figure practiced, it also provided explanations on how to harness bodily strength and control the force of the spirit. It felt as if a living master was guiding him right before his eyes. At long last, he could commence his learning as a soul chain master. Elated, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, moving in tandem with the figure's motions. Practicing the fundamental techniques of the Northern Min sect, the Northern Min Divine Fist, within the confines of his modest room. In that moment, Ling Xiao transcended into a state of pure focus. The surroundings seemed to hush in an instant. Outside his room, Cheng Qiantai quietly observed as Ling Xiao executed the entire set of Northern Min Divine Fist with remarkable flair, his expression one of astonishment. Had he not already investigated Ling Xiao's background? He might have believed that Ling Xiao had previously studied these techniques. Initially, Ling Xiao's movements were somewhat awkward and slow. However, as time progressed, his punches grew increasingly rapid and refined. One could discern from Ling Xiao's closed eyes that he was wholly absorbed in this state. A genius, indeed, a true genius. Cheng Qiantai murmured to himself, his heart a tempest of emotions, uncertain how to deal with this disciple. He had long contemplated finding an excuse to expel this disciple, whom he found so disagreeable, from the Northern Min sect, yet now he hesitated. If the leader of Falling Wind Valley, Shun Nanfeng, were to learn of Ling Xiao's remarkable talents, he would undoubtedly never have sent him to the Northern Min sect. Such disciples are the very foundation and future of every sect. Ling Xiao's alertness heightened significantly, and since Cheng Qiantai did not make an effort to conceal his voice, even his quiet murmurs reached Ling Xiao's ears. Master? He was taken aback to see Cheng Qiantai personally arrive at his humble abode. However, years of wandering had instilled in Ling Xiao an unwavering mindset towards honor and disgrace. The moment of astonishment flickered and was swiftly extinguished by him in its nascent state, replaced instead by a visage of utmost respect. I have met my master. Cheng Qiantai responded, his tone devoid of the previous indifference and anger. Are you still accustomed to it? Why are you treating me so well now? Is genius truly so valuable? Ling Xiao mused silently. In the past, he had regarded those exalted spirit masters as the pride of heaven, and what he loathed most were these so-called favored ones. Naturally, genius also fell within the realm of his disdain. Ling Xiao replied with great reverence, Master, I am somewhat unaccustomed. Upon hearing this, not only Cheng Qiantai but even Li Yuanhuan, who stood beside him, was momentarily taken aback. Ling Xiao paid no heed to their captivating expressions and continued. No one has ever treated me as well as you and senior brother have, hence I find it a bit unfamiliar. Ling Xiao's flattery was subtle and unassuming. Even the worldly wise Cheng Qiantai found nothing amiss, his perception of this disciple undergoing a significant transformation. Aside from being somewhat lecherous, this lad was rather commendable. After scrutinizing Ling Xiao once more, Cheng Qiantai nodded in approval. Ling Xiao, step outside and demonstrate that set of Beimin Divine Fist once more for me to observe. Yes, master. Ling Xiao exited the cramped room and stood upon the open ground. Although it was night, every small dwelling was illuminated by white phosphorescent lamps, casting a bright light upon the area outside. Many disciples, seeing their master and senior brother, were puzzled by the unfolding events and gathered to witness the spectacle. Oh, why is this little beggar here? What is he doing standing there? Does the master intend to personally instruct him? Does he even deserve that? Countless murmurs ensued, filled with surprise, indignation, and, more prominently, blatant jealousy. Ling Xiao disregarded their gazes, maintaining his composure as he stood firmly in the arena. His body remained still, yet his mind was already in motion. The The will preceded the physical form. Guided by his intent, Ling Xiao once again flawlessly executed that seemingly trivial Beimin divine fist, transforming it into an exquisite performance. Chapter 7. Master and Disciple. The disciples of the Beimin sect watched in astonishment. This unassuming fist technique, typically used for mere exercise, was rendered by Ling Xiao in such a fluid and captivating manner. Simultaneously, they could sense the crimson essence of his soul force emanating with formidable might as he executed this seemingly mundane technique. Heavens! Even the master seems unable to project such an aura. The disciples of Beimin found their earlier petty thoughts vanishing, replaced by sheer astonishment. Once Ling Xiao completed the set of Beimin divine fist, Cheng Qiantai's gaze towards him had entirely transformed. Ling Xiao, accompany your senior brother and me to Tsongfeng Cliff. Upon hearing the name Tsongfeng Cliff, the other disciples displayed expressions of envy, and Ling Xiao immediately understood that there must be some significant benefit awaiting them there. As Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan arrived at the base of the towering cliff, Ling Xiao finally comprehended what those individuals had been envious of. This perilous abyss was strewn with an array of weapons and treasures, both grand and modest, numbering well over 1,000. Each weapon and artifact emanated a myriad of colorful energies that stirred the divine spirit within Ling Xiao, igniting an overwhelming desire to seize them and conquer the world. Li Yuanhuan elucidated. Each hue represents the corresponding soul power that can be wielded through the respective weapon and treasure. What you must select now is an item that radiates a crimson glow. Among the 7 soul chains of Ling Xiao, there were indeed weapons and treasures, but most were either deeply ominous or drenched in blood, unfit for display. Choosing a suitable weapon here seemed a wise decision. He glanced around, finding that the items he favored were of too high a caliber for his current use. Those within his reach, however, did not appeal to him. After much deliberation, Ling Xiao found himself at a loss. Yet, if he failed to select something, Master Cheng Qiantai would undoubtedly be perplexed, and it would be unwise to provoke his displeasure. What manner of weapon is this? Ling Xiao inquired curiously, gripping a dark, indistinct object. His interest in this item stemmed solely from its lack of radiance. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's selection of such an artifact, Cheng Qiantai's frustration boiled over. Do you truly have such an affinity for sweeping the floor? Li Yuanhuan appeared equally astonished. The item Ling Xiao had chosen was, astonishingly, a black metal broom. Even Li Yuanhuan found it difficult to endure. Junior brother, it is said that this broom was once used by an elderly caretaker from the Biming sect to sweep the treasures of the Tsongfeng Cliff. After the elder passed away, our sect's previous leader preserved this iron broom in honor of the devoted old Imayand. It is hardly a treasure. Ling Xiao chuckled. Master, I shall take this broom. Cheng Qiantai could not suppress his exasperation, exclaiming, Fool! Ling Xiao merely responded with a silly grin, saying nothing further. Beyond its lack of luminous allure that had captured Ling Xiao's attention, the broom's material bore a striking resemblance to the iron shovel he had used that morning for digging. How could a metal broom intended for treasure be anything but extraordinary? Furthermore, the more resplendent an object, the more it merely attracts the eye, which did not align with Ling Xiao's character. What he cherished were these unadorned items, which were likely to be genuine treasures, much like himself at present. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, wielding a broom as a weapon would undoubtedly draw more attention. Gripping the broom tightly, Ling Xiao observed Li Yuanhuan's awkward expression. Aware that Master was displeased with his choice, Li Yuanhuan quickly sought to mediate. Master, since junior brother likes it, let him keep it in time. As he matures, he will surely choose differently. Cheng Qiantai retorted indignantly. Are you suggesting that he should wield a broom in the upcoming newcomers competition at the Falling Wind Valley in 6 months? Li Yuanhuan scratched his scalp, pondering. This indeed poses a dilemma. Master, if I can sweep them away with my broom, it would only reflect that those newcomers are utterly worthless. Suddenly, Ling Xiao interjected. Cheng Qiantai gazed at Ling Xiao in astonishment, finding it hard to reconcile the humility he had just displayed with the audacity of his current words. Suit yourself. However, our Beimin sect does not employ the technique of using brooms, Cheng Qiantai retorted, his face darkening, exuding an air of disappointment. But first, elucidate why your mental prowess surpasses even mine. The founder of the Beimin Divine Fist was a purple-level soul master. Without formidable mental strength, one cannot attain the level you previously exhibited. Even if you are a naturally gifted soul binder, lacking training, it is inconceivable for you to reach such heights. Faced with his master's inquiry, Ling Xiao merely smiled, aware that the emergence of his extraordinary talent would inevitably unveil certain secrets. Master, I am adept at alchemy. What sorts of elixirs have you concocted? Cheng Qiantai asked, intrigued. Mighty Vidra pills, indestructible gold elixirs, and yin-yang harmony powders. Ling Xiao casually listed 3 types. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qiantai's face flushed with indignation, resembling that of a liver. Li Yuanhuan, perplexed by his master's furious reaction, eagerly inquired, "What are the purposes of these 3 elixirs?" That dim-witted senior apprentice, fearing Chang Qiantai's wrath, Ling Xiao hastily explained, "Master, that venerable elder gifted me a book titled Tian Chao Gang Mu, which contains exceedingly precious medicinal herbs. The only ingredients I can procure are suitable solely for these 3 concoctions." Chang Qiantai, utterly unconvinced by Ling Xiao's fabricated tale, asserted, "Our Beiman sect was once a grand faction, and we certainly possess some rare medicinal materials. Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to the alchemical repository. I wish to witness your alchemical prowess. Should you conceal anything from me, do not blame me for taking drastic measures." With that, Chang Qiantai huffed and stormed away, his sleeve dramatically swishing. Ling Xiao silently scoffed. When one speaks the truth, others are inclined to disbelieve. "Very well, if he wishes to observe my alchemy, I shall demonstrate it for him tomorrow." Li Yuanhuan expressed concern. "Junior brother, you ought not to deceive master." Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. "It's nothing to worry about. Senior brother, I am fatigued. Let us return to rest." With a dark, metallic broom in hand, Ling Xiao returned to his humble abode, collapsing onto his bed and stretching out, "I am utterly exhausted." As he closed his eyes, the bizarre and extraordinary events of the day replayed in his mind. Encountering a demon, taking on a master, experiencing aerial acrobatics, apprenticing once more, practicing martial arts, and selecting a broom. The absurdity of the day's occurrences was astounding and hard to believe, yet palpably real. Just that morning, he had contemplated purchasing the Red Lantern Courtyard, intending to have the madam solicit clients to alleviate his resentment over her extorting his alchemical funds. Now, with the crystal stones he possessed, he could purchase numerous Red Lantern Courtyards, yet the desire for revenge had evaporated. Having witnessed the broader world, Ling Xiao no longer regarded that madam as significant. When bitten by a bug, one does not retaliate by biting back. What truly drives Ling Xiao is his desire to grow stronger, to avenge the 7 demon ancestors, and to unravel the enigma of his own lineage after breaking the poisonous oath of the soul. The towering silhouette that turned away 12 years ago frequently haunts Ling Xiao's dreams. The bitter taste carried by the wind is unmistakably the taste of tears. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, and the night passed without a word. Junior brother Ling, Junior brother Ling. The following morning, Ling Xiao was roused from his sleep by the loud knocking of Li Yuanhuan, reluctantly climbing out of bed to open the door. Typically, he would sleep until the sun was high in the sky, but today, the sun had merely made its early appearance. "I say, senior brother, could you allow me a little more time to sleep?" Ling Xiao yawned, attempting to turn back to his slumber, only to be jolted awake by Li Yuanhuan's words. "Master is waiting for you in the elixir repository." Ling Xiao instantly shook off his drowsiness. "But I must have breakfast first." "Here." Li Yuanhuan handed him a plate of steamed buns. After a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao quickly grasped that Li Yuanhuan must possess a spatial storage similar to his own. While other disciples carried their weapons, Ling Xiao was still unaware of what weapon Li Yuanhuan wielded. Hence, it was evident that his weapon was concealed within his spatial storage as well. Without further ado, Ling Xiao devoured the buns hungrily. "Let us go, senior brother, to the elixir repository." Upon their arrival at the elixir repository, they found Chang Qiantai and his daughter Cheng Yu already waiting there. Cheng Yu, upon seeing Ling Xiao, did not offer him a pleasant demeanor, while Cheng Qiantai gestured around. "Take a look at the medicinal materials here and see what elixirs you can concoct with them." Ling Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Master, merely having the materials is insufficient." Cheng Qiantai's expression darkened immediately. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Ling Xiao protested, aggrieved. "Do you not know that, aside from the few elixirs I previously concocted, creating others requires an alchemical furnace?" Cough, cough. Cheng Qiantai deliberately cleared his throat loudly to mask his embarrassment. "I happen to have a furnace here. See if it is suitable for use." With a casual wave of his hand, an ancient bronze alchemical furnace over a meter tall appeared on the ground of the repository. Ling Xiao revealed a sly smile. "Master, besides the furnace, crafting elixirs also necessitates some special flames. The herbs I usually use can be handled with ordinary fire, but if I were to use mundane flames now, I would be unable to refine any good elixirs." Cheng Qiantai found himself led by Ling Xiao, but Cheng Yu was not pleased. "Do you even know how to do this? Are you just trying to create trouble? If you can't do it, then stop boasting," Li Yuanhuan interjected. "Junior brother Ling, what type of flame do you require? Coincidentally, I can manipulate a flame known as the 3-separation fire. I wonder if that would suffice." 3-separation fire? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. "Excellent, senior brother. That flame will do perfectly." As Ling Xiao poured water and medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace, Cheng Qiantai and his daughter watched in astonishment. Is this alchemy or cooking? Although they were unaware of the specific intricacies of alchemy, They understood that the elixir was not concocted by Ling Xiao in such a manner. The father and daughter remained silent, yet their hearts had already relinquished all hope. They merely awaited Ling Xiao's declaration of completion, at which point they could unceremoniously expel him from the sect, a genius. Even if Ling Xiao were indeed a prodigy, a genius bold enough to deceive the master would find no welcome in Cheng Qiantai's domain. Ling Xiao was oblivious to the thoughts of the father and daughter, having no inclination to speculate. Once preparations were complete, he gestured to Li Yuanhuan. "Senior brother, ignite the flames." Li Yuanhuan formed a hand seal, then with a single hand transformed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, sweeping toward the base of the furnace. A trio of flames in red, yellow, and blue erupted from his fingertips, swiftly heating the alchemical furnace. Ling Xiao, exuding an air of seasoned authority, directed, "Burn fiercely for 30 minutes, then simmer gently for 60. Observing Li Yuanhuan, drenched in sweat and earnestly controlling the flames without a moment to wipe his brow, Cheng Qiantai silently cursed. "You wretched lad, if you fail to produce the elixir, I shall flay your skin." Ling Xiao sat beside, yawning and stretching, appearing thoroughly drowsy, which further infuriated Chengyu to the point of gritting her teeth. Had she not feared disturbing Li Yuanhuan, she would have long since stormed over and kicked Ling Xiao away. As time ticked by, the fragrance of the herbs intensified, enveloping the entire alchemical chamber in vibrant clouds of colored mist. Ling Xiao, seemingly unperturbed, ground various herbs into powder, clutching them in his hands like a child playing with mud. Cheng Yu's expression darkened, and even Cheng Qiantai could hardly suppress his desire to strip Ling Xiao of his skin and bones. Just as Li Yuanhuan was about to conclude the simmering process at 59 minutes, with time drawing near, Ling Xiao suddenly leapt up, calling out, "Master, lift the furnace lid." Without a moment's thought, Cheng Qiantai waved his hand, sending the lid soaring away, as a plume of dense smoke billowed forth. Ling Xiao opened his clenched fists, releasing 2 handfuls of an unknown powdered substance into the furnace. Success! Ling Xiao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just as Master Li Yuanhuan extinguished the flames, Cheng Qiantai, Chengyu, and Li Yuanhuan peered curiously into the furnace. While Chengyu and Li Yuanhuan remained largely unresponsive, Cheng Qiantai's countenance shifted, trembling as he exclaimed, "Crimson Soul Pill? 300 pills per furnace of Crimson Soul Pill." Ling Xiao smiled. "Indeed. Please, Master, inspect the goods." Cheng Qiantai pinched one of the Crimson Soul Pills between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff. His expression grew exceedingly grave. "This elixir is even purer than the Crimson Soul Pills refined in Tianjiang City by Li Xuanyi." Li Yuanhuan wiped the sweat from his brow, joyfully patting Ling Xiao on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. You truly have it in you." Ling Xiao offered a faint smile, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. "What a scare. It's my first time refining such an elixir, and I managed to succeed." At this moment, Cheng Qiantai's attention was entirely fixated not on Ling Xiao, but rather on the cauldron containing the Crimson Spirit Pills, 300 of them. Just 10 could elevate a red-tier disciple soul power to orange tier. It was merely a coincidence. Without the third senior brother's tri-departure flame, he would not have been able to concoct the pills either. Chengyu still wore a disdainful expression, yet her tone was noticeably less rigid than before, her peripheral gaze seemingly casting a fleeting glance towards Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Cheng Qiantai pivoted, his gaze piercing directly at Ling Xiao. "Who taught you your alchemical skills?" Ling Xiao replied with calm composure. "Master, I have already informed you that it was a senior who wandered into Beimin City and sold me his book, Heavenly Herb Compendium." Cheng Qiantai was taken aback. "Sold it to you? Where is that book?" Ling Xiao offered a rueful smile. "I destroyed it." Cheng Qiantai pondered for a moment, deeming it reasonable. Such a treasure, if carried, would render any ordinary person guilty simply by association. After all, the essence of that book resided within Ling Xiao's mind. As long as he was willing to remain with the Beimin sect, the absence of this alchemical tome was inconsequential. Furthermore, even if the tome did exist, not everyone was suited for the art of alchemy. Otherwise, the alchemists on the Yaotian continent would not be so scarce. Little did Cheng Qiantai know the true reason behind Ling Xiao's destruction of the book. At the age of 14, Ling Xiao encountered an ethereal old man. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, who was begging by the roadside, the old man expressed astonishment, declaring that Ling Xiao was a rare dual soul of divine and demonic lineage. The old man then produced the Heavenly Herb Compendium, asserting that if Ling Xiao diligently practiced alchemy, he would surely achieve great success. However, the old man lamented that he had traveled to this place without funds and hoped Ling Xiao could offer some assistance. Ling Xiao, captivated by the old man's otherworldly demeanor and the book's striking cover, was inexplicably led to believe that the book was indeed a treasure. It wasn't until Ling Xiao had exhausted all his meager savings from begging that he finally exchanged them for the Heavenly Herb Compendium. After perusing it once, He exclaimed, "What a scam!" and promptly reduced the book to ashes. Aside from the most mundane of health-boosting pills for which raw materials could be procured, the recipes for the more advanced elixirs either demanded the elusive tri-departure flame or were simply unattainable due to a lack of materials. To Ling Xiao, the heavenly herb compendium was no different than waste paper. Subsequently, he modified the recipes for the health-boosting pills and devised concoctions akin to the indomitable gold pill, selling them to the Red Pavilion to earn some money. It was only after he encountered the medicinal materials within the Seven Spirits demon chain that Ling Xiao realized the old man had not deceived him. Just as he began to regret the destruction of a valuable item, he was astonished to discover that the book he had only glanced at once seemed to be completely imprinted in his mind, word for word, image for image. Earlier, Ling Xiao had utilized the recipe for the Crimson Spirit pill from the Heavenly Herb Compendium to successfully concoct a batch of pills, earning the admiration of Cheng Qiantai, Cheng Yu, and Li Yuanhuan. Cheng Qiantai remarked, "Very well. Since this is your fortune, the loss of that book is inconsequential. With your current alchemical skills, if you could cultivate your talents in a more prestigious sect, your future would undoubtedly be promising." Ling Xiao promptly stated, "Master, your acceptance of me makes you my reborn father. Unless you cast me out, I shall never leave the Beimin sect for the rest of my life." Cheng Qiantai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This young man possesses such a pure and innocent spirit, truly rare. Little did Cheng Qiantai know that Ling Xiao merely wished to hide away in the modest Beimin sect to hone his skills, rather than being reluctant to part with it. "State any requests you have. As long as they are not excessive, feel free to tell your master," Cheng Qiantai exclaimed with great excitement. Observing Cheng Qiantai's fervent demeanor, Ling Xiao could not help but chuckle inwardly while maintaining a serious facade. "Master, I simply wish to remain here to diligently study the Tianchao Gang move from my memories and enhance my alchemical abilities. Ideally, I would prefer not to be disturbed, and I hope you can accommodate this." Cheng Qiantai was more than pleased to have Ling Xiao spend his days refining elixirs in seclusion. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's request, his heart soared. "No problem. Whatever herbs you require, just let your master know." Aside from the Blue Moon realm, which boasts a cadre of the continent's most elite alchemists dedicated to training them, any ordinary alchemist is highly sought after in every sect. Even the major sect affiliated with the Beimin sect, the Falling Wind Valley, possesses only one junior-level alchemist from the Blue Moon realm. Should Ling Xiao manage to cultivate his soul power to the junior level, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the junior-level alchemist from Falling Wind Valley. This implies that, given sufficient materials, Ling Xiao could concoct upgraded elixirs, enabling the Beimin sect to nurture countless junior-level experts. Furthermore, Cheng Qiantai himself was merely a junior-level spirit master. For Cheng Qiantai, Ling Xiao represented the future hope of the Beimin sect. As long as Ling Xiao remained with them, there would come a day when the Beimin sect would rival Falling Wind Valley, allowing him to stand on equal footing with them. Envisioning such a splendid future, Cheng Qiantai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling Xiao nodded, "Indeed, I will not stand on ceremony with you, for we are family. Master, I wish to begin immediately. For anything you need, just have the senior brother inform me. What a treasure I have found. Such high talent, and yet so diligent." Cheng Qiantai nearly rushed to pay homage at the ancestral tablets of the Beimin sect. "Very well, we shall not disturb you. I will ensure everything is arranged for you, allowing you to focus on your research." With that, Cheng Qiantai departed the alchemy chamber with Cheng Yu and Li Yuanhuan. Ling Xiao revealed an exceedingly smug smile. "I have yet to even begin learning the various skills from the Seven Souls Devil chain. This place is perfect for my cultivation." Heh. Chapter 9. The Seven Souls Devil Art. Ling Xiao commenced his meditation. Were Cheng Qiantai to witness this, he would likely assume that Ling Xiao was merely pondering over alchemical formulas and techniques. Only Ling Xiao knew that he was using his mental energy to cultivate the various devil arts contained within the Seven Souls Devil chain. The first soul, Tianchong, primarily cultivates the practitioner's spatial power. Among the soul stones of the Tianchong in the Seven Souls Devil chain, there exists a formation known as the Ghost Wall. This formation disorients individuals, serving as an essential method for abducting women and children. Among the seven spirits, the second spirit, Ling Hui, predominantly governs human mental prowess. Beyond alchemy, this mental power is also employed for direct psychic assaults. The red-grade mental technique inscribed within the Ling Hui soul stone of the seven spirits magic chain is known as Moyan, capable of inducing a myriad of fearsome illusions. Those ensnared by it may experience mild disorientation or, in severe cases, descend into madness. However, the limitation of this technique lies in its efficacy, which is restricted to red-grade chain soul masters. Even should Ling Xiao ascend to orange grade in the future, this technique would bear no impact on orange-grade chain soul masters. The third spirit, Qipao, focuses on the elemental forces inherent in humanity. Within the Qipao soul stone of the seven spirits magic chain resides a formidable elemental technique referred to as Ghost Fire technique. This malevolent art is particularly insidious, as it specifically targets the souls of individuals. Moreover, the potency of this ghost fire technique escalates in tandem with the user's advancement in level, rendering it usable across all tiers. The fourth spirit, Lipo, is centered on physical strength. The North Min Divine Fist, which Ling Xiao has mastered, is a technique utilized by the Divine Spirit Masters for harnessing physical prowess. The power technique within the Seven Spirits magic chain is known as Mad Demon Fist. The North Min Divine Fist emphasizes the natural alignment of one's physique without compromising bodily integrity, whereas the Mad Demon Fist seeks to maximize the exploitation of one's latent potential. With certain moves inflicting considerable self-harm in the process, it is likely that only a lunatic would dare to employ such a style. The fifth spirit serves as the core, enabling practitioners to devour the souls of divine beasts or demonic creatures, thus transforming into the very entities they have consumed. The red-haired elder Ling Xiao encountered that day had presumably transformed into a dragon after devouring its soul. Currently, within Ling Xiao's Seven Spirits magic chain, the soul he could consume is that of a red-grade demonic creature known as the sharp-toothed hound. The thought of becoming a formidable canine that could bite is daunting. Ling Xiao questioned his own courage and resolve, promptly discarding the notion of consuming the hound's soul and shifting his focus to the sixth spirit, Jing. The transformation of essence into void and the transmutation of essence into substance are the two principal realms of the Jing spirit. Its offensive techniques are quite unique, predominantly involving the use of talismans inscribed with one's own essence to launch attacks or defenses. The elderly talisman user, Wujing Zhanren, whom Ling Xiao encountered yesterday, epitomized a master of the Jing spirit. Within the Jing soul stone of the Seven Spirits magic chain, two red-grade talisman techniques are present: Tortoise Speed Talisman and Poisonous Miasma Talisman. Merely glancing at the names of these talismans allows Ling Xiao to discern their intended purposes. The final spirit, Ying, employs the method of summoning. It allows for the invocation of divine or demonic souls to engage in battle. The sword-wielding avian entity summoned by the purple-clad matriarch of the Taishang sect yesterday was one such divine soul. Presently, the only demonic soul Ling Xiao is capable of summoning is a skeletal figure, so emaciated that its skin is virtually non-existent, wielding a blade. With an abundance of techniques at his disposal, Ling Xiao decided to take his time. He gathered his thoughts, seated himself upon the floor of the herbal repository, and diligently practiced all the magical arts associated with the seven spirits, save for the Mad Demon Fist of the Lipo spirit. The seven soul stones of the Seven Spirits magic chain pulsated with an ominous crimson light against Ling Xiao's chest, casting an eerie glow that rendered his otherwise handsome visage quite uncanny, an unsettling aura born of dissonance and discord. In a swift manner, within the ethereal realm of the Seven Souls demon chain, the gray token rapidly absorbed the dark crimson radiance emanating from the soul stone, drawing all the shadowy hues into the black light point situated atop the token. Instantly, the black light point blazed forth, casting an extraordinary black luminescence across the surrounding inky expanse. Following the absorption by this black light point, the crimson glow emanating from Ling Xiao's chest transformed into a brilliant scarlet, even surpassing the luminosity and sanctity of that produced by a spirit master. The sun traversed from the east to the west, and as the moon ascended, days turned into weeks, with Ling Xiao remaining in a meditative state. Day after day, he maintained this posture, only occasionally partaking in sustenance, persevering in this manner for an entire month. After receiving a report from Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Qian'ai found himself compelled to reassess his newly acquired disciple. For the other disciples, mere days without venturing outside rendered them restless. Yet this new disciple had remained indoors for an entire month. Ling Xiao's determination and resilience, aside from Li Yuanhuan, who could possibly rival him within the Beimin sect? By now, apart from Cheng Qian'ai and Li Yuanhuan, others had likely forgotten that a new member had joined their ranks a month prior. Remarkable, to claim he was diligently cultivating alchemy, yet this was a most arduous form of cultivation. Cheng Qian'ai's face brimmed with approval. Yuanhuan, as soon as this lad emerges, summon him to me. No, simply come and notify me, Master, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has come out. Just as he spoke, a disciple rushed into the hall. Reporting to Cheng Qian'ai, a surge of joy filled Cheng Qian'ai's heart, and he quickly made his way to the medicinal herb repository alongside Li Yuanhuan. Upon encountering Ling Xiao once more, Cheng Qian'ai was struck by the realization that this Ling Xiao was entirely different from the one he had known a month ago. Although dust-covered, Ling Xiao exuded an aura of remarkable cleanliness, particularly with his bright eyes, which appeared as clear as water. Upon seeing Cheng Qian'ai, Ling Xiao shyly smiled and remarked, Master, you have come. Had Cheng Qian'ai known that Ling Xiao's shyness stemmed from his embarrassment at not having engaged in alchemical studies throughout the month, he would surely have been infuriated. However, oblivious to Ling Xiao's inner thoughts, he was deeply moved by the sight of his dust-laden garments and the scent of herbs that enveloped him, nearly brought to tears. He clasped Ling Xiao's arms, inquiring warmly, "My dear disciple, are you weary?" Ling Xiao aptly responded, "For the sake of the sect's alchemical cultivation, any hardship or fatigue is worthwhile." Observing Cheng Qiantai's fervent demeanor, Ling Xiao felt a sense of justifiable contentment and mused, "Master, it is not my intention to deceive you. Speaking the truth benefits no one. Telling a white lie allows us all to be happy, which is quite splendid, is it not?" Unaware of Ling Xiao's inner calculations, Cheng Qiantai's delight only grew. "Today, with your alchemical progress, we shall feast as a sect this evening to celebrate your achievement." At the mention of food, Ling Xiao's stomach audibly grumbled. Having hardly eaten over the past month, he had grown genuinely famished, accustomed to the irregularity of meals, yet the duration of this fast was unprecedented. "Master, could it be changed to noon?" Ling Xiao displayed a pitiful expression, gazing at Cheng Qiantai with anticipation. Cheng Qiantai. After indulging in a lavish feast, Ling Xiao returned to his humble abode. The sumptuous meal had afforded him a glimpse into the workings of the Beimin sect. Though the Beimin sect appeared resplendent on the surface, it paled in comparison to the affluent families of Beimin City. This discrepancy arose from the fact that the Beimin sect was perceived as a mysterious soul-binding sect by the common folk, prompting wealthy families in the vicinity of Beimin City to send their offspring here for training. A significant portion of the Beimin sect's income relied on the tuition fees provided by these affluent families. Those with even greater wealth would opt to send their children to more prestigious sects, leaving the Beimin sect with a limited number of paying disciples, barely exceeding 100 at present. Other prominent sects boasted their own enterprises within the mundane world and could grandly levy substantial protection fees from the territories they safeguarded, ensuring their charges were shielded from the clutches of soul masters. In contrast, the Beimin sect was a modest establishment, lacking its own industry, and could only collect protection fees from the surrounding cities within hundreds of miles of Beimin City, a portion of which had to be surrendered to Luofeng Valley. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising they found themselves in a tight spot. Ling Xiao had previously marveled at the incongruity of the Beimin sect's opulent exterior and the meager sleeping arrangements of its disciples, akin to that of a dog's den. However, Cheng Qiantai had mentioned that as long as he diligently practiced alchemy and sold half of the potions, the Beimin sect's fortunes would soon improve. Cheng Qiantai had been quite frank and straightforward with Ling Xiao, stating that he would be the future financial lifeline of the Beimin sect, and whether prosperity could be achieved depended solely on his efforts. Furthermore, Cheng Qiantai had extolled Ling Xiao's virtues in front of his fellow disciples, praising his perseverance, commitment, and consideration for the sect, causing even the thick-skinned Ling Xiao to blush slightly amidst the envious and resentful glances of his peers. Reflecting on that scene, Ling Xiao chuckled softly, "Master, earning money is something I relish, even without your prompting, wouldn't you agree? My trusty broom." Ling Xiao spoke to the dark, unassuming broom, cradling it in his hands and gently caressing it. For Ling Xiao, once he discerned the material and value of this broom, it would represent yet another source of income. To the money-minded Ling Xiao, this broom was akin to his own flesh and blood. Although he was currently quite affluent, he was aware of his wealth while others remained oblivious. There are words on it. When Ling Xiao's fingers brushed against a particular rough spot on the broom handle, his keen sense detected a subtle irregularity. He quickly lifted the broom and scrutinized a vertical line of tiny inscriptions on the handle. There were 8 minuscule characters: daily sweeping, can sweep heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 10. The magical broom. Ling Xiao was eager to thoroughly investigate this broom, pondering whether it possessed properties akin to the 7 Souls magic chain. Yet, despite knocking and examining various parts, he could not discern any distinguishing features of the broom. Ling Xiao once again attempted to probe with his mental energy, and to his eyes, it appeared to be merely a piece of metal. His mental exploration confirmed the same. Unwilling to concede defeat, Ling Xiao toiled for a considerable time, yet he still failed to uncover any deeper understanding, ultimately resigning to set the broom aside. Since there were no other hidden mysteries, the key must lie within those 8 small characters. Sweep the ground daily, sweep the heavens and earth. Was it the original owner's intent to compel the one who possessed this broom to engage in daily sweeping? Ling Xiao recalled Li Yuanhuan's introduction regarding the broom's former master and pondered. This elder was fundamentally a sweeper. What else could he possibly do without a broom? However, why choose this cumbersome metal broom over others? Ling Xiao lifted the broom and placed the metal bristles on the ground, attempting to sweep a few times. It soon became evident that using this broom for sweeping was no simple task. Though the bristles possessed some flexibility, it required considerable effort from Ling Xiao to press them against the ground effectively to dislodge the dust. Sweeping a small room might be manageable, yet to sweep the vicinity of Songfeng Cliff was a daunting challenge. As Ling Xiao admitted to himself that his current strength was woefully inadequate. Sweep every day? Very well, I shall indeed sweep every day. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself, formulating a plan in his mind. The following morning, many disciples were lost in various delightful dreams, drooling, gnawing on their sheets, and hugging their soft pillows, when a series of knocks at the door jolted them from their slumber. "Open the door! Open the door! I have come to sweep for everyone." Grumbling and cursing, they swung open the door, only to witness the same scene. Ling Xiao barged in, dragging a grimy broom, and immediately began sweeping. Once finished, he swiftly departed, provoking a chorus of exclamations from his fellow disciples. "Madman! Lunatic!" Occasionally, Ling Xiao would knock on the doors of several female disciples, peeking in on their morning beauty, which elicited shrieks and scoldings. "Pervert! Get out!" For several consecutive mornings, Ling Xiao disrupted the rest of the others, leaving his fellow disciples unable to sleep peacefully. They reported the matter to Cheng Qiantai, who merely chuckled and said, "Your junior brother Ling Xiao means well. Henceforth, everyone may leave their doors open at night." Upon seeing the hesitant expressions of a dozen female disciples, Cheng Qiantai quickly added, "Female disciples may close their doors, just as the female disciples rejoiced." Cheng Qiantai continued, "But only after you've risen should Ling Xiao be allowed to enter and sweep." After everyone departed, Cheng Yu, brimming with indignation, remarked, "Father, you are far too indulgent of him. Although he has concocted 1,000 cheapadan for us this month, a bridge is a bridge and a road is a road. You cannot allow him to act so recklessly." Cheng Qiantai, having seen the characters inscribed on the broom's handle, mused to himself that despite being at the Bei Min sect for so long without discovering this secret, Ling Xiao's arrival had revealed it, indicating that he was indeed a person of destiny. Thus, Cheng Qiantai resolved to support Ling Xiao, permitting him to sweep every morning. However, should one venture to sweep other areas, the fellow disciples would undoubtedly gossip about Ling Xiao, potentially inciting suspicion. Thus, Cheng Qiantai acquiesced to Ling Xiao's approach. In Ling Xiao's own words, to sweep is to experience a variety of locations. Otherwise, confining oneself to the herb storage all day would be utterly mundane. Furthermore, it is only natural for fellow disciples to assist one another. For instance, on a previous occasion, he had helped a senior sister extract a rather alluring pair of black undergarments from beneath her bed. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had spent a full 3 months at the Bei Min sect. He had surreptitiously made significant progress in mastering the demonic techniques of the Seven Spirits demon chain, while the Bei Min divine fist required little effort on his part. During his usual hours, aside from sweeping, Ling Xiao engaged in alchemy, unwittingly honing both his physical strength and mental acuity, as the raw materials accumulated. The variety of elixirs he concocted expanded exponentially. Although he primarily sold red-grade pills, their superior quality and fair pricing enabled the Bei Min sect to amass a considerable fortune in crystal stones. To the ordinary person, crystal stones equate to currency, but for soul chain masters, they are essential for cultivation, array formation, alchemy, and weapon crafting. It can be asserted that a sect's development is severely hindered without crystal stones. In this world, secrets are seldom kept. News of the Bei Min sect's elixir sales swiftly spread to other sections one day. While Ling Xiao was organizing herbs, Li Yuanhuan hurried over with a grave expression, stating, "Junior brother Ling, master wishes to see you in the hall." Ling Xiao understood that if it were not a matter of importance, Cheng Qiantai would not summon him at this hour. "Let us go," he replied, promptly halting his work and following Li Yuanhuan to the hall. Upon entering, Ling Xiao observed that in addition to Cheng Qiantai, 3 guests occupied the chairs before him. These 3 individuals exuded righteousness, their demeanor akin to that of Cheng Qiantai, yet they possessed a far greater degree of authority and presence. However, having encountered the pinnacle of power among the 7 holy lands, Ling Xiao was hardly intimidated by these 3. Furthermore, he held a particular disdain for their self-righteous expressions. Cheng Qiantai introduced him, saying, "Shower, these 3 are the leaders of the Changyuan sect, Yangchuan sect, and Qiushan sect. You should greet them promptly." Shower? Ling Xiao was taken aback. Among his disciples, Cheng Qiantai had only ever referred to Li Yuanhuan in such a manner, typically addressing him simply as Ling Xiao. Why had he altered his address today? Surely, it must pertain to these 3 individuals. Ling Xiao was adept at reading people's expressions. Although he was momentarily unsettled by Cheng Qiantai's affectionate nickname, he quickly regained his composure and bowed to the 3 leaders, saying, "Greetings to the 3 esteemed leaders." One leader, who appeared to be of a similar age to Cheng Qiantai, chuckled amiably, "No need for such formalities. Master Ling, you are too courteous." Naturally, Ling Xiao did not reciprocate their pleasantries, standing tall as he inquired of Cheng Qiantai, "Master, what is the reason for summoning me?" The self-reference sent shivers down his spine. Yet Cheng Qiantai beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Shower, these 3 leaders have heard of your alchemical talents and wish to invite you to join their sects. Would you be willing?" Without needing Cheng Qiantai to elaborate further, Ling Xiao discerned the ulterior motives of these 3 individuals. He turned around and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Respected seniors, I, Ling Shaosheng, am deeply indebted to my master. As I am on the verge of repaying this great kindness, how could I possibly consider joining another sect? I am truly humbled by the affection bestowed upon me by the three esteemed elders. Ling Shaosheng's words were remarkably articulate, far beyond what one might expect from a mere ruffian or beggar. Even Ling Shaosheng himself was unaware of the origins of his eloquent and somewhat pretentious expressions. Had it not been for Cheng Qiantai recognizing the occasional gravity and mirth in Ling Shaosheng's demeanor, he might have thought he had mistaken his identity. Oh well, this lad, though somewhat peculiar, has proven himself to be quite favorable to our Beimin sect. Some matters are perhaps best left unexamined. The smiles on the faces of the three sect leaders had grown somewhat strained, as the one who had earlier urged Ling Shaosheng to forego excessive formalities still clung to hope. Ling Shaosheng, have you not considered the price we are willing to pay? If you are amenable to joining any one of our three sects, we are prepared to offer you 100,000 orange crystal stones. The value of crystal stones corresponds to the levels of soul chain masters, categorized into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with the disparity between levels being 100-fold. Were this a previous time, upon hearing that he was worth 10 of those orange crystal stones, Ling Shaosheng would have readily sold himself. However, the wealth Ling Shaosheng possessed now dwarfed what these individuals could offer. He feigned shock for a moment before regaining his composure. The favor of my master cannot be measured in crystal stones. The other two sect leaders immediately adopted a contemptuous expression, brazenly retorting, "Unappreciative wretch, Cheng Qiantai, since he is unwilling, we shall not press the matter further. However, the three of us have discussed that if he does not wish to join us, we will provide the medicinal materials, and you, Beimin sect, shall be responsible for the alchemy. It is only fair that profits are shared amongst us, as we are indeed branches of the same tree." Ling Shaosheng silently scoffed. These individuals were utterly shameless, clearly seeking a share of the spoils while cloaking their intentions in lofty rhetoric. The so-called guardians of the souls of the world exhibited such disgraceful conduct, tragic and lamentable. Although the seven demons' ancestor employed ruthless tactics, he at least conducted his transactions with clarity. In comparison to these hypocrites, the seven demons' ancestor was infinitely more noble. Cheng Qiantai, afraid to offend the sect leaders, hesitated. "Well, that could work, but how shall we divide the profits?" The amiable sect leader replied. "We will supply the raw materials and handle sales. All Ling Shaosheng needs to do is lend his efforts. Rest assured, we will ensure you are not at a disadvantage in this arrangement." How does a 90-10 split sound? Cheng Qiantai trembled with indignation. A mere 10%? Are you not treating Ling Shaosheng as a mere alchemical machine? Yet, Cheng Qiantai dared not voice his fury. Such exploitation of the weak by the powerful was not limited to the realm of mere children. While Cheng Qiantai pondered how to respond, Ling Shaosheng interjected. 80% for you. 20% for us. Not a single crystal stone less. Otherwise, we shall not engage in discussion. The three exchanged glances, communicating silently before nodding in agreement. Deal. Ling Shaosheng immediately broke into a cheerful smile. In that case, I kindly request that the three sect leaders send over the medicinal materials so we may commence alchemy tomorrow. I, Ling Shao, am not accustomed to venturing to other places, and I kindly ask for the understanding of the three seniors. Upon hearing Ling Zhao's enthusiastic words, the three individuals felt their initial anger dissipate like mist, their faces transforming into smiles as they replied, "Well said, well said. We shall return and prepare the materials at once." After they departed, Cheng Qiantai gazed at Ling Shao with a hint of concern, saying, "Shower, this may prove overwhelming for you." Ling Shao, with a sly grin and a finger brushing beneath his nose, replied, "Master, rest assured. Even at a mere 20%, our Beimin sect will still emerge as the greatest beneficiary." A chill ran down Cheng Qiantai's spine. The boy's smile instilled in him a sense of foreboding, as if his very hairs were standing on end. Chapter 11. Utilizing others to one's advantage. As soon as the leaders of the Changyuan sect, Yangchuan sect, and Qiyashapa departed from the Beimin sect, two of them turned to the previously affable individual and inquired, "Master Qian, how dare this lad bargain with us? I cannot abide by this without showing him a lesson." Master Qian chuckled ominously. "Masters Luo and Chen, the Beimin sect cannot remain arrogant for long. Let that lad revel in his moment of pride. When the grand competition of the falling Wind Valley arrives, if the Beimin sect remains at the bottom, they shall be forced to merge with another sect. At that time, will that boy not have to obediently seek refuge elsewhere?" The three exchanged knowing glances, their understanding palpable, and erupted into raucous laughter. Their demeanor resembled that of wolves, ravens, and foxes plotting the division of their spoils, their expressions reflecting a level of depravity far removed from the righteous airs they typically displayed before their disciples. The following day, dozens of disciples from the three sects pushed over a dozen large carts up Beimin Mountain, positioning them halfway up the mountain, at the entrance of the Beimin sect. "Hurry, Beimin sect? Come and receive the medicinal materials, bellowed a burly youth, his voice echoing swiftly to the Beimin sect. Chengyu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This is outrageous. What kind of behavior is this?" Li Yuanhuan quickly interjected, "Junior sister, do not be agitated. Let us simply go and collect them." With that, Li Yuanhuan led the male disciples of the sect to the halfway point for the exchange. Upon seeing Li Yuanhuan, the youth extended his hand, demanding, "Produce 200 orange crystal stones." Li Yuanhuan was taken aback. "Did we not agree that you would provide the raw materials? Why must we pay?" The youth retorted fiercely, "You brat, it is true that the raw materials are supplied by our 3 sects, but we never agreed to do the labor for you. Those 200 orange crystal stones are the labor fees for my brothers. Given that we are all under the Falling Wind Valley banner, we have chosen not to hold it against you. If you continue to prattle on, you shall not retrieve the medicinal materials." "Indeed," echoed the other disciples transporting the materials, clearly intent on extorting Li Yuanhuan. The disciples of Beimin's sect were indignant. "This is too much. How can they act in such a manner?" The youth widened his eyes, reminiscent of a fish boiled to death, and demanded, "So, what will it be? Do you want them? If so, pay the crystals." Li Yuanhuan appeared distressed. "This, senior brother, let us forego these medicinal materials. Let them take them back," a voice called from behind Li Yuanhuan. The crowd recognized it was Ling Xiao who had arrived. The youth was momentarily taken aback by Ling Xiao's words. As he regained his senses, he was taken aback to realize that the one making such bold statements was merely a young lad. Infuriated and embarrassed, he exclaimed, "You insolent brat, do you dare to refuse? Believe me, I, Wang Batian, will pummel you so thoroughly that even your parents wouldn't recognize you." With that, Wang Batian unleashed a surge of soul power, emanating a formidable yellow aura from his entire being. He was indeed a yellow-level soul master. Aside from Li Yuanhuan, none of the disciples from the Beimin sect possessed such a rank. Instinctively, the other disciples stepped back in fear. In the face of Wang Batian's intimidation, Ling Xiao maintained a relaxed demeanor, smiling as he replied, "Very well. If you injure me and there's no one to refine the medicine, you may take these herbs with you." "What? You are that young lad who can refine medicine?" Wang Batian exclaimed, his disbelief evident. However, seeing Ling Xiao's unyielding confidence and fearless attitude, he began to suspect it might be true. Grinding his teeth, Wang Batian retorted, "You little brat, you've got some guts. Let us go." With a sweeping gesture, he turned to leave, only to hear Ling Xiao's cold voice behind him, "Make sure to deliver them to the entrance of our Beimin sect. Otherwise, if any harm befalls these herbs on the way, it will not be our Beimin sect's responsibility." Wang Batian raised his chin, gritting his teeth, "You little brat, don't think that knowing how to refine a bit of medicine makes you special. I will indeed teach you a lesson today, and let us see what you can do." No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched a punch aimed squarely at Ling Xiao's chest. Should this blow land, Ling Xiao would either perish or be bedridden for months. Although the brothers typically viewed Ling Xiao with disdain, they all shouted warnings in unison. "Be careful." However, given Ling Xiao's current cultivation level, evading Wang Batian's strike was utterly impossible. As the punch drew near, a white figure dashed to Ling Xiao's side, pulling him back just in time while simultaneously delivering a punch towards Wang Batian. With a resounding thud, the two collided, each staggering back several steps before regaining their footing. "Senior brother?" Ling Xiao and the others cried out in astonishment, relieved to see that Li Yuanhuan appeared unharmed. Wang Batian's wolf-like gaze fixed intensely on Li Yuanhuan. "You little rascal, you were able to withstand my blow. However, I only used 70% of my strength. If you have the guts, take another." Li Yuanhuan seethed. "Wang Batian, you are truly overstepping. You, a yellow-level soul master, dare to strike against our red-level soul master? Do you have no shame?" "Oh no, senior brother, my hand is broken." Ling Xiao cried out in agony. "I fear I cannot refine the medicine now." Although Wang Batian knew that Ling Xiao was merely putting on an act, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of regret for his earlier recklessness. If he had truly injured Ling Xiao, it would have jeopardized his master's livelihood, and he would surely face severe consequences upon returning. "You will deliver the herbs to the entrance of the Beimin sect. I must return and report." Wang Batian grunted with resentment before swiftly departing. The disciples, seeing Wang Batian leave, dared not continue their harassment and obediently pushed the cart of herbs to the foot of the Beimin sect. "Junior brother Ling, are you all right?" Li Yuanhuan inquired with a look of deep concern. Chengyu huffed disdainfully, "Only you, senior brother, would believe he has any issues." Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am quite well." The thought of his fellow disciples worrying about him stirred a subtle sense of gratitude within Ling Xiao. Particularly moving was the sight of the usually benevolent senior brother, who had actually engaged in a confrontation for his sake and that of Wang Batian. This bond was something Ling Xiao would forever cherish in his heart. It was at this moment that Ling Xiao truly began to regard the Beimin sect as his new home and his fellow disciples as brothers. Although at that time, these brothers resumed their mockery of his feigned indifference, Ling Xiao remained unperturbed. Very well, I shall commence my alchemical work now, Ling Xiao declared with a feigned nonchalance, executing a dramatic turn as he entered the herb storage, ready to begin his potion crafting. The residual flames of the Sanli fire left by Li Yuanhuan would ignite readily at Ling Xiao's command. All he needed was to apply the ember beneath the cauldron, and the flames would roar to life without requiring Li Yuanhuan to serve as the source of heat. Of course, the wood capable of withstanding the Sanli fire's blaze was quite costly. Ling Xiao secluded himself in the herb storage for 3 days and nights. After this period, a resounding explosion echoed, prompting everyone to rush to the herb storage to discern the cause. Emerging like a crow, Ling Xiao appeared from the storage, his figure cloaked in black soot. Master, I have successfully crafted 30,000 chipa pills, he announced with a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, starkly contrasting against his sooty visage. However, Master, your cauldron is destroyed. Chang Qiantai was nearly moved to tears, fully aware that the creation of these 30,000 chipa pills demanded Ling Xiao's relentless dedication for 3 days and nights, exhausting all his spiritual energy. If it is ruined, so be it. I shall procure a better cauldron for you tomorrow, Chang Qiantai said, patting Ling Xiao on the shoulder. You should rest now. Leave the rest to your master. Ling Xiao, my talented disciple, indeed possesses remarkable skills. A voice suddenly resonated from above Beimin City, causing the crowd to change their expressions and gaze skyward. Ling Xiao's face was shrouded in darkness, rendering his emotions inscrutable to others. Only he knew of the cold sneer that escaped his lips. The 3 sect leaders approached him, with Qian Zhangmin wearing a smile that Ling Xiao found exceedingly insincere. Ling Xiao, my dear disciple, we shall take away the 30,000 chipa pills immediately. The 20% profit will be promptly delivered to the Beimin sect once the pills are sold. Please, lead the way. Chang Qiantai seethed with indignation, realizing these 3 had evidently been surveilling the Beimin sect all along, which was utterly outrageous. Despite Chang Qiantai clenching his fists tightly, the 3 men acted as though they were oblivious. Ling Xiao gestured invitingly. Please, follow me. Upon entering the herb storage, the trio's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the countless chipa pills scattered across the floor. Over 30,000. Just consider the implications. It was known that 10 pills could elevate a red-grade spirit master to the orange grade. Thus, 30,000 could potentially forge 3,000 orange-grade spirit masters. If sold, they could fetch a minimum of 300,000 orange crystal stones. The original cost of their medicinal materials amounts to 100,000 orange crystal stones, with a profit of 200,000 shared by the Beimin sect, yielding over 50,000 orange crystal stones for each faction. An investment of 30,000 can yield over 50,000 in just 3 days, a profit that doubles. What delights the 3 sect leaders even more is that they initially believed the materials could yield a maximum of 20,000 chipadan, and that was under conditions of no waste. Now, to their astonishment, Ling Xiao has exceeded expectations, increasing their profits by half compared to the original plan. How could they not be overjoyed? Master Qin chuckled heartily, saying, Disciple Ling Xiao, please take a good rest. We shall not disturb your repose. Once you are refreshed, do let us know, and we will promptly deliver the original materials. Ling Xiao, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, 3 masters, there's no need for an immediate delivery. Please send the same quantity of materials a month later. Very well. The 3 could hardly contain their excitement as they hastily stored away the 30,000 chipadan in their spatial storage, treating Qiantai as though he were non-existent, not sparing him a glance as they hurriedly departed. Qiantai gritted his teeth in frustration. What shameless scoundrels, Ling Xiao chuckled. Master, do not be vexed. We have managed to profit by using their resources. Qiantai, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Ling Xiao pushed aside a section of the medicinal materials piled on the ground, revealing over 10,000 chipadan. Chapter 12. Purchasing Soul Stones. Qiantai gazed in disbelief at the unexpectedly materialized 10,000 chipadan, taking a considerable time to regain his composure, his throat dry. What did I ask going on here? Ling Xiao chuckled. Master, I mentioned that even with a mere 2%, the greatest gains belong to our Beimin sect. The materials those fellows provided are sufficient for me to refine 40,000 chipadan. I intentionally caused the furnace to explode to distract them, all in order to securely hide these chipadan given the alchemical standards of the Yaotian continent. I have performed extraordinarily well. Once they are convinced that I can only produce 30,000 pills from such a large quantity of materials, we will be able to save an additional 10,000 chipadan each time. Qiantai regarded his disciple, whose face was smeared with dark ash, with a serious expression, unsure of how to respond. Ling Xiao's profound scheming had surpassed even Qian Tai's expectations. Ling Xiao was considering the interests of our Beimin sect. This cannot be deemed insidious. Qian Tai reassured himself internally, tacitly accepting Ling Xiao's methods. Had Qian Tai known that the actual yield of Qi Padan was not 40,000, but 50,000, he would have likely spewed blood in anger. The surplus 10,000 had naturally been concealed within the space of the soul chain by Ling Xiao. He was not so selfless as to act entirely for the sake of the sect. Shower, let us depart. Qian Tai stored the more than 10,000 Qi Padan into the soul chain space and was about to exit the medicinal materials chamber when Ling Xiao suddenly interjected, Master, please ensure that no one else in the sect learns of this surplus 10,000 Qi Padan, except for senior brother. Qian Tai halted, his expression shifting. Are you suggesting? The Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce has an excellent reputation. They will keep our sale of pills confidential. Besides the sect members, who else do you think would be aware of our sale of pills? Moreover, do you also know that it is I who has refined it? A chilling aura emanated from Ling Xiao's brow as she gazed at Cheng Qiantai with an enigmatic expression. After pondering for a brief moment, Cheng Qiantai replied, Very well, I shall be cautious. Shower, you should return and rest. Mim? Ling Xiao nodded, refraining from uttering any further words. In the ensuing fortnight, Ling Xiao did not indulge in rest. Rather, she roamed about with a broom in hand, sweeping wherever she went. Occasionally, upon spotting birds flying low in the sky, she would leap up to knock them down. Likewise, if she encountered an insect perched upon the wall, she would unhesitatingly swat it away with her broom. The other disciples were unfazed by her antics, having long since grown accustomed to her behavior. They knew that Ling Xiao had become a favored individual before the master, free to act as she pleased without fear of reprimand. However, they were astonished to observe that as time passed, Ling Xiao not only became increasingly adept with the iron broom, but her physique also noticeably grew stronger. The once slender Ling Xiao transformed into a robust figure, her entire demeanor reflecting traits reminiscent of a soul chain master. While others marveled at Ling Xiao's transformation, only she lamented inwardly, damn it. The master mentioned that merely 10 Qi pills would suffice to elevate one from the red level to the orange level. Yet, having consumed 100 Qi pills, why is there still no sign of progress? Just how many Qi pills must I swallow for that cursed 7-pa demon chain to respond? Concern for Ling Xiao's predicament was also harbored by Cheng Qiantai. He was aware that she had ingested Qi pills, yet there remained no indication of any upgrade in her soul chain. If Ling Xiao failed to ascend to the orange level in due time, she would stand no chance of success in the upcoming newcomer competition at Luofeng Valley in 2 months. This weighed heavily on Cheng Qiantai's mind. Should the Beimin sect go 5 consecutive years without any disciples at the red or orange levels breaking into the top 10, it would face the dire prospect of merging with another sect. Li Yuanhuan had previously achieved 6th place in the newcomer competition, but that was 4 years prior. Following that competition, he ascended to the yellow level, thereby no longer qualifying as a newcomer. Cheng Qiantai had initially pinned his dim hopes on his daughter, but Ling Xiao's emergence ignited a greater sense of optimism. If his daughter represented a lifeline, then Ling Xiao was akin to a sturdy rope. Yet now, this rope seemed to be fraying, causing Cheng Qiantai to be consumed by worry. Observing Ling Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Cheng Qiantai sighed in resignation. Noticing her master's distress, Li Yuanhuan suddenly remarked, Master, might it be possible that junior brother Ling possesses the 7P1 Yuan constitution? The 7P1 Yuan constitution? Cheng Qiantai sprang from his seat, his eyes ablaze with fervor. How could I have overlooked this? It is indeed a possibility. Ling Xiao was taken aback. The 7P1 Yuan constitution? What on earth is that? Li Yuanhuan elucidated. Almost every soul chain master can choose to cultivate 1 or more soul stones. However, there exists an exceedingly rare few born with the 7P1 Yuan constitution. For them, cultivating a single soul stone is futile. They must simultaneously cultivate all 7 soul stones to achieve an upgrade. Ling Xiao suddenly comprehended that the so-called 7 souls 1 essence constitution was fundamentally akin to the cultivation of the 7 souls demon chain. The only difference lay in the fact that the 7 souls demon chain cultivated the demonic 7 souls, whereas he was now to cultivate the divine 7 souls. Ling Xiao speculated that this so-called 7 souls 1 essence constitution was likely connected to his refining of both the 7 souls demon chain and the dual souls of divine and demonic. For the dual souls to coexist, it was imperative that they possessed equivalent power to achieve balance. Only then could one ascend in rank. Cheng Qiantai suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, Shower, you must keep the matter of your 7 souls 1 essence constitution a secret. Otherwise, it may invite unnecessary troubles. Ling Xiao secretly found this amusing. There was no need for Cheng Qiantai to remind him, as he was not foolish enough to go around proclaiming, Hey, everyone, come quickly and see. I am a genius, the genius among geniuses. Li Yuanhuan then remarked, in that case, we must now seek the soul stones of the other 6 souls. Cheng Qiantai nodded, indeed. Huaner, Shower, please don some disguises and accompany me to the Yaoxing Merchant Association. The Yaoxing Merchant Association is the largest chain of merchants across the entire Yaotian continent. Wherever there are chain soul masters, there will be a branch of it. The most renowned slogan of the Yaoxing Merchant Association is, "There is nothing that cannot be purchased, only prices that are unaffordable." After donning their disguises, Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Ling Xiao stealthily arrived at the Yaoxing Merchant Association in Beimin City, where they were greeted by a cheerful young lady. "Esteemed guests, my name is Zhao Shanshan. How may I assist you today?" To be honest, the young lady was not particularly beautiful, yet her smile was infectious, evoking a sense of warmth and approachability. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao had no inclination to engage with her, as he was solely focused on procuring the items he desired. Cheng Qianai suppressed his voice and inquired, "Do you have crimson-grade soul stones here?" Zhao Shanshan replied with a smile, "Indeed, we do. May I ask which soul stone you require, and what kind of skill?" Cheng Qiantai glanced at Ling Xiao, signaling him to make the decision himself. Ling Xiao, displaying considerable poise, stated, "What options do you have? Please lead us to take a look and provide us with an introduction." "Esteemed guests, please follow me," said Zhao Shanshan, leading the trio into a display hall. Upon entering, they beheld a table adorned with a variety of soul stones emanating a crimson glow, which were truly captivating. Zhao Shanshan gestured towards the soul stones and said, "All the crimson-grade soul stones are here. Please feel free to choose at your leisure." Each of these soul stones had a note affixed above them, detailing the techniques and skills contained within. The dazzling array of soul stones left Ling Xiao momentarily dazzled and overwhelmed. "Master, perhaps you could assist me in selecting. I genuinely do not know which to choose," he admitted candidly. Cheng Qianai scanned the selection and casually picked 6 soul stones, excluding the strength soul stone. Regardless of the skill, as long as it can be effectively cultivated, it will prove beneficial. "How many crystal stones will these 6 soul stones amount to?" he inquired. Zhao Shanshan, beaming with a warm smile, responded, "Each one costs 100 orange crystal stones, totaling 600 orange crystal stones." Ling Xiao mentally noted that 6 crimson-grade soul stones were equivalent to 60 crimson soul pills, which was not overly expensive. He likely forgot that just a few months ago, he was consumed by thoughts of revenge against the brothel owner of the Red Pavilion over 100 red crystals, which amounted to a single orange crystal. Cheng Qianai had recently acquired these 6 soul stones when suddenly he heard a voice outside, one that both he and Ling Xiao were well acquainted with. "How many red-level soul stones are here? We will purchase them all." Cheng Qiantai and Ling Xiao exchanged glances, their faces etched with profound disdain. "We have no desire to encounter them. Is there any place we can hide?" As Zhao Shanshan, who served as a receptionist at the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce, was certainly no dullard. Cheng Qiantai's words were scarcely out of his mouth when she promptly ushered the 3 of them into a nearby side hall. Just as Zhao Shanshan had arranged for Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Ling Xiao, the voice of the leader of the Yangchuan sect, Luo, echoed from outside. "Didn't you say there was someone to receive us here?" Zhao Shanshan swiftly stepped outside, her face alight with a smile. "Here we are, gentlemen. Do you wish to purchase all of the red-level soul stones?" Li Yuanhuan, who was in the side hall, recognized the voice and frowned, remarking, "What do they intend to do with so many red-level soul stones? Have they sold out their own chamber's soul stones and come here to buy ours?" Cheng Qianai raised an eyebrow. "That is their concern. The crucial question is, where did they acquire such an abundance of crystals to purchase these soul stones?" Ling Xiao, in a hushed tone, queried, "Master, what do you think? Is there any need to articulate that?" Chapter 13. The 7 soul chains outside, Zhao Shanshan cheerfully announced, "Esteemed guests, acquiring this many red-level soul stones will require 300,000 orange crystals. However, for a bulk purchase, I can offer you a discount, 28,000 orange crystals." Luo, speaking in a gruff voice, inquired, "Do we have 30,000 red soul pills, which can offset 300,000 orange crystals?" "Ah, very well," Zhao Shanshan replied. "I will notify the staff to prepare your goods. And shortly, you esteemed guests can proceed to the counter for the transaction." The efficiency of the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce is indeed commendable. Ha ha! The coarse laughter of Chen, the leader of the Qiusha sect, made Ling Xiao feel an overwhelming urge to rush out and stuff a mop into his mouth. Of course, it remained a mere thought. In a short while, Zhao Shanshan returned to the side hall and addressed them. "The 3 guests have departed. Do you wish to purchase anything else?" Cheng Qianai hesitated for a moment before earnestly asking, "Are there any quality soul chains available?" Zhao Shanshan replied with a smile, "Indeed, we have soul chains. May I inquire as to which material you are interested in? How many crystals are required for the most expensive soul chain?" Although Cheng Qiantai asked nonchalantly, Ling Xiao keenly observed that his master's hand trembled slightly. Zhao Shanshan elaborated, "The priciest soul chain costs 100,000 orange crystals and is woven from the branches of the purple sky divine tree, interlaced with golden crow silk, serving as a treasure for defense against soul attacks, with a capacity of 100 square meters." Initially perplexed by the concept of a soul chain, Ling Xiao grasped its significance upon hearing the term capacity. A soul chain is formed by threading soul stones together with the soul chain, where the soul stones store souls, while the soul chain serves to store material. Previously, Ling Xiao had the most rudimentary soul chain, merely used for stringing soul stones without any storage capability. Now, Chang Qiantai intends to acquire the soul chain, as he originally wished to replace his own with a superior one. Master, Lin Xiao's heart, once as hard as stone, has finally begun to soften, if only just a little. Regardless of whether Chang Qiantai's investments stem from his utilitarian view of her, Lin Xiao still cherishes this sentiment from him. 100,000 orange crystal stones is not a trifling sum for the Beimin sect. Miss Xiao, please retrieve that soul chain. Chang Qiantai's hand trembled slightly. I will trade you 10,000 Chipadan in exchange. Very well. The transaction amounted to several 100,000 crystal stones, equivalent to the annual business of the Beimin branch of the Yaoxing Trading Association. Today, Zhao Shanshan was in exceptionally high spirits, her movements noticeably more nimble. Before long, a magnificent soul chain, interwoven with gold and emerald green, appeared before Lin Xiao. Gazing at the resplendent chain, which radiated an air of grandeur, Lin Xiao felt a slight sting in her nose. Chang Qianai carefully stored the soul chain and waved his hand. Let us depart. The trio returned to the Beimin sect and promptly entered Lin Xiao's herbal repository. Lin Xiao understood that her master intended to replace her soul chain. As expected, Chang Qianai produced the soul chain along with 6 soul stones, intricately strung together to form an exquisitely delicate chain. A shower. Utilize the soul chain technique your elder brother taught you to activate the soul power. Chang Qiantai instructed calmly. Understood. Lin Xiao closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating her spiritual energy into the soul chain before her. In an instant, the chain gleamed with a crimson light, illuminating Lin Xiao's serene and peaceful face. Turn. With a single wave of his hand, Chang Qiantai sent the new soul chain soaring towards Lin Xiao, perfectly encircling her neck. The original chain, which had contained but a single soul stone, fused with the new one, transforming into a chain adorned with 7 soul stones. In that fleeting moment, 6 new types of soul techniques flooded Lin Xiao's mind. The Tian Chongpa soul technique, a red-level skill, allows one to traverse 10 meters in the time it takes to cover merely 1 meter, proving highly effective for ambushes and combat. The Ling Huipa soul technique, named the Clear Heart Formula, lacks offensive capabilities but specifically counters the mental impact technique, the nightmare, within Lin Xiao's 7 Po demon chain, and can also dispel various low-level toxins. The Chipa soul stone harbors a rudimentary thunder technique, the thunder summoning art, capable of conjuring lightning as thick as a thumb. The central soul stone contains the essence of a red-level divine beast. The 3-legged bird. Upon refinement, Lin Xiao could transform into a bird with 3 legs. What on earth are these monstrous forms? Lin Xiao thought, reluctant to become a dog or a strange bird, thus deciding to set that aside for the time being. The Jingpa soul stone's red-level technique involves a simple method for crafting spirit runes, which Lin Xiao glanced at briefly before losing interest in further study. The final technique was the Ingpa red-level summoning art, which could summon a red-level divine soul, the Scarlet Angel, a diminutive figure wielding a short red sword. With the completion of the new chain, the crimson radiance surrounding Lin Xiao surged dramatically as the previously absorbed powers of the Qi Padan erupted forth, amplifying the red-level energies of the 7 soul stones to their utmost potential. However, Lin Xiao still had not attained orange level. Since Ling Xiao must refine 7 distinct soul stones, it is hardly surprising that he has yet to reach the orange level. Li Yuanhuan had long cautioned Ling Xiao that the challenge of simultaneously cultivating 7 soul stones was formidable. With few chain soul masters able to accomplish such a feat, Ling Xiao is already a prodigy among prodigies. Li Yuanhuan consoled him with a smile, saying, Master, given Ling Shidi's current prowess, he is undoubtedly unrivaled within the red tier. Even when facing orange-level chain soul masters with fewer than 3 soul stones, he stands a chance of victory. Securing a spot in the top 10 of the newcomer competition should pose no problem. Your efforts have not been in vain. Chang Qianai cast a satisfied glance at Ling Xiao and nodded appreciatively. In the newcomer competition, there are few orange-level chain soul masters with 4 or more soul stones. Xiao still possesses a degree of certainty in his success. For the remaining 2 months, refrain from alchemy, and focus on mastering the powers of these 7 soul stones. Learn as many skills as you can. Chang Qianai had initially intended to impart 1 or 2 red-tier fist techniques from the Beimin school. But upon remembering that Ling Xiao was simultaneously cultivating 7 souls, he decided against it. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed to Chang Qiantai, saying, Master, thank you for granting me this 7 soul chain. I shall take my leave now. The 7 soul chain? What a splendid name. Chang Qianai paused momentarily before chuckling. Xiao, you may go and train diligently. Yes, master. Ling Xiao secretly sighed in relief. What a ridiculous name you came up with. Seven Soul Chain. Fortunately, Master didn't associate it with the Seven Soul Demon Chain. Otherwise, that would have been perilous. In the following days, Ling Xiao continued his routine of sweeping, practicing the Beiman Divine Fist, and meditating. Under the influence of that peculiar token, the two chains of 7 soul stones merged with Ling Xiao at an astonishing pace, complementing one another seamlessly, with no signs of incompatibility or exposure. Ling Xiao refrained from revealing his abilities, and even he was unsure of the extent of his power. The promised share of profits from the 3 sects to the Beiman school had yet to materialize. A month passed by in this mundane manner. One day, while Ling Xiao was practicing the Beiman Divine Fist, he suddenly heard a sharp whoosh. Looking up, he saw a signal flare bursting in the sky to the west of the Beiman school. This is Doc. Just as Ling Xiao hesitated, Li Yuanhuan shouted, "The master is not at the mountain gate. We must hurry westward. Fellow disciples from the Spirit Soul sect are in need of assistance." Although Ling Xiao was eager to test his skills, he hesitated, realizing the potential danger. After all, those were not his comrades from the Beiman school. He therefore slowed his pace slightly. After his shout, Li Yuanhuan didn't bother to check if anyone else was following and dashed westward. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. What a warm-hearted senior brother he is. To the west of the Beiman school lay a vast plain, where Ling Xiao and the members of the Beiman school could see dozens of disciples from the Yangchuan sect being besieged by a horde of demon soul masters from a distance. Judging by the soul power they emanated, there were over 20 spirit soul masters, including both orange and red tiers. Meanwhile, the demon soul masters numbered over 40, with only 2 at the yellow tier. The rest were all orange-tiered. Li Yuanhuan, who arrived early, was engaged in combat with one of the yellow-level soul masters, while the other adversary facing a yellow-level soul master was none other than Wang Batian from the Yangchuan sect. This was the first time Ling Xiao had witnessed Li Yuanhuan wielding his weapon, a silver spear. Observing how laboriously his opponent struggled against it, Ling Xiao surmised that the spear must possess considerable weight. Li Yuanhuan held the advantage on the battlefield, whereas Wang Batian was far less fortunate. He found himself entangled with another yellow-level soul master, reduced to mere defense, bearing numerous injuries and appearing exceedingly wretched. Scattered across the ground lay over a dozen corpses, most of which belonged to disciples of the Yangchuan sect, as indicated by their attire. The members of the Beiman sect surged forward, with Cheng Yu leading the charge, shouting, "Slay these demons!" The 40 or so orange-level soul masters, undeterred by the arrival of reinforcements, instead radiated a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. "Come forth!" Cheng Yu's eyes widened with determination. Perish, a gleaming sword materialized in her hand, aimed directly at the chest of an orange-level soul master. This particular soul master had just extracted the heart of a Yangchuan disciple and, upon noticing Cheng Yu's approach, casually hurled the heart in her direction. The acrid scent of blood assaulted Cheng Yu's senses, nearly inducing her to retch, causing her movements to falter momentarily. "Little girl, die!" cackled the soul master, evading Cheng Yu's strike before lunging with a claw aimed at her heart. Instinctively, Cheng Yu raised her sword to block, unaware that the initial claw was merely a feint. The true lethal strike was the subsequent blow aimed at her head. Chapter 14. The bloody first encounter. Cheng Yu, accustomed to sparring with her fellow disciples, had never experienced such a life-and-death struggle. Despite being an orange-level chain soul master, her lack of combat experience left her at a significant disadvantage. Within the span of 2 exchanges, her opponent had already unleashed a fierce claw towards her head. Unless a miracle intervened, her fate was sealed. The terror of death rendered Cheng Yu paralyzed, her gaze fixed in horror on her assailant's claw, her feet frozen in place. "Junior sister," Li Yuanhuan, from several dozen meters away, was alarmed and wished to intervene, but he was ensnared by his own opponent, rendering his assistance too late. Bang! The soul master felt a sudden numbing sensation in his arm. His claw-like fingers shattered under the impact. When he finally discerned that it was a metallic broom blocking his attack, he lost the chance to identify its wielder. A figure surged forward, moving as if each 10 steps were but one. Employing the primary red-level soul space skill, shortened distance. With a resounding crack, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, the soul master's head was swept away by the iron broom, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, creating a grotesquely bloody scene. Ling Xiao's initial strike was ruthlessly fierce, leaving Cheng Yu utterly astonished. Still reeling from her shock, Cheng Yu stared blankly at her savior, Ling Xiao, who wielded a black broom. The broom was stained with dark red blood, the black and crimson hues blending together, rendering Ling Xiao an embodiment of a soul master in that moment. With a fierce expression, Ling Xiao bellowed, "This is the battlefield. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for someone else to rescue you?" Cheng Yu bit her lip tightly, as if attempting to draw blood in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao dashed once more to stand behind Cheng Yu, wielding a broom to strike down the 2 marauding soul masters, reducing them to a bloody pulp. with crimson viscera splattering everywhere. Cheng Yu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with fury, reminiscent of an injured lioness. "You needn't teach me a lesson. Who asked for your assistance?" With that, she retaliated with a swift thrust of her sword, piercing the throat of yet another advancing soul master. As the disciples of the Beimin sect joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The soul masters found themselves at a disadvantage, facing a catastrophic defeat. Apart from 2 yellow-tier soul masters who managed to escape, over 40 orange-tier soul masters were slain. Wang Batian, battered and bruised, surveyed the lifeless bodies of more than 20 of his Yangchuan sect disciples. Moistening his parched lips with his tongue, he bitterly addressed Li Yuanhuan. "Thank you, Li Yuanhuan." Maintaining a calm demeanor, displayed no semblance of triumph. "You are too kind. We are all part of the Luofeng Valley sects. Assisting one another is only natural." With that, he turned his attention away from Wang Batian, casting a worried glance at his pale-faced junior sister Cheng Yu. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Cheng Yu, struggling to suppress the urge to retch, replied weakly. "I'm fine." Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the corpse of a soul master erupted, showering the nearby disciples of the Beimin sect with a blood mist that swiftly corroded their skin. As they watched their skin decay at a visible pace, the group of Beimin disciples shrieked in horror, desperately clawing at the advancing rot, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. "Don't touch it!" Ling Xiao barked urgently, swiftly extracting several small white vials from the soul chain and pouring the powder from the vials onto the rotting flesh of the disciples. Simultaneously, the spirit wisdom soul stone on Ling Xiao's chest flickered, releasing a flurry of crimson light that darted toward the wounds of the Beimin disciples, hastily mending their corroded skin. The disciples gazed in astonishment at the miraculous scene, almost forgetting the excruciating pain they had just endured. All done. Ling Xiao, secretly exerting his soul power, found himself drenched in sweat. It was his first time employing the tranquil heart technique, and having saved several of his comrades, he felt compelled to appear unruffled. Otherwise, how would others perceive him? His peers might claim favoritism, and it could reveal certain strengths before Wang Batian of the Yangchuan sect, which would be detrimental in light of the upcoming newcomer competition in a month. Nevertheless, Wang Batian had taken note of Ling Xiao, not merely because he was the renowned alchemist, but also due to his use of the Spirit Wisdom Soul Stone. The Beimin sect primarily focused on cultivating the strength of the soul. Yet Ling Xiao's employment of the Spirit Wisdom Soul Stone signified that he had opted for the cultivation of a multi-soul stone chain. Wang Batian was well aware of the challenges inherent in mastering such a technique, having attempted it himself only to encounter insurmountable obstacles, ultimately leading to his abandonment of the endeavor. Clearly, Ling Xiao had successfully refined 2 soul stones, which could not escape Wang Batian's scrutiny. Fortunately, it seemed he was not yet proficient in its use. Observing Ling Xiao, drenched in perspiration, Wang Batian mused, "He likely poses no threat to my brother." Ling Xiao discreetly observed the expression of relief on Wang Batian's face, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. The gazes of the disciples from the Beimin sect towards Ling Xiao transformed significantly. Had it not been for his presence, several fellow disciples would have succumbed to poison. "Let us depart," Li Yuanhuan suggested. Addressing the brothers from the Yangchuan sect, "Would you care to rest at our Beimin sect while awaiting your master's arrival?" Though Li Yuanhuan's words were well-intentioned, they sounded particularly harsh to Wang Batian. "No need. Thank you for your concern. Humph. We shall take our leave." Over 20 disciples of the Yangchuan sect hoisted their fallen comrades' bodies and staggered away. Just as Li Yuanhuan prepared to lead his fellow disciples from the Beimin sect away, a sudden cry from the departing Yangchuan disciples pierced the air. "Ah!" Li Yuanhuan and Ling Xiao turned to see that Wang Batian and the others had vanished without a trace. Despite the vast expanse of plain ahead, Li Yuanhuan was taken aback. "Where have they gone? Where did they all disappear to?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, having a rough idea of what transpired. Yet he found no inclination to voice it. For him, the survival of the Beimin sect was paramount. Those detestable individuals could simply perish. Li Yuanhuan, "Are you still there?" Wang Batian's frantic shouts echoed from a distance. "I'm here." Li Yuanhuan was about to rush forward when Ling Xiao quickly restrained him. "Danger. We must ascertain the situation first." Then, Ling Xiao stepped forward a few paces and called out to the empty space ahead. "Wang Ba, are you there? You wretched scoundrel." Wang Batian roared in exasperation. "Li Yuanhuan, tell that little brat Ling Xiao to step aside and come save us quickly. Otherwise, if we perish here, the Beimin sect will bear the consequences." Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. "Are you threatening us, master brother? This man still possesses plenty of strength. He must be fine. Let us return to feast and return later." "Wait!" Wang Batian urgently implored. "Do not leave. I beg of you." Li Yuanhuan shot Ling Xiao a reproachful glare. "You lack discernment?" Ling Xiao responded with a playful grin. "Master brother, They merely stumbled into someone else's formation. We cannot enter. Otherwise, we would all fall prey to it. Li Yuanhuan furrowed his brow. A formation? What do you suggest we do? Ling Xiao snapped his fingers. It is quite simple. Just watch me. Cheng Yu's expression slightly improved as she rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. You charlatan. Ling Xiao paid her little heed and called loudly in the direction of Wang Beixian's voice. Throw out all your crystal stones, and I shall come to your aid. Wang Batian shouted back. You despicable opportunist. The members of the Beimin sect also felt that Ling Xiao had gone a bit too far. Just as Li Yuanhuan was about to dissuade him, Ling Xiao gestured for him to remain silent. Ling Xiao's tone turned icy. Speak another word, and we shall depart immediately. After a moment of silence, the members of the Beimin sect beheld a large heap of red and orange crystal stones materializing from thin air, soaring towards Ling Xiao. The myriad of crystals sparkled under the sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. Li Yuanhuan appeared to comprehend Ling Xiao's intentions and promptly channeled his yellow-level soul power, infusing it into the crystalline stones. Beyond their utility as currency, these stones also served as materials for cultivation. The red-level crystals, having absorbed red-level soul power, possessed the ability to absorb and store such energy. As soon as Li Yuanhuan's yellow-level soul power made contact with the crystals, he deftly directed them to fall in a straight line upon the ground. In no time, the crystals vanished from sight. Li Yuanhuan called out loudly, Senior brother Wang Batian, follow the direction of the crystals and proceed forward. Amidst the crimson mist that ensnared them, Wang Batian and his companions heard Li Yuanhuan's voice and looked down. A clear pathway marked by shimmering yellow crystals pointed decisively in one direction, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook. Before long, Wang Batian emerged with over 20 disciples of the Yangchuan sect, each carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades, before the assembly of the Beimin sect. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, guilt etched across his features as he regarded Ling Xiao and the pale Li Yuanhuan, who appeared drained from exertion. Thank you. Ling Xiao replied coolly. No need for thanks. All those crystals belong to me. Senior brother, please retrieve them. Wang Batian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That is only proper. Li Yuanhuan retracted his soul power and casually collected the crystals, spreading them across the ground. Senior brother Wang, Ling Shidi was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. These crystals are yours. That moment, Wang Batian found it difficult to reclaim the crystals, yet Ling Xiao, known for his audacity, firmly adhered to a singular truth. One must seize an opportunity when it arises. Before the eyes of all, Ling Xiao collected every last crystal into his soul chain. The members of the Yangchuan sect were left speechless, while the disciples of the Beimin sect silently lamented, their hearts echoing a chorus of embarrassment. Senior brother Wang, it would be best for you to return to the Beimin sect with us. Li Yuanhuan said earnestly, deftly redirecting attention away from Ling Xiao. Wang Batian, now hesitant to protest, replied, Very well, I suppose we shall impose upon you further. The members of the Yangchuan sect followed Li Yuanhuan as they departed, with Ling Xiao bringing up the rear. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, he absorbed the soul stones from the ground, drawing them into his seven spirits soul chain. Before leaving the plain, Ling Xiao turned to cast a glance at a particular spot, snorted coldly, and then hurried to rejoin the group. The area he observed began to reveal two yellow shadows, the very individuals who had previously clashed with Li Yuanhuan and Wang Batian. Their faces were twisted with malice, and one of them, with a bitter tone, remarked, The Beimin sect boasts such remarkable disciples. They were not slain by the blood corpse poison, and he saw through our blood shadow formation. It seems he is even aware of our presence here. A truly formidable opponent. Zhou, if we have another chance, we must eliminate him first. Zhou nodded in agreement. Cheng Yao, we have failed this mission. Upon our return, Elder Imo will surely chastise us. I cannot fathom why Elder Imo insists we seek those items, which he himself does not even understand. In this insignificant little sect, I find myself equally perplexed. Nevertheless, Elder Imo has stated that the ancestor perished in Beimin City, and the object of the ancestor's search must certainly be located in the vicinity of Beimin City. Once that object is discovered, the barrier alarm of the 7 sacred grounds of the Soul Masters shall be lifted. Were it not for this barrier alarm, any Soul Master of green rank or higher would trigger the alarm upon entry, rendering our yellow rank disciples unnecessary for this reconnaissance. Let us continue our search. We shall venture to the Beimin sect tonight and deal with that brat in passing. A fierce glint flickered in Cheng Yao's eyes. No, we cannot even contend with the senior disciple of the Beimin sect. Should we encounter his master, we would surely meet our doom. Zhou immediately objected. Cheng Yao chuckled darkly. If their master were present, would we have had any chance of survival just now? Are you suggesting that their master is absent? Zhou swiftly comprehended Cheng Yao's implication. Very well, we shall infiltrate the Beimin sect tonight. Soul Masters have never adhered to the bonds of camaraderie. With their minds preoccupied with significant matters, these two fellows departed without casting even a glance at the corpses of their fellow disciples. Unbeknownst to them, the soul chains of those fallen disciples had already vanished from the ground. After ensuring the safety of the members of the Yangchuan sect, Li Yuanhuan made his way to the Yangchuan sect to relay the news, requesting that they send someone to escort Wang Batian and his companions, lest they fall victim to further treachery. Just as Li Yuanhuan left the Beimin sect, Cheng Yao and Zhou Heng, the two soul masters, appeared outside its gates. Zhou Heng glared malevolently at Li Yuanhuan. Should we join forces to eliminate him? Cheng Yao shook his head. Absolutely not. Although this fellow is of yellow rank, I sensed during our skirmish that he did not exert his full strength. Even if you and I combined our efforts, we might not assuredly vanquish him. There will be another opportunity to settle the score with him. Our current matters take precedence. At that moment, Ling Xiao, who was counting money in his humble abode, suddenly felt the magic chains around his neck shimmer ominously, prompting him to rub the area beneath his nose with his index finger. These two rascals have indeed come knocking. Do they truly believe that the Beimin sect is devoid of defenders? Alas, with my master and mistress at her mother's home and my senior brother off to the Yangchuan sect, we are indeed short-handed. It seems I must let that ruffian Wang Batian take the lead. He can handle one, while the rest of us take care of another. I have considerable experience in brawling. Heh. Ling Xiao felt this plan lacked sufficient security. Given the nature of their scheme, nothing less than absolute certainty would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao retrieved 100 sheets of talisman paper from the 7 soul chains, scattering them into the sky. Immediately, the essence soul stone of the chain around his neck glowed with a crimson light, dispersing into countless red specks that flew toward the talisman paper. Under Ling Xiao's precise mental control, the red specks were evenly distributed across the sheets, merging into them. Should a chain soul master specializing in essence soul cultivation witness Ling Xiao's method of talisman crafting, they would surely feel a profound sense of shame. They lack Ling Xiao's extraordinary mental acuity. Crafting 100 talismans simultaneously is utterly unattainable for any chain soul master below green rank. Only a glutton for punishment like Ling Xiao would still be panting and cursing himself. Damn it. I'm exhausted beyond measure, yet I've only managed to create 100. After a brief respite, Ling Xiao felt that even with the divine speed talisman, it was still insufficient. Aside from Wang Batian, everyone on his side was merely orange-level chain soul masters. Even if the opponents could not defeat them, they could still escape. It was imperative to devise a method to ensure that those two would not be able to flee. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao recalled the alchemical talismans from the 7 spirits demon chain, the turtle walk talisman and the poisonous miasma talisman. Fearing excessive depletion of his energy, Ling Xiao prudently crafted 2 of each talisman this time. With the knowledge that the opponents were yellow-level chain soul masters, he steeled himself and applied a touch of the precious substance he had secretly taken from his fellow disciple earlier. Let us see if you two scoundrels can survive this. Just as Ling Xiao prepared the talismans meant for ambush, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Cheng Yu's pretty face, now twisted with fury, appeared fearsome. Ling Xiao, I demand a duel with you. Ling Xiao replied coldly. Why? On what grounds? Cheng Yu brandished her sword, pointing it menacingly at Ling Xiao. Why did you humiliate me in front of so many people? I am your senior sister. How am I to save face? Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yu. A single reprimand serves to teach you a lesson. It may grant you an extra chance at survival in the future. Which is more important, your pride or your life? What a fallacy. Cheng Yu, seething with rage, looked as though she wished to devour him whole. Are you trying to assert your dominance over me? I have long found you intolerable. Had it not been for my father, I would have beaten you into submission for 3 months. Ling Xiao remained unflappable. Senior sister, if you wish to prove yourself, there is no need to seek me out. You will have ample opportunity tonight. Cheng Yu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao smiled innocently. You will find out tonight. In the dead of night, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, 2 furtive shadows stealthily infiltrated the Beimin sect, meticulously avoiding the areas illuminated by phosphorescent lanterns. As they cautiously advanced, they surveyed their surroundings, only to discover an eerie silence enveloping the area. Aside from the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, it was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. The defenses of the Beimin sect were astonishingly lax. The two could scarcely believe their eyes as they scoured the vicinity, encountering not a single patrolling disciple. Let us head to the back mountain of the Beimin sect. I've heard there is a hidden treasure cliff there. The artifacts we seek may very well be located there. The duo hastened towards the hidden edge cliff, unaware that Ling Xiao, Wang Batian, and Cheng Yu were in pursuit behind them. Cheng Yao gazed at the array of weapons and treasures on display, unable to restrain a curse. Damn it! A mere Beimin sect possesses such an abundance of weapons and treasures. No wonder Elder Emo believes what he seeks is located here, Zhou Heng concurred. Indeed, do they not fear these weapons and treasures being stolen? There isn't even a single guard present. Suddenly, Cheng Yao's expression shifted. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Before Zhou Heng could react, they heard Ling Zhao's mischievous chuckle. Gentlemen, our hospitality at the Beimin sect has fallen short. We hope for your understanding. Turning around, they discovered they were surrounded by hundreds of disciples from the Beimin sect and the Yangchuan sect at the Hidden Edge Cliff. Cheng Yao and Zhou Heng, without uttering a word, charged directly towards Ling Xiao and his companions. With a casual wave of his hand, Ling Xiao unleashed a flurry of over 100 crimson talismans, which soared towards his fellow disciples behind him. Instantly, these disciples felt a remarkable lightness in their limbs, their speed significantly enhanced. These were the swift travel talismans that Ling Xiao had crafted in his leisure time, each bestowed upon the members of the Beimin sect and Yangchuan sect, with none left ungraced. Simultaneously, while releasing this multitude of talismans, Ling Xiao stealthily placed 2 talismans, one for turtle movement and another for toxic miasma, upon Cheng Yao and Zhou Heng. The dazzling display of talismans momentarily blinded them, and in their moment of unawareness, they were struck by these 4 talismans. Their speed abruptly diminished, and their spiritual energy became sluggish, tainted by the encroaching toxins. Damn it! Isn't that brat a soul master? How could he possess turtle movement and toxic miasma talismans? Yet, does he truly believe that the talismans crafted by a mere red-level soul master could harm us? Just as Cheng Yao and Zhou Heng cursed Ling Xiao in their hearts, an intense searing pain suddenly radiated from their bodies. In unison, they screamed, "Damn it! Blood corpse poison!" Chapter 16. A nightly conversation between master and disciple. The two had barely charged within mere meters of Ling Xiao when the blood corpse poison erupted within them, causing them to pause momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Wang Batian surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Zhou Heng. Earlier, he had been unable to retaliate against Zhou Heng's assault, but now, faced with his foe, he was filled with a burning desire for vengeance. A resounding smack echoed through the air, followed by Zhou Heng's agonized scream as he was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a heap of weaponry. In a stroke of terrible misfortune, Zhou Heng collided with the exposed tip of a spear embedded in the ground, which pierced through his back, and with a soft gasp, he met his demise. Wang Batian gazed in astonishment at his own fist. When did I become so formidable? The demon soul master Cheng Yao fared no better. Fortunately, the assailant at the forefront was Cheng Yu, who was a level below him. Although he sustained a few cuts from Cheng Yu's sword, he had not been gravely injured and still possessed the ability to escape. Witnessing Zhou Heng's sudden death, Cheng Yao lost all inclination to linger. After dodging a few strikes from Cheng Yu, he made a swift exit. Awaiting Cheng Yao was an onslaught from over 100 orange-level disciples from the Beimin and Yangchuan sects. Enhanced by Ling Zhao's swift travel talismans, each disciple moved with remarkable agility, and with 100 assailants targeting a single individual, their high spirits soared to the heavens. Surrounded by a tempest of orange-hued attacks, Cheng Yao found himself engulfed in a storm of energy, his very eyes transforming to a shade of orange. Even with his elevated rank, it was impossible to triumph over 100 adversaries of a lower tier. How infuriating! If they wish to take my life, I shall drag them down with me. Cheng Yao bellowed, the dark yellow glow of the soul stones on his neck surging dramatically. Ling Xiao, having witnessed the self-detonation of the 7 demon ancestors' soul chain, quickly realized, this fellow intends to self-destruct his soul chain. Retreat swiftly. Upon Ling Zhao's urgent shout, those quick on their feet made their escape, distancing themselves from the impending explosion, yet a small portion remained frozen in place, paralyzed by indecision, a bunch of fools. Upon reflecting on the individuals who perished during the self-detonation of the 7 demons ancestor, Ling Xiao seethed with indignation, cursing vehemently in his heart. Yet, his feet remained steadfast, wielding a black broom as he aimed a strike at Cheng Yao. Ling Xiao harbored the audacious intent to eliminate Cheng Yao before he could unleash his own explosive demise. Cheng Yu, who had retreated to a safe distance, was utterly taken aback by Ling Zhao's reckless charge. What a fool! Though she berated Ling Xiao, concern etched itself across her face. After my father invested so many crystal stones, you must not perish in such a manner. Just as the broom was about to descend upon Ling Xiao, a deafening explosion reverberated as Cheng Yao's body erupted, releasing a surge of yellow demonic energy. Am I to perish here? Ling Xiao was momentarily blinded by a murky yellow light, yet clarity pierced through his heart. I cannot resign myself to this fate. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would never have rushed in. The yellow glow before Ling Xiao vanished without a trace, and upon glancing around, he found his fellow disciples, who had failed to escape, standing unharmed, their expressions mirroring his own bewilderment. Utterly unaware of the unfolding events, shower, you have acted most recklessly. Cheng Qiantai's stern voice resounded from behind Ling Xiao, yet warmth flooded his heart as he quickly turned to call out, Master. Cheng Yu spat bitterly. If you lack the capability, do not play the hero. Cheng Qiantai snorted dismissively, disregarding Ling Xiao further, pivoting to address Wang Batian with a grim countenance. Why are so many disciples from your esteemed sect present within the territory of my Beimin sect? Wang Batian, his face flushed, replied, Last time, we took a fancy to a few young ladies from the Red Pavilion in Beimin City. Ling Xiao could not suppress a derisive chuckle. A collective indulgence in vice? Such a feeble excuse to muster, himph. Not even Ling Xiao believed it, nor did Cheng Qiantai. It was Cheng Yu who exclaimed with disdain. A pack of ruffians. Cheng Qiantai waved his hand, signaling Cheng Yu to hold her tongue. Wang Shizhi, my eldest disciple, Li Yuanhuan, has likely arrived at your sect by now. You all should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, Master Luo from your sect will come to escort you back. We thank Master Cheng. Wang Batian respectfully bowed to Cheng Qiantai before retreating with his fellow disciples. As the disciples departed to rest, Cheng Qiantai flicked his sleeve and turned away. Shower, accompany me to the medicinal herb repository. Yes, I shall see Master off. The disciples collectively bowed to Cheng Qiantai, while only Ling Xiao and Cheng Yu followed him out. The trio arrived at the main hall of the Beimin sect, where Cheng Qiantai suddenly remarked, your aunt has brought you some delightful treasures, do visit my chamber. Cheng Yu's gaze turned icy, her lips pressed together as she took a long moment to utter a single word, very well. Ling Xiao had long heard from the two gatekeepers, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, that the current matriarch was not Cheng Yu's biological mother. The former matriarch was murdered by a soul sorcerer shortly after giving birth to Cheng Yu, and the present matriarch is Cheng Qiantai's second wife. Cheng Qiantai cherished her dearly, yet Cheng Yu offered her stepmother little regard, as the relationship between the two women was far from cordial. After Cheng Yu stormed away in indignation, Cheng Qiantai surveyed the surroundings with his spiritual sense, confirming the absence of others before earnestly addressing Ling Xiao. Shower, I appreciate your thoughtful intentions. Ling Xiao pretended not to comprehend Cheng Qiantai's words, inquiring, Master, what are you saying? Cheng Qiantai stroked his short beard and chuckled. You are still pretending to be oblivious. If it weren't for the need to save those disciples who couldn't escape in time, knowing full well the dangers, would you still have recklessly charged forward? Ling Xiao let out a dry laugh, remaining silent. However, Cheng Qiantai soon adopted a serious demeanor. Shower, tell me honestly, why do you kill without hesitation? I have received reports from Yuan Huan, stating that you obliterated the head of a demon soul master with a single sweep. If it were any other disciple, their first act of killing would not have been as ruthless as yours. Ling Xiao maintained a smile, though it appeared rather forced. Cheng Qiantai's inquiry reminded him of his childhood days, competing with wild dogs for scraps, pilfering offerings from graves. At tea times, driven by hunger, he would sneakily unearth corpses, stealing valuables from the bodies and coffins to trade for food. Having witnessed various forms of death, Ling Xiao had long ceased to fear it. Kill him. Death was merely the closing of one's eyes. The manner of dying was inconsequential. Yet, after nearly half a year at the Beimin sect, although some still looked down upon him, many gradually accepted him, and he subconsciously began to regard them as family. The deaths of others mattered little to him, but he was resolute in not allowing his family to perish before his eyes. Ling Xiao recounted snippets of his childhood to Cheng Qiantai, and when he reached an emotional point, he forced out a tear or two. Cheng Qiantai, moved by compassion, remarked, What a pitiable child. Fear not, with your master and the Beimin sect by your side, you shall no longer endure such hardships. Ling Xiao expressed heartfelt gratitude. From my youth to the present, you have been the kindest person to me, master. Cheng Qiantai nodded. Initially, he had not favored this disciple who appeared akin to a beggar. Yet now, Ling Xiao's appearance and demeanor had transformed considerably. Having invested considerable effort in him, and seeing how understanding Ling Xiao had become, Cheng Qiantai inadvertently found himself regarding Ling Xiao with the same affection he held for Li Yuanhuan. Very well, you should take some rest, Cheng Qiantai instructed. Yes, master, Ling Xiao replied, bowing deeply and preparing to depart when Cheng Qiantai suddenly recalled something and asked, Shower, how did you know those two fellows were coming to the Beimin sect? Ling Xiao's heart sank. It seemed he had indeed been discovered by his master. How could he dare reveal to Cheng Qiantai that he had summoned souls using the Seven Souls demon chain and eavesdropped on their conversation? Nevertheless, Ling Xiao maintained a calm facade and replied, Master, my spiritual power is quite strong. I can sense these two ill-intentioned individuals lurking outside. Ling Xiao attributed everything to his exceptional spiritual prowess, and Cheng Qiantai, unable to pursue the matter further, allowed him to leave. A sudden, chilling breeze swept through, leaving only Cheng Qiantai alone in the hall, murmuring to himself, How could the soul mage know that the energy spring of the barrier lies within the Beimin sect? Even the soul masters covet this source of power. Seems the days ahead will not be peaceful. Stepping out into the darkness of the sky, Cheng Qiantai sighed deeply, lamenting to the ancestors of the Beimin sect. Cheng Qiantai, possess no such formidable strength. Why, oh why, must you leave such a heavy burden upon my shoulders? Another gust of cold wind blew past. The night was eerily still, profoundly quiet. Chapter 17. Stealing a sip of wine the following day, Luo Shang, the leader of the Yangquan sect, arrived at the Beimin sect accompanied by Li Yuanhuan. Upon seeing his master, Wang Batian wore an expression of guilt. Master, over 20 fellow disciples have perished. Apart from a grim countenance, no other emotion could be discerned on Luo Shang's face. Understood. You may return. The disciples of the Beimin sect silently observed as the members of the Yangquan sect departed. Just as they reached the entrance, Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Master Luo, what about the 2/10 profit you promised us? Don't tell us those herbs remain unsold. Even a blind man could sense Luo Shang's foul mood at that moment. Yet Ling Xiao dared to provoke him. The disciples of the Yangquan sect, familiar with Luo Shang's temperament, thought to themselves, what audacity this fellow possesses. As expected, Luo Shang's body trembled slightly, and a powerful surge of azure soul power surged toward Ling Xiao. Startled, Ling Xiao instinctively attempted to evade. Even a genius like him could not withstand the pressure exerted by a chained soul master of a much higher realm. At that moment, a wave of azure soul power erupted from behind Ling Xiao, counteracting Luo Shang's force and transforming into a gentle breeze. Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an increased animosity toward the Yangquan sect leader. Without turning around, Luo Shang coldly remarked, Cheng Qiantai, will you allow your disciple to act so recklessly? Cheng Qiantai huffed. Even if this brat disregards you, as an elder, you should not resort to such harsh measures. Besides, my disciple is not one who requires others to discipline him. Ling Xiao sneered. Master Luo, not only do you owe us of the Beimin sect crystals, but you also audaciously resort to violence. What great arrogance your Yangquan sect displays. Luo Shang clenched his fists, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. I am in a foul mood today, boy. Remember, your master cannot protect you at all times. A blatant threat, stark and unyielding. Cheng Qiantai's expression darkened, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, Master Luo, you may leave. I shall not see you off. Luo Shang, disinterested in further discourse, departed with Wang Batian and the rest of his disciples. Wang Batian glanced back at Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan, a flicker of gratitude and guilt in his eyes. Li Yuanhuan nodded, indicating his understanding. Ling Xiao, however, remained indifferent, pretending to see nothing. As the members of the Yangquan sect reached the foot of the mountain, Luo Shang's face twisted with malice. Batian, why were you exchanging glances with the disciples of the Beimin sect? With utmost respect, Wang Batian bowed and replied, Master, they saved me. Scoundrel! Luo Shang bellowed furiously. How have I been instructing you all day long? In the realm of soul chain masters, there exists only profit and the law of the jungle. There is no room for camaraderie. Wang Batian, fearful of defying his master's will, cautiously replied, Yes, master. I understand my mistake. Luo Shang let out a heavy sigh, his voice gruff as he said, Batian, you are my eldest disciple, the one destined to inherit our sect. If you show too much mercy, one day our Yangquan sect will become as despised as the current Beimin sect. He continued, upon your return, ensure you properly train your younger brother. Strive to suppress the Beimin sect in the upcoming newcomer competition. This way, the likelihood of their merging with our Yangquan sect will significantly increase. The mere mention of the newcomer competition, Wang Batian was suddenly reminded of Ling Xiao and the enigmatic depth of her gaze. A chill creeping into his heart. As the newcomer competition at Luofeng Valley approached, Ling Xiao and the disciples of the Beimin sect were diligently honing their skills. Cheng Yu, in particular, was exceptionally industrious, practicing the Beimin sect's sword technique, the Beimin Sky Strike, from dawn till dusk. Even Ling Xiao could not help but admire Cheng Yu's perseverance. I truly wonder why my senior sister is exerting herself so fervently. Ling Xiao mused. Li Yuanhuan smiled lightly. Our master has always desired a son to inherit the Beimin sect, which is why he remarried, why junior sister feels a sense of rivalry, leading her to strive tirelessly to prove herself equal to any male. Ling Xiao chuckled at the thought. After all, a girl is still a girl. Why must she compete with boys? Why must our master insist on a son? Why not allow my senior sister to marry my senior brother, with him inheriting the Beimin sect instead? Ling Xiao had long observed that his senior brother regarded Cheng Yu with a gaze that was distinctly tender, though it remained uncertain whether this younger senior sister was aware of such affections. Typically, Cheng Yu wore an aloof expression, indifferent even towards her elder brother, who treated her with utmost care. Yet, witnessing her earnestness, Ling Xiao could no longer hold back. I say, senior brother, can we not assist senior sister? Li Yuanhuan shook his head. No need. Aside from what our master has taught her and bestowed upon her, she will not accept anything from others. Ling Xiao muttered under his breath, indeed, she possesses quite the stubborn disposition. Nevertheless, he resolved to exert himself during the competition, as the brutality of combat was ill-suited for a lady. Cheng Qiantai remained silent, yet Li Yuanhuan had previously conveyed the significance of the newcomer competition to Ling Xiao. In his words, the newcomer competition was akin to a gathering of young women from the Floating Red Academy, aiming to seize wealth while maintaining an innocent facade. In simpler terms, it was a scenario of larger fish consuming smaller ones. Without strength, the weaker fish would inevitably become prey for the stronger ones. Should the Beimin sect fail to secure a position in the top 10 during this competition, all its disciples would be absorbed into other sects, leaving Cheng Qiantai to languish as a nominal elder in Luofeng Valley. Such were the rules of the game. Ling Xiao stretched lazily, loosening his limbs. Come, senior brother, let us venture to Beimin City for a drink. Li Yuanhuan furrowed his brow, remarking, the master forbids his disciples from descending the mountain to disturb the populace, and he also prohibits those within the sect from indulging in drink and debauchery. Ling Xiao paused in surprise. Is there such a rule? He had intended to visit the brothel for a night of revelry. Yet, how did his senior brother know of his plans? In Ling Xiao's mind, there was little distinction between enjoying wine and engaging in vice. If those patrons had no desire for the latter, they could simply drink at a tavern, so why spend lavishly in such establishments? The so-called intoxication was merely an excuse to heighten one's spirits. Forbidden to go. I shall feign ignorance and slip away later. The mere thought of wine brought back memories of his childhood, when he had surreptitiously consumed offerings at a grave, mistaking the wine for tea and ending up intoxicated for an entire night. Since then, he had developed a fondness for alcohol, relishing that delightful state of seeming inebriation yet remaining conscious. As if one could cast aside all worries, after a recent period of arduous practice, with merely 10 days left, he realized little progress could be made. It would be better to unwind, having previously watched others frequent such establishments. Now that he had money, he intended to indulge himself as a distinguished patron. He envisioned visiting the brothel to seek out the most renowned courtesan, Ziyun, to hear her play the lute and sing tender melodies, and perhaps, if fortune smiled upon him, to engage in further intimacies. What would the experience be like for the first time? The anticipation was exhilarating. Ling Xiao's mind wandered to the lascivious thoughts typical of a man, nearly drooling with desire. Ling Shidi, what are you pondering? Li Yuanhuan observed Ling Xiao's distracted demeanor and inquired with concern. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. Oh, nothing. Senior brother, I'm feeling a bit weary today. I think I shall rest. Please do not call me for dinner. I wish to sleep soundly until dawn. Li Yuanhuan nodded, his expression filled with sympathy. Very well. Ling Xiao dismissed Li Yuanhuan and swiftly dashed out of the mountain gate, heading directly towards Beimin City below. The sun dipped low in the west, casting a golden hue across the evening sky. As Ling Xiao, looking quite dapper, arrived at the entrance of the brothel. The matron, heavily adorned with makeup, almost failed to recognize him. Oh, is this not the dashing brother Xiao, the apothecary? The matron had previously addressed him with teasing familiarity, yet now her face bore astonishment. Aside from Ling Xiao's unchanged appearance, his physique and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Faced with Ling Xiao's ethereal presence, the matron dared not jest in such establishments. Wealth dictated status, regardless of one's previous circumstances. Ling Xiao, feeling quite pleased with himself, tossed an orange crystal to the matron. For you? I require Miss Ziyun to keep me company tonight. The matron, holding the orange crystal, beamed with delight, then leaned in conspiratorially. Brother Xiao, we have a special program this evening. If, after that, you still wish to spend time with Miss Ziyun, I can arrange it for you. What do you think? Ling Xiao blinked, observing the matron's enthusiastic recommendation, and nodded. Very well, I shall see how it goes. The matron's smile widened, the white powder on her forehead settling into the creases of her skin. Excellent. Please take a seat in the Meihua Pavilion. The main event is about to commence. Ling Xiao, disinterested in the theatrics of the enigmatic madam, promptly seated himself in a private room on the 3rd floor. The Piaohong courtyard was a circular edifice, allowing each room a view of the central hall. As soon as Ling Xiao settled in, he seized the wine jug and drained it in one breath. Ah, what exquisite wine! I have never tasted anything so fine. The lingering fragrance on his lips was a hallmark of quality. And having grown accustomed to inferior spirits, Ling Xiao discerned its superiority. Just as he contemplated summoning a servant from Piaohong courtyard to procure another few jugs of this delightful wine, a cacophony of whistles and shrieks erupted outside. followed by a voice bellowing through a loudspeaker. Esteemed guests, please be quiet. Tonight, the main event of Piaohong Courtyard, the most grandiose affair in its history, is about to commence. Chapter 18. The auction of the enchantress Ling Xiao had once been an eager participant in revelry, but having broadened his horizons, his enthusiasm for such gatherings had considerably waned. Instinctively, he had categorized these people as mere commoners, distinguishing himself from them. Diverting his attention, Ling Xiao approached the window and gazed outside, where his eyes were irresistibly drawn to an enormous cage in the hall. Adorned with golden threads, it shimmered resplendently. However, it was not the cage's opulence that captivated the gazes of the men, but rather the presence of a woman, more accurately, a girl, imprisoned within. All the men fixated on her face and form, yet only Ling Xiao noted the terror and heart-wrenching despair reflected in her eyes. She desperately sought to evade the lecherous stares that surrounded her, only to tragically realize the futility of her efforts. In that fleeting moment, the girl and Ling Xiao exchanged a glance. What a gaze it was! Clear, bright, and pitifully vulnerable. Ling Xiao had never anticipated that, in that instant, he would harbor an instinctual desire to protect her. She is mine. No one shall take her away. Instinctively, Ling Xiao raised the wine jug to drink again, only to discover it was emptied. A man with a sharp face shouted, "What difference does it make? Is she not still a person?" The mysterious figure known as the Tortoise Master chuckled knowingly. "Ah, esteemed guest, you are indeed correct. She is not a mere human but a recently transformed demoness." "What? A demon?" Instantly, the eyes of all the men blazed with fervor. Although they had indulged in various escapades, they had yet to encounter a demoness. If they could truly engage with a demoness, it would furnish them with tales to boast of. "In my youth, I once dallied with a demoness." Observing the fiery expressions of the crowd, the Tortoise Master felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, "We procured her at a significant cost from a spirit binder. The binder assured us that all her potentially harmful abilities have been nullified. She is now akin to an ordinary girl, so you need not worry about any danger from her." The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. While they were willing to pay for a fleeting diversion, the thought of bringing a demoness home raised concerns. What if her kin came searching for her? Presumably, Piaohong Courtyard aimed to resolve any potential complications in one stroke. However, in the throes of lust, there would always be those unafraid of peril. Soon, a man shouted loudly, "How many crystal stones? Name your price." The tortoise merchant, wearing a sycophantic smile, replied, "Lord Sun, a mere 100 yellow crystal stones. 100 yellow crystal stones equate to 10,000 orange crystal stones. An insignificant sum for the current Ling Xiao, yet a veritable fortune for the common folk present." Upon hearing this price, all the men in attendance fell silent. Ling Xiao let out a cold chuckle. It appeared that no one would contest him for this enchanting female demon. Observing the crowd either bowing their heads or wearing expressions of regret, the tortoise merchant grew anxious. Just then, a chilling voice emanated from the east side of the third floor. "I will buy her." The crowd turned to see that the prospective buyer was a man nearing 70. However, there was no mockery in their eyes, only a strange expression. Lord Lan. Ling Xiao recognized this old fellow. He was the one who purchased the most medicine from Ling Xiao in the entire city. What perplexed the crowd was that this old man frequently had one or two young maidservants mysteriously die in his household, each death occurring in an exceedingly bizarre manner, as if they had been bitten by some monstrous beast. Upon hearing that this old man intended to buy the female demon, the crowd could only sigh. What a pity. 110 yellow crystal stones. "I will buy her," came another voice from the west side of the third floor. The crowd quickly looked up, astonished to find that the bidder was a young man. While it was not surprising for a young man to bid, what was curious was that this individual was none other than the well-known and dashing medicine seller, Ling Xiao. Lord Lan, his face contorted with malice, glanced up and, upon recognizing Ling Xiao, sneered, "Boy, can you afford that price?" Ling Xiao casually tossed 110 yellow crystal stones before the tortoise merchant. "Count them." The tortoise merchant promptly counted them carefully and nodded. "Indeed, it is correct." Lord Lan scoffed, "I offer 200 yellow crystal stones." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "I offer 400 yellow crystal stones." The crowd gasped in astonishment. How had this medicine seller, who had vanished for half a year, suddenly acquired such wealth? Little did they know that Ling Xiao had been taken in by the Beimin sect. Had they been aware, they would have flocked to the sect without hesitation. Lord Lan cleared his throat a few times, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao in the opposite booth. "Boy, very well indeed." "Humph." Ling Xiao calmly met Lord Lan's gaze, offering him a friendly smile. 400 yellow crystal stones. "Are there no higher bids?" The tortoise merchant's voice trembled slightly, knowing that the female demon had been procured for merely 20 yellow crystal stones. Selling her at 20 times the price was an extraordinary profit. Lord Lan rotated his somewhat sore neck and leisurely departed the third-floor booth. After Ling Xiao completed the transaction, the female demon was promptly delivered to his Meihua pavilion. Although it was said that the female demon would not harm anyone, the staff of the Red Lotus Courtyard still bound her hands and feet before bringing her over. With a smile that she deemed irresistibly charming, she flattered, "Xiaosa Gu. I knew long ago that you would undoubtedly become a person of great wealth and influence, but I never expected your fortune to arrive so swiftly." Ling Xiao casually tossed another orange crystal her way, then exited the room, closing the door behind him, and turned his serious gaze towards the enchanting female demon laid upon the bed. Upon realizing that only Ling Xiao was present, the little demon abruptly abandoned her previously pitiful demeanor and glared at him with indignation. "If you dare to touch me, I will die right before your eyes." Ling Xiao could only chuckle helplessly. "Very well, I shall not touch you. However, if I refrain from doing so, how shall I assist you in untying your bonds?" The little demon blinked her sparkling eyes at him. "You would really untie my ropes? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Ling Xiao countered. "What do you think? You are bound by me. What purpose would I have in deceiving you?" Reluctantly, the little demon conceded. "Fine, but let it be clear that you cannot take advantage of me." Ling Xiao, bemused, replied, "If I wished to take advantage of you, would I even consider freeing you? While you remain tied, I can do as I pleased." Of course, he still proceeded with caution, meticulously unbinding the ropes from the little demon's hands and feet, making a concerted effort not to take unfair advantage of her. Yet, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her smooth, delicate hand, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. Once freed, the little demon stretched her limbs and leaped off the bed, kneeling before Ling Xiao with a sorrowful expression and teary eyes. "Thank you, kind sir, I implore you. Let me go." Ling Xiao found himself in a quandary. His earlier intention had been merely to purchase the demon, without consideration for the next steps. If he released her now, she might be captured again in an instant. Bringing her back to the Beimin sect posed its own risks. Other members might not discern anything amiss. But if his master were to see her, it would spell trouble. While soul masters and demon masters were adversaries, they were still human. However, demons were the innate enemies of humanity. Upon encountering a demon, both soul masters and demon masters would typically eliminate them without hesitation. Ling Xiao pondered, "Oh, Ling Xiao, you have never been a good person. How foolish to attempt to be one now, only to invite trouble upon yourself." Despite his growing apprehension, he remained resolute in his desire to protect the little demon. He could not quite fathom why he was so obstinate. Perhaps it was her beauty that captivated him, or perhaps her pitiable state tugged at his heartstrings. More likely, it was the clarity of her innocent eyes, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring, that washed over his murky soul. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xiao made a bold decision. He would take this little demon back to the Beimin sect and conceal her within the alchemy chamber. Chapter 19. The Battle with the Rat Demon. Ling Xiao addressed the little demon. "If I release you now, are you not afraid of being captured once more?" The little demon, her face awash with tears, looked up at him with a heart-wrenching expression. "I don't know." Ling Xiao, resembling a dubious figure tempting a young maiden, coaxed, "How about this? Come home with your brother, and when I have the time, I shall return you home. Does that sound good?" The little succubus fixed her clear, innocent eyes upon Ling Xiao for quite some time before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, but you must remember to take me home early, or my mother will worry." Ling Xiao readily assented. "Of course. This place is teeming with wicked individuals. We should leave at once. By the way, I am Ling Xiao. What is your name?" "Tang Yingying." Ling Xiao was determined to depart discreetly, ensuring that the inhabitants of the floating red courtyard would never notice their absence. As he and Tang Yingying leapt from the window to the ground below, he had long since cast aside any thoughts of the crimson emblem of the floating red courtyard. With the delicate Tang Yingying in tow, Ling Xiao could only proceed at a pace akin to that of an ordinary person through the streets of Beimin City. After all, his master was fond of him, and since his senior brother had mentioned it, he generally would not come to check on him, allowing ample time to escort Tang Yingying back to the Beimin sect. The key was to avoid detection on their return. As they walked in tandem, Tang Yingying gazed into the ominous darkness beyond Beimin City and felt a wave of fear wash over her, instinctively grasping Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao, without reservation, enveloped her delicate hand in his palm, thinking to himself that this was simply her taking advantage of him, and he could not be faulted for it. Not long after, a sudden sense of alertness surged within Ling Xiao, prompting him to halt. Tang Yingying, shivering slightly, inquired, "Brother Xiao, why have we stopped?" Ling Xiao did not respond to her, but instead addressed the shadows not far away. "Come forth. Such a trivial formation as the ghost wall cannot ensnare me." A sinister cackle echoed from the darkness, and an elderly man with a malevolent grin emerged. "Ling Xiao, I never would have guessed that half a year apart would lead to such growth. You can even recognize the ghost wall at a glance. I had intended to trap you with this formation and then deal with you slowly. As the faint starlight illuminated the newcomer, Tang Yingying gasped in recognition. It's you. You are also a demon. Ling Xiao responded coldly. Master Lan, surely you need not resort to such measures over a trivial matter of money. I truly did not expect to find a creature like you hiding in Beimin City. With a fiery glint in his eyes, Master Lan snarled, to think that you, a mere little demon, would recognize me. I had planned to toy with you before killing you, but now I have changed my mind. You shall die with that. The once feeble form of Master Lan suddenly surged with vigor as he lunged forward with lightning speed, claws outstretched, exclaiming, Die! Ling Xiao swiftly tossed Tang Yingying aside, the force perfectly calibrated to ensure she landed safely several meters away. In that brief moment, Master Lan's claws were poised to rend Ling Xiao asunder. Yet, in this perilous instant, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he chose to engage in a mutual destruction. With the power of the Seven Spirits Demon Chain, he unleashed the skill known as Frenzied Fist. With a swift and direct strike, Ling Xiao's fist hurtled toward Master Lan's heart. Faced with this bizarre and lethal attack, the life-preserving instincts of Master Lan kicked in, and he cursed Ling Xiao as a madman before hastily dodging. However, this evasion had already sealed his grim fate. As soon as Lord Lan evaded, Ling Xiao's fists came crashing down like a torrential storm, each punch aimed directly at Lord Lan's heart, throat, and the crown of his head. In that moment of striking, Ling Xiao resembled a madman possessed, recklessly launching assaults without a hint of defense. By the time Lord Lan managed to react, he found himself reduced to mere parrying and defending, devoid of any power to retaliate. The Beimin sect cultivates physical strength as its core, and coupled with Ling Xiao, a prodigy who has mastered both divine and demonic paths, his physical prowess far surpassed that of Lord Lan, a rather feeble demon. Under the relentless onslaught of Ling Xiao's frenzied punches, Lord Lan could only endure for a little over a minute before succumbing to fatigue, receiving blows to vital points all over his body. After a series of agonized cries, he was sent flying several dozen meters by a single kick from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao brimmed with confidence, believing that his final kick, striking directly at Lord Lan's heart, would surely be fatal. Let us depart, Ling Xiao declared, brushing off the dust and extending a hand towards Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying, her face a mask of terror, stammered, Xiao, brother. Ling Xiao, assuming Tang Yingying was merely frightened by the earlier confrontation, offered a reassuring smile. It's all right now. You dot behind you. Upon hearing those three words, Ling Xiao instantly comprehended the dire situation, cursing inwardly, damn. Despite his swift retreat from his previous position, he was still a moment too late. A massive whip-like tail struck him with tremendous force, sending him sprawling several dozen meters away. Gasping, Ling Xiao felt a searing pain in his back, his strength swirling chaotically within him, prompting him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood at a rat, larger than any ordinary creature by 2 or 3 times, stood where Ling Xiao had just been, its long, thick tail slapping the ground with a resounding thud. It was this tail that had sent him flying. You little brat, without revealing your true form, you are indeed no match for me. The enormous rat snarled, its eyes glinting with a menacing red glow. This was the true form of Lord Lan, a blue-skinned giant rat. I had intended to absorb the essence of this little demoness to swiftly restore my strength to the yellow level. But you've spoiled my plans, the giant rat growled, slowly advancing towards Ling Xiao. However, draining your spirit's power could be a fine alternative. Heh. Ling Xiao let out a dry laugh, a sharp pain piercing through his lungs, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. I assure you, if you take 3 more steps forward, you shall explode and perish instantly. Do you believe me? The giant rat blinked its crimson eyes. Are you trying to intimidate me? Ling Xiao wore a mischievous grin. If you don't believe it, feel free to step forward. Humph, as if I would trust you. The giant rat took 2 steps forward, though its pace was noticeably slower than before. After moving 2 steps without any immediate consequence, it became enraged. You little trickster. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Indeed, who told you to be such a foolish rat? Die? Squeak. The giant rat screeched in fury and took a 3rd step forward. As soon as the 3rd step was completed, Ling Xiao suddenly uttered a cold 3-word phrase, causing the large rat to come to an abrupt halt. Tang Yingying gazed in astonishment at the statue-like immobile creature, unable to articulate a response for a long while. What is happening here? Filthy blood began to ooze slowly from the corners of the rat's mouth, exuding an unbearable stench. How did you accomplish this? Ling Xiao replied with icy calmness. I harbor a potent poison beneath my thumbnail. As I struck you, I grazed your wounded skin with my nail, believing you to be doomed. Yet, I did not anticipate your true form to be so resilient, which delayed the onset of the toxin I administered. There is an abundance of poison in the Seven Spirits demon chain. Blood corpse poison can also be concocted, though with Ling Xiao's current strength, it remains beyond his reach. Thus, he resorted to using a ready-made solution last time. You are indeed ruthless, asked the large rat, referred to as Lord Lon. Finished speaking, its body exploded with a resounding bang, transforming into a pool of foul, unsightly blood. Ling Xiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, swiftly sprinkled a powder over the blood to mask the odor before taking the hand of the somewhat dazed Tang Yingying. Let us depart. Just as Ling Xiao had taken a few steps away, Li Yuanhuan arrived at the scene. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, his brow furrowed. There seemed to be a surge of demonic spirit energy just now. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Chapter 20. Interrogation. Ling Xiao, holding Tang Yingying's small hand, had not ventured far when he was unexpectedly confronted by Li Yuanhuan, who had returned from the investigation. Junior brother Ling, what brings you here? Li Yuanhuan was evidently taken aback to encounter Ling Xiao, especially upon noticing his injuries. Most surprising of all was the sight of Ling Xiao leading a girl of around 12 or 13 toward the sect. Ling Xiao quickly explained, Elder brother, I just sneaked out for a drink. I hope you won't inform Master Li Yuanhuan's manly brow knitted slightly. Your injuries and her. Upon seeing Li Yuanhuan pointing at her, Tang Yingying was so frightened that she hid behind Ling Xiao, her hands clutching his arm tightly. Ling Xiao hastily patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Only then did Tang Yingying feel a modicum of reassurance. Although her gaze toward Li Yuanhuan still held a hint of wariness, obscured by the darkness so that neither he nor Ling Xiao noticed. Ling Xiao's mind raced as he quickly said, On my way back, I encountered a rat demon that sought to devour this lost little girl. I engaged in a fierce battle with the demon and ultimately vanquished it, but alas, I sustained some injuries in the process. Nonsense, Li Yuanhuan retorted angrily. Are you not aware of how much effort Master has invested in you? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of our Beimin sect? Do not scold Brother Xiao. Tang Yingying suddenly shouted, her brows furrowing as she glared at Li Yuanhuan. Brother Xiao saved me. He is a good person. Why do you have to scold him? At this, both Li Yuanhuan and Ling Xiao were rendered speechless. Ling Xiao was particularly astonished by Tang Yingying's newfound audacity, unaware of how fearsome Li Yuanhuan appeared in her eyes. As for Ling Xiao, such a virtuous individual, being confronted so harshly by Li Yuanhuan, it was only natural for Tang Yingying to step forward and advocate for him. Ling Xiao, touched by the fact that Tang Yingying was standing up for him, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the young girl. Secretly reflecting, Xiao Gu has not cared for you in vain after all. Li Yuanhuan sighed in resignation. All right, let us return to the sect and discuss matters there. Ling Xiao nodded, and the three of them made their way back to the Beimin sect. Stealthily slipping into the medicinal herb storage, Ling Xiao spoke earnestly. Senior brother, please do not let Master know about tonight's events, I assure you. My injuries will fully heal before we head to Luofeng Valley, so rest assured. However, you must also keep my hiding of Yingying in the herb storage a secret. Li Yuanhuan, being an upright individual, was no fool. He understood that the girl's origins were shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, he could subtly sense an ethereal quality about her that set her apart from ordinary humans. He felt uneasy about concealing this matter from Master. Yet, swayed by Ling Xiao's plea, he reluctantly compromised. You must guarantee that this girl does not leave the herb storage while she is in our Beimin sect. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report to Master. Ling Xiao hastily swore an oath. Senior brother, I can vow with my very soul that I will not allow her to leave the herb storage until I have seen her safely home. The reason Ling Xiao was so audacious in swearing upon his soul was that he had no intention of letting Yingying escape the herb storage. As for the possibility of her wandering off and being discovered, that would no longer concern him. For someone like Ling Xiao, who had already made a soul-binding oath, an additional one held little significance. Moreover, he never specified the consequences of breaking the oath. Only someone as earnest as Li Yuanhuan could be so easily swayed by Ling Xiao's words. Very well. Junior brother, focus on recuperating. I shall take my leave for the night watch. Yes, senior brother, take care. After bidding farewell to Li Yuanhuan, Ling Xiao finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Aside from myself, others seldom frequented this place. If you hear anyone approaching, hide among those herbs, do you understand? In due time, Xiao Gu will surely escort you home. Ling Xiao instructed solemnly, causing Tang Yingying to nod vigorously in earnestness. Observing her adorable demeanor, Ling Xiao could not resist the impulse to pinch her fair, tender cheeks. However, he thought better of it, lest she feel that he was taking advantage of her in a rare moment of integrity. Ling Xiao, who had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, found himself acting the gentleman. Upon returning to his quarters, a sudden realization struck him. He had completely forgotten to seek out Ziyun. What a missed opportunity. Although he had encountered Tang Yingying, the fleeting image of her pure, crystalline eyes made him feel utterly despicable, shameless, and sordid, and of course, the memory of the 400 yellow crystals he had squandered caused him pangs of regret. Although Tang Yingying was undoubtedly worth the price, it was the fact that the money had lined the pockets of that old matron which left him unsatisfied. He could only console himself with, "Humph, never mind, I have wealth now. I'll intimidate you with my crystals." Another day passed in tranquil solitude, as Ling Xiao chose to remain hidden within the herbalist's storeroom, engaging in conversations about life and aspirations with Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying confided in Ling Xiao that she was a small from the island of Eastern Sea demons, who had ventured out in pursuit of amusement, only to be captured by a soul master and subsequently sold to the brothel known as the Red Pavilion. Consequently, Tang Yingying harbored a profound sense of fear and loathing towards soul masters, which explained her disdain upon encountering Li Yuanhua. As for Ling Xiao, Tang Yingying did not regard him as a soul master. Instead, she considered him akin to family. Her perception of kinship was simple. Those who treated her kindly were deemed her relatives and kind-hearted individuals. Thus, Ling Xiao's days continued in serene monotony. Chapter 21. The clever trap of Xiao Zhang. The following day, just as Ling Xiao was preparing to seek out Tang Yingying for another discussion on life and ideals, Li Yuanhuan approached him with an air of resignation. "Come, the master has summoned you." Noting the gravity etched upon Li Yuanhuan's countenance and the absence of any hints regarding the matter at hand, Ling Xiao sensed that it could not bode well. Upon entering the hall alongside Li Yuanhuan, Ling Xiao discovered that all the senior disciples were present, reminiscent of his inaugural visit to the Bei Min sect. A cursory glance at their expressions revealed a collective seriousness, mirroring Li Yuanhuan's demeanor. Only the burly figure named Xiao Zhang stood beside Master Cheng Qiantai, wearing a smug expression and casting a disdainful gaze towards Ling Xiao, his arrogant eyes unmistakably conveying a sense of impending doom. Upon Ling Xiao's arrival, though Master Cheng Qiantai's expression remained unchanged, a hint of urgency crept into his voice. "Ling Xiao, a fellow disciple has reported that you have been frequenting the establishments of ill repute and have purchased a female. Is this true?" Ling Xiao, well aware of his conspicuous behavior within the Bei Min sect, understood that this matter could not be concealed. However, he felt no trepidation, having already devised a strategy in his mind. Even if the entirety of the world believed that Ling Xiao had acquired that little, his master would never concede to such a notion. With remarkable composure, Ling Xiao knelt before Cheng Qiantai, bowing deeply with heartfelt sincerity. "Master, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming, provoking jealousy among my peers, and I am filled with trepidation. Should you deem these accusations to be true, I have nothing further to say. Therefore, I implore you to reclaim all that you have bestowed upon your disciple." His fervent bow struck the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by a display of tears and snot. The onlooking senior disciples, moved by his emotional outpouring, began to question whether they had indeed been too harsh on the new disciple. Cheng Yu regarded Ling Xiao with continued disdain. What a disgraceful display for a grown man. Weeping so pitifully, noticing a slight softening in Cheng Qiantai's demeanor, Xiao Zhang grew anxious. "Master, it is common knowledge throughout Bei Min City that Ling Xiao has purchased a..." Clearing his throat with a deliberate cough, Cheng Qiantai addressed Ling Xiao. "Do you have anything to explain?" Ling Xiao had anticipated this moment, and upon hearing Cheng Qiantai's invitation to elucidate, he promptly rose, casting a cold smile towards Xiao Zhang. "Brother Xiao, you claim I purchased a... Were you a first-hand witness to this?" Xiao Zhang found himself momentarily speechless. "No, wait," he thought to himself, "that doesn't make sense, so many people witnessed it. Even if I, Xiao Zhang, did not see it, how could Ling Xiao possibly deny it?" With renewed vigor, Xiao Zhang declared, "But numerous individuals in Bei Min City saw it." Ling Xiao scoffed derisively. "Those people are nothing more than the detritus of society, loitering about brothels. Can their words be trusted?" While cursing those debased individuals, Ling Xiao sought to reassure himself. "I merely visited once. Surely that does not make me one of them." For reasons unknown, upon encountering Tang Yingying, Ling Xiao felt a wave of guilt for his past transgressions and began to take greater care with his image. Xiao Zhang countered, "There's no smoke without fire. How could there be no reason? If you hadn't truly purchased a little succubus, why would others speak of it?" Ling Xiao could only spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, asking helplessly, "All right, Brother Xiao, how much did I pay for that little succubus?" Upon hearing Ling Xiao's admission, Xiao Zhang's face lit up with smug satisfaction as he replied, "400 yellow crystal stones." The moment those words escaped his lips, even he found them rather astonishing. Could Ling Xiao truly afford such a sum? That amount was nearly equivalent to Bei Min Sect's annual protection fee. Xiao Zhang realized he could not extricate himself from this predicament and, with fear etched on his face, turned to Cheng Qiantai, saying, "Master, I.Hmph." Cheng Qiantai's expression was one of fury. "Xiao Zhang, I allowed you to handle affairs for our Beimin sect under my trust, yet you cannot even discern the truth from falsehood, tarnishing the reputation of our fellow disciples. If this were to reach the ears of other sects, what face would we have left? You shall be fined 3 months' worth of crystal stones, and should this happen again, you will be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect." "Yes, master. I understand my mistake." Xiao Zhang, drenched in sweat, instinctively wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting cold smile from Ling Xiao, sending a shiver down his spine. A feeling akin to being targeted by a demon washed over him. "No, I must find a way to make this brat disappear. It's either him or me." Frustrated, Xiao Zhang trudged toward Beimin City, firmly believing that Ling Xiao had indeed procured that little succubus. Yet, he could not comprehend where Ling Xiao had amassed such an abundance of yellow crystal stones. "I'll confirm with that old madam. As long as I ascertain it was Ling Xiao, I will surely find a way to ensure his demise." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Zhang's eyes as his pace quickened. Just as he reached the foot of Beimin Mountain, he found himself blocked by an individual. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he coldly stated, "Ling Xiao, it's you?" Ling Xiao wore a playful grin. "What's the matter? Brother Xiao, are you looking to confirm whether it is truly me? Or perhaps whether I indeed spent 400 yellow crystal stones?" Xiao Zhang's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Ling Xiao would see through his intentions so completely. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhang remained undaunted. "So what? Do you think I fear a nobody like you, who lacks lineage or status?" Ling Xiao shrugged indifferently. "I'm merely curious. If this is merely out of jealousy, you need not risk being expelled from the sect. None of your business." Xiao Zhang spat bitterly. "Step aside." Ling Xiao casually stepped aside, allowing Xiao Zhang to pass. As Xiao Zhang brushed past him, Ling Xiao suddenly whispered softly, "That little demoness was purchased by me, and indeed, I spent 400 yellow crystals. There is no need for you to verify it." A look of astonishment filled Xiao Zhang's somewhat plump face. You? Ling Xiao chuckled. "So what if it's me? As long as master believes in my innocence, and without evidence, what can you possibly do to me?" "Ha ha." With that, Ling Xiao threw his head back in laughter and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhang, who had his back to Ling Xiao, the smile on Ling Xiao's face belied an expression of sheer malice. "Xiao Zhang, I have made my words abundantly clear. I hope you are not too foolish." Ling Xiao thought to himself. Xiao Zhang halted, pondering deeply, realizing that Ling Xiao was indeed correct. Even if he were to confirm it again, what difference would it make? Master would never believe that Ling Xiao possessed 400 yellow crystals, and without evidence. Evidence? Suddenly, he recalled the little demoness. How could someone as greedy and lustful as Ling Xiao have let her go? If he could find that little demoness, it would suffice to substantiate the accusation of Ling Xiao consorting with the demon race. Where could he possibly be hiding her? Remembering that Ling Xiao often spent the most time in the herb storage, Xiao Zhang grinned maliciously. Heh. Aside from Master and the senior brother, no one is allowed there. Where else could Ling Xiao conceal that little demoness? Since Master was unwilling to expel Ling Xiao from the sect, let me assist him in this matter. Filled with self-satisfaction, Xiao Zhang produced a talisman from his possession, transforming it into a wisp of smoke with his orange soul power, and hastily made his way back towards the North Min sect's gate. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao, concealed by a ghostly barrier, emerged from behind a tree, rubbing his finger beneath his nose. At last, not too foolish, ha ha, Xiao Zhang, after today, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Ling Xiao's figure vanished once more. He swiftly returned to the North Min sect, burying himself in the herb storage, where no one knew what he was up to. After all, he was an eccentric, and everyone had become accustomed to his peculiarities. Cheng Yu even suspected he had merely experienced a moment of panic and was preparing to hide in the herb storage for a good cry, or perhaps concoct some calming medicine to consume. Ling Xiao was indeed refining medicine, but the concoction was not for his own use. Once the pills were completed, he promptly presented one to Tang Yingying. Here, take it. Upon catching a whiff of the pungent medicinal aroma, Tang Yingying frowned. Brother Xiao, what is this? Ling Xiao's expression at that moment resembled that of a lecherous man attempting to seduce an underage girl. Be good. Just take it. This way, those bad people won't come to catch you anymore. Reluctantly, Tang Yingying swallowed the pill, the acrid taste causing her to cough incessantly, nearly bringing her to tears. Once she had taken the medicine, Ling Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face beaming with delight. I reckon those 3 should be arriving soon. Ling Xiao, come out. A fierce roar emanated from outside the medicinal herb repository, causing Tang Yingying to tremble in fright. her delicate form rendered almost unrecognizable by fear. "Xiao Gij, I'm scared." Ling Xiao gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid, for Xiao Gij is here. Just remain silent for a while." With that, Ling Xiao strode confidently outwards. Outside the repository, the leaders of 3 sects surrounded the entire establishment, accompanied by a cadre of elite disciples. Cheng Qiantai stood by, his expression stormy and indignant. "If you fail to uncover the whereabouts of the female demon, do not blame me for reporting to the Valley Master." Luo Shang, the leader of the Yangchuan sect, snorted disdainfully. "Xiao Zhang, if you claim you can locate this little female demon, then you shall bear the responsibility." Cheng Qiantai looked at Xiao Zhang in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. "Xiao Zhang, you?" Xiao Zhang, reveling in his moment of triumph, retorted, "Himph, with a muddled master like you, I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Fortunately, Master Luo appreciates my talents. I have already defected to the Yangchuan sect." Ling Xiao remarked with nonchalance, "Master, surely you can deduce who leaked the news of our sale of the Qi Padan?" Cheng Qiantai's eyes widened in fury. "Very well. You 3, please search. If you find anything, I, Cheng Qiantai, shall voluntarily disband the Beimin sect and merge with your sections should you fail. I swear by my soul that I shall be irreconcilable with your 3 sects." With the stakes laid bare, Xiao Zhang dashed into the herb repository, seizing the bewildered Tang Yingying and dragging her out. Xiao Zhang, brimming with self-satisfaction, laughed heartily. "See, I told you she was in the repository. Ha ha." The members of the Beimin sect were momentarily stunned. Even Cheng Qiantai's complexion turned ashen. Luo Shang's face grew icy. "Cheng Master, do you have anything further to say?" Cheng Qiantai glared at Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, provide an explanation?" Laughing heartily, Ling Xiao replied, "3 masters, are you here to annihilate my sect? I merely brought back a young girl, yet you insist she is a demon. To fabricate accusations is an easy task." He gestured towards the girl. "She is right here. Whoever claims she is a demon may come and see for themselves." Qian Gue, the leader of the Changyuan sect, and Chen Tao, the leader of the Shaikyu sect, stepped forward, both utilizing their spiritual powers to investigate. They turned back, faces filled with helplessness, shaking their heads. "This young girl bears no trace of demonic essence." "What? How can this be?" Xiao Zhang's triumphant demeanor shifted dramatically. Anxiety creeping in. Could there have been a mistake? Chen Tao, displeased, admonished, "Xiao Shidi, mind your words." Luo Shang, aware that the other 2 could find nothing, was certain he would fare no better. However, as he had orchestrated today's events, failing to produce any evidence would leave him in a precarious position. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to investigate once more, and indeed, found no signs of demonic presence. The young girl was undeniably human. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Though anyone could discern the chill in his expression, to accuse us of consorting with demonkind is a grand accusation. Do the 3 major sects wish to withhold that 20% profit from us, thus concocting such a nefarious scheme? Qian Gue, Luo Shang, and Chen Tao found themselves at a loss for words, while Ling Xiao spoke with fervor and righteous indignation. "If you choose not to repay, so be it. We shall merely consider this sum of crystal stones as fodder for our dogs. However, to further conspire against our Bei Min sect is utterly disgraceful. You are more contemptible than any villain. At least villains kill without justification. Yet you concoct such absurd excuses to harm us. We may perish, but the honor of our Bei Min sect shall never be tarnished by your slander." The disciples of Bei Min were stirred to a fever pitch by Ling Zhao's impassioned words, chanting, "Our sect's honor shall not be besmirched. Begone, you vile scoundrels." The echoes of their furious roars filled the air, leaving the 3 men utterly befuddled. Luo Shang, brimming with resentment, shouted, "Your Bei Min sect is a revered spiritual order, and yet you resort to abducting young maidens. That is no trivial offense." "Preposterous," Ling Xiao retorted coldly. "Your Yangquan sect's Wang Batian has been known to lead his disciples in collective debauchery. What business do I have in escorting a young lady?" Wang Batian was left flustered, having unwittingly provided Ling Xiao with ammunition to strike at his own sect. "You?" Luo Shang fumed, his face reddened with fury, yet he found himself devoid of any further arguments against Ling Xiao or the Bei Min sect. "Get lost, depart at once." The disciples of Bei Min rallied together, their collective wrath palpable. They had endured years of bullying from these 3 sects, and today they had nearly been branded with the shameful accusation of colluding with demonkind. How could they possibly refrain from retaliating? Just as Luo Shang, infuriated, intended to leave, Cheng Qiantai obstructed his path. "Luo sect leader, what of the 2 portions of crystal stones you owe us?" Luo Shang's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Qian Gue, wearing a forced smile, interjected, "Cheng sect leader, this is a misunderstanding. Luo sect leader is merely looking out for the interests of our Luo Feng Valley's spiritual order. If this matter were to escalate, it would not only implicate us, but the entire Luo Feng Valley as well. Cheng Qiantai scoffed, "You shameless buffoons. We are discussing crystal stones now, not the matter concerning my disciple Ling Xiao. I shall seek justice for Ling Xiao from Luo Feng Valley." Seeing Cheng Qiantai's unwavering stance, Qian Gue hastily shifted his approach. "We were merely misled by Luo sect leader. This has nothing to do with our two sections, isn't that right, sect leader Chen?" Chun Tao quickly distanced himself from Luo Shang, affirming, "Indeed, this matter does not concern us. As for the profits from the sale of medicinal herbs, my 1/3 share is right here." Chun Tao promptly produced the crystal stones as a gesture of reconciliation, and Qian Gue followed suit, presenting his own share. The sight of the scattered crystal stones dazzled the disciples, diverting their attention entirely. Luo Shang cast a glance at the two men, his expression inscrutable. "Very well. Very well." Having uttered those words, Luo Shang retrieved the necessary crystal stones from his own storage space, presenting the full 2 portions. "Here they are. May I take my leave now?" Cheng Qiantai swiftly stored the crystals in his own space and addressed Luo Shang. "You may depart, but that traitor Xiao Zhang must remain." Chapter 22. Poisonous as vipers, Luo Shang did not even spare Xiao Zhang a glance, coldly stating, "If you wish to keep him, do as you please. It is of no concern to me. He was originally one of your northern Min sect, yet he insisted on clinging to me. What can I do?" "Hemph." Luo Shang flicked his long sleeves and departed with the disciples of the Yangchuan sect. Qian Gue and Chen Tao exchanged a couple of forced smiles at Cheng Qiantai before hastily leaving with their own disciples. Xiao Zhang stood there in a daze, like a fool, repeatedly murmuring, "How is this possible? How can this be?" After a while, he finally came to his senses and suddenly knelt before Cheng Qiantai, exclaiming, "Master, please spare me." To his surprise, Cheng Qiantai did not fly into a rage. He merely asked calmly, "Tell me, why did you betray the Northern Min sect? Have I, as your master, wronged you in any way?" Xiao Zhang slowly regained his composure and, with a face full of resentment, replied, "Master, I have worked tirelessly for you. Yet you have never nurtured my talents. In the past, there was a Li Yuanhuan, and now there is a Ling Xiao. If Li Yuanhuan is considered your foremost disciple, that may be acceptable, but Ling Xiao, he is merely a petty hoodlum from Northern Min City. How can he possibly compare to me? Simply because he knows how to concoct medicine and make money. You treat him with such favor, forgetting that I have also contributed to the sect. You are biased, master." Cheng Qiantai remained unusually calm. "Very well, let us consider it my indebtedness to you. I shall not strip you of your cultivation. You may choose to join another sect, master." Xiao Zhang looked at Cheng Qiantai with a hint of surprise, contemplated for a moment, and then bowed 3 times to Cheng Qiantai, saying, "Master, I bid you farewell." Aside from Ling Xiao, no one noticed the glint in Xiao Zhang's eyes as he bowed. After completing his bow, Cheng Qiantai hurriedly made his way out of the Northern Min sect. As Xiao Zhang rose to leave, Ling Xiao gently flicked the dust from his sleeves in Xiao Zhang's direction. Once Xiao Zhang had vanished from sight, Ling Xiao shook his head. "A heart as venomous as a viper is far more terrifying than the serpent itself. Master, oh master, there are many ungrateful souls like him. You truly should not have let him go. In the higher mountains of the Northern Min sect, there was a spring that flowed year-round, its waters never freezing even in the depths of winter. This spring served as the lifeblood of the entire Northern Min sect, providing both daily and drinking water. A grim-faced Xiao Zhang appeared beside this spring, clutching a gleaming knife, its blade stained with blood. With droplets falling onto the ground, 10 disciples guarding the water source lay dead in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to fathom that a fellow disciple, with whom they had shared countless days, would strike them down, even lacking the time to sound a warning. Driven from the sect? Humph! I shall poison you all. Xiao Zhang produced a small vial from his pocket, gently removing the cork, releasing a wisp of black smoke that clearly signified potent poison. Just as he prepared to pour the contents into the spring, a shadow dashed by, swiftly snatching the vial from his hand. Ling Xiao, it's you? Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth, as if he were trying to grind them to dust. Ling Xiao inhaled the scent emanating from the vial and remarked nonchalantly, to think one could procure such a nearly odorless soul-severing incense. Who would truly be so foolish as to allow you, a worthless wretch, to administer poison? Who are you calling worthless? Xiao Zhang, seething with rage, felt his temper rise as the term struck a nerve. Though no one, aside from Ling Xiao, had ever deemed him a failure, his profound arrogance masked an equally profound insecurity, leading him to accept the title of worthless. Being insulted as such by Ling Xiao was akin to exposing an old wound. The consequence of this exposure was that Xiao Zhang, consumed by fury, raised his blade and lunged at Ling Xiao. Bang! As their bodies collided, a flash of black and white light flickered simultaneously, and Xiao Zhang executed a graceful maneuver akin to a falling wild goose. Soaring away in the process, his dagger disintegrated into countless white particles. One strike, the blade shattered. The man took flight. Gasping, Xiao Zhang expelled 2 mouthfuls of blood, clutching at his sunken chest. I cannot believe I fell beneath your hand. In a single blow. Ling Xiao emitted a sinister chuckle. Were it not for my desire to ensure your demise is thoroughly understood, you would be unable to utter a word at this moment. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you wish for me to comprehend? Ling Xiao's face bore a smile that sent a chill through Xiao Zhang's entire being. In truth, Tang Yingying is indeed a succubus. However, I possess the ability to concoct a soul concealment elixir capable of masking all spiritual powers and attributes. Not only would those 3 insatiable thieves be unable to discern her true nature, but as long as Tang Yingying continues to consume the elixir, none shall uncover her as a succubus. You. Xiao Zhang attempted to question Ling Xiao further, but suddenly felt his entire being grow cold, rendering him incapable of speech. Ling Xiao, with a countenance of feigned compassion, looked upon him, yet to Xiao Zhang, it appeared as the crocodile tears of a true fiend. Are you curious how I found you? Or why your body has ceased to respond? Ling Xiao drew closer, locking eyes with Xiao Zhang. I sprinkled a touch of poison upon you, and the scent led me here. Now, you know all that you must. It is time for you to perish. With a decisive snap, Ling Xiao swiftly broke Xiao Zhang's neck. His head tilted at an unnatural angle, blood spilling from his mouth. His ghastly visage stared vacantly ahead, oblivious to what he sought to behold. Alas, Ling Xiao sighed softly, we are all of the same sect. Was this truly necessary? Before long, the members of the Beimin sect suddenly perceived a distress signal emanating from the direction of the mountain spring. Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan, alarmed, rushed to the scene. Arriving at the spring's edge, awaiting them were Ling Xiao, standing tall, and the 11 lifeless bodies scattered upon the ground. Li Yuanhuan, taken aback, exclaimed, Junior brother Ling, you mentioned feeling unwell and wished to take a stroll. What is this who has slain these disciples? Cheng Qiantai examined the corpses, his gaze falling upon Xiao Zhang with an expression of deep remorse. It is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon you. Upon hearing Cheng Qiantai's words, Li Yuanhuan swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, his heart heavy with sorrow. When their fellow disciples arrived, they silently encircled the fallen brethren, heads bowed, enveloped in a profound silence. Ling Xiao's expression remained impassive. However, his heart seemed to ache with a profound sorrow. He began to comprehend why he had once wept uncontrollably at the funerals of friends and loved ones. In those moments, he had been merely an observer, yet now he found himself ensnared in the very fabric of grief. The lives and deaths of others had once seemed inconsequential to him. All he desired was for those dear to him to live well. This was the first time Ling Xiao had experienced such a lucid thought. The 10 deceased disciples were given a simple cremation, and Cheng Qiantai generously allocated the entirety of the profits he earned to the families of those 10 brothers. Simultaneously, every disciple of the Beimin sect contributed a token of their regard, which was collectively distributed to the bereaved families. Although they were engulfed in sorrow due to their lost kin, the substantial compensation provided by Cheng Qiantai, a sum that would be beyond the reach of an ordinary family throughout their lifetime, evoked a sense of gratitude among them. Life was as cheap as grass, and with such an abundance of crystalline compensation, they felt an immense sense of contentment. Once these matters were settled, Cheng Qiantai reorganized the Beimin sect, maintaining the number of guardians at 10 while adding Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan to the ranks. The 2 of them took turns leading the group each day. Ling Xiao, in a fit of anguished self-reproach, vehemently condemned his own transgression of clandestinely indulging in frivolous pursuits, vowing never to repeat such folly. Upon witnessing Tang Yingying being treated like an animal and feeling a surge of compassion, he purchased her freedom. As for the price, Ling Xiao cleverly misrepresented 400 yellow crystals as 400 orange crystals, with the latter being sourced from a previous crime. He had covertly stashed away some cheapadan during the last alchemical endeavor. Cheng Qiantai, both amused and exasperated, scolded Ling Xiao briefly before sending him on his way. Before long, the date of the Falling Wind Valley newcomer competition arrived. Let us depart, Cheng Qiantai declared, leading Ling Xiao, Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Yu, and a dozen disciples toward Falling Wind Valley. Naturally, Cheng Qiantai brought along his cherished wife, Cheng Shi, while Ling Xiao took with him the most suitable companion for discussing life and aspirations, Tang Yingying. To his surprise, Tang Yingying and Cheng Yu hit it off remarkably well. The typically disdainful Cheng Yu treated Tang Yingying with the affection of a beloved sister. Not only did she greet her with smiles, but she also spent her days adorning Tang Yingying and purchasing her new garments. Now, Tang Yingying appeared more affectionate toward Cheng Yu than she did toward Ling Xiao. igniting a pang of jealousy within him. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu casually dropped hints about Ling Zhao's shortcomings, cautioning Tang Yingying not to be led astray by him. Tang Yingying merely giggled, asserting that Brother Xiao is a good person, and refrained from elaborating further. Thus, a group of over a dozen set forth from the Beimin sect, unaware of the uncertain future that awaited them. Chapter 23. The money sea of Changyuan sect. The Beimin sect was not far from the main sect of Falling Wind Valley. For Ling Xiao and his companions, who primarily focused on physical cultivation as chain soul masters, it would take approximately 3 days to reach their destination. However, with the presence of Cheng Shi, a delicate woman unaccustomed to the rigors of a chain soul master's journey, Cheng Qianai had no choice but to procure a carriage for her, significantly slowing their progress. Even the seemingly frail Tang Yingying rode on horseback, laughing and conversing with Cheng Yu. This led the others to harbor a modicum of thoughts regarding Cheng Shi's pampered nature. Nevertheless, no one dared to voice any discontent or display dissatisfaction toward the sect matriarch. After all, the master exuded an imposing presence, surveying the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. How fortuitous for the esteemed sect leader. Just as the North Min faction's entourage was progressing, another group appeared behind them. Upon hearing the voice, Ling Xiao instantly recognized it belonged to Qian Gu, the infamous smiling tiger of the Changyuan faction. Following the events of the last encounter, Qian Gu had taken the lead in softening his stance. Though Cheng Qianai harbored no fondness for this individual, he did not dismiss him outright. I have met sect leader Qian. Qian Gui's peripheral vision flickered towards Tang Yingying, and a subtle shift in his expression was evident. Ling Xiao scoffed softly, surmising that this fellow had not anticipated bringing Tang Yingying along so brazenly, and in doing so, he was compelled to further believe that Tang Yingying was no seductress. Another swift steed galloped up from the rear, and Ling Xiao's gaze fell upon a type he found exceedingly detestable, a pretty boy. Delicate and fair-skinned, this man exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, which was utterly repugnant. The pretty boy respectfully clasped his fists in greeting towards Cheng Qiantai. Nephew Qian Hai pays his respects to Uncle Cheng. What audacity! Who is your Uncle Cheng? Ling Xiao silently cursed. Shameless. This was sheer audacity. Nevertheless, Cheng Yu and Ling Xiao were evidently a pair with utterly contrasting aesthetic sensibilities. While Ling Xiao found this fellow intolerable, Cheng Yu seemed rather intrigued, regarding Qian Hai with a hint of admiration. In her mind, she mused that men who placed such importance on their appearance and maintained such cleanliness were indeed a rarity. She then instinctively glanced at the upright Li Yuanhuan and at Ling Xiao, whom she felt an urge to reprimand, shaking her head. The men of North Min faction were indeed inferior to those of other sects. Cheng Qiantai's impression of this young man was equally lukewarm, responding with indifference. Ah, Qian Xianzi, you are overly courteous. After paying his respects to Cheng Qianai, Qian Hai seized the opportunity to ride closer to Cheng Yu and Tang Yingying. Upon seeing Tang Yingying, his heart skipped a beat. This young lady was strikingly beautiful. If she matured further, she would surely captivate all men. Feeling the weight of Qian Hai's gaze, Tang Yingying grew uncomfortable and edged her horse closer to Ling Xiao. Cheng Yu's displeasure was palpable as well. It appeared that this man was not much different from others, merely another lecher. Noticing Tang Yingying's retreat, Qian Hai chuckled. This little sister is indeed lovely, but I find Miss Cheng to possess a more distinguished grace. His flattering words sent shivers down everyone's spines, yet Cheng Yu did not find them distasteful. Rather, she appreciated this fellow's boldness, noting that he was indeed somewhat different from other men. Ling Xiao, observing Cheng Yu's gaze, discerned that brother Li Yuanhuan was in for a tragedy. Cheng Yu had never shown any particular kindness towards Li Yuanhuan, but now, with the sudden appearance of this pretty boy, her demeanor shifted. What could this possibly signify? Had her wits been knocked loose by a horse? Ling Xiao glanced at Li Yuanhuan, whose expression remained unchanged, and inwardly scorned Cheng Yu. Foolish woman! Why forsake a stalwart and gentle senior brother for a pretty face? Cheng Qiantai cast a glance at Qian Gu, observing the broad smile on his face. Seemingly indifferent to the reckless behavior of his S.O.N.I in his heart, he surmised that Qian Gu must have instigated his son's actions. He thought to himself, attempting to seduce my daughter to undermine the Bei Min sect and acquire that secret? Not a chance. Cheng Qiantai was resolute in this belief, which only fueled his disdain for Qian Hai further. Cousin Qian, does your sect require someone to lead the team? What if we encounter some malevolent creatures causing trouble? That would be quite troublesome. Cheng Qiantai's excuse was poorly constructed, as anyone could tell he was merely trying to dismiss them. Yet, Qian Hai, with his unusually thick skin, replied with a smile, with our two sects united here, what malevolent being would dare to create chaos? I have faith in Uncle Cheng's strength. There is not a single malevolent creature capable of breaching our spirit master barrier that could contend with you. Suddenly, Qian Gui's expression turned stern. Your Uncle Cheng is right. What nonsense are you spouting? We must always remain vigilant against evil. Hurry back. Qian Hai obediently turned his horse around. Yes, father. Once Qian Hai departed, Qian Gu resumed his affable demeanor. The child is simply Navi. I hope Master Cheng will not take offense as we journey to Luofeng Valley. Let us look out for one another. I shall also take my leave. Cheng Qiantai replied coolly, Safe travels, Master Qian. Tang Yingying, who had stealthily positioned herself beside Ling Xiao, cautiously remarked, Brother Xiao, that person just now had the same wicked glint in his eyes as those from that large house. Cheng Yu, perplexed, inquired, What large house? Ling Xiao sneered, Those men from the Red Pavilion. Humph. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu rolled her eyes and chose to ignore Ling Xiao and Tang Yingying, focusing solely on refining her swordsmanship. Yet, as she pondered, the image of the impeccably clean young man surfaced in her mind, along with his infuriatingly hypocritical and shameless grin, as perceived by Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the Seven Souls devil chain on Ling Xiao stirred slightly, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Such a potent demonic soul force to elicit such a reaction from his soul stone, even if this demonic soul force was concealed. With the Seven Souls devil chain in play, it would be impossible to deceive Ling Xiao. Master, there is danger ahead, Ling Xiao suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. Cheng Qiantai recognized that Ling Xiao would never jest about such matters and promptly ordered the entire team to halt. Stop. Shower, what is going on? Ling Xiao feigned exhaustion, his face pale. Master, there is an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the valley ahead. I sense ill intentions from these individuals. Cheng Qiantai scrutinized the terrain ahead with grave concern. It was a circular valley, treacherous in nature. Once they entered, they would be trapped with no means of escape, destined for annihilation. Upon assessing the terrain, Cheng Qiantai became even more convinced of Ling Xiao's judgment. Since those malevolent beings are coming, we must deliver a decisive blow. Yuan Huan, Shower, everyone, prepare for battle, master. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eyes. We agreed to look out for each other. We cannot forget our friends behind. Cheng Yu coldly chastised Ling Xiao, despicable. Cheng Qiantai cast a fierce glare at Cheng Yu, prompting her to turn her head away, pouting with an expression of disdain. Cheng Qiantai, weary of attending to this treacherous daughter, directed his words towards Ling Xiao. Shower, please notify the rear. Yes, master. Ling Xiao responded eagerly to the task, swiftly turning his horse to race towards the Longyuan factions team in the back. Upon seeing Ling Xiao galloping towards them, Qian Hai quietly scoffed and muttered to his father, Father, is that the lucky fellow who dabbles in alchemy? Qian Gui nodded. Indeed. Let us see what this lad has to say. Ling Xiao halted his steed a dozen meters before Qian Gui and his son, raising his voice. Master Qian, my master has detected the emergence of demonic entities in the valley ahead. I implore your esteemed faction to join forces with ours to vanquish the fiends. What? Demons ahead? How come I am not sensing anything? Qian Gui, confident in his soul power, believed no demon could elude his perception from merely 2,000 or 3,000 meters away. Qian Hai sneered, What is your faction up to? My father claims there are none. Does your Cheng master possess greater prowess than my father? Such duplicity was intolerable. Ling Xiao mused that it was not merely a matter of face, but rather a split persona. Observing that one father was ignorant and the other arrogant, which suited Ling Xiao's intentions perfectly, he declared, In that case, please proceed ahead. We shall rest here. Should you encounter any demonic beings, do not expect our assistance. Qian Hai shouted, Whoever calls for help is a coward. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Ling Xiao turned his horse and cheerfully returned to the Northmin faction, addressing Cheng Qiantai, Master. They refused to believe us. I had no choice but to allow them to lead the way to this. Ling Xiao cast a deliberate glance at Cheng Yu. That young Master Qian proclaimed that if he calls for help, he shall be deemed a coward. With a sigh of resignation, Cheng Qiantai conceded, Fine, let them proceed. However, if they find themselves in peril, we cannot stand idly by, understood? All disciples, except Ling Xiao, responded in unison, Understood, Master. Ling Xiao thought to himself, The Longyuan faction's members, disregarding my counsel, will suffer the consequences. This fate is of their own making. How amusing. Chapter 24. Ambush of the demon sect. Ling Xiao watched as the Longyuan faction's team arrogantly marched past the Northmin faction, secretly reveling in their misfortune. You fools, so eager to march to your demise. Don't come rushing to me, Ling, for salvation later. Cheng Yu, aware that Ling Xiao's claims were mostly true, observed Qian Hai's disbelief as he boldly charged ahead, anxious to seize treasure as if fearing a rival would snatch it away. She could not help but exclaim, Young Master Qian, there is danger ahead. Feigning nonchalance, Qian Hai laughed heartily. Even if there were demons ahead, what is there to fear? Is it not our duty as spirit masters to eradicate all demons and monsters from the world? Influenced by Qian Hai's bravado, Cheng Yu too began to adopt a similar mindset. Casting a contemptuous glance at Ling Xiao, coward. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, a look of indifference upon his face. Is it truly heroic to recklessly seek death and place one's disciples in peril? Only when one possesses sufficient capability can one undertake corresponding actions. Those lacking competence merely boast, and their downfall will be dire. Cheng Qiantai found himself in deep agreement with Ling Xiao's words. Elevating his regard for this beloved disciple, Ling Xiao's insight, courage, and wit were undeniably exceptional. Although Li Yuanhuan was formidable, he fell short in other respects compared to Ling Xiao. It appeared that the future of their sect would rest upon Ling Xiao's shoulders. As for Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Qiantai harbored an unresolved knot in his heart. Until that knot was untied, he would not entrust the Beimin sect to Li Yuanhuan. Before long, under the leadership of the master and his son, the Changyuan sect ventured into the circular valley. Despite claiming disbelief, when a strange wind blew towards them, Qian Hai still shuddered. Unexpectedly, the Changyuan sect's team was nearly through the valley, yet the demonic figure Ling Xiao had spoken of still did not appear. Qian Hai turned his horse around and rode to the valley's entrance, laughing heartily at the Beimin sect. You timid fellows, you've truly shamed the soul masters. In that moment, Cheng Qiantai's confidence seemed to waver, and just as he was about to spur his horse forward, Ling Xiao advised him, Master, allow me to handle this. Cheng Yu rolled his eyes. How has this lad changed? Has his courage increased? Impossible! Ling Xiao, riding at a leisurely pace, approached Qian Hai, stopping a mere dozen meters away, and shouted into the empty space. Hey, our master has spotted you. Even if you hide, we will not advance if you wish to kill or maim. Find those within the valley. The crowd was taken aback. What on earth is Ling Xiao doing? Before anyone could react, Ling Xiao swiftly turned and fled. Just as he redirected his horse, 200 chained soul masters, exuding orange and yellow demonic aura, suddenly emerged from beneath the ground surrounding the circular valley. Among them were even 2 chained soul masters of the same rank as Qian Gue and Cheng Qiantai. Indeed, the entrances of the circular valley were thoroughly blocked. Qian Hai was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that higher-ranked demonic soul masters could infiltrate the protective barrier of the 7 sacred lands without detection. The 30-odd disciples of the Changyuan sect were equally terrified, their faces ashen, clinging tightly to their master. A demonic soul master clad in a green mask called out to the members of the Beimin sect. Cheng sect master, your prowess is indeed remarkable, as you have managed to uncover our presence. Today's encirclement plan has met with half failure on the part of our 7 demonic cult. If you are willing to lead your disciples to leave first, our 7 demonic cult shall not trouble you. Ling Xiao mused inwardly. So these fellows are from the 7 demonic cult. Damn it, if I were to slay them now, would I not be eliminating my future disciples? However, should I spare them now, it would mean our demise. Humph, consider yourselves unfortunate. Cheng Qiantai remained unaware that Ling Xiao was preoccupied with such chaotic thoughts. Flattered by the green-masked figure, he felt a flush rise to his face. However, before Cheng Qiantai could respond, Qian Gue from within the valley began to shout loudly. Sect Master Cheng, do not fall for the tricks of these demons. If you do not assist us, they will strike us down one by one, and after eliminating us, they will turn their attention to you. Nonsense. Do you think such a simple truth eludes us? Ling Xiao silently cursed a few times before loudly exclaiming, Is this your idea of a plea for help? Who was it just now that claimed anyone seeking help is a coward? Nonsense. Cheng Qiantai rebuked Ling Xiao sharply. At a time like this, how can you make such jokes? Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly, indicating his innocence, and then fell silent, choosing to heed his master Cheng Qiantai's arrangements. The masked sorcerer with a green visage appeared to be the leader of this group of dark sorcerers. With great poise, he remarked, although our methods may seem brutal to you, we place great importance on our promises, so you need not worry, Master Cheng. Moreover, I wish to avoid a situation where both my subordinates and you suffer mutual destruction. Surely, you do not wish to be annihilated here, do you? How about we coexist peacefully? Cheng Qiantai responded with a cold laugh. Yuan Huan, when dealing with demons, what does your master usually instruct you? Speak it aloud for all to hear. Yes, master. Li Yuan Huan proclaimed in a resounding voice. Firstly, do not engage with evil forces. Secondly, when encountering them, eradicate them. Very well, indeed. The green-faced sorcerer sneered. Since you are determined to perish alongside those within the valley, I shall grant your wish, demon. Do not grow arrogant. Cheng Qiantai bellowed, brandishing a bronze-colored great blade that he hurled towards the green-faced sorcerer. This was the first time Ling Xiao had witnessed his master wielding a weapon, and it was evident that his master was serious. The green-faced sorcerer retorted coldly, You 5-element sorcerers may slay those in the valley, but the foes outside shall be dealt with by us. The mighty demons with that, A flash of azure light enveloped the sorcerer's soul chain as he donned a pair of gauntlets, charging toward Cheng Qiantai. The two formidable figures clashed fiercely, their subordinates embroiled in a chaotic melee, battling with intensity. The most striking among them was Li Yuanhuan, whose long spear danced through the air, creating a flurry of afterimages. Wherever the spear swept, a cry of anguish echoed as adversaries were sent flying, weapon and all. Cheng Yu also bravely led the charge, her sword weaving an intricate pattern of deadly strikes, dispatching enemies with ruthless efficiency. The domineering sword technique of Beimin Tianshi was executed with devastating grace under Cheng Yu's command, resulting in the demise of several dark sorcerers. The juxtaposition of the vivid crimson of blood against the beauty of the young maiden created a uniquely brutal aesthetic. Most vexed, however, was Ling Xiao. He had allowed Tang Yingying and his master's wife to retreat into the carriage, believing it would ease his burden. Yet, to his dismay, the number of dark sorcerers far exceeded that of the disciples from Beimin's sect. Even with Cheng Yu and Li Yuanhuan diverting considerable firepower, numerous disciples were still besieged by these dark sorcerers, finding themselves in perilous situations. Oh well, it seems I am destined for toil. The moment Ling Xiao witnessed his fellow disciples facing a lethal strike, he would instinctively unleash a bolt of lightning, striking down those intent on delivering a fatal blow to his companions. Although his current spiritual power was insufficient to strike down an orange or yellow-ranked soul master, with this one blow capable of buying time, Li Yuanhuan would soon arrive, ready to finish off the unfortunate soul struck by lightning with a single shot. After a brief moment of chaos, the demon soul masters, realizing they had failed to eliminate even one member of the Beimin faction, suddenly awakened to their folly, and more than half of them charged towards Ling Xiao. "Damn it!" Ling Xiao shouted furiously. "Come at me. I'll zap you all." With wild movements of his hands, he summoned a deluge of lightning, each bolt as thick as a thumb, crashing down with precision upon every demon soul master that dared to approach him. The electric current coursed through their bodies, leaving them numb, charred, and utterly miserable. These masters had never anticipated that Ling Xiao, a soul master whose primary focus was on cultivating spiritual power, possessed such formidable elemental strength. The wild lightning he unleashed left them no means of escape. Little did they know, Ling Xiao's exceptional mental prowess rendered his mastery of red-level lightning techniques an extravagant display. A case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What astonished them even more was that after unleashing his lightning, Ling Xiao swiftly closed the distance, brandishing a fearsome black iron broom and swinging it down upon them. Chapter 25. The power of the soul stone disc. The demon soul masters were incensed. How could someone like Ling Xiao, a mere red-level soul master, dare to confront them directly with such audacity? Not only had he charred them, but he also approached wielding a broom. Their fury demanded that this insolent boy be silenced. "Die, you brat." These dozen or so demon soul masters, also proficient in spiritual power, arrogantly assumed they could withstand Ling Xiao's assault without issue. Instead of defending themselves, they swung their various weapons at him. This overconfidence proved to be their undoing. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As Ling Xiao swept his broom, the front line of attackers had their skulls shattered like ripe watermelons before the others even realized the danger. By the time they comprehended that this boy was no ordinary foe, Ling Xiao had already teleported beside them, broom in hand, ready for a second round of attacks. This time, none dared to underestimate Ling Xiao's broom. They all raised their swords and other weapons to defend. Little did they know, this was merely a feint. Just as the dozen or so demon soul masters attempted to block his attack, Ling Xiao's broom suddenly changed direction, sweeping towards their ankles. This maneuver was a quintessential sweeping action. Crack, crack. The bones in over 20 ankles shattered in unison, and the 10 or so demon soul masters collapsed in a synchronized, agonizing heap. The scene was bizarre and uncanny. With just 2 strikes, Ling Xiao had dispatched several foes and injured many more, instilling a sense of dread in the demon soul masters who had been preparing to attack him. This boy was far too terrifying. It must be said, Ling Xiao's luck was remarkably fortuitous. All those who charged at him were orange-ranked demon soul masters, while the yellow-ranked ones were preoccupied with Li Yuanhuan and Cheng Yu, believing it excessive to send a yellow-ranked fighter against an orange-ranked one like Ling Xiao. They relished the idea of taking down someone like Li Yuanhuan instead. Regrettably, the sorcerers were oblivious to the fact that Ling Xiao was an invincible adversary, possessing less than 4 soul stones, while the ordinary sorcerers could never hope to be chained sorcerers practicing simultaneously with 4 soul stones. Monsters. We must flee. The remaining 20 or so sorcerers, stricken with fear, lost all fighting spirit and completely forgot their original intention of murder, hastily retreating into the circular valley. Surely there would be no monsters within. Just as these individuals prepared to dash into the valley, a thunderous roar erupted, and a brilliant crimson light suddenly illuminated the valley. A beam of red light as thick as the valley itself shot toward the heavens. Accompanied by this deafening sound, the ground surrounding the entire valley trembled, and the leaves of the trees cascaded to the ground, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. The members of the Bayman faction and the sorcerers reacted in unison, retreating to their respective camps, gazing upwards at the eerie crimson sky, unable to fathom its significance. At that moment, another azure-level sorcerer burst forth from the valley, bloodied and breathless, shouting to the azure-faced sorcerer, "They possess a soul stone disc. We must retreat." The azure-faced sorcerer decisively bellowed, "Retreat." In an instant, the sorcerers who had been ambushing the Bayman and Changyuan factions left a scene of carnage behind, fleeing without a single soul remaining. Ling Zhao's muscles twitched involuntarily. That formidable crimson beam had shaken his seven spirits' magic chain to its core, nearly exposing his true nature. A soul stone disc? What on earth is that? Chang Qiantai's face turned a shade of iron, remaining silent until Qian Gui and his son Qian Hai, leading the scant remaining 10 disciples, exited the valley. Only then did he coldly inquire. I had wondered why all the soul stones from the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce in Bayman City were bought out. It turns out they were acquired by Sect Master Qian to forge soul stone discs. Qian Gui, looking disheveled, sighed deeply. Sect Master Cheng, had we not possessed this soul stone disc today, our Changyuan faction would have met its end here. Chang Qiantai retorted frostily. You cannot possibly be unaware that the soul stone disc is a taboo within our divine soul sect, can you? If the Valley Master were to discover this, would your Changyuan faction still be able to survive? Ling Xiao, unable to comprehend, hastily inquired of Li Yuanhuan. Senior brother, what is a soul stone disc? The mere mention of soul stone discs caused Li Yuanhuan's brow to furrow. They are weapons crafted from soul stones forcibly extracted from chain sorcerers, combined with other soulless soul stones. These soul stones, imbued with the grudges of their former owners, possess tremendous lethality. Once activated, they grant these sentient soul stones an opportunity to unleash their power. Through forging and refining, these soul stones can trigger the soulless stones to explode via the disc itself. You witnessed the extent of its power just now. Fortunately, it was merely a crimson soul stone disc that detonated. Had it been an orange level, Li Yuanhuan did not continue, yet Ling Xiao grasped the implication of his words. Extracting soul stones directly from the living can cause their souls to scatter, leaving no chance of reincarnation. Such sinister methods are indistinguishable from those of the sorcerers. Ling Xiao silently scoffed. This incident, even if my master does not pursue it, I shall expose the crimes of this father and son duo to the world. Ling Xiao questioned himself, acknowledging that he was not a paragon of virtue, yet what he loathed most were those who espoused righteousness while committing unspeakable acts in secret. The concepts of benevolence and morality were, to him, mere trifles unworthy of mention. Qian Gui took a moment, his demeanor turning pitiable as he explained, Master Cheng, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. I am compelled by circumstance. The perpetrators include those from the Yangchuan and Shaikyu sects. As you are aware, the Valley Master has been somewhat unhinged lately, and we need to possess some means of self-preservation. At this point, Qian Gui fell silent, refraining from further elaboration. The Valley Master unhinged? Ling Xiao maliciously mused. Could it be madness or perhaps delusions of persecution? Cheng Qiantai sighed. After all, we are spirit masters. How can we engage in such heinous acts? As for the Valley Master, let it be. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. However, I cannot guarantee that others outside our circle will remain discreet about this matter. Qian Gui hastily responded, as long as Master Cheng remains silent, even if others speak, their words will carry little weight. There is no need for concern. I am grateful to you, Master Cheng. With that, Qian Gui genuinely intended to bow in respect, but Cheng Qianai quickly supported him, saying, there is no need for that. I am unworthy of such reverence. Since I have already consented to this matter, you need not worry any further. Only then did Qian Gui feel a measure of relief. Diverting the conversation, it is strange. With a blue-tier demon appearing, why did our anti-demon barrier fail to stop them? Cheng Qianai shook his head. I do not know. The commotion we caused earlier was too great. We should leave this place. Indeed, Master Cheng speaks wisely. Let us depart together. Qian Gui exhibited a demeanor of complete deference to Cheng Qiantai, who sighed inwardly as they proceeded towards the valley. Bringing up the rear of the group was Ling Xiao. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Ling Xiao swiftly gathered the soul stones from the soul chains of the numerous demon soul masters, and he also utilized the summoning technique of the demon soul essence to control a corpse. He believed that something remarkable would unfold shortly. The valley lay in ruin, with all flora reduced to ash, devoid of any semblance of life. Cheng Qiantai feigned ignorance, while Qian Gui was eager to vacate this place of turmoil. The two sects hastily traversed the valley, a location none wished to mention. Beyond the valley littered with the corpses of demon soul masters, the blue-faced demon soul master and the injured blue-tier demon soul master re-emerged. Observing the bodies, the wounded blue-tier demon soul master seethed. Elder Qing, who would have thought our ambush would fail? Even more unexpected was that those self-proclaimed champions of justice would wield the power of the soul stone disc. Every disciple I brought from the Five Elements sect perished. This grievance, as Yinma Pan Xian, I cannot let go. Elder Qing snorted disdainfully. Not only that, but even the soul stones of our disciples have been plundered. Who, then, is the true demon sect? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Clearly, those two individuals provided us with the itineraries of the Beimin sect and the Changyuan sect, and we ingested the soul-reversing pill to conceal our presence, even evading the protective magical barriers of the 7 sacred grounds of the soul masters. Why, then, have we still been exposed? Could it be that those two scoundrels are deliberately orchestrating our downfall? Pan Xian seethed with anger, casually unleashing a spiritual talisman, leaving Elder Qing unable to intervene in time. Alas, why must you always act so recklessly? Encountering those two here will undoubtedly lead to trouble for us all. Pan Xian retorted vehemently, I care not for such matters. I demand a reasonable explanation from those two. What explanation do you seek? An exceedingly arrogant voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xiao, controlling the corpse, turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, and as he anticipated, the two culprits were none other than Luo Shang of the Yanchuan sect and Chun Tao of the Shaikyu sect. Although the corpse remained motionless, Lin Xiao had unleashed his mental energy to discern the newcomers. The moment his mental force surged, Pan Xian immediately sensed something amiss, swiftly turning to strike the corpse with a palm, incinerating it into ashes in an instant. Chapter 26. Tang Yingying and the woman in red. With a sudden gasp, Lin Xiao violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Tang Yingying to turn pale with fright. Brother Xiao, what has happened to you? Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan hurried over, with Li Yuanhuan expressing concern. Junior brother Lin, what is going on? Do you need to take a moment to rest? Lin Xiao's complexion mirrored that of Tang Yingying. Though hers was from fright while his stemmed from injury, it's nothing. I merely overexerted myself in combat. A few recovery pills will suffice. Qian Hai gradually regained his composure. Having heard of Lin Xiao's fierce battle against dozens of orange-tier soul masters, he initially believed Lin Xiao to be exceptionally formidable, but upon witnessing him spit blood, Qian Hai felt somewhat reassured. Humph, he is merely a lucky little ruffian, hardly comparable to someone of my stature. Lin Xiao silently chuckled bitterly to himself. Acquiring such scant information was still insufficient. The seemingly tranquil 7 sacred grounds of the soul masters were likely on the verge of upheaval. If I were to capture those two detestable fellows, what consequences would ensue? Yet, it matters not. If they dare to scheme against me, they shall not live to tell the tale. Not only must they perish, but their sect must also be eradicated, lest they continue to covet the Beimin sect. Lin Xiao seethed with thoughts of vengeance, pressing onward while devising ways to ambush those scoundrels. Unable to confront you openly, I shall bring about your demise through cunning. Elder Qing, Pan Xian, Luo Shang, and Chen Tao exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with suspicion as they regarded one another. They pondered the identity of the audacious voyeur who had dared to spy on them. Given Pan Xian's earlier attack failed to eliminate the foe, he surmised that the individual's mental prowess was certainly on par with his own. The presence of such a formidable opponent surveilling them filled Pan Xian and Elder Qing with trepidation. Meanwhile, Luo Shang and Chen Tao were equally troubled, their minds racing with questions. Who could this person be? A master of the demon sect? Yet, the one who had just dispatched the corpse was clearly from the demon sect, indicating a divergence in allegiance. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure? This question tormented Luo Shang and Chen Tao, leaving them restless and agitated. They have come to realize that their collusion with the demon sect is likely known to others. However, they remain oblivious to the identity and intentions of their adversaries. What should we do? Should we still proceed to Falling Wind Valley? Chen Tao inquired, casting a questioning glance at Luo Shang. A glint of cold light flickered in Luo Shang's eyes. We shall go. Why should we not? The Valley Master has long harbored ill intentions, and have we not prepared ourselves adequately? Elder Qing consoled. Rest assured, both of you. In this upcoming newcomer competition at Falling Wind Valley, our 7 demon sect will certainly thwart Shan Nanfeng's aspirations. I estimate that if half of the sects managed to reach Falling Wind Valley, that would already be quite a feat. Ha ha. Elder Qing, adorned with a green mask, laughed heartily, and though the other 3 could not see his face, they could detect a strong scent of blood in his boisterous laughter. The moon hung high in the sky. The teams from Beimin sect and Changyuan sect finally arrived at the nearest city, Moonstream. The city's name derived from a crystal-clear stream outside its gates, where the moonlight cascaded over the water surface, creating the illusion of a stream paved with silver light whenever the moon ascended. Upon witnessing this silvery stream, Ling Xiao and his companions couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful, truly exquisite!" Were it not for Ling Xiao's restraint, Tang Yingying would have dashed forward, eager to scoop up the shimmering water with her hands. Cheng Yu regarded the stream with the eyes of an ordinary girl, yet her expression betrayed no other sentiment. Ling Xiao, either intentionally or unintentionally, remarked, "Ah, why can't some girls be straightforward like Tang's sister, expressing their desires openly?" Cheng Yu shot Ling Xiao a fierce glare, remaining silent, though her gaze frequently darted toward the enchanting stream. Ling Xiao glanced at their vigilant senior brother, beginning to comprehend why Cheng Yu harbored a certain aversion toward him. As the group prepared to enter Moon Stream City, they were taken aback to discover several young soul masters stationed at the city gate. "May I inquire which sect you hail from?" A polite-looking soul master, appearing to be in his 20s, asked. Qian Gue and Cheng Qiantai exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Cheng Qiantai replied, "Are you disciples of the Moonstream sect?" The soul master smiled and said, "I apologize for my rudeness. I am Dong Xian, the foremost disciple of the Moonstream sect. My master has instructed us to welcome you, esteemed guests of Falling Wind Valley." As a gesture of hospitality, Dong Xian was impeccable in temperament, speech, and conduct. Qian Gue and Cheng Qiantai exchanged glances once more, and this time, it was Qian Gue who spoke. "We are from the Beimin sect and Changyuan sect, passing through your esteemed sect, and we apologize for any inconvenience." "Then please follow me," Dong Xian responded, turning to lead the way, with Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gue trailing behind. Ling Zhao's mind began to ponder. Are all soul master sects this generous and warm-hearted? Humph. If it were me, offering you a bowl of water would be a considerable act of kindness. Unlike other soul master sects that established their strongholds outside the city, the Moonstream sect was situated at the easternmost edge of Moonstream City. After walking for a short while with Dong Xian, the party arrived at the sect's impressive entrance. The several hundred meters long jade wall shimmered with a verdant glow under the moonlight, illuminating the surrounding sky with a brilliance akin to daylight. Bathing in this gentle emerald light, even one's spirit seemed to lift considerably. Turning to behold the grand entrance at the center of the Yueshi sect, one could only exclaim at its enormity. Standing 10 meters tall and 20 meters wide, as Ling Xiao would put it, this truly exemplified a grand gateway. The group of over 20 individuals could easily enter side by side. Ling Xiao appeared like a genuine rustic visiting the city, feeling the smooth, green bricks of the towering wall, his expression betraying a hint of avarice. Even the impeccably poised Dong Xian could not suppress a curious inquiry. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao chuckled foolishly, replying, "I'm just checking to see if any pieces might fall off for me to collect." Cheng Yu gritted his teeth in annoyance, exclaiming, "Father, look at this fellow." Li Yuanhuan and the other disciples felt their faces flush with embarrassment, pretending not to know Ling Xiao as they turned their heads away. They were immensely grateful to him, for without his assistance on the journey, they might have met with dire consequences. However, no matter how strong their bond, could they truly abandon him? Cheng Qiantai cleared his throat twice. "Shower, everyone is waiting." Ling Xiao, struck by sudden realization, said, "Oh, I'm holding everyone up. My apologies. Please go ahead. I'll join you shortly. By the way, Yingying, stay here with me." "Sure." Tang Yingying responded with enthusiasm, leaping off her horse to stand beside Ling Xiao, earnestly examining the jade bricks. Cheng Qiantai, initially inclined to scold Ling Xiao, paused, considering that Ling Xiao's behavior was not typical of someone lacking decorum. He must have his reasons. Since Ling Xiao was unwilling to leave, he decided to let him be. "Yuanhuan, let us depart," Cheng Qiantai declared, striding away without looking back. Li Yuanhuan, ever obedient to his master, followed suit, though he cast a curious glance at Ling Xiao, only to find him still fixated on the bricks with a greedy gaze, prompting a wry smile as he stepped inside. Qian Hai shot a disdainful look at Ling Xiao and remarked to Cheng Yu, "Your junior brother is quite unimpressive." Cheng Yu, in a foul mood, did not respond, trailing closely behind her father and ignoring Qian Hai. Receiving no reply, Qian Hai had no choice but to follow them inside. Once everyone had entered, Ling Zhao's covetous eyes turned steely as he swiftly pulled Tang Yingying to a secluded corner, arranging dozens of yellow crystals into a ghostly barrier formation. "Yingying, you stay here and don't go anywhere. Brother Xiao will come to fetch you once he has done." The efficacy of the ghostly barrier formation improved with the quality of the crystals used. Constructed from yellow crystals, it would remain undetected unless someone possessed a mental strength surpassing Ling Zhao's. Observing Ling Zhao's serious demeanor, Tang Yingying understood he had pressing matters to attend to and nodded in comprehension. "Brother Xiao, you go ahead. Yingying will wait for your return." "All right." Just as Ling Xiao was about to depart, Tang Yingying suddenly called out, "Wait." Ling Xiao halted and turned back, asking, What is it? Tang Yingying gazed earnestly at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, I fear you may lose your way in finding me. Therefore, I possess a method that will allow you to locate me at any moment. With that, Tang Yingying clasped her hands before her heart, bowed her head, and closed her eyes, murmuring incantations in a tongue that Ling Xiao could not comprehend. Before long, a magnificent golden bird took flight from above her head, swiftly soaring to perch upon Ling Xiao's brow, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a faint connection of spirit with Tang Yingying. Stunned, he murmured, What is this? Tang Yingying replied with a sweet smile, Brother Xiao, go on. Your matters are of utmost importance. Do not stray too far. Ling Xiao, anxious and preoccupied, failed to notice the subtle shift in Tang Yingying's expression as he hastily departed after offering a brief word of reassurance. No sooner had he left than a crimson shadow materialized before Tang Yingying, a strikingly beautiful woman, yet her gaze was chillingly indifferent. Interesting, the woman remarked coldly, this boy possesses the skills of a soul mage. Yet he treats our Yingying rather well, exerting such effort to ensure your safety. Tang Yingying's eyes dimmed at once. Mother, please do not harm Brother Xiao. He saved me. The woman in red responded with stark indifference. I am aware. Had it not been for his intervention, I would have already ended his life for his entanglement with you. However, your actions are utterly reprehensible. To forge a soul contract with him, you comprehend the implications this bears for our golden weaving birds. Tang Yingying, gazing toward the direction in which Ling Xiao had departed, replied calmly, If I had not entered into a soul contract with him, Mother, I fear Brother Xiao would not survive the night. He is a good person. He has promised to protect me, and I have faith in him, she spoke. An almost superstitious light sparkled in her eyes. The woman in red scoffed, waved her crimson sleeve, and in an instant, both she and Tang Yingying vanished, leaving only a scattering of yellow crystal stones that Ling Xiao had arranged for his formation. Chapter 27. Moonstream Sect. Having parted ways with Tang Yingying, Ling Xiao soon stumbled upon 6 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. The style of their garments revealed them to be disciples of the Moonstream Sect. The manner of their demise was gruesome. Their bodies remained intact, yet their brains had been mysteriously drained. It appeared these individuals had been tracking him, though it was unclear who had dispatched them. The method of their execution bore the hallmarks of a beastly clan. Ling Xiao pondered this as he continued his retreat, confident that the formation he had crafted from the numerous yellow crystals would yield no issues. At the very least, he felt no sense of danger regarding Tang Yingying, with whom he had established a spiritual connection. Upon returning to the Moonstream Sect, Ling Xiao opted not to enter through the main gate, but rather sought a secluded corner to scale the wall. Beyond lay a garden, and as he landed softly on the grass, he could not help but utter a contemptuous curse. Whoever the head of this Moonstream Sect is, they clearly know how to indulge themselves. Cursing under his breath, Ling Xiao proceeded cautiously, navigating the grounds of the Moonstream Sect with utmost care. He emanated his mental prowess to its fullest extent, walking and observing, remaining ever vigilant to any signs of disturbance. Deftly maneuvering around potential threats. It was now the hour of you, and the Moonstream Sect was still bustling with disciples patrolling back and forth. These disciples bore expressions of palpable tension, as if they were safeguarding some precious treasure. With such stringent defenses in place, what could be their true intentions? Ling Xiao was filled with questions, proceeding cautiously in the direction of his master. He had sprinkled a special tracking powder on his fellow disciples and master, knowing only himself how to utilize it for tracking purposes. However, to his surprise, the sense carried by the powder did not emanate from a singular source. Had his master and senior brothers separated? After a brief moment of speculation, Ling Xiao resolved to head towards the area with the stronger scent. Following the trail, he arrived at a grand dining hall. It was laden with 3 tables overflowing with delicacies. The aromas wafting through the air tantalizing enough to make one salivate. The disciples of the Bei Min sect and the Chang Yuan sect were already ravenously hungry. How could they resist indulging in such culinary delights? Yet, Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Yu, Qian Hai, as well as Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gui were conspicuously absent. By the time Ling Xiao spotted them, the feast had already been significantly diminished. Observing them devouring the food with greasy satisfaction, Ling Xiao patted his own stomach. Heartless rascals, indulging here while I, Ling, am left to starve. Suddenly, a disciple from the Bei Min sect named Wang Tong exclaimed, Don't finish it all off. At least leave some for junior brother Ling. The other Bei Min disciples laughed derisively. Junior brother Ling is busy treasure hunting with that little sister, reaping both fortune and beauty. Why would he need to eat? Ha ha! Hearing their jests, Ling Xiao chuckled and retorted, Choke on it. Just as he uttered these words, a disciple from the Chang Yuan sect clutched his throat tightly, his face turning ashen, unable to utter a sound. Others, startled for a brief moment, soon exhibited similar symptoms. The food was poisoned. The black-faced judge, cursed be it, Ling Xiao hurriedly retrieved a bundle of green herbs from the soul chain space, twisting them to extract their juices. Simultaneously, he produced a small vial designed for liquids from the space, capturing every drop of the extracted juice without waste. Once the individuals inside had collapsed into unconsciousness, over 30 disciples from the Moonstream sect surged forth, binding all the disciples of the Bei Min sect with tight restraints. One disciple from the Moonstream sect, while securing a female disciple from the Changyuan sect, shamelessly groped her inappropriately, grinning lewdly. If her master does not acquiesce to our master's terms, then, another disciple from the Moonstream sect hurriedly cautioned. Xiao Kai, don't act recklessly. You'll ruin our master's plans, and you'll be in for it. Ling Xiao's expression darkened. The Moonstream sect resorts to poison. Then I, Ling, shall not hold back. He casually retrieved over 30 poison talismans, each coated with the venom of corpses, from the space of the Seven Souls demon chain, and hurled them through the window towards the group of Moonstream sect disciples. With Ling Xiao's 4 years of alchemical training and the prowess of the Seven Souls demon chain and the Seven Souls divine chain in developing his mental fortitude, if he were unable to strike with the talismans he so expertly controlled, he would no longer be worthy of the name Ling Xiao. The 30-odd individuals, still bewildered by the unfolding events, emitted cries of agony as they clawed at the decaying flesh upon their bodies, only to exacerbate their afflictions with each desperate grasp. As their minds descended into madness, they flailed indiscriminately, with one unfortunate soul gruesomely mangling his own visage until it was a ghastly mass of blood and flesh. Within a mere minute, all 30 of them succumbed to their putrefaction and perished. Perhaps feeling overly secure, there were no disciples patrolling the vicinity of the cafeteria, allowing such a cacophony to transpire unnoticed by any of the Yueshi sect's members. Swiftly, Ling Xiao infiltrated the scene, prying open the mouths of the disciples from the Beimin and Changyuan sects, administering a drop of the herbal extract to each, and subsequently unbinding their restraints. What is happening? The group, groggy and clutching their splitting heads, gradually came to their senses. Ling Shidi, what brings you here? Their first sight upon awakening was Ling Xiao, followed by the horrifying sight of corpses strewn about. Ling Xiao's countenance was laden with murderous intent. Everyone, dispose of these bodies, remain here and do not scatter. I shall check on master. When you hear the signal flare, rush out at my command. Recalling the harrowing moments of their poisoning, a chill ran through them. They quickly grasped that the Yueshi sect harbored malicious intentions. Though filled with indignation, they instinctively complied with Ling Xiao's directives, waiting in the cafeteria. Concerned for the safety of Cheng Qiantai and his companions, Ling Xiao hastened from the Yueshi sect's cafeteria. Just as he stealthily approached the hall where Cheng Qiantai was, he suddenly heard the thunderous roar of Cheng Qiantai. You Songshi, do not indulge in delusions. Even if all my disciples of the Beimin sect were to perish, I would never conspire with the demonic sect. Alas, his master's stubbornness. Upon hearing that voice, Ling Xiao sensed impending doom. Indeed, before he could blink, Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Cheng Yu burst forth from the hall. As they emerged, they were immediately encircled by a throng of Yueshi sect disciples in the open space outside. A middle-aged man, his skin as smooth as warm jade, stepped out from the hall, adorned in an exquisitely crafted outfit that spoke to his well-maintained appearance and penchant for indulgence. Flanking him were the dejected figures of Qian Gue and Qian Hai, resembling defeated roosters. The middle-aged man lamented, Master Cheng, why go to such lengths? While the loss of your disciples is regrettable, should you perish here, I could easily pin a charge of collusion with the demonic sect upon you. Who, do you think, would heed the defense of a dead man? Cheng Qiantai did not spare the man a glance, instead fixating intently on Qian Gue. Master Qian, together we could vanquish this shameless scoundrel. You Songshi, why do you hesitate so? Qian Gue sighed helplessly. Master Cheng, not everyone possesses your integrity. I lack remarkable abilities, but with so many disciples relying on me, it is my duty to ensure their safety. Cheng Qiantai, undeterred, replied in the end, it may simply be that the 3 of us perish here. To his surprise, his master exhibited such audacity. Ling Xiao nodded subtly. Indeed, my master is truly admirable. Suddenly, Dong Xian, the chief disciple of the Yueshi sect, emerged from the hall, one arm gripping the arm of an individual while the other held a sword to that person's throat. Cheng Qiantai's complexion turned deathly pale. How despicable! The individual being threatened was none other than Cheng Qiantai's wife, the graceful Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi's face turned ashen, her voice trembling as she cried out, Husband, save me! Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed fiercely. My master will eventually meet his downfall at the hands of this woman. No, I must devise a plan. Chapter 28. A battle beneath the moonlight. Should I charge recklessly? Perhaps before I even reached that Yusongshi, I would be struck down, leaving me utterly foolish to rescue someone. I must utilize every available resource. The father and son of Qian Gue succumbed due to their disciples being trapped by Yusongshi. Otherwise, with their soul stone plate, they would never submit to another. Moments ago, upon hearing Qian Gue's weary sigh, I sensed genuine concern for the safety of his disciples. Thus, if we were to release those disciples, it would undoubtedly allow the father and son to act without restraint. However, I realized that it would be more challenging to deal with my master. His affection for my master's wife was well known among the other disciples, and I had experienced it firsthand. With his beloved wife in peril at the hands of the enemy, my master would certainly find it inconvenient to accede. In fact, he might not act at all. If this continued, we would be left vulnerable to slaughter. In a moment of desperation, a sudden idea struck me, my eyes glinting with resolve. Master's wife, for the sake of my master, I hope you will not hold this against me. While Ling Xiao was preoccupied with devising a plan, Cheng Qin I shouted loudly, Yusongshi, release my wife. If you can defeat me, I am willing to cooperate with you. Yusongshi shook his head. Master Cheng, I am always cautious in my dealings. If I were to release your wife, I would have no doubt that you would fight me to the death. That you, will not take unnecessary risks. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the night sky, resonating ominously above the Yueshi sect. All attention was drawn to this alarming sound. What was happening? Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Cheng Yu exchanged bewildered glances. It was evident that this cry was a distress signal from their Bei Min sect. Could there still be members outside? Yusongshi's expression darkened. Kill him? Kill! At that moment, a chorus of battle cries surged from the direction of the dining hall, as a throng of individuals charged forth. The 30 or so disciples from Chang Yuan sect and Bei Min sect, upon hearing the signal flare, assumed the situation outside was secured and rushed out with great fervor. Why Yusongshi's expression turned frigid. Eliminate them all. Suddenly, more than 200 disciples of the Moonstream sect turned and charged towards the disciples of the Changyuan sect and the Beimin sect. Qian Gue and his son Qian Hai, upon seeing their disciples safe and sound from a distance, felt an immense sense of relief. At that moment, a voice rang out loudly. Qian Gue, if we do not take action now, when shall we? Upon hearing this, both Qian Gue and his son realized the truth of the statement. Indeed, their disciples were unharmed, and with Cheng Qiantai of the Beimin sect present, how could they fear the singular presence of Yusongshi? Yusongshi also quickly grasped the situation and knew he could no longer restrain Qian Gue. Almost simultaneously with Qian Gue's assault, he unleashed a powerful punch with utmost speed. With a resounding crash, two beams of azure spiritual energy collided, causing both to stagger back several paces, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, indicating they were not lightly injured. The ground beneath them, spanning over 100 meters, shattered into fine dust, a testament to the tremendous force of their clash. Dong Xian wished to break free, but alas, he had a sword poised at Cheng's throat and dared not move recklessly. However, this did have its advantages, as Cheng Qiantai and his companions did not dare retaliate, merely glaring at Dong Xian in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards Cheng and Dong Xian, wielding a peculiar dark weapon, aiming a strike at Cheng's head. Without needing to ponder, both Li Yuanhuan and Cheng Qiantai recognized that the assailant could only be Ling Xiao. However, Cheng Qiantai was unaware of Ling Xiao's intentions, while Li Yuanhuan's eyes gleamed with understanding, tightly gripping his spear. Dong Xian was struck with terror. This could not stand. If Cheng were to be slain by this individual, controlling Cheng Qiantai would become impossible. His immediate reaction was to raise his sword and intercept the blow meant for Cheng. With a clang, Dong Xian, empowered by yellow-level spiritual energy, successfully repelled the attacker. Nevertheless, the impact left his arm slightly numb, slowing his response. Just as he regained his composure, a gleaming spearhead surged towards him with alarming precision, narrowly evading Cheng and aiming directly for Dong Xian's throat. Even as Dong Xian attempted to pull Cheng to shield her, he found himself unable to do so in time, forced to relinquish his grip and retreat several steps. Consequently, Cheng was entirely freed from Dong Xian's control. However, having just endured a fright, the delicate Cheng, not being a chained soul master, collapsed to the ground in a faint. Cheng Yu rushed forward in haste, lifting Cheng and carrying her away. Dong Xian, aghast, shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" But before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant blade of spiritual energy sliced through the air, severing Dong Xian's head from his shoulders with a sickening sound. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a burst pipe. His body lurched forward 2 or 3 steps before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing his foremost disciple's head being cleaved off, Yu Songshi sneered, "What great authority Master Cheng wields!" Chung Qiantai paid no heed to Yu Songxi's scornful jibes and coldly commanded, "Yuer, protect your aunt. Yuan Huan, Shower, go assist your fellow disciples. Leave not a single soul of the Moonstream sect." "Yes, master." Li Yuan Huan and Ling Shao replied in unison, charging into the fray against the disciples of the Moonstream sect. Qian Gui's face was equally cold. "Ahai, you should also lend a hand. I will take care of this." Yu Songxi produced a beautifully crafted handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a dry chuckle. "You truly are oblivious to the situation. Do you genuinely believe that the extermination of the demon sect by the 7 great sacred lands is for the purpose of eradicating evil and allowing the people of the entire Yaotian continent to live in peace? You are mistaken. For thousands, even tens of thousands of years, has there ever been a time when the demon soul masters were entirely eradicated? Those scoundrels merely cloak their ambition to consume us smaller sects under the guise of eliminating demons. We never harbored ambitions of competing with the 7 great sacred lands, but in their fierce rivalry, how could they grow their own power without devouring us?" Chung Qiantai was well aware that Yu Songxi spoke the truth, yet he did not agree with his methods. Moreover, the fact that the other party held the life of his beloved wife as leverage was intolerable for Chung Qiantai. "Yu Songxi, spare me the nonsense. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Qian Zhongmin, let us strike together." "Very well." Qian Gu, brimming with pent-up fury, drew his twin short blades, and the two charged toward Yu Songxi from opposite sides. Yu Songxi bellowed, brandishing a hefty halberd, "Come forth, I shall not back down." Although the disciples of the Yueshi sect were numerically superior, the entrance of Ling Shao, Li Yuanhuan, and Qian Hai into the fray transformed the battlefield entirely. These 3 plunged into the midst of the Yueshi disciples like wolves among sheep, ruthlessly unleashing their wrath. Ling Shao was not one to show mercy, and with Li Yuanhuan instructed by Chung Qiantai to leave no one alive. The two wreaked havoc, leaving the Yueshi disciples to meet a bloody end. Qian Hai, too, revealed a fierce determination, his eyes gleaming with malice as he swung his long blade, slaughtering the Yueshi disciples who were of lesser rank. In a short span, over 200 disciples of the Yueshi sect fell to the blades of Ling Shao, Li Yuanhuan, and their cohort. Glancing at his fellow disciples, the 3 wore expressions of despair. The disciples of Changyuan sect and Beimin had dwindled to only 7 or 8. Even if they annihilated the Yueshi disciples, their leader remained, and thus Ling Shao and the others directed their furious gazes towards Yu Songxi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Chung Qianai and Qian Gu. The intensity of their conflict was palpable. Although Yu Songxi's cultivation was on par with the two, it seemed strange that he could withstand their combined assault. With the halberd in hand, he whirled it with precision, sending forth countless azure spear shadows that surged towards Chung Qiantai and Qian Gu like sentient entities. Qian Gu wielded his short blades with flawless precision, forming a spherical azure light that enveloped him completely. The spear shadows collided against the azure sphere, dissipating like raindrops vanishing into the ocean. Meanwhile, Chung Qiantai swung his large blade, unleashing a flurry of blade shadows that shattered Yu Songxi's spear projections. The scene depicted Yu Songxi holding his ground against both Chung Qianai and Qian Gu with apparent ease. The onlookers were left bewildered. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Could it be that Yu Songxi, a blue-tier demon soul master, possessed the strength of 2? Chapter 29. The pursuit even amidst the anxious crowd, the conflict between Chung Qiantai, Qian Gu, and Yu Songxi was beyond the intervention of the disciples present. The disparity between the crimson and orange levels still allowed for competition, yet individuals like Ling Shao, who possessed extraordinary prowess, could at most withstand a few blows from Dong Xian. Should a true confrontation arise, the yellow level would stand no chance. Furthermore, as one ascends in rank, the gaps in power expand significantly. The 3 individuals who had attained the level of Azure Chain Soul Masters could effortlessly obliterate the others present with a mere flick of their wrists. Ling Shao was labeled as extraordinary not merely for his physical strength, but for his utterly exceptional mental prowess in terms of mental capacity alone. Even Chung Qiantai could not rival Ling Shao. However, Ling Shao's low rank hindered him from fully unleashing his potential. Nonetheless, this did not prevent Ling Shao from causing a ruckus on the sidelines. Occasionally, he would unleash a flicker of thunder calling technique, directing a few small bolts of lightning towards Yu Songxi, generating mere sparks of thunder star. At other times, he would summon a diminutive, sword-wielding, spirit child of the crimson level, who would rush towards Yu Songxi with boisterous shouts. Although Ling Shao's lightning posed no threat to Yu Songxi, and the crimson spirit was easily reduced to dust by Yu Songxi's might, the incessant disturbances were akin to a fly or mosquito buzzing around while one was deeply engrossed in a task or slumber, rendering concentration impossible and sleep elusive, thus inciting an overwhelming agitation. Yu Songxi had never anticipated that his azure-level prowess would be struck by Ling Shao's 5-element lightning technique. an utter humiliation. It is universally acknowledged that as long as one's level surpasses that of the opponent by a single tier, one should, under normal circumstances, be immune to the opponent's elemental techniques. Yet, Yu Songshi was a full 4 levels above Ling Xiao. What infuriated him further was Ling Xiao's boisterous proclamation. "Brothers, did you see that? This fellow is nothing extraordinary. I can strike him however I please. Ha ha! Tomorrow, when I locate his wife, we shall do as we wish. Hee hee." The other disciples were left in stunned silence, questioning the audacity of this individual. While they often engaged in harmless banter, openly declaring intentions towards another's spouse was an entirely different matter. Ling Xiao truly was commendable in his audacity. Yu Songshi, already embroiled in a life-and-death battle, was driven to the brink of fury by Ling Xiao's incessant provocations, and he bellowed, "You wretched little brat, I shall pierce you." No longer concerned with Qian Gue and Cheng Qiantai, Yu Songshi raised his massive spear and swung it violently towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh, a streak of azure light, over 10 meters long, cleaved through the air, dragging across the ground and sending fragments of stone flying, leaving a long gash in its wake. Should this spear strike Ling Xiao, not only would he be annihilated, but the 10 or so individuals around him would stand no chance of survival. Cheng Qiantai, taken aback, shouted, "Master Qian, attack him from behind." As he spoke, Cheng Qiantai dashed forward with great strides, reaching Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan with utmost speed. Raising his great sword to intercept, boom! A blinding azure light engulfed Ling Xiao and his companions, forcing them to squint against the brightness, while a scorching gust of wind rushed towards them, causing countless shards of stone to carve several thin, bleeding gashes upon their faces. As the azure light faded, a venomous voice echoed from the distant horizon, belonging to Yu Songshi. "Cheng Qiantai, Qian Gue, I shall repay today's grievances tenfold in the days to come." Ling Xiao cursed bitterly. "How audacious! It was you who sought to kill us first, yet you dare speak of vengeance. Truly, the number of shameless individuals in this world is staggering." Upon hearing Ling Xiao's rebuke, the onlookers gazed at him as if he were a monster, causing an unsettling chill to creep over him. "Why do you all stare at me so?" he demanded. Qian Gue sighed deeply, expressing his sentiments. "Ling Xiao, dear disciple, your keen perception is remarkable. You discerned that Yu Shi harbored ill intentions. We too were aware of his ulterior motives, yet we never anticipated that Yu Songshi would be so malevolent. It appears that junior brother Ling intentionally stayed outside. How did you deduce that?" Li Yuanhuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ling Xiao chuckled. "When someone offers excessive kindness without cause, they are either a rogue or a thief. Who would linger at such a time unless they were aware of our arrival? Such concern for our well-being can only mean they wish to harm us. Do they genuinely wish to entertain us?" At that moment, Cheng Shi awoke groggily, and upon seeing Ling Xiao, she let out a piercing scream. "Husband, he seeks to kill me, ahem." "It is a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding," Cheng Qiantai interjected, clearing his throat. "Shower and Yuanhuan were here to rescue you." Ling Xiao offered a deep bow to Cheng Shi. "Mistress, I apologize for frightening you. I assure you, my intentions were never to harm." Yet within, Ling Xiao mused that had Dong Xian failed to intervene earlier, and had he struck down this troublesome mistress, his master would thereafter act with greater decisiveness. Cheng Shi composed herself, smoothing a stray lock of hair. "Oh, it is not your fault, not your fault," while she verbally absolved Ling Xiao. A flicker of resentment betrayed her true feelings in her eyes. Qian Gue praised, "This time, it is fair to say that Ling Xiao single-handedly saved us all. Master Cheng. How envious I am of you for having such an exceptional disciple." Cheng Qiantai nodded in agreement, for he too held this opinion. Cheng Yu merely curled her lip, unusually refraining from disparaging Ling Xiao. In truth, she had also wondered why Ling Xiao had not dispatched that loathsome woman. The others expressed their gratitude towards Ling Xiao, yet only Qian Hai regarded him with skepticism, privately concluding that Ling Xiao was merely crafty. At such a moment, it would indeed be a waste of opportunity if Ling Xiao did not seize the chance to demonstrate his prowess. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Ling Xiao forced himself to expel a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning ashen, prompting Cheng Qiantai to urgently inquire, "Shower, are you all right?" Ling Xiao weakly replied, "I am fine, I was merely shaken by that." Dong Xian and Li Yuanhuan became further convinced of Ling Xiao's injury, recalling the previous encounter where Ling Xiao had been struck by the rat demon's attack, suspecting that the old wound had yet to heal. Little did he know, Ling Xiao consumed his own concocted tonics daily, possessing a vitality akin to a creature known as cockroach from another realm. This act of shedding blood, which tugged at the heartstrings of those present, inadvertently elevated Ling Xiao's standing in their eyes. "Behold, this is Ling Xiao. He bled for the sake of his fellow disciples and master." Suddenly, Ling Xiao recalled Tang Yingying. "Master, please wait here for me for a moment." I shall go fetch Sister Tang. You are injured. Allow me to go instead. Li Yuanhuan interjected. No, no, it is unnecessary. Like a rabbit, Ling Xiao dashed away, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. How could he run so swiftly despite his severe injuries? Yet, the mere thought of the enchanting Tang Yingying rendered everything understandable. If they had such a lovely little girl, they too would sprint at great speed, let alone Ling Xiao, who was known to revel in the pleasures of life. Upon reaching the location where he had set his formation, Ling Xiao found no trace of any person, save for a few dozen yellow crystals. He was instantly frozen in shock. His formation had been breached, and Tang Yingying was nowhere to be found. Yingying! Ling Xiao's voice echoed through the night sky, reverberating in layers into the distance, yet no one answered him. Ling Xiao felt as though he had lost a part of himself in the absence of Tang Yingying, leaving his heart feeling hollow. The days and nights spent together over the past fortnight had indelibly etched her delicate and beautiful silhouette into the deepest recesses of his mind. Yingying, who has taken you? Why did you not give any warning? Contemplating the peculiar bond he shared with Tang Yingying, an odd thought emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. Could it be that she was aware of her departure and hence had entwined their souls with a thread? Recalling her strange expression during their farewell, her reluctant gaze only solidified his conviction. Tang Yingying was not in danger. She had merely left. Yingying, Brother Xiao has vowed to protect you. Wherever you may be, should you require my assistance, I shall be the first to arrive at your side. Thousands of miles away, tears glistened in Tang Yingying's eyes. Brother Xiao, Yingying can hear the voice of your heart. One day, we shall continue our leisurely chats about your mundane life and those rather unimpressive ideals. Take care, Brother Xiao. Chapter 30. Arrogance and hubris. Ling Xiao had changed. Once a taciturn individual within the Beimin sect, he had become even more reticent. He would only respond with a few murmurs when Chang Qiantai or Li Yuanhuan addressed him, ignoring everyone else entirely. The others, recognizing Ling Xiao's troubled spirit, refrained from provoking him. Over the past few days, they had observed him intimately engaged with Tang Yingying, lavishing care upon the petite beauty. They understood the heartache of losing such a charming companion. Chang Qiantai felt a deep sense of guilt towards Ling Xiao, believing that had Ling Xiao not rushed to rescue them, Tang Yingying would not have gone missing. When Chang Qiantai expressed this sentiment to Ling Xiao, he simply gazed calmly at him. Master, it is not your fault. Yingying chose to leave. No one could have stopped her. Throughout their journey, the remaining members of the Beimin sect and Changyuan sect encountered no further troubles. For days later, they finally arrived at the location of Luofeng Valley, Luofeng City. It is vast, truly vast. Ling Xiao gulped, a sense of awe washing over him. While the crowd believed that Ling Xiao was reflecting on the grandeur of Luofeng City, Chengyu, following Ling Xiao's gaze, discovered that his eyes were fixated upon the ample bosom of a mature woman. This revelation ignited a surge of indignation within her. Rogue, must you bring such disgrace upon the Beimin sect? Li Yuanhuan patted Chengyu's shoulder and subtly gestured for her to disregard the matter. After entering the city, Li Yuanhuan seized a private moment to explain to Chengyu, junior sister, Tang Yingying has departed, and Ling Shidi is suffering in silence, venting his emotions. Please do not misconstrue his actions. Chengyu, with a tone of disdain, retorted, in just over 10 days, he has become so disheartened. How utterly disgraceful, Li Yuanhuan, as if struck by a revelation, sighed softly. Some share a lifetime together yet feel no affection, while for others, a single glance can encapsulate a lifetime of emotion. Humph. Chengyu feigned ignorance, continuing to survey her surroundings, appreciating the local customs and culture of Luofeng City. As one of the 7 sacred places, Luofeng Valley thrives in prosperity, with streets that span over 100 meters in width. Even so, the thoroughfare was bustling with crowds, rendering the spacious streets somewhat congested and lively. Observing the vendors selling trinkets, snacks, and jewelry, Chengyu felt a long-suppressed joy begin to unfurl. After all, girls will always be girls. Just as the group intended to pass through the city's opposite gate towards Luofeng Valley, they were confronted by a dozen disciples from Luofeng Valley. One burly man, clad in a cloth vest with arms reminiscent of gnarled vines, arrogantly declared, "Which sect do you hail from? State your name." How brazen! The disciples of Beimin sect and Changyuan sect exchanged glances of discontent, with Qian Hai unable to restrain himself from wanting to slap the man across the face. However, even he understood that should any slapping occur, it would only be his own face that would suffer. The disciples of Luofeng Valley would not accept anyone below the yellow level, and they were all elite practitioners from various minor sects. Further honed by the extensive training offered by Luofeng Valley, thus possessing ample grounds for their arrogance. 4 years prior, Luofeng Valley had sought to recruit Li Yuanhuan, but both Chang Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan had declined, leading to its abandonment. Consequently, the valley's master, Shun Nanfeng, held a rather unfavorable impression of Cheng Qiantai, deeming him ungrateful, which led to the significant task of accepting Ling Xiao, perceived as worthless, being assigned to Cheng Qiantai. Young men are often impulsive. Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gue were already accustomed to the disdainful demeanor of Luofeng Valley's disciples and paid little heed to it. I am Cheng Qiantai from Beimin sect. This is Qian Gue from Chongyuan sect. The disciple from Luofeng Valley glanced at their party, snorted derisively. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Humph. The Valley Master has decreed that the newcomer competition will commence in 3 days. As Luofeng Valley cannot accommodate so many people, all inns and hotels within Luofeng City will provide complimentary lodging for you during this time. No fighting or causing disturbances within the city. Violators will be thrown out after being incapacitated. These 2 tokens are your passes. Present them, and all expenses will be waived. The muscular man casually tossed 2 tokens, each the size of a palm, to the ground, not sparing Cheng Qiantai and his companions another glance. Everyone was incensed. Is there truly such brazen bullying? Yet, what can they do in such circumstances? They assert themselves more boldly than you, encroaching upon their territory, bullying you without hesitation. The 2 tokens present a dilemma, neither easily discarded nor retained. Cheng Yu, unable to contain his mounting fury, was on the verge of an outburst when Cheng Qiantai, well acquainted with his daughter's temperament, restrained him. While Cheng Qiantai attempted to intervene, he was caught off guard as Ling Xiao, who had been unusually silent, stepped forward to confront the tokens. Although Cheng Qiantai was uncertain of Ling Xiao's intentions, he trusted that she would act with discretion. However, he had overlooked Ling Xiao's recent discontent. In a surprising turn, Ling Xiao removed one of her shoes, discarded her foul-smelling sock, and adeptly pinched the token from the ground with her toes. She then wrapped it in the stinky sock and tossed it towards Qian Hai, declaring, "Here, this token belongs to the Chongyuan sect." Qian Hai was assailed by the noxious aroma reminiscent of decaying fish, hastily swatting the sock aside while catching the token with his hands. Nonetheless, the token still bore the repugnant stench of Ling Xiao's feet. Coughing twice from the offensive odor, Qian Hai hastily wrapped the token in his cloth, casting a venomous glare at Ling Xiao. Oblivious to Qian Hai's ire, Ling Xiao proceeded to retrieve the other token with her foot. How outrageous! You seek a beating. A disciple from Falling Wind Valley, visibly enraged, rushed towards Ling Xiao, poised to deliver a severe thrashing. However, he was abruptly halted by Ling Xiao's declaration. No fighting or creating disturbances within the city. Violators will be dealt with severely and expelled. Is that not the decree of the Valley Master? Do you dare defy the Valley Master's orders? Taken aback, the disciple hesitated, his fury boiling beneath the surface as he gritted his teeth. Kid, you'd best not venture out tonight, or else you might find yourself in a precarious situation, and we won't be held accountable. Ling Xiao met his gaze with a challenging look. Understood, I assure you. I will not give you the chance to trip me up. The disciple, surprisingly, managed to suppress his frustration. I am Wu Tan. Remember my name. Unfazed, Ling Xiao utilized her foot to grasp the remaining token and stowed it in her bag. Your name holds no significance to me. Master, I am famished. Let us find something to eat. It's on the house. After all, ha ha, I intend to feast for 3 days and nights. Cheng Qiantai, eager to depart, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Ling Xiao's intention to leave. Had he intervened earlier, he would have alienated the disciples, yet he feared that a confrontation might result in Ling Xiao's detriment. He had not anticipated such a resolution. As Cheng Qiantai and Ling Xiao's group exited the city gates, Wu Tan's eyes glinted with a serpentine malice. Xiao Wu, follow them and ascertain which inn they are lodging at. Once the group settled into the Jiaka Tavern, Ling Xiao retreated to her room, presumably to succumb to slumber. Cheng Yu wished to explore, and Li Yuanhuan dutifully assumed the role of protector. Meanwhile, Qian Hai shamelessly trailed behind, transforming their outing into a trio. Cheng Qiantai furrowed his brow, remarking, Master Qian, given the current circumstances, why do you still cling to that matter concerning my Beimin sect? Qian Gue offered a wry smile and remarked, before we set off, I indeed harbored such intentions. As long as I could procure that treasure from your esteemed Beimin faction, even the Lord of Luofeng Valley would not dare to lay a finger on our Chongyuan sect. That is why I had Haier approach your niece. However, after enduring the trials of this journey, I have long since abandoned that thought. It seems that Haier has genuinely taken a liking to your niece, and I find myself powerless to intervene. Cheng Qiantai fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, I wonder why Master Qian did not come here with Masters Luo and Qin. Qian Gue also paused in contemplation before heaved a sigh and replied, those two regard me as lacking in ambition, hence they have excluded me from their plans. I suspect they are poised to undertake something monumental. Cheng Qiantai gazed out of the window at the bustling crowd below, muttering to himself, could it be that a change of era is truly upon us? Chapter 31. The companionship of Ling Xiao, Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Yu, and Qian Hai strolled through the streets together, laughing and conversing, with Li Yuanhuan almost being rendered invisible in their camaraderie. Unperturbed and seemingly accustomed to the role of a bodyguard, Li Yuanhuan maintained a diligent pace behind the two. Suddenly, Qian Hai appeared to spot something intriguing and cheerfully suggested, "Miss Cheng, why don't you and Senior Brother Li take a seat at that tea house over there while I attend to something? I shall return shortly." Although Cheng Yu was curious about Qian Hai's errand, she complied with his request and led Li Yuanhuan into the nearest tea house, awaiting his return. Qian Hai veered into a secluded alley and quietly addressed a figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face. "Are you the apothecary?" The figure lowered his voice. "Indeed, young sir, your discernment is remarkable. I possess the finest remedies, regardless of whether it be a 5 or 6-year-old girl or a 7 or 8-year-old matron. Should they consume my concoction, rest assured." "Heh, you understand." Qian Hai, displaying evident impatience, retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. How much?" "A flat rate. 10 red crystal stones for the ordinary variety, and 30 for the colorless and tasteless one," replied the figure while producing 2 pills slightly larger than grains of rice. "Which would you prefer?" Without hesitation, Qian Hai produced 30 red crystal stones and stated, "I will take the colorless and tasteless one." "Splendid." The figure promptly selected a small white pill and handed it to Qian Hai, who departed without another word. "Ah, I've struck gold with this fool." The figure removed his hat, revealing a grimy face that belied his tender age of merely 5. Indeed, he was a naive fool. That remedy was worth at most 10 red crystal stones. The voice from behind startled the young boy, causing him to whirl around in alarm. A cheerful 10-year-old stood there, gazing at him with an inviting smile. "How did you know?" The boy's expression shifted in apprehension. "You wouldn't be in league with that person, trying to reclaim the money, would you?" The young lad beamed. "Not at all. We are merely fellow travelers, hence I am familiar with the pricing. I am, however, quite curious about the efficacy of your remedy." The young boy exhaled a sigh of relief. "Ah, you startled me. As for this medicine of mine, aside from the slightly steep price, its efficacy is undoubtedly guaranteed. It is concocted from a blend of several potent ingredients, which is my unique specialty." The young man displayed a hint of surprise. "Oh, in that case, I would like to purchase one of these pills from you, along with 10 red crystal stones. How does that sound?" The youth, with a playful grin, responded, "Since we are in the same line of work, as long as you are not competing with me for business in this city, a discount is certainly in order. Here, 10 crystal stones, take them." The young man received a small white pill identical to the one from Qian Hai, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is quite impressive. Farewell." By the time the young man regained his composure, the youth had already vanished without a trace. It turned out he was quite the formidable peer. The youth marveled inwardly. "Fortunately, he is not one to bully the weak nor to compete for my trade. Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to survive here." Shaking his head with an air of maturity, he set off in search of his next target. The young man purchasing the medicine was none other than Ling Xiao. Upon hearing that Qian Hai, Li Yuanhuan, and Cheng Yu had emerged together, he felt an inexplicable unease and decided to follow them. He soon discovered their clandestine purchase of medicine and decided to buy another pill. After some examination, Ling Xiao realized that although this fellow's medicine was slightly inferior to his own concoction, its potency was far more intense, truly deserving the title of a fierce drug. "He certainly possesses remarkable skills." Ling Xiao chuckled to himself and stored the pill away, making his way towards the inn where Cheng Yu and Li Yuanhuan were located. Just as Cheng Yu and Li Yuanhuan settled down in the tea house, a group of individuals suddenly entered through the door. Among them was a young woman, weeping and pointing accusingly at Li Yuanhuan. "Esteemed family members, this heartless scoundrel is the one who has made me bear his child and then callously abandoned me. You must seek justice on my behalf." The men surrounding her glared with fury, forcefully dragging Li Yuanhuan outside. "You ungrateful wretch, come, we are taking you to the Lu family." Li Yuanhuan, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I do not even know that girl." Yet the men were unwilling to heed Li Yuanhuan's defense. A throng of them seized Li Yuanhuan and marched him away. Though Li Yuanhuan possessed considerable skills, he refrained from resorting to violence against ordinary people, fearing unintentional harm. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany them. He believed it was merely a case of mistaken identity and that he would soon be able to clarify the misunderstanding. With Li Yuanhuan's departure, only Cheng Yu remained seated in the tea house. Naturally, Cheng Yu did not believe Li Yuanhuan capable of such actions. She was confident he could resolve the situation, so she remained unperturbed, patiently waiting for his return along with Qian Hai. Just then, Qian Hai entered, laden with an array of items. "Miss Cheng, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Upon seeing the assortment of trinkets Qian Hai had brought, all of which were the types of ornaments favored by young ladies that she had admired upon entering the city, Cheng Yu's heart filled with delight. It appears that young Master Qian truly understands a girl's heart, unlike Big Brother. Thinking of Li Yuanhuan naturally led her to recall Ling Xiao, prompting her to unconsciously dismiss the bothersome fellow. Cheng Yu eagerly examined each item, unable to part with any of them. Was your sole purpose in acquiring these items? Qian Hai feigned a bashful demeanor, saying, I fear I may become the subject of jest among the young ladies. But indeed it is so. Cheng Yu, quite pleased, replied, Thank you, young Master Cheng. Qian Hai took a sip of tea and began, Just now, I saw the group of people pulling on Li Shixiang. I am unaware of the reason behind it. Cheng Yu, rarely smiling, remarked, Perhaps a certain jilted woman has mistaken him for someone else. It is of no consequence. Let us wait here for Li Shixiang for a while. Qian Hai chuckled in agreement. Truly a curious matter. By the way, Miss Cheng, do you not have any tea or refreshments? I shall go to the counter and order some tea and pastries. Please wait a moment. Before Cheng Yu could respond, Qian Hai strolled towards the counter, leaving her in perplexity. Would it not suffice to call for a servant? He is indeed a meticulous fellow. Upon reaching the counter, Qian Hai whispered to the tea house attendant, Please take this pill and place it in 1 cup. Serve it to the lady opposite me. The attendant, taken aback, was astonished to discover that along with the pill, there was an orange crystal. Understanding the implication, the attendant quickly beamed. Certainly, as the attendant gazed at the orange crystal, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Well said, well said. When the attendant returned with 2 cups of tea and a pot on a tray, the young man took a moment to inhale the aroma, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, off you go. The attendant, akin to a child elated by praise for a good deed, excitedly approached the outer hall, distributing the tea to Qian Hai and Cheng Yu. Ladies, please enjoy. I shall prepare some pastries for you. Just as the attendant was about to place the tea before Qian Hai, his hand trembled unexpectedly, nearly spilling the tea on him. The attendant hurriedly apologized. Dear guest, I sincerely apologize. The tea is rather hot. Qian Hai silently cursed the attendant for his clumsiness, yet he had to uphold his impeccable image in front of Cheng Yu. He smiled gently. No matter, you may go now. The attendant, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly departed. Once the attendant had withdrawn, Qian Hai cheerfully remarked, Miss Cheng, I have heard that the Ming Ding tea here is quite exceptional. Do give it a taste. Cheng Yu lifted her cup and took a delicate sip. Quite good. Oh, why are you not drinking? Very well, Ling Shitty, I beseech you. Relieve me of this potion's effects. Cheng Yu said weakly. Ling Xiao leaned closer to Cheng Yu, and they could even hear each other's breaths, which only heightened Cheng Yu's flustered state. She quickly turned her head away. Ling Shitty, I implore you. Chapter 32. A murder in the alley. Ling Xiao replied coldly, Senior sister, I have long suspected that fellow would drug you, and why inaction was merely to teach you a lesson, to remind you that the only man who truly cares for you is De Shixiang. Cheng Yu bit her lip, struggling to utter, I understand quickly. Just as Ling Xiao prepared to counteract the effects of the drug on Cheng Yu, a peculiar voice echoed from the alleyway. So this scoundrel is hiding here indulging in an affair. Hee hee. Ling Xiao turned to see 2 disciples from Luofeng Valley. Begone, and perhaps you may still have a chance to remain unscathed. Ling Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it carried an authoritative tone that left no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples from Falling Wind Valley erupted in furious cries. You insolent brat! How dare you, a mere low-ranking crimson-level soul chain master, speak to us in such a manner? Xiao Wu, there's no one else here. Eliminate this wretch. The female disciple's gaze lingered lecherously on Cheng Yu's face, which resembled a perfectly ripened peach, her desire palpable. Xiao Wu, the other disciple, was filled with murderous intent. Humph. Even if he has not wronged us, if Brother Wu Tan desires his death, then he shall surely perish. In unison, the 2 leapt into the air, swiftly lunging toward Ling Xiao. Unarmed, they aimed their fists at him, convinced that obliterating Ling Xiao would be a trivial task. With a sudden closing of his eyes, Ling Xiao opened them abruptly, 2 dark crimson beams of light flashing forth. The 2 attackers simultaneously let out cries of anguish, blood seeping from the corners of their eyes. While a crimson-level mental assault would typically hold little effect on 2 yellow-level soul chain masters, these 2 were unprepared for Ling Xiao's unexpected use of mental impact, and they underestimated the potency of his formidable mental prowess. Had they been facing disciples from Tianjiang City or Huiyuan Hall, specializing in mental energy, Ling Xiao's mental assault would have been futile. However, the disciples from Falling Wind Valley predominantly honed their physical strength, leaving their mental capabilities woefully lacking. With a single strike, Ling Xiao had caused them to bleed from their eyes. But that was merely the beginning. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Ling Xiao dashed forward with unparalleled speed, wielding a dagger aimed directly at their eyes. His intent was clear, to blind both adversaries in one swift motion. Yet, Being mere yellow-level soul chain masters, they were not as slow as he might have hoped. Reacting swiftly, one raised a hand to shield his eyes while the other grasped Ling Xiao's dagger. With a sharp sound, the dagger sliced through the palm of the first assailant. While Xiao Wu managed to seize the weapon, he was confident that, with his yellow-level physical cultivation, a mere broken dagger posed no threat to him. However, the anguished cry of his companion shattered Xiao Wu's confidence. The hand that had been cut began to fester rapidly, the rot spreading swiftly up to his arm. The dagger was poisoned. With a scream, Xiao Wu released his grip on the dagger, but it was too late. By the time he registered the severity of the situation, his arm had completely decayed. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he shattered his own arm, sacrificing it to preserve his life. His companion, unable to sever his own limb in time, succumbed to the virulent toxin, his face turning ashen, eyes bulging, meeting a ghastly demise. Suddenly, Ling Xiao sensed the approach of other soul chain masters. With no time to finish off Xiao Wu, he swiftly took Cheng Yu and fled the alley as they dashed through. Someone entered the alley, catching sight of Ling Xiao and Cheng Yu's fleeing figures, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Xiao Wu shouted hysterically, "That brat from the Beiman faction actually dared to plot against us. I must inform the leader and eradicate the Beiman faction." But Xiao Wu could no longer produce a sound. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the figure who had pierced his own throat with a bamboo stick. He could hardly fathom that the opponent possessed such astonishing power. This person looked eerily familiar, as if he had encountered him before. This fleeting thought lingered in Xiao Wu's mind as his consciousness began to fade. Cheng Yu held tightly onto Ling Xiao, her body ablaze with heat, rendering her awareness increasingly hazy. All she could feel was an overwhelming affection for the body she embraced. As long as she clung tightly, her discomfort would dissipate. It wasn't until a chill swept from her head to her toes that Cheng Yu's consciousness fully returned. Before her stood Ling Xiao, his expression devoid of emotion. The memory of her earlier disgrace ignited a flicker of resentment within Cheng Yu. "You scoundrel!" Ling Xiao retorted coldly. "Me, a scoundrel? Without my intervention to dispel the effects of the drug, you would be lying there, utterly exposed, at the mercy of that scoundrel Qian Hai." Cheng Yu found herself at a loss for words. She could not argue, for Ling Xiao spoke nothing but the truth. Unable to harbor resentment towards Ling Xiao, Cheng Yu's thoughts turned to another. "Qian Hai. I shall return to settle the score with that rascal." "Ah, splendid," Ling Xiao remarked, a conspiratorial smile gracing his lips. "I dare say he is enjoying himself immensely right now." Upon their return to the tea house, they were met with a throng of people gathered outside, pointing and laughing, engaged in conversation that eluded Cheng Yu's understanding. Just as her surprise mounted, a cacophony of anguished hoarse cries and Qian Hai's frantic shouts erupted from within the tea house. "What on earth is happening?" Cheng Yu could not help but inquire. A disheveled man nearby gleefully replied, "What? You don't know? A rather beautiful young man has inexplicably thrown himself upon a mare. Teske, what a spectacular scene. It's truly a pity to miss it." Cheng Yu shot a peculiar glance at Ling Xiao, her expression a complex mixture of gratitude and irritation. Ling Xiao wore his signature smile. "Not my concern. Who would have thought there was a mare in the back of that tea house? Get away. Get away." Qian Hai, his clothing in disarray and eyes aflame, burst forth from the tea house, only to be met with the amused gazes of the crowd. They pointed and laughed, some even breaking into a folk song from their hometown. "Oh, the man on horseback, so valiant and strong." Qian Hai barreled through the crowd, frantically escaping, entirely oblivious to the presence of Ling Xiao and Cheng Yu, who stood nearby, reveling in the spectacle. "Still thinking of settling the score with him?" Ling Xiao asked, his curiosity piqued. Cheng Yu felt a simmering frustration but was uncertain how to vent it. All she could manage was a vexed spit. At that moment, Li Yuanhuan rushed over, drenched in sweat. "Junior sister." "Oh? Junior brother Ling. What brings you here?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "A mere coincidence. Ha. It is time to return. Otherwise, master will worry." The three of them began walking towards the inn where they were staying, when Ling Xiao suddenly inquired, "Elder brother, where did you go just now?" Li Yuanhuan wore a dejected expression. "There was nothing I could do, as I was dragged away by a group of people, accusing me of all sorts. They were merely ordinary folks, and I could not retaliate. So I had no choice but to accompany them. It was only when a woman claimed she had mistaken me for someone else that they released me." Ling Xiao chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further. Due to Cheng Yu's discontent, the trio remained silent throughout their journey until they returned to the Jiaka restaurant. "What transpired?" Cheng Qianai glared at the three. "How could Qian Xinji end up like that?" Cheng Yu tightly pressed her lips together, bitterly retorting, "That was his own doing." Slap. Cheng Qiantai swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Cheng Yu's face. Li Yuanhuan, alarmed, interjected, "Master, you." Cheng Yu covered her face, slowly turning to Cheng Qiantai. "Father, do you find me, your daughter, displeasing? If so, you might as well put me out of my misery." Junior sister, do not. Li Yuanhuan was at a loss on how to counsel his master, and now he was equally unsure of how to comfort his junior sister. Suddenly, Ling Xiao spoke up. "Master, Qianhai intended to harm junior sister with aphrodisiacs, but ended up consuming them himself." Ling Xiao's words were succinct and direct, and Cheng Qiantai immediately grasped the situation. Moreover, he realized that the primary contributor to Qianhai's predicament was none other than Ling Xiao. With a sigh, Cheng Qiantai lamented, "Alas, you all are truly reckless. The Changyuan sect is our only ally, and now look at the consequence." Ling Xiao seemed lost in thought, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "Master, do not worry. With me here, entering the top 10 in the upcoming grand tournament is absolutely within reach." A sudden surge of confidence radiated from Ling Xiao, leaving Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Cheng Yu astonished. Who had bestowed upon him such immense assurance? Chapter 33. The fusion of spiritual wisdom and demonic power. Ling Xiao returned to his guest room, locking himself in once more. This time, he did not ponder the whereabouts of Tang Yingying, but instead entered a state of meditation immediately. Earlier, while dealing with the two ruffians from Luofeng Valley, Ling Xiao had employed the spiritual attack of demonic essence. Initially, his rudimentary spiritual offense should have posed no threat to those two yellow-tier opponents. However, in that fleeting moment, the token within that space absorbed his demonic spiritual wisdom, merging it with his divine spiritual wisdom, resulting in an exceptionally effective spiritual attack. Suddenly, a bold notion arose within Ling Xiao's mind. The token left to him by his father was a treasure capable of fusing demonic and divine souls. This thought was audacious and extravagant, as it transcended the imagination of any soul chain master, overturning the long-held beliefs of all practitioners. The divine and demonic souls were traditionally deemed incompatible, yet Ling Xiao had achieved this feat. Moreover, he intended to take it a step further by merging these two opposing forces of spiritual essence, a venture that only a madman would dare undertake. For any soul chain master with a modicum of understanding, the catastrophic consequences of their clash were evident. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Yet, Ling Xiao, a novice, harbored no fear, for as the saying goes, ignorance breeds courage. Furthermore, he possessed a peculiar token. With unwavering resolve, Ling Xiao swiftly entered a meditative state, gradually channeling the ethereal essence of both his divine and demonic souls into the enigmatic token before him. This token absorbed his spiritual energies like a sponge eagerly soaking up water, greedily drawing in the essence of his divine and demonic powers. The two luminous orbs hovering above the token ignited with brilliance, one golden and the other obsidian, their flickering in a harmonious interplay. Ling Xiao observed the dance of the lights in serene concentration, lost to the world around him. Time slipped by unnoticed until the two orbs ceased their flickering, and a surge of pure demonic soul energy, surpassing even the potency of his divine essence, rushed towards the center of his forehead. To Ling Xiao's astonishment, he realized that he could now wield the power of the soul without the need to extract it from the seven souls divine chain or the seven souls demonic chain. With a mere thought, he could summon the amalgamated soul energy residing at his spiritual center and harness the strength of both chains. How extraordinary, Ling Xiao mused, a wave of unexpected euphoria washing over him. It dawned upon him that, perhaps, even without the two chains, he could invoke the power of the seven souls through sheer physical presence. What a wild notion. Almost immediately, another audacious idea took shape in his mind. If the ethereal essence could meld divine and demonic powers, then surely the other six souls could also be fused. Ling Xiao, emboldened by his earlier success, attempted once more to merge the essence of the Tianchong soul. Alas, he met with failure. The mystical token had lost its enchantment. No matter how fervently Ling Xiao infused it with soul energy, it resolutely rejected his efforts. Very well, he conceded. Today's endeavors would come to a close, and no longer desiring more, he leaped from the table, his thoughts shifting to another matter. That small warrior whom he had not slain. Surely, by now, he must have returned to complain. When the time comes, should he deny it, what could they possibly do to him? Ling Xiao clung to the notion of being beyond reproach, confident that his unorthodox methods, employing the blood and poison of the demonic realm, would shield him from any singular accusation. In fact, he even considered turning the situation to his advantage, suggesting that his conflict with Wu Tan was a deliberate frame-up. He believed that most would be inclined to trust his version of the events. Unbeknownst to him, the small warrior he so fixated upon had already become a lifeless corpse, lying alongside a companion in the council hall of Falling Wind Valley. The valley's master, Shan Nanfeng, furrowed his brow, observing a gray-clad elder as he meticulously examined the two bodies. yet yielding no revelations. The arrogant disciple Wu Tan stood by in a state of trepidation, too fearful to utter a word. Had it not been for Wu Tan's insistence that the small warrior accompany Ling Xiao, this calamity might never have transpired. If the Valley Master were to lay blame, Wu Tan's life would be forfeit. A chill coursed through him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He could boast before others, but even with tenfold courage, he would never dare to be audacious in the presence of Shan Nanfeng. "What is it?" Shan Nanfeng inquired as the gray-clad elder rose, but the disappointment etched on the elder's face was a clear indication that no answers had emerged. Shan Nanfeng found it rather peculiar that he could not discern the identity of the assailant. The gray-clad coroner, Elder Yang Hui, was merely slightly superior to him in skill. Yang Hui sighed, stating that the methods employed could only indicate the involvement of individuals from the demonic sect. The blood corpse poison was specifically concocted by the demonic sect, and it was indeed this toxin that led to Xiao Lu's demise. However, if the perpetrator truly hailed from the demonic sect, their cultivation must surely be beneath that of Xiao Lu. Otherwise, they would not resort to such despicable tactics. Yet, the anomaly lay in the fact that the strength exhibited by the one who killed Xiao Wu was likely on par with any elder from the Falling Wind Valley. Shan Nanfeng was certainly skeptical of any soul-chaining practitioner from the demonic sect daring to infiltrate his Falling Wind City. The only viable avenue was to follow the direction pointed out by Wu Tan to locate that peculiar lad. Ling Xiao, he'll be so brazenly audacious within the territory of Falling Wind Valley. Ling Xiao was indeed an anomaly. It is worth noting that the arrogance displayed by Wu Tan and his companions had been tacitly sanctioned by Shan Nanfeng. Their intentions were clear: to instill a profound sense of despair in the smaller sects, compelling them to surrender their factions, thus allowing their leaders to assume the role of elders here. The earliest formation of Falling Wind Valley had transpired in such a manner, and Shan Nanfeng was poised to further expand its scope. Whether one is a donkey or a horse, shall be revealed upon taking it for a stroll. As for Ling Xiao, he would be disregarded for now. The truth would unfold during the upcoming newcomer competition. What required immediate attention were those sects that had entertained treacherous thoughts. Shan Nanfeng's veins bulged ominously, rendering his bare arms a fearsome sight. The ensuing 2 days were remarkably tranquil, as Ling Xiao seemed to emerge from the shadow of Tang Yingying's disappearance, beginning to relish life anew. Given that the provisions at this establishment came at no cost, why should Ling Xiao extend courtesy to Falling Wind Valley? Each day was filled with sumptuous feasts and fine wines, prompting Ling Xiao, who had become accustomed to a life of poverty, to reflect in awe. Such is the delight of a life replete with wealth. Cheng Yu, observing Ling Xiao's self-destructive demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to thrust a sword into his backside. Yet, recalling how her own disgraceful appearance had been witnessed by Ling Xiao just days prior, her face flushed with embarrassment, heating up instantaneously. Frustrated at her inability to act, Cheng Yu ground her teeth in vexation. Cursed Ling Xiao. Cheng Chintai also perceived that Ling Xiao's spirits appeared rather dismal. Although he felt a sense of urgency, he was at a loss for how to intervene, merely shaking his head and sighing in dismay. Only Li Yuanhuan remained silent, choosing instead to sit beside Ling Xiao and share in his revelry. However, there was another whose melancholy surpassed even Ling Xiao's, and that was Qian Hai. Over the past 2 days, Qian Hai's name had spread throughout Falling Wind City, with everyone aware that the Longyuan sect had dispatched a formidable young master, prompting many to flock to catch a glimpse of his countenance. Qian Gue was so infuriated that he had lost count of how many strands of hair had turned white, nearly spitting blood in frustration, wishing to dye his gray hair a crimson hue. Qian Hai had isolated himself within his guest room, abstaining from food, drink, and conversation. Even when Qian Gue called to him, he merely responded coldly with a few terse words. "Father, do not worry, I am fine." Qian Gue was incensed. "You expect me to be at ease? In this state, how could I possibly relax? Are you intent on driving your old man to his grave?" Despite his anger, Qian Gue felt utterly powerless. The 2 days passed amidst Qian Hai's self-imposed seclusion and Ling Xiao's indulgent feasting. Regardless of the torrential floods outside, the esteemed Jujia restaurant remains a serene oasis. November 1st has finally arrived, the day of the newcomer competition. Chapter 34. Shenmingfang Falling Wind Valley, as its name suggests, is indeed a valley, albeit a rather expansive one. By the mundane standards of urban area, this valley spans approximately 20 times the size of an average town. Gazing at the throngs gathered at the valley's entrance, Ling Xiao cannot help but exclaim, "No wonder they say we are a provincial sect. With such scale and grandeur, TSK. When comparing the mere handful from the Beimin sect and the Changyuan sect to the multitude of larger factions, it is indeed hard to argue against being labeled a rural sect." The attendees of this grand competition all belong to the factions under the banner of Falling Wind Valley, and the leaders are all familiar with one another. They exchange pleasantries, engage in light banter, and take the opportunity to assess each other's ranks, secretly comparing them to their own factions. When they encounter a faction of lesser strength, they quietly revel in their superiority. With such a level of competence, how dare they vie for the top 10 in the newcomer competition? Conversely, upon meeting a more formidable faction, they might inwardly console themselves. No worries, even the largest winter melon is still just a vegetable. Unlike our sect, which boasts true champions, yet among all these factions, none stands out more than the Beimin sect and the Changyuan sect. Every faction's gaze is fixed upon Ling Xiao and his companions, as if they were the main course on a banquet table. Such few disciples, and they dare to compete in the newcomer competition? It's laughable. Naturally, the Changyuan sect attracts attention largely due to the presence of young Master Ma. He is currently a well-known figure in Falling Wind City, with his fame echoing throughout Falling Wind Valley. He is practically a household name. At this moment, Qian Hai, though still impeccably groomed, possesses eyes that burn like those of a wounded beast. Should anyone provoke him now, Ling Xiao is certain that he would lash out with deadly ferocity. The attention directed at the Beimin sect is undoubtedly attributed to the charms of Mistress Cheng. No respectable man could possibly resist the allure of Cheng's figure, ripe as a succulent fruit, especially those of a more seasoned disposition. The reputation of the Beimin sect has thrived largely due to Cheng's existence, spreading even to the other factions among the 7 sacred grounds. Her renown is not to be underestimated. In such circumstances, Cheng Qianai often adopts a stern demeanor, refraining from conversing with any of the sect leaders. Cheng, however, remains unperturbed, responding to the gazes directed her way with a smile, which sends many men into a flurry of excitement, their mouths watering in admiration. Ling Xiao sighs inwardly. Why did Master bring Mistress along? Alas, little does he know, had Cheng been left at home, Cheng Qiantai would likely have been even more anxious. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. Cheng Qiantai harbors a dual fear regarding his wife, both the covetous gaze and the act of theft itself. Ultimately, these self-proclaimed champions of justice, the spirit masters, although their minds may be teeming with countless thoughts, manage to maintain a commendable faade. Each faction organizes themselves, awaiting the disciples of Falling Wind Valley to call out their names before they make their grand entrance. The venue for the newcomer competition is a vast circular clearing nestled within the Windfall Valley, elevated by 2 meters around its perimeter, adorned with an abundance of chairs arranged in a circular tiered formation. Flags emblazoned with the names of various sects are planted in front of these chairs, allowing each sect to easily locate their designated seating. Naturally, there are insufficient chairs for everyone, necessitating that some attendees stand. Notably, the numbers of the Beimin sect and the Changyuan sect have diminished significantly due to an attack by the demon sect, resulting in many vacant seats, an unusual spectacle in this newcomer competition at Windfall Valley. Another remarkable sight is the absence of representatives from the Yueshi sect, Yangchuan sect, and Shaikyu sect, all of whom have failed to make an appearance. Shin Nanfeng remains indifferent, choosing to feign ignorance of this occurrence. Prior to the competition, Ling Xiao had learned from Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan about the rules governing this event. It commences with team battles, such as alliances between 2 capable sects, engaging in 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 matchups, facilitating swift eliminations. Furthermore, the top 10 will compete in ranking matches, with varying rewards for each rank. It is rumored that this year's first prize is exceptionally generous. 100 orange elixirs capable of elevating an individual directly from orange rank to yellow rank. A yellow-grade soul stone containing 10 powerful skills, a suit of armor capable of withstanding attacks from green-grade soul chain masters, and a legendary weapon known as the Soul Slayer Sword, which purportedly requires no soul power to wield effectively. With such lavish rewards at stake, what are you waiting for? This is the promotional slogan for the newcomer competition at Windfall Valley, inscribed in bold letters and prominently displayed on a banner high above the clearing before the valley's master, Shin Nanfeng. Upon spotting Shan Nanfeng, Ling Xiao is reminded of the 7 demon ancestor and his venomous oath, feeling an involuntary wave of frustration. Damn it, even pretending to forget is impossible. Just as Ling Xiao casts his gaze towards the Windfall Valley group, a pair of eyes from that direction are also fixated on the Beimin sect. Who is that young man with a rather suggestive expression? Ling Xiao inquires, pointing at a 20-something individual standing beside Shan Nanfeng. In truth, the young man merely gazes in their direction, not exhibiting the lewd demeanor Ling Xiao presumes. However, Ling Xiao believes that, while the individual may not be outstanding in appearance, he certainly possesses a more illustrious background than himself. Those with more distinguished lineages are invariably suggestive. Otherwise, they are simply inept. Li Yuanhuan follows Ling Xiao's pointing finger, remarking, that person is Shan Nanfeng's only son, Shan Xian.as for his strength. Cheng Yu interjects, stating, he is slightly stronger than the eldest senior brother. Li Yuanhuan smiles awkwardly, uncertain as to why he mentioned the other's prowess. Yet Cheng Yu astutely discerns his thoughts. 5 years ago, the eldest senior brother was defeated by Xin Xian in a single move, securing first place while the eldest senior brother could only manage 6th. So that is the case. Ling Xiao remains unconcerned. I believe the eldest senior brother will surely make him regret it in the future. Li Yuanhuan chuckles, dismissing Ling Xiao's words as inconsequential. At that moment, all attention shifts to the center of the clearing. A strikingly attractive young woman, clad in an exceedingly revealing outfit, strides into the middle of the space, captivating the gazes of countless male spectators. Ling Xiao nearly drooled, his eyes sparkling with wonder. How is it that this lady is dressed so provocatively? Nevertheless, I find it delightful, he chuckled. Feeling the intense gazes surrounding her, the lady remained utterly unfazed, her smile radiant as she welcomed everyone. Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to the 100 Factions Newcomer Competition held at Falling Wind Valley. I am your host for this event. Xin Mingfang. Is she truly Shun Mingfang? Upon hearing her name, many faces shifted, their expressions betraying a newfound respect, banishing any thoughts of irreverence. Unaware of Shun Mingfang's significance, Ling Xiao curiously inquired, Master, who is this Shun Mingfang? Chang Qiantai's expression turned peculiar, yet his role as a mentor compelled him to elucidate. She is the aunt of Valley Master Shen Nanfeng, reputed to be a purple-grade spirit master, and is said to be among the most formidable beings on the continent of Yaotian. Ling Xiao swallowed hard, his throat dry as he asked, Master, how old is she? Chang Qiantai shook his head. I am uncertain, but given Shen Nanfeng's age, she is likely no younger than 60. If not approaching 70, and no wonder everyone is terrified of her. It seems she is quite the ancient crone. Ling Xiao, like the others, promptly lost interest in Shan Mingfang. Ignoring the peculiar glances from the crowd, Xin Mingfang maintained her sunlit smile. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, the first round of the competition is a team battle. Now, I invite the representatives of each faction to come forward and draw lots. Chapter 35. The first team battle. Newcomer representatives? Ling Xiao paused momentarily, and before he could gather his thoughts, Cheng Qiantai promptly declared, Ling Xiao, you shall go. Recognizing Cheng Yu's tenacious spirit, he glanced at her. The representative of Beimin faction. Why don't you go instead? Cheng Yu retorted sharply. If I say you should go, then just go. Why the unnecessary chatter? Ling Xiao shrugged and made his way towards the center of the arena where Shen Mingfang stood. Although she appeared gentle and sisterly, the newcomers were well aware of the illustrious tales recounted by their seniors regarding her prowess, causing their hands to tremble as if afflicted by a foreign ailment. Watching Shan Mingfang effortlessly toss a multitude of golden slips into the sky like a magician, the onlookers forgot to catch them, allowing most to fall to the ground. 20 slips were successfully caught, and Ling Xiao was among them. All eyes were fixed on these 20 distinguished representatives, the elite of their respective factions, and no one was surprised by their composure. Notably, Qian Hai from Changyuan faction also managed to catch one. A minor surprise that elicited murmurs. Shun Mingfang smiled softly, her mind already formulating predictions about the outcome of this newcomer competition. Not only her, but astute observers could sense the varying emotions among the participants. Some elated, others troubled. The latecomers picked up their drawn slips from the ground, awaiting Shan Mingfang's next command with curiosity. With a nod, she extended her bronze-like hand and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the signatures in everyone's hands transformed into streams of golden light, soaring towards a white layer of radiance in the sky in no time. The golden names of various sects emerged upon that white luminescence, neatly categorized by groups. The onlookers were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, and they couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "What a beautiful display!" While the laymen marveled at the grandeur, the seasoned practitioners discerned the underlying intricacies. The disciples lacking in cultivation were merely astonished by the dazzling display, whereas the leaders of the sects were filled with profound respect. Shen Mingfang was indeed worthy of being a purple-level soul master, a formidable figure of the present age. The sheer mental energy required for this maneuver alone left many spirit-cultivating chain masters feeling inadequate, not to mention that Shen Mingfang primarily focused on cultivating the soul's essence. Perhaps only Li Xuani, the lord of Tianjiang City, who excelled in mental prowess, could be considered a rival to Shen Mingfang. Ling Xiao concentrated intently on the white layer of light above, catching a glimpse of the name of the sect he was grouped with. To his dismay, he discovered that he was indeed placed in the same group as the Changyuan sect. Without needing to be told by Cheng Qiantai, Ling Xiao understood that he would likely have to ally with Qian Hai this time. The notion of 3 forming a team meant that he and Cheng Yu, being only 2, would need to recruit one more to constitute a full group for the team battle. Instinctively, Ling Xiao glanced at Qian Hai, only to find him gazing back with eyes reminiscent of a beast. I know. The incidents from a few days ago were probably orchestrated by you, and I will surely seek revenge. After the team battle, I hope to encounter you, but for now, let us join forces, and I trust you will be as focused as I am in striving for victory. Ling Xiao approached Qian Hai, locking eyes with him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course, why not? There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. All right, I ask all sect disciples to return and organize their respective teams. Then report the number of participants to me. Shun Mingfang's bright voice echoed across the open space, clear to all yet not overly jarring. Ling Xiao and Qian Hai returned to their respective sects. Where Chengyu stood up, his gaze cold as he regarded Qian Hai. I will collaborate with you to break through the team battle, but I hope to face you during the elimination rounds. Ling Xiao managed a wry smile. These two individuals were indeed cut from the same cloth, explaining Chengyu's favorable first impression of Qian Hai. Within a mere incense stick's time, Shen Mingfang restructured the groups once more, and the trio of Ling Xiao, Qingyu, and Qian Hai found themselves poised to confront another trio from the Taisha sect and the Tong Tue gang. Master, what should we be wary of? Ling Xiao's first instinct was to inquire about their opponent's strengths from Chang Qiantai, despite his belief that the adversaries posed no significant threat. However, if he could defeat them effortlessly, Ling Xiao would not expend an ounce more effort than necessary. Qian Gue nodded in satisfaction. Truly a meticulous young man. A trace of pride glimmered in Cheng Qiantai's eyes. With a disciple like this, what more could one desire? However, Cheng Qiantai solemnly introduced Ling Xiao to the two sects, the Taisha sect, renowned for its iron palms, whose hands serve as their most formidable weapons. One should never engage them in a direct confrontation, nor allow their palms to make contact with oneself. After a brief pause, Cheng Qiantai continued. The Tonggal gang excels in leg attacks, their legs resembling two hefty iron rods. Should one be struck by them, the consequences could render a fighter immediately incapacitated. Utilizing one's own hands and feet as weapons, these two sects are indeed a perfect match. Ling Xiao felt a sense of assurance burgeoning within him, bolstered by newfound confidence. Rest assured, Master, they are no match for us. Cheng Qiantai observed Ling Xiao's recent surge in self-assurance with a hint of perplexity. Master trusts in your abilities, yet it is wise to remain cautious. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, yet his mind was already consumed by the image of that petite figure. Let the battle commence. Engaging others in combat could serve as a cathartic release, perhaps allowing him to temporarily forget Tang Yingying. After another incense stick's worth of time had passed, Shun Mingfang announced loudly, "Very well, the arena has been clearly delineated. May the new disciples of each sect enter their respective competition grounds." The spectators marveled at this year's arena for the newcomers. The entire circular space had been meticulously divided by Shen Mingfang's array into 100 evenly sized smaller arenas. The discerning leaders and elders from Luofeng Valley could easily discern that these arenas, while appearing transparent, effectively rendered the new disciples inside unable to see or hear anything from the outside. A remarkable ceiling effect. The arena allocated to Ling Xiao and his companions was situated on the periphery of the circular ground, conveniently close to their Beimin sect. This arrangement was anticipated. A sect as disregarded as theirs would naturally not be granted a prime location in the center for all to observe. Ling Xiao, however, was quite pleased with this arrangement. The more unnoticed they were, the more advantageous it would be for his performance. Upon entering the arena, the trio encountered their opponents, who were already positioned and glaring at them with fierce intent. One particularly pockmarked individual snarled, "Withdraw voluntarily if you know what's good for you. Or don't blame me for being ruthless when I make you suffer." Ling Xiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Why are there so many narcissists these days? With that pockmarked face, how dare he call himself this young master in front of the fair-skinned Qian Hai? With his meager skills, he even has the audacity to demand a concession. Truly a blind fool consumed by self-admiration. Ling Xiao extended his palm, beckoning with 4 fingers. "Bring the pigs over." Enraged, the pockmarked man bellowed, "You seek death, Dezhu, Xiaozhu, attack together." With that, a pair of iron palms lunged menacingly toward Ling Xiao, while others, referred to as Dezhu and Xiaozhu, swung their legs, thick as pigs' legs, forcefully at Chengyu and Qian Hai. Upon hearing the pockmarked man's call of Dezhu, Xiaozhu, Ling Xiao nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, they have brought the pigs over. Ha ha! While mocking his opponents, Ling Xiao's movements remained swift. As the pockmarked man launched his dual palms toward him, he charged forward, ready to strike with his fists. Trading blows with me? What a fool! A surge of joy coursed through Ma Zi's heart, prompting him to exert even greater force in his grip, intent on landing a decisive blow that would render that insolent youth utterly incapacitated. At last, it was within reach. Ma Zi's palms hovered merely a few centimeters from Ling Xiao's solitary fist, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned Ling Xiao's arm being pulverized beneath his might. Yet, in that very moment, Ma Zi was startled to see a cold smirk etched across Ling Xiao's face, sending an inexplicable shiver down his spine. be why the time he realized Ling Xiao might possess a hidden counterattack. The latter's figure had already vanished from his view, reappearing behind him. What an astonishing technique of shrinking space! Ma Zi was struck with terror. What is happening? A solid punch from Ling Xiao struck Ma Zi's back, causing a spray of blood to erupt forth, and his body instantly lost its balance, toppling forward onto the ground. Ling Xiao showed no inclination to relent upon his opponent's fall. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation, delivering a series of brutal stomps onto the ground, ensuring that Ma Zi was left gasping for breath. Die, Ma Zi, I shall teach you a lesson. The onlookers from various sects nearby were left in a state of disbelief at the spectacle before them. This individual exhibited not a shred of the dignified demeanor expected of a spirit master. This was not a grand competition for newcomers, but rather a brawl akin to that of street thugs. As they witnessed Ling Xiao's display of might, the few remaining disciples from the Bei Min sect and the Chongyuan sect temporarily set aside their sorrow over their fallen comrades. Finding amusement in Ling Xiao's unorthodox methods, Qian Gui chuckled heartily. Ling Shizi truly possesses a distinct character. Coughing lightly, Cheng Qiantai pretended not to hear Qian Gui's remarks. Cheng Shi, with a slight smile playing on her lips, commented, "Shower fights commendably." Cheng Qianai no longer directed his attention towards Ling Xiao's antics, instead focusing on his daughter and Qian Hai. Though Ling Xiao dispatched Ma Zi with remarkable speed, Qian Hai and Cheng Yu found themselves in a precarious situation. They were ensnared by the formidable Zhu and Xiao Zhu from the Copper Leg Gang, their own legs feeling as heavy as iron pillars, while their opponents swung with alarming speed. Despite their past encounters with life and death, Qian Hai and Cheng Yu could only defend against the relentless onslaught, lacking the means to counterattack. Ling Xiao, hurry and lend a hand. Cheng Yu called out, recognizing Ling Xiao had resolved his own battle. To her astonishment, Ling Xiao stood with arms crossed, casually remarking, if you require assistance in the first battle, how will you fare in the subsequent ones? Qian Hai's eyes, reddened with fury, seemed on the verge of bleeding. Ling Xiao, I comprehend your intent. Even if I am to lose this battle, I shan't require your intervention. Cheng Yu too experienced a moment of clarity. Ling Xiao was honing his skills. Therefore, she resolved not to allow that scoundrel to look down upon her. Chapter 36. First victory of fierce determination surged within Cheng Yu as she faced the copper leg swinging towards her head, resolutely deciding against retreat. Instead, she planted her feet firmly and propelled herself into the air. Just as Xiao Zhu's copper leg swept by, Cheng Yu landed deftly atop Xiao Zhu's raised calf, leveraging the momentum to leap again, aiming a fierce strike towards Xiao Zhu with her sword. Though it sounds lengthy, the entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Cheng Yu's audacious maneuver, transforming defense into offense, was fraught with peril. A moment's hesitation could result in her being struck by Xiao Zhu's sweeping kick, with the most favorable outcome being a shattered leg. From the stands, Cheng Qiantai inhaled sharply, astonished by the girl's newfound audacity. Li Yuanhuan was equally tense. Upon witnessing Cheng Yu finally seize the offensive, a heavy stone in his heart momentarily lightened. Faced with Cheng Yu's fierce advance, Xiao Zhu found himself with no avenue of escape, prompting many to believe he would either be gravely injured or worse. Yet, as Cheng Yu lunged forward, Xiao Zhu's eyes glimmered with a hint of premonition. Calmly, he raised his hands and, with a swift motion, clapped them together, effectively pinching Cheng Yu's sword just 10 centimeters from her forehead. Cheng Yu's expression shifted in disbelief. This fellow had simultaneously mastered both iron hands and copper legs. Without affording Cheng Yu a moment to ponder, Xiao Zhu forcefully pushed her sword downward with one hand while the other lunged toward her throat. His attack was ruthless, devoid of any compassion, prompting even Ling Xiao to express concern. How could he act in such a manner? Our senior sister may not possess ethereal beauty, but she is deserving of at least a modicum of respect. To disregard her entirely is a grave affront to our senior brother's honor. Cheng Yu, however, was not consumed by such thoughts as she saw the fist hurtling toward her. She propelled herself backward with a powerful push, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The clash between Qian Hai and Dezhu was equally ferocious. The two exchanged blows. When Dezhu evaded Qian Hai's kick, Qian Hai seized the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Dezhu's torso. Dezhu swiftly countered, kicking Qian Hai's sword aside, then launched a rapid kick aimed at Qian Hai's throat. With a resounding thud, Dezhu's leg collided with Qian Hai's sword, sending a jolt through Qian Hai's arm, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. In that fleeting moment, both combatants retreated, with Dezhu and Xiao Zhu regrouping, while Qian Hai and Cheng Yu positioned themselves alongside Ling Xiao. After a strenuous exchange, the score stood at 3-2. Dezhu and Xiao Zhu exchanged glances at the ground, where a fellow combatant lay, barely recognizable under Ling Xiao's foot, sending a chill through their hearts. They understood the formidable strength of that opponent, who had been swiftly subdued by Ling Xiao. The power of their adversary was undeniably terrifying. Not only Ling Xiao, but even the two individuals they had faced did not seem easily conquerable. This realization sparked a flicker of doubt into Zhu and Xiao Zhu. However, recalling Ling Xiao's earlier declaration of non-interference, the brothers clung to a glimmer of hope. If the mightiest among them refrained from joining the fray, perhaps they could first defeat the male and female adversaries before uniting to confront Ling Xiao, thus preserving their chance of victory. Moreover, they had yet to unveil their ultimate techniques. Retreating now felt unsatisfactory. Exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded in silent agreement. Onward. As the brothers surged into action, Qian Hai and Cheng Yu met their challenge head-on, raising their swords in defiance. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao remained poised in the corner of the arena, elegantly observing his comrades as they fought with fervor. As Cheng Yu and Qian Hai charged forward, the two brothers suddenly altered their tactics. With their backs pressed against one another, they clasped each other's hands tightly. One brother lifted the other's body, enabling him to deliver a swift kick aimed at Cheng Yu and Qian Hai. As one brother landed after his kick, he would then hoist the other up to continue the assault. Thus, the brothers established a relentless cycle of offense, leaving Cheng Yu and Qian Hai with no option but to defend themselves, utterly devoid of any chance to retaliate. It appeared as though there were no discernible flaws in their strategy. Beads of sweat cascaded down Cheng Yu's forehead, causing a stray lock of hair to cling to her skin, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, Qian Hai, while fending off the whirlwind-like attacks from the brothers, replied, "I cannot detect any vulnerabilities either. We must simply evade for now and wait until they tire." However, the brothers seemed determined to thwart Qian Hai's plan, their kicks growing increasingly rapid, their movements blurring into a whirlwind of shadows, nearly transforming into an authentic cyclone. The siblings showed no signs of fatigue, and while Qian Hai managed to endure, it was Cheng Yu who appeared on the verge of collapse. "How useless!" Ling Xiao spat disdainfully. "No matter how tough those two are, can their kicks withstand your swords?" Awakened by Ling Xiao's words, a sense of clarity washed over both Cheng Yu and Qian Hai. Indeed, they could unite to incapacitate one of the brothers' feet. The two wielded their swords in unison, channeling their collective strength into a singular thrust, targeting the Yongquan acupoint beneath De Zhu's foot with precision. Simultaneously, two streams of orange, spiritual energy surged along the blades, hurtling towards De Zhu's foot. De Zhu's kick sent Cheng Yu and Qian Hai's swords flying, and before they could react, both were propelled several meters away, swords and bodies alike. However, De Zhu fared far worse. A small wound oozed from his foot, causing him pain severe enough that he could scarcely maintain his balance, let alone lift his brother. Xiao Zhu instantly released his grip on his brother's hand, and the formidable whirlwind kick combination dissipated in an instant. Cheng Yu and Qian Hai sprang to their feet, wiping the blood from their lips, ready to charge once more, when suddenly they heard Xiao Zhu shout, "Stop! We surrender, brother." De Zhu's eyes were filled with rage and despair. "I am useless." Xiao Zhu, with a face that reflected his bleakness, replied, "We truly cannot match them. What can we do? Father must be watching us and will surely know we have done our best." With that, Xiao Zhu cast a glance at Ling Xiao, devoid of any anger or resentment. "Your martial prowess surpasses ours, and your insight is sharper than that of others. Had it been anyone else, they would have sought to disrupt our combined assault or evade it. Only you, by turning the tables, recognize that our greatest strength is, in fact, our most vulnerable point. We do not begrudge our defeat to you." Xiao Zhu acknowledged his defeat to Ling Xiao, and at that moment, Qian Hai and Cheng Yu harbored no objections. Indeed, Xiao Zhu was correct. It was impossible for Qian Hai and Cheng Yu alone to vanquish the two brothers. Ling Xiao displayed no trace of triumph in victory. Rather, he unexpectedly inquired, "Does this defeat mean your sect will be absorbed?" Both De Zhu and Xiao Zhu nodded in unison, countering with a question of their own. "Are you also in the same predicament?" Ling Xiao replied with remarkable straightforwardness, "Indeed. You two are both brave men whom I deeply admire for your willingness to accept defeat. Hence, I have a word of caution to share." A look of surprise flickered across the faces of the two brothers as they awaited the revelation from Ling Xiao. However, instead of voicing it aloud, he approached them and spoke in a tone only they could hear. Subsequently, Cheng Yu and Qian Hai observed that the pallor of the brothers' faces grew even more pronounced, akin to someone recovering from a severe illness. "What you have said is truly astonishing. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you," Ling Xiao remarked with an impassive expression. "You may return and discuss it with your father, but remember, not a single outsider must overhear, not even your closest friends. Thank you for your sage advice, senior brother." The two bowed deeply to Ling Xiao, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? How did a skirmish transform into this? Nevertheless, everyone who had witnessed the battle was aware of the outcome. The Bei Min sect had triumphed. Chapter 37. the fierce young man in white robes. What did you say to them just now? Upon returning to the Beimin sect's ranks, Cheng Yu inquired curiously of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much, I merely suggested they take me as their master. Heh. Cheng Yu glared at him furiously. If you don't want to tell, then don't. What is so significant about it? Suddenly, Ling Xiao shifted from his playful tone to a more serious demeanor, saying, Sister, I wish to convey this. Your inability to defeat them does not stem from a lack of strength, but rather from your failure to think strategically and your insufficient ruthlessness during combat. Fortunately, your earlier transition from defense to offense provided me with a glimmer of hope. Upon mentioning that pivotal leap, Cheng Yu fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering a few words. Thank you. Ling Xiao feigned ignorance. I did nothing worthy of thanks, so why express gratitude? Cheng Yu bit her lip, seemingly mustering her courage. If it weren't for the acceleration rune you placed on me at a crucial moment, that fellow's kick might have shattered my foot. Oh, did I? I was unaware. Ling Xiao feigned oblivion. Sister, in battle, one must rely on oneself. Do not always expect your teammates to support you from behind. With that, Ling Xiao turned and walked away, taking a seat beside their master, Cheng Qiantai. Cheng Yu gazed at her carefree junior, recalling the moment in the narrow alley where their faces were nearly touching. A peculiar sensation stirring within her. He had clearly assisted her, yet insisted he had not. What could possibly be going through his mind? Cheng Yu then reflected on how, throughout their journey, Ling Xiao's astuteness had allowed them to evade two extremely perilous ambushes, and he had never sought any credit for his contributions. He preferred to let others misunderstand him rather than clarify anything for her. What an odd fellow he was. Immediately, Cheng Yu was inexplicably filled with resentment. That wretched little brat only knows how to torment and undermine me. Why should I dwell on his merits? Moreover, everything he possesses was bestowed upon him by his father, was it not? Humph. Cheng Yu finally found a semblance of psychological balance, and her heart felt slightly less burdened. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle shift had occurred in her feelings towards Ling Xiao. Cheng Qiantai appreciatively patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, exclaiming, Shower, well done. Ling Xiao shyly smiled in response, Thank you for your kind words. Master. Qian Hai also returned to sit beside his father, Qian Gue, and the two engaged in some conversation, the content of which Ling Xiao was too disinterested to overhear, as his entire focus was on the match unfolding in the center. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to divert his attention, for the battles in the other arenas had concluded, leaving only the central contest still ongoing. Strangely, it seemed as though the team battle in the center had not even truly commenced. Each side had three members standing at a distance, neither making a move, merely facing one another. Were it not for Ling Xiao's awareness of the passage of time, he might have thought this was merely the beginning of the confrontation. What on earth were they doing? Surrounding disciples from the Beimin and Changyuan factions were abuzz with speculation, utterly perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile, their elders wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan's gazes simultaneously fell upon a boy, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, who stood alone before his two companions. Clad in a pristine white robe, he exuded an aura reminiscent of an otherworldly sage. Despite his youth, none dared to underestimate him, particularly not the three opponents who faced him. Those three had maintained a heightened state of vigilance since the onset of the battle. Unaware of how long they had held their defensive stance, they refrained from striking, for they all sensed an oppressive force emanating from the young adversary across from them. More precisely, it was a palpable killing intent. They had no doubt that should anyone make the first move, the boy in white would swiftly dispatch them without hesitation. All participants in the rookie competition were sole masters of either the orange or red tier. Aside from Ling Xiao, most were likely orange tier. Thus there was no significant disparity in rank in a contest of equals. That boy in white alone could instill such fear that his opponents dared not strike. What immense power was this? Ling Xiao's expression grew serious. He had initially believed that with his dual soul mastery and the aid of a miraculous token, alongside his cultivation of the 7 soul phantoms, securing a place in the top 10 of the rookie competition would be effortless. However, after witnessing such an opponent in the first match, he realized the daunting challenge ahead. In my current state, I am no match for this boy. Ling Xiao shook his head, acknowledging that even with his utmost effort, he could not match the imposing presence capable of subduing 3 orange-tier opponents simultaneously. Clearly, he would be at a disadvantage against the boy in white. It appears I must hasten to integrate the remaining 6 soul phantoms, excluding Tian Chong, for perhaps then I might stand a chance to defeat that lad. Time, oh time! Ling Xiao was struck for the first time by the realization that his cultivation time was insufficient, prompting him to contemplate returning immediately to the Jiaka Tavern for seclusion and training. However, a powerful instinct urged him to remain, foretelling an imminent spectacle. Just as Ling Xiao's intuition flickered, the figure of the young man clad in white suddenly sprang into action. By the time his three adversaries registered the movement, the youth had already positioned himself before them, unleashing a devastating punch. Indeed, the trio had not misjudged the situation. Three identical figures in white were simultaneously assailing them. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly, bewildered. How could this be possible? Not only he, but the onlookers around him echoed the same astonishment. How could this be? The technique of creating clones, known as the split body technique, was a skill typically attainable only by those who had reached at least the green level, yet here it was, manifested in an orange-level spirit master. While the crowd remained in a state of shock, the young man's three opponents let out a harrowing scream, their bodies hurtling like cannonballs against the barriers of the competition arena. The resonant thud of their impact reverberated through the air, as if three bodies had collided with the wall of the array simultaneously, leaving them suspended against it, their forms plastered like paper. Gradually, they slid down to the ground, slumped against the array's wall. Utterly motionless, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Those three had perished. Although fatalities were not uncommon in the novice tournament, they typically arose from fierce clashes between evenly matched foes or from a momentary lapse in judgment. When a participant holds an unequivocal advantage, the inclination to kill is seldom present. After all, they were all spirit masters from the same sacred ground. The brazen manner in which the young man dispatched his opponents seemed to declare to the others, "I have slain your comrades. What can you do about it?" With a single strike, he had vanquished three adversaries of equal rank, leaving them no opportunity to respond. Terrifying, indeed. Ling Xiao clutched the armrests of his seat so tightly that he was oblivious to the fact he had reduced them to dust. The aura emanating from the youth was profoundly shocking. Although the boy could not see the surroundings, he stood firm, surveying the arena with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, as if to convey that he was watching them. It was evident that he could have swiftly concluded the battle, yet he chose to delay his actions until every confrontation had reached its conclusion. He could have shown restraint, allowing the three to survive. Yet he did not. He chose to eliminate them outright. Clearly, he sought to instill fear in all his opponents, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. What a ruthless young man! When his gaze swept over the seating of the Beimin faction, a cold sweat broke out on Ling Xiao's forehead, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. "Master, I feel unwell. I must take my leave," Ling Xiao declared, his complexion pale, as he stood abruptly, disregarding the curious looks of his master and the others, and turned to depart. Li Yuanhuan, concerned, followed closely behind as they exited the falling wind valley. "Junior brother, what troubles you?" As they walked back to the tavern, Li Yuanhuan noticed that Ling Xiao's pallor had improved slightly before inquiring. Ling Xiao replied with a bitter smile, "Elder brother, let us hope for better fortune and avoid crossing paths with that young man. Otherwise," Li Yuanhuan suddenly grasped the cause of Ling Xiao's ailment and quickly offered words of comfort. "Our Beimin sect has always been fortunate. You need not worry, junior brother. Moreover, you are a master of both the seven spirits, and an ordinary orange-grade soul master is no match for you. Have a bit more confidence." Ling Xiao could only nod helplessly, his heart fervently praying. "Great ancestor of the seven demons, though your soul has scattered, I still hope your lingering spirit haunts that boy, making him suffer nightmarish terrors every night, ideally to the point of being frightened to death by them." Seeing Ling Xiao muttering peculiar things, Li Yuanhuan assumed it was merely a method of stress relief and chose to refrain from further comment. Upon returning to the Jiaka Tavern, they were astonished to find that Ling Xiao had firmly shut the door. With a resigned expression, Li Yuanhuan explained, "Junior brother Ling said he wishes to enter seclusion and not to disturb him until tomorrow's match." He then inquired, "By the way, master, who is our opponent in the upcoming team battle?" Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gue both bore expressions of gloom, and Li Yuanhuan was suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Could it be that group of the white-robed youth from earlier? Chapter 38. The Heavenly Clash of Fusion Go Steps. Cheng Qiantai shook his head. "It's not that dire, but our opponents are indeed formidable." Li Yuanhuan let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that white-robed boy, he held considerable faith in junior brother Ling Xiao. "Which group is it?" Cheng Qiantai stroked his short beard and replied, "It is the reserve team from Falling Wind Valley." Li Yuanhuan exclaimed, "What? When did such a team emerge?" Cheng Qiantai clarified, "Not just one, but two teams. One of them is matched against us." Furious, Li Yuanhuan protested, "Master, how is this fair? Does Falling Wind Valley intend to claim the first place for themselves? Everyone knows that in terms of strength and martial prowess, how could our small sects possibly compete with them?" Cheng Qiantai settled into a chair, casually lifting a cup of tea from the table and taking a sip. Since the Yangchuan sect and the Shaqiao sect did not participate, Falling Wind Valley hastily organized two reserve teams, forming a total of 200 teams for 100 matches. These reserve teams consist of the children of the elders from Falling Wind Valley. and their strength should not be significantly inferior to that of the white-robed youth from earlier. Mentioning the white-robed youth piqued Li Yuanhuan's interest. Master, which sect does that white-robed youth belong to? Cheng Qiantai's expression turned peculiar. It is said that he is the least favored grandson of Li Xuanyi from Tianjiang City, named Li Yuancheng, who specifically apprenticed himself under Elder Ma Changchun of Falling Wind Valley. Elder Ma is known for his ruthless methods and solitary temperament, yet he is exceptionally kind and nurturing towards this disciple. Li Yuancheng is fighting on his own behalf this time, merely seeking to prove to his grandfather that he is not the worst among them. Ling Xiao unexpectedly emerged from his room. Master, this fellow's name is quite similar to that of senior brother, differing by just one character. Could it be that senior brother is also a grandson of Li Xuanyi? Cheng Qiantai chuckled. Youngster, you've finally decided to come out. Your senior brother has been under my care since he was 3 years old. He is an orphan and cannot possibly be a grandson of the Lord of Tianjiang City, Li Xuanyi. Ling Xiao chuckled foolishly a couple of times before retreating back into his room. Li Yuanhuan, with a countenance full of helplessness, remarked, Master, what do you think is the matter with junior brother Ling? Cheng Yu rolled his eyes and replied, what else could it be? He is undoubtedly frightened by that young man in the white robe. As soon as Ling Xiao shut the door, a peculiar and fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The grandson of Li Xuanyi from Tianjiang City, that middle-aged man in blue robes who regarded his life as inconsequential, had a grandson who had grown so much. This time, no matter what, he must eliminate Li Xuanyi's grandson and first make him pay some interest for his master, the 7 demons' old ancestor. Concurrently, a sliver of unease in Ling Xiao's heart gradually subsided. Fortunately, his senior brother Li Yuanhuan was not from the Li family. Otherwise, he truly would not know how to face the situation. After contemplating these thoughts, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and resumed his meditation on the bed. This time, Ling Xiao aimed to attempt the fusion of the dual souls of the heavenly charged divine demon, which also required mental energy. To his astonishment, this time the fusion of the heavenly charged divine demon was not rejected by the token. It merged seamlessly, much like the previous fusion with the spirit wisdom soul. Simultaneously, flashes of the white-robed youth Li Yuancheng's extraordinary movement technique, which transformed 1 into 3, continuously flickered in Ling Xiao's mind. He exerted all his effort to comprehend this movement, yet all he managed to obtain were fragmented images. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. The ghostly wall of the demon soul and the spatial compression of the divine soul, these two seemingly unrelated formations, combined with Ling Xiao's interpretation of Li Yuancheng's movement technique, through the fusion of his divine demon dual souls within that token, birthed a peculiar formation skill that Ling Xiao dubbed the ghostly transformation step. This formation skill, more accurately described as a movement technique, possessed the dual capabilities of spatial compression and ghostly wall, allowing him not only to instantaneously shift beside his opponent, but also to obscure his presence, creating confusion. While Li Yuancheng could transform 1 into 3, Ling Xiao could transform 1 into countless. It was not until the dual souls of heavenly charge fused into the crown atop Ling Xiao's head that he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. He realized that the next time he wished to wield the power of the formation, he would no longer need to extract the power of the heavenly charged soul from the 2 soul chains. He could simply concentrate his spirit on the crown and channel the heavenly charge directly. Next, Ling Xiao intended to fuse the dual souls of the spirit and elemental powers. As before, the divine demon token rejected Ling Xiao's attempt at fusion once more. What was going on? Why could he fuse just moments ago? Yet now it was impossible. Ling Xiao remained perplexed, meticulously recalling the process of his earlier fusion of the heavenly charged divine demon. Stimulated by Li Yuancheng's movement, he was profoundly impacted by his techniques and gaze. He then recollected the previous fusion of the spirit wisdom divine demon, which had been prompted by an involuntary mental attack from 2 yellow-level soul masters. Could it be that a certain external stimulus was necessary for dual soul fusion? Ling Xiao felt as though he had stumbled upon a lead. Initially elated, he soon realized with some resignation that seeking such stimulation was no simple task. Moreover, the stimulation of mental fortitude benefits Tiancheng and Ling Hui, while the effects on the other 5 souls are rather less pronounced. Perhaps, a novel approach is required for the integration of those 5 souls. Since the solution eludes him, he decides to cease pondering, adhering to Ling Xiao's principle of cultivation. Although he is pressed for time, he understands the wisdom of haste making waste. The previous instances of sudden enlightenment and integration occurred serendipitously, truly epitomizing the notion of being fortuitously encountered rather than sought after, as they cannot be forced. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao finds satisfaction in his progress. With the ghost transformation step, he would not feel as helpless as the 3 unfortunate souls when confronting Li Yuancheng's peculiar movements. As for the so-called Luofeng Valley Reserve team, with the white-robed youth Li Yuancheng as his target, Ling Xiao hardly concerns himself with anyone else. Ling Xiao secluded himself within his chamber to cultivate. While outside, Chung Qiantai and his companions remained undeterred, mobilizing every possible resource and connection. They finally unearthed some information about the 3 rookie disciples from the Luofeng Valley who would engage them in battle tomorrow. Shuelian, the youngest son of Elder Shui from Luofeng Valley, possesses the physical prowess technique Heavenly Thunder Strike, capable of unleashing a thunderous force with his fists, demonstrating formidable power. Luo Feikai, the brother of Elder Luo, wields the physical prowess technique Explosive Staff, able to shatter the ground for over 10 meters with a single strike. Lan Xiuhua, the sole daughter of Elder Lame from Luofeng Valley, employs the physical prowess technique Thousand Flying Needles. When the needles are launched, they travel as swiftly as the wind and strike like lightning, covering a vast area and proving difficult to evade. This trio, comprising 2 men and 1 woman, presents a challenge. In a one-on-one scenario, Ling Xiao might stand a chance against either of the 2 men, yet Cheng Yu's encounter with Lan Xiuhua appears rather bleak. The difficulty of securing victory in this battle is Chung Qiantai's assessment. Qian Gue, however, holds a differing opinion. He possesses a deeper understanding of his son Qian Hai's capabilities. He invested considerable effort in nurturing his son, believing that without a few secret techniques, success would be elusive. If the trio possesses skills as indicated in the superficial information, then Qian Hai should be able to triumph over any one of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao would likely have no issue defeating one of the remaining 2. With 2 members of the trio surpassing their opponents in strength and Cheng Yu being the weaker link, the impact on their chances of victory is minimal. Hence, Qian Gue remains optimistic about their prospects. Naturally, he does not genuinely believe that the 3 individuals are limited to such abilities. Thus, he devises a strategy. At the outset of the competition, he instructs his son to not hold back, but to exert his utmost effort and swiftly eliminate one opponent, which would simplify the subsequent battles. Chung Qiantai and Qian Gue, the 2 elderly gentlemen, fervently deliberated various possibilities and countermeasures, while Cheng Yu and Qian Hai could only sit and listen. As the discussion progressed, Cheng Yu grew somewhat bored and inadvertently directed his gaze towards the firmly closed door of Ling Zhao's room, feeling a surge of indignation. Here we are, strategizing for battle, while he hides away in his chamber, masquerading his slumber as cultivation. How outrageous! No, why should he enjoy such comfort? In a sudden burst of resolve, Cheng Yu sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed in anger, and stormed towards Ling Zhao's door, delivering a forceful kick that sent it crashing open. You rogue, pervert! Cheng Yu was rendered speechless by the scene before him. What on earth was Ling Xiao doing? Chapter 39. Intelligence research. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's piercing scream, Li Yuanhuan was the swiftest to respond, followed closely by Chung Qiantai and Qian Gue, who rushed to the doorway of Ling Zhao's room, each momentarily taken aback. Ling Xiao, that rascal, had stripped himself bare, wielding a brush stained with ink, drawing circles and dots upon his own skin. Resembling a madman running naked through the streets, it was no wonder Cheng Yu screamed so loudly, her voice grating. Noticing the others standing at the door, unabashedly admiring his sculpted physique, Ling Xiao hastily wrapped himself in a bedsheet, his eyes wide with feigned innocence as he asked, "Master, what brings you here?" Fuming, Chung Qiantai retorted, "I haven't even inquired about your activities yet." Ling Xiao naturally replied, "Why? I am conducting research. Of course, point 1 cannot study someone else's body, so I must examine my own." Cheng Yu's face flushed crimson as she shouted, "You pervert! What is there to study about your body?" Chung Qiantai and Qian Gue exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they observed the circles and dots adorning Ling Zhao's smooth arms. They asked, "What are those?" With a huff, Ling Xiao replied, "These are the meridians and acupoints of the human body. I am currently investigating which areas are particularly vulnerable, suitable for inflicting harm. To wound without a trace." Only then did Chung Qiantai and Qian Gue recall that Ling Xiao was adept at alchemy, which naturally implied a familiarity with medicine, and a knowledge of the human body might enable him to achieve what the enigmatic alchemists of the Blue Moon realm could do, kill without a trace. Ling Xiao himself believed that, without a sudden epiphany, defeating the white-robed youth Li Yuanchong would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he had a whimsical idea. If the body's meridians and the flow of blood could be harnessed to heal, they could equally serve to harm. A thorough study might yield unexpected insights. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that within the 7 demons' ancestors' enchanted space, there lay a tome penned by a Blue Moon Realm's junior alchemist titled The Divine Needle of Acupoint Stabbing. This book comprised half healing techniques and half methods that reversed those principles, employing acupoints to take lives. Ling Xiao immersed himself in the study of the Divine Needle of Acupoint Stabbing. He remained oblivious to Cheng Yu, who abruptly kicked open the door. Chung Qiantai and Qian Gue were unaware of Ling Zhao's possession of such a book. Being novices in alchemy and medicine, they naively believed that understanding the principles within would suffice for lethal intent. Moreover, Ling Xiao preferred not to disclose the existence of the book, lest he find himself entangled in explanations. However, should he ever employ such techniques and be discovered, an explanation would indeed be necessary. After pondering for a moment, Ling Xiao earnestly addressed Cheng Qiantai, saying, "Master, merely studying these is insufficient. We must also devise methods to utilize acupoints for infliction of harm." Cheng Qiantai promptly patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, replying, "Rest assured, Shower, I shall procure a book on this subject from the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce. With sufficient crystal stones, what is there that we cannot acquire?" In an unusual display of generosity, Qian Gui chimed in, "As long as our two factions can afford the crystal stones, we shall purchase it for you, regardless of the price." Asked the esteemed leader, "Let us make our way to the radiant star chamber of the falling wind valley without delay." The two leaders, upon deciding to depart, rushed forth in disarray, with Ling Xiao, his attire in disarray and springtime allure indiscreetly revealed, hastily issuing an eviction order to the others, "Begone. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to behold more? If so, feel free to disrobe yourselves." Noticing Cheng Yu's displeased expression, Ling Xiao added, "Since you have nothing to gaze upon, let the senior brother provide you with a spectacle instead." "You scoundrel, filthy rogue, vile pervert." Cheng Yu spat vehemently, turning on her heel to slam the door forcefully before departing. Li Yuanhuan, his face flushed, reproached gently, "Ling Shitty, why must you persist in provoking your senior sister?" Ling Xiao huffed, "Who told her to kick the door so casually? She brought this upon herself." "Senior brother, if you do not step out to keep an eye on her, who knows what other door-kicking antics she might engage in? That would certainly lead to trouble." Li Yuanhuan understood that Ling Xiao was merely jesting. Although Cheng Yu could be a bit abrasive, she was certainly not the type to act recklessly. Nevertheless, since Ling Xiao had raised such a point, he had no choice but to exit along with the others from Ling Xiao's chamber. Ling Xiao exhaled a long sigh of relief, finally rid of those bothersome individuals. However, where had he left off in his studies? He was examining the Qihai and Huin acupoints. This meant that when Cheng Yu entered, he had been gesturing about the area from his lower abdomen to his groin. A look of sudden realization dawned upon Ling Xiao. Indeed, Cheng Yu's labels of filthy rogue and vile pervert were not without merit. Meanwhile, the Beimin sect and the Chongyuan sect were engaged in their own strategizing against their opponents, unaware that their adversaries were also scrutinizing them. In the Elder Hall, situated at the rear of the falling wind valley, 3 elders gathered, all connected to the trio of preparatory disciples from the valley. Elder Luo, notably youthful, had inherited his father's position as elder in the falling wind valley. His youth rendered him anxious about the stability of his standing, prompting him to push his brother, Luo Feikai, to showcase his valor. Elder Lan Mei, a female elder, although not lacking in numbers among the female elders of the falling wind valley, found her status considerably inferior to that of her male counterparts. Having lost her husband at an early age, Lan Mei developed a competitive spirit, determined to prove that her daughter was not inferior to the offspring of others. Elder Shui, a seasoned soul master in his 60s, sought to allow his most cherished youngest son to make an appearance and gain recognition, viewing this as an opportunity for growth. As long as his son did not cross paths with that peculiar Li Yuanchong, he anticipated no complications. He was aware that prior to the finals, Shen Mingfang would not pit Li Yuanchong against his son. The other elders shared similar aspirations, having lost their original sex and now serving as elders in the falling wind valley. They aimed to secure further glory for themselves. This event presented a prime opportunity. Anyone who could attain a position within the top 10 of the newcomer competition would surely receive substantial support from the sect. They understood their own capabilities well enough not to overestimate their chances against Li Yuanchong. As for the top 10, everyone has the opportunity, do they not? Originally, when these 3 individuals learned that they were grouped with the new disciples from the Beimin and Chongyuan factions, they rejoiced for quite some time, believing they had stumbled upon soft targets. However, upon witnessing the battle of Ling Xiao and his companions through the soul shadow mirror, which could recreate past scenes, their keen instincts alerted them that Ling Xiao might pose a significant challenge. The spectators were oblivious to the fact that Cheng Yu's leap from defense to offense was secretly facilitated by Ling Xiao, who had discreetly cast an acceleration talisman on him. In this moment of reflection, Ling Xiao's subtle action did not escape the notice of these 3 observers. The timing of the acceleration talisman's activation was impeccably executed. Without a keen understanding of combat timing, such precision would be unattainable. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's mastery of spatial manipulation was executed with remarkable accuracy, as he made optimal choices at the best distance and moment. Elder Lan Mei fixed her gaze intently on Ling Xiao's image and slowly remarked, "Do you believe this is the entirety of that young man's strength? A red-level chain soul master adept in both the heavenly surge and the power and essence souls. This is all he has to offer?" The 2 individuals shook their heads in unison. Elder Luo stated, "Surely, there is more to him than this. Although a red-level chain soul master who simultaneously cultivates all 3 souls can defeat an orange-level chain soul master focused solely on the power soul, I do not believe he would dare participate in the newcomer tournament without some hidden cards. Elder Shui chuckled wickedly. Fortunately, I have someone keeping an eye on him. However, it seems that fellow is lacking in other areas. My disciple, who has been surveilling him, reported back that he is currently holed up in his room engaged in rather dubious activities. Lan Mei, taken aback, casually inquired, "What kind of activities?" Elder Shui looked at her with a smirk. His expression laced with lewdness, of course, the sort of things that men without women tend to do. Ha ha! Having been widowed for over a decade and possessing a fair degree of beauty, Lan Mei attracted the attention of many men within the sect. Yet, her fiery temperament had thwarted their advances, leaving them with desires but no courage to act. The type of lecherous men who pursued fleeting pleasures was what Lan Mei despised most. Hearing that Ling Xiao was indulging in such activities before nightfall, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and declare, no matter how formidable this fellow may be, he cannot be that impressive. There's no need to study him further. Chapter 40. The second team battle. After donning his attire and taking a bath to cleanse away the ink stains, Ling Xiao waited impeccably for his master to return. Approximately half an hour later, he finally welcomed the return of Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gui to the Jekka Tavern. Observing Cheng Qiantai's exuberant expression and Qian Gui's face contorted with discomfort, Ling Xiao surmised that they must have made some significant gains. This book, the 14 Marvelous Sutras, see if it can be of use to you. It is the only one left in the Yaoxing chamber of the Falling Wind Valley. Cheng Qiantai produced a tome from his storage space and placed it before Ling Xiao, who seized it with the eagerness of a famished refugee, immediately flipping through its pages. The speed at which Ling Xiao perused the book was astonishing, giving the impression that he was genuinely reading rather than merely skimming. Yet, in mere moments, he closed the book once more. "Master, is it possible to return this?" Ling Xiao returned the book to Cheng Qiantai. Before Cheng Qiantai could utter a word, Qian Gui, filled with concern, exclaimed, "What's the matter? Is it of no use? That was purchased with 100 yellow crystal stones." Ling Xiao chuckled and replied, "If you sell this book now, all the crystals will belong to you. It holds no value for me anymore, for it is fully inscribed here." Ling Xiao pointed to his own head. "How is that possible?" Qian Gui blurted out, his heart pounding in disbelief. How could this young man possess such an extraordinary memory? He memorized the entire book in less than 2 minutes. Is he even human? In truth, Ling Xiao had already committed the book to memory upon his first reading. He merely wished to avoid startling Qian Gui too much and thus flipped through it a few more times. "All right, Master Qian, I assure you I have memorized it. You should resell this book to the Yaoxing Merchants Guild. Although they only offer half the price, at least you can recoup some of your investment." Eager to recover the money, Qian Gui dashed off with remarkable speed, clutching the book 14 Marvelous Techniques as he raced toward the Yaoxing Merchants Guild, leaving only the master and disciple behind. Cheng Qiantai gazed at Ling Xiao's smiling face, a twinge of guilt swelling within him. As a master, aside from spending some crystal stones to purchase the soul chain for Ling Xiao, he had provided little guidance to his disciple, who, it appeared, required none. Conversely, it was this disciple's diligence and acumen that rekindled his hopes for the revival of their sect and helped them avert 2 significant calamities. Now, faced with the peril of their sect's merger, Ling Xiao diligently trained, constantly contemplating strategies to overcome their adversaries. In comparison, he, as both master and leader, had contributed far less to the sect than this disciple. How could he not feel a sense of shame? "Do you have confidence?" Cheng Qiantai asked, casually. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. "Master, rest assured, I can master the 14 Marvelous Techniques in a single night, which will be more than sufficient to deal with those 3 inexperienced fellows." In reality, the techniques within the 14 Marvelous Techniques only served as supplementary knowledge, while the methods passed down from the 7 demonic ancestors in the divine needle of acupoint striking were what Ling Xiao primarily sought to master. Of course, Ling Xiao had no intention of revealing to Cheng Qiantai that he was studying the divine needle of acupoint striking rather than the 14 Marvelous Techniques. After all, Cheng Qiantai could not comprehend the contents of the 14 Marvelous Techniques, and thus, which technique Ling Xiao employed would remain unknown to him. The group rested through the night in silence until the second day when the team battle resumed. This time, the 3 individuals who appeared before Ling Xiao, Cheng Yu, and Qian Hai exuded a far more imposing presence than the trio from the previous day. The 2 men were adorned in resplendent garments, the exquisite fabric so fine that Ling Xiao hesitated to dirty his hands upon it. He genuinely questioned whether these 2 had come to fight or to court. The woman, delicate and fair-skinned, possessed a semblance of beauty, resembling a porcelain doll that might shatter at a mere touch. Fortunately, upon comparing the beauty of Lan Xiuhua to that of Tang Yingying, Ling Xiao concluded that Lan Xiuhua was simply not in the same league, even falling short of Cheng Yu. Thus, Ling Xiao consciously chose to disregard Lan Xiuhua's enchanting beauty, perceiving her solely as a pure adversary. Meanwhile, The trio was sizing up Ling Xiao and his companions. These three individuals had effortlessly triumphed in the previous day's team battle, dismissing Ling Xiao and his rural sect as inconsequential. Had it not been for their elders' repeated admonitions to exercise caution around Ling Xiao, they would hardly have spared him a second glance. As all the teams entered the arena, the second day's battle officially commenced with Shun Mingfang launching a splendid and resounding firework display. As the clash began, the trio, adhering to their elders' directives, coordinated their assault on Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the first to charge from Ling Xiao's side was none other than Qian Hai. Light on his feet, wielding a pair of short daggers, he called out, "Ling Xiao, cover me!" Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. This lad was finally ready to unleash his potential, opting for daggers instead of a sword. These daggers were none other than the favored weapons of Qian Hai's father, Qian Gu. With his dual daggers spinning in a mesmerizing dance, an orange aura of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into countless blade-like shadows that darted towards the trio. Qian Hai unleashed his family's secret technique, the dual dagger circular slash. "Is that all you've got?" One of the three sneered, as a burly figure wielding an iron rod proclaimed, "I'll take care of this." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing this individual as Luo Feikai, the one wielding the iron rod. Just as Luo Feikai's weapon was about to crash down, Ling Xiao surged forward, brandishing a dark broom towards the iron rod. With a resounding clash, both retreated several steps. Luo Feikai's arm tingled from the impact, prompting him to regard Ling Xiao with newfound respect. This fellow possesses some strength. In the ensuing chaos, Luo Feikai failed to adequately defend against Qian Hai's dagger shadows. However, he was not unduly concerned, for his ally, Shuelyin, was ready to intervene. Shuelyin unleashed a powerful strike with his fists, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars that resonated from his blows. Countless orange thunder-clad fist shadows collided with Qian Hai's dagger shadows, generating a fierce clash of spiritual energy and a dazzling display of orange fireworks. The confrontation between the dual dagger circular slash and the thunder strike was nothing short of explosive. Both combatants simultaneously spewed forth blood, their bodies propelled backwards several meters before crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, it appeared that this ferocious exchange had temporarily incapacitated both fighters. While the spectators had anticipated a grueling stalemate, they were astonished as two had fallen almost immediately. The two women on the field were not idle either. They charged towards one another. Chengyu was acutely aware of her opponent's mastery of the thousand flying needles technique, compelling her to stay closely aligned to prevent her adversary from executing this deadly skill. Interestingly, Lan Xiuhua seemed equally disinclined to employ her ultimate technique, opting instead to engage with her sword. Both were exquisite beauties, yet their swordplay exhibited contrasting styles. One fiercely lethal, the other overwhelmingly domineering. To the onlookers, the clash between the two held a raw, violent beauty. In merely a few exchanges, the intensity of their battle escalated dramatically. A moment's inattention from either could spell disaster. In contrast to the intricate techniques employed by Lan Xiuhua and Chengyu, the clash between Ling Xiao and Luo Feikai was a sheer contest of brute strength. One wielded an iron broom, while the other brandished an iron rod. Neither resorted to any elaborate maneuvers, relying solely on simple, forceful swings. The rhythmic sound of metal colliding, bang-da-bang-da-bang, resonated through the air, accompanied by the sparks ignited from their friction. Although their exchange appeared effortless, it was a torment for Luo Feikai. He was not inclined to engage in such a battle of strength. Rather, Ling Xiao's relentless assaults compelled him to defend himself with the iron rod, leaving no room for fanciful techniques. His arms had grown numb, nearly devoid of sensation, yet he had no choice but to endure. A momentary lapse in his grip could result in a devastating blow to his head or a shattering of his shoulder. Stealing a glance at Ling Xiao, Luo Feikai noted the latter's robust arms still vigorously wielding that peculiar weapon, showing no signs of fatigue. How could this man possess such boundless strength, as if it were inexhaustible? I cannot continue in this manner. I will surely be worn down. Recalling the admonitions of his elders, he inwardly lamented not employing his ultimate technique against Ling Xiao from the outset. Faced with the current predicament, he had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. With another resounding bang, as Luo Feikai blocked Ling Xiao's downward strike, he seized the opportunity to slam the iron rod into the ground. A crisp clang echoed, and the earth beneath them swiftly fractured, unleashing countless tendrils of orange, spiritual energy from beneath the iron rod, weaving into a net spread across the ground. The net sprang to life, surging towards Ling Xiao with an enveloping ferocity. Chapter 41. Is he dead? The three elders of Luofeng Valley watched the battle unfold, and when they beheld the clash between Shuelyin and Qian Hai resulting in mutual destruction, Elder Shue's eyes blazed red with fury. He had not anticipated that his beloved son would be so swiftly bested. nearly compelling him to intervene personally against Qian Hai. What was Qian Hai's status? Merely the son of a minor sect's leader, yet he dared to inflict harm upon his own child. A flicker of malice crossed Elder Shue's gaze. Meanwhile, Lan Mei observed her daughter dueling, and although the opponent's swordplay was domineering, she perceived no superiority in skill or technique over her daughter, which offered her a modicum of reassurance. Conversely, Elder Luo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as he watched his younger brother being dominated by Ling Xiao. This young man was extraordinarily formidable. Elder Luo understood his brother's strength. Given enough time, it was not impossible for him to surpass Ling Xiao in raw power. Yet, here was his brother, renowned for his might, being overpowered by his adversary. A sense of foreboding filled Elder Luo's heart, but he was momentarily uplifted by the sight of his brother, even in such dire straits, managing to unleash his formidable technique, the shattering spirit net. As this extraordinary skill was unleashed, Elder Luo believed without a doubt that his brother would emerge victorious, rising in excitement to shout, "Good!" Yet, before the word could fully escape his lips, his heart sank with a heavy thud. Ensnared within this vast array of earthbound energies spanning over 10 meters, Ling Xiao appeared to have nowhere to escape. However, in a display of cunning, he chose to conceal himself in the safest possible location, beside Luo Feikai. This wretched scoundrel? Elder Luo could not help but curse under his breath, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Under Ling Xiao's influence, the energy array surged toward its master in a fierce assault. What a devastating gambit! Qian Gu, shaking off the dark cloud of his son's impending demise, could not refrain from exclaiming. If Luo Feikai possesses the courage for mutual destruction, it will surely be a battle to the bitter end. However, I doubt he harbors such resolve. In this clash, he is destined for defeat. Qian Gui's predictions were astute. Confronted with the unhesitating charge of Ling Xiao, Luo Feikai opted to withdraw, unwilling to be ensnared by his own ultimate technique. Even without this move, I can still vanquish this fiend. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Luo Feikai grasped his iron rod, preparing to unleash his renowned skill, the exploding rod. Alas, just as he believed he could execute the maneuver, Ling Xiao's broom had already struck his shoulder. With a sharp crack, Luo Feikai let out a pained cry, kneeling on one knee. His right arm hung limply, the iron rod clattering to the ground. The bone in his right shoulder had been shattered by Ling Xiao's blow. "You have lost," Ling Xiao stated coldly. "Withdraw from the arena, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Luo Feikai clutched his injured shoulder, drenched in sweat. "Very well," as Ling Xiao turned to observe the battle between Chengyu and Lan Xiuhua. Luo Feikai cautiously lifted his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. With his left hand stealthily retrieving the iron rod from the ground, and seeing Ling Xiao show no sign of turning around, he gritted his teeth, standing abruptly while gripping the rod with one hand, swinging it violently towards the back of Ling Xiao's head. Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan's faces changed dramatically as they shouted in unison, "Be careful!" Meanwhile, Elder Luo's expression also shifted drastically. "Feikai. No." Positioned directly in front of Ling Xiao, Elder Luo recognized the peculiar weapon clutched tightly in Ling Xiao's grasp. Realizing that Ling Xiao had never relaxed his vigilance against Luo Feikai, with a swift motion, Ling Xiao swung the iron broom, executing a clean and decisive counterattack, causing Luo Feikai's head to explode like a fallen watermelon. The headless corpse remained standing, still clutching the raised iron rod. "No?" Elder Luo's eyes were bloodshot with rage, tears of fury spilling forth. The deceased was his own brother, the sibling he held dear, the one he regarded as family, Ling Xiao. Elder Luo's fists clenched tightly, his blood-stained eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames of vengeance, threatening to reduce Ling Xiao to ashes. Having witnessed Ling Xiao's cold-blooded methods, Lan Mei's heart raced, fearing that Ling Xiao might unleash his wrath upon her daughter as well. For Lan Mei's relief, Ling Xiao remained an observer of the fierce clash between the two women, showing no inclination to intervene. The previously composed Lan Xiuhua became increasingly anxious upon learning of Luo Feikai's demise at Ling Xiao's hands. With Ling Xiao's watchful presence, she found it impossible to concentrate on dealing with Chengyu. Narrowly avoiding several of Chengyu's stealthy attacks, it was time to employ the 1,000 flying needles, as she resolved to face two opponents alone. With a swift motion, Lan Xiuhua distanced herself from Chengyu, quickly sheathing her sword and freeing her hands to cast them forward in an instant. A sound akin to a gentle rain falling echoed, as countless delicate beams of white light surged towards Chengyu and Ling Xiao in a relentless torrent. Chengyu hastily brandished her sword, conjuring an immense character of heaven with her orange-hued soul power, successfully blocking the onslaught of white luminescence beyond its confines. Chengyu wielded the Northern Min Tianqi sword technique, yet the might of the 1,000 flying needles was undeterred. relentlessly bombarding the character and diminishing its brilliance. Once the orange light completely vanished, the unending stream of white beams would surely rend Chengyu asunder. Ling Xiao, too, was compelled to act. He twirled an iron broom with great speed, enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura of soul power, impervious to the cascading white points that assailed him, unable to penetrate the protective layer of his crimson energy. At that moment, a silhouette abruptly emerged behind Ling Xiao, followed by a thunderous roar, as a tremendous force struck towards his back. This lad was still capable of movement. The hearts of Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gue leapt to their throats. Particularly Qian Gue, who held great confidence in his son Qian Hai's dual-blade circular strike. Failing to obliterate the opponent, at the very least, it should incapacitate him. Until Shuelian had yet to rise, Qian Gue maintained such beliefs. However, now Shuelian had once again positioned himself behind Ling Xiao, his fists crackling with thunderous might, launching a fierce assault upon Ling Xiao's back. Observing his son rise once more and execute a successful ambush, Elder Shui exclaimed, "Well done, my son. You truly live up to your father's expectations. Ha ha." Elder Luo's expression twisted with malice. "Well done, Shuelian. Even if I cannot slay Ling Xiao myself, seeing him perish at your hands will suffice." Without a hint of suspense, two resounding thuds echoed as Ling Xiao's back absorbed the force of Shuelian's thunderous strikes, sending his body careening like a broken kite, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Lifeless. Witnessing her ally's successful strike, Lan Xiuhua halted, positioning herself alongside Shuelian, effectively cornering Chengyu. Such overwhelming dominance would invite criticism should they proceed to attack Chengyu. Although Ling Xiao had just slain one of their comrades, they understood that it had been a self-inflicted fate. Furthermore, in their hearts, the loss of a teammate now meant one less formidable adversary come the elimination rounds. The young lords and ladies of Falling Wind Valley were not as closely knit as they appeared. "Yield," Lan Xiuhua proclaimed with an air of generosity. "You stand alone now, with no chance of victory." Shuelian, in a display of utter disdain, brazenly shouted, "You, little country girl, obediently carry the corpse of your companion and vacate this venue." Chengyu silently crouched down, gazing at the lifeless Ling Xiao, feeling an inexplicable pang of heartache and sorrow. This free-spirited individual, even in such dire circumstances, still managed to wear that signature smile. It was baffling to ponder what joy he found in this moment. Shuelian clutched his chest, unable to suppress another bout of blood that erupted from his lips. He was indeed gravely injured himself. Had he not feigned a loss of combat capability to regain his strength earlier, he would have had no energy left to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. With the tide of battle now firmly against him, he only wished for Chengyu to concede swiftly so he could return to tend to his wounds. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't blame me for being merciless," Shuelian barked impatiently. Chengyu appeared oblivious to Shuelian's furious outburst. Her gaze remained fixated on Ling Xiao, and unbeknownst to her, two glistening tears had formed in the corners of her eyes. Seeking death, Shuelian could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he swung his fist towards Chengyu. On the spectator stands, Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Yuanhuan even forgot the soundproofing of the arena, shouting, "Junior sister, quickly dodge." Chapter 42. Blood transfer and position shift. Chengyu had long sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Shuelian, and her innate resilience and unyielding spirit came to the fore. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Shuelian, gripping her sword tightly, awaiting the moment when he would draw nearer to her for a decisive counterstrike. Lan Xiuhua had been closely monitoring Chengyu, fully aware of her intentions. As Shuelian's fist hurtled towards Chengyu, she too lunged with her sword towards Chengyu's rear. In such a precarious situation, allowing Chengyu to retaliate would be a disgrace Lan Xiuhua could not afford. With the dual assault from both fronts, Chengyu resolved that even in death, she would take someone down with her, channeling all her strength into her sword, emanating tendrils of orange, spiritual energy. "Country bumpkin, perish!" Shuelian bellowed, unleashing a thunderous punch. Concurrently, Lan Xiuhua's sword shadow enveloped Chengyu, leaving her with no avenue of escape, whether to advance or retreat. Just as Chengyu prepared to muster every ounce of her strength to eliminate Shuelian, she was unexpectedly pulled out of the encirclement formed by the two. When she regained her senses, she was startled to find herself standing several meters away from Shuelian. "You're not dead." Gazing at the living Ling Xiao, Chengyu's heart swirled with a bittersweet medley of emotions. Just as she marveled at Ling Xiao's miraculous revival, she suddenly heard the simultaneous screams of both individuals a few meters away, prompting her to turn her head in alarm. Chengyu gasped in shock. Shuelian and Lan Xiuhua had clumsily collided with one another. Though they had momentarily tempered their force, the inertia still sparked a violent reaction. Shuelian's hand was severed into multiple pieces by Lan Xiuhua's sword, while her own sword hand was pulverized by Shuelian's strike, leaving her arm limp and devoid of strength. Little flower, Liener, Elder Shui and Elder Lan simultaneously exclaimed, their hearts aching for the injuries inflicted upon their offspring. Ling Xiao, at that moment, the sentiments of Elder Shui and Elder Lan mirrored those of Elder Luo, wishing fervently to rend Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan finally felt the weight on their hearts lighten. Ling Xiao, with an air of calm, addressed the severely injured Shuelian and Lan Xiuhua, asking, shall we continue? If so, Luo Feikai will be your inevitable fate. Threatened by Ling Xiao's words, they could not help but seethe with rage. They had always been the ones to intimidate others. Yet today the tables had turned, however, upon witnessing the headless corpse of Luo Feikai. A chill ran down their spines. This young man dared to slay Luo Feikai and would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate them as well. Very well, we concede. Xiuhua, let us depart. As Shuelian stood, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, taking some time to regain his composure. Lan Xiuhua was in a similarly dire state, and the two leaned on each other as they exited the battlefield. With a swift motion, Cheng Yu delivered a resounding slap to Ling Xiao, exclaiming, you scoundrel, feigning death to deceive me. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao retaliated with a slap of his own, leaving Cheng Yu in a state of shock. He actually dared to strike me. Ling Xiao's voice was icy as he proclaimed, senior sister, though this is merely a novice competition, lives can still be lost. If you deem your life worthless, then you might as well take your own life to avoid dying at the hands of an adversary and suffering disgrace. Seemingly stunned into silence by Ling Xiao's slap, Cheng Yu remained mute, allowing him to continue berating her. Moreover, refrain from shedding tears before your opponent, even if they are but 2 drops. The mention of her tears sent Cheng Yu into a frenzy. Angrily, she pointed her sword at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I demand a duel. Ling Xiao nonchalantly brushed aside Cheng Yu's sword. Qianhai is still injured. If you wish to duel, I shall await you in the top 10 of the competition. Cheng Yu fell silent, realizing that without Ling Xiao, her chances of winning even the first elimination round were slim. Qianhai was struggling to rise from the ground, and Ling Xiao casually extended a hand to him. At the very least, we are still teammates for now. Qianhai grasped Ling Xiao's hand, who then hoisted him onto his back, departing the arena. Cheng Yu followed behind, perceiving that his figure seemed to have grown significantly broader. Father, I clearly struck that boy. Why is it that he remains unscathed? Shuelian, having staunched the bleeding from his severed arm and taken a restorative pill, finally managed to ask in frustration. Elder Shui, Elder Luo, and Elder Lan closely scrutinized the recent battle through the soul shadow mirror, all shaking their heads in dismay. Elder Shui, filled with ire, remarked, this boy is truly cunning. He likely could have evaded your strike entirely but chose to take it on purpose. A cold glint sparked in Elder Lan's eyes, revealing a murderous intent. But why would he do such a thing? Is he merely showing off? Not at all. This boy is undoubtedly conducting an experiment. For this blood transfer technique is something he has only just mastered. A few individuals were engaged in a discussion within a conference room regarding Ling Xiao when suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. The group turned to the door, their expressions curious. Elder Hua, how did you know? An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, appeared before them, entering with a calm demeanor. This young man possesses considerable knowledge of medicine and is rumored to be an alchemist. It is likely this is his first attempt at employing medical techniques in combat, thus using your women as subjects for experimentation. How audacious! Elder Shui exclaimed, smashing a nearby table in fury, only to quickly regain his composure and smile gently at the elder. May I inquire as to Elder Hua's purpose for being here? Elder Hua, the sole alchemist of Qing-level cultivation in Falling Wind Valley, was more of a nominal elder, actually belonging to the Blue Moon realm. The Valley Master, Shan Nanfeng, treated him exceptionally well, allowing him to remain in Falling Wind Valley for many years. Numerous disciples had enhanced their cultivation through the elixirs he concocted, and the elders had greatly benefited from him. Thus Elder Hua held a prestigious position in the valley, second only to Shan Nanfeng's family. With a slight smile, Elder Hua replied, I am here, of course, to treat Elder Lan's daughter's arm, and it seems I have intruded upon your discussion of that young man. Ling Xia, I hope you can forgive my presumption. Elder Lan was taken aback by Elder Hua's unsolicited visit to heal her daughter's arm, realizing that others often sought his services without success, and felt immense gratitude. Thank you, Elder Hua. I am grateful beyond measure. There is no question of presumption. Upon hearing that Lan Xiuhua's injury could be treated, Elder Shui was filled with excitement. Then my son's arm. Elder Hua chuckled. As long as the severed arm remains, I assure you I can restore your son's arm to its original state. Upon hearing that his arm, which had been severed into several pieces like a protagonist in a tale, could be reattached, Shuelian immediately knelt and bowed deeply to Elder Hua. "Thank you, Elder Hua." Lan Xiuhua also expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow, to which Elder Hua waved his hand. "No need for such formalities. Young Master Shui, Miss Lan. Let us commence at once." In the Jekka Tavern, Chung Qianai curiously inquired, "Shower, why is it that you suffered no harm after taking 2 punches from that fellow, Ling Xiao?" Observing the equally curious gazes of Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Yu, and Qian Gue, replied leisurely, "It is a matter of relocating blood and acupoints. When a person is attacked, the injury arises because the force penetrates the body through its surface, impacting vital acupoints, blood, and organs, resulting in internal damage. If, at the moment of impact, one can shift these critical areas, it is akin to evading the attack. At worst, one might endure some superficial pain. That fellow struck my back, and I utilized the force of my essence to slightly alter my body, causing his attacks to miss. I feigned defeat to make it seem convincing. Initially, I intended to return the favor in kind, but when my senior sister was in danger, I had no choice but to act." Cheng Yu shot Ling Xiao a resentful glare but held her tongue at a T that moment. Qian Gue suddenly sighed. "However, you have killed Luo Feikai and injured 2 elderskin. Those 3 will not let this slide." Ling Xiao smiled without speaking, yet inwardly, he was filled with cold laughter. "I was even prepared to kill Li Yuanchong. What does slaying the son of an elder matter?" Chapter 43. Ma Chongyang. After 2 days of fierce combat, the team battle finally came to a close. The ultimate outcome of the skirmish resulted in the selection of 120 elite disciples. Among them were Ling Xiao, Cheng Yu, and Qian Hai, along with 3 members from another reserve team of the Falling Wind Valley. Naturally, Li Yuanchong was also among these 120 individuals. In the second round of the team battle, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. He merely watched as his 2 teammates were besieged by 3 opponents, beaten until they were devoid of combat capability before he made his move. Moreover, with just a single strike, he dispatched all 3 adversaries. Everyone marveled at the misfortune of Li Yuanchong's opponents, while it was equally perilous to be his teammate. The only explanation everyone could muster for Li Yuanchong's behavior was that he held his 2 companions in utter disdain, seizing this opportunity to rid himself of them. Though those 2 names were included in the grand list of 120, it appeared utterly impossible for them to regain their fighting strength within the mere 3 days of rest. In reality, only 118 remained. Qian Hai had sustained considerable injuries, yet fortunately, he had Ling Xiao, an adept healer, by his side, who revitalized him and concocted superior restorative medicines to restore his vitality. Within just 3 days, Qian Hai's combat prowess had been fully reinstated. Although they might face one another as adversaries henceforth, Ling Xiao simply remarked, "Even if you encounter me, I shall ensure your defeat is wholly convincing." Qian Hai shook his head, recalling Ling Xiao's enigmatic methods, and had no choice but to concede that he was no match for Ling Xiao. The incident at the tea house involving Ma seemed to have rendered any hope of revenge futile. During the 3 days of respite, the various soul master sects within Falling Wind City began to stir. Some eliminated sects mingled among themselves, sipping tea and listening to light tunes. As for those like Ling Xiao, brazenly indulging in flower wine and visiting courtesans, while such individuals existed, Ling Xiao remained the sole representative of such disreputable conduct among the soul master sections. Unbeknownst to others, Ling Xiao merely sought to try his luck. Hoping to encounter Tang Yingying once more, aware of the improbability, he still felt inclined to pursue the venture. He even absurdly entertained the notion that Tang Yingying might once again be captured by soul masters and subsequently sold to a brothel in Falling Wind City. Of course, Ling Xiao only entertained this thought, not genuinely wishing for Tang Yingying to endure further distress. Simultaneously, the sects that had made it to the elimination round began to frantically gather intelligence, intent on thoroughly studying each competitor. Soon, these sects discovered that aside from Li Yuanchong, the undesirable anomaly no one wished to confront, there was another troublesome figure, Ling Xiao. All available documentation indicated that this individual was merely a red-level soul master. Having joined the Bei Min sect for less than a year, yet his strength far surpassed that of Luo Feikai, who was renowned for his might. His combat skills had already demonstrated a remarkable ability, the spatial technique known as Tianchongpia, which allowed him to traverse distances in an instant. Moreover, according to credible sources, this individual may also possess the ability to cultivate essence and wield talismans, in addition to mastering combat techniques typically reserved for alchemists. Even more alarming is the fact that Ling Xiao strikes with great ferocity and is a character unafraid to take lives. In the face of such a newcomer, all could only exclaim, "What an extraordinary and monstrous being!" However, in contrast, everyone's attention shifted towards Ling Xiao's 2 teammates during the team battles, Qian Hai and Cheng Yu. While Qian Hai's dual-blade circular strike was indeed formidable, no one believed he would recover from serious injuries within 3 days. As for Cheng Yu, Ling Xiao's senior sister, She was universally acknowledged as the weakest among them. Thus, all were fervently hoping to draw lots for Qianhai and Qingyu, fervently wishing to avoid encounters with Li Yuancheng and Ling Xiao. During these 3 days, detailed information about the 120 participating newcomers was sold in the black market of Luofeng City for 10 yellow crystals, akin to outright robbery. Had Ling Xiao possessed this first-hand information, he would have certainly seized the opportunity for substantial profit. Although he was quite wealthy now, much of his fortune remained hidden from the public eye. The 3 days slipped away quietly amidst this bustling atmosphere. On a splendid day bathed in sunlight, the individual elimination rounds of the Luofeng Valley newcomer competition finally commenced on the same field. The pace of the elimination rounds quickened significantly, with the rule being that once the first round concluded, the second round would immediately follow, continuing until darkness fell. Those who finished early could rest for a while and watch others fight. However, for those who were the last to finish, apologies would be in order, as they would swiftly draw lots to enter the next round of combat. Though Ling Xiao, it seemed that Luofeng Valley was hastily pushing forward, and he had some inkling as to why there was such urgency. Yet, he chose not to voice his concerns to his master, instead confiding in the 2 brothers, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu. Those 2 brothers were eliminated in the first team battle, rendering their copper leg gang merely a bystander in the elimination rounds. However, they could not leave until the competition concluded, as per Luofeng Valley's rules. It was unclear what Ling Xiao discussed with the 2 brothers, but their faces were etched with worry. Yet, upon seeing Ling Xiao, their spirits seemed to lift considerably. Their father had once told them, "Those who dare to speak with you in such a manner harbor no ill intentions and are worth befriending." Thus, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu became Ling Xiao's loyal fans, taking their seats in the support area for the Beimin sect, where many seats remained unoccupied. As it happened, Cheng Qiantai did not mind, allowing them to sit freely. Ling Xiao's first opponent was a lad of about 13 or 14 years of age, who, in Ling Xiao's eyes, ought to be nestled in his mother's embrace, sipping milk and indulging in playful antics, perhaps even wetting the bed from time to time. Filled with profound compassion for such a young boy participating in a brutal contest, Ling Xiao pondered, "Little brother, who is your father? Is your mother beautiful? How could they allow you to come here and face death? I believe it would be best for you to return. Big brother will not make things difficult for you," the little boy retorted. "What business is it of yours? Prepare to receive my strike." Despite his small stature, the boy's attacks were remarkably swift and fierce. He wielded a weapon known as the 9-section whip, which significantly compensated for his shortcomings in stature. The young lad swung the whip with the grace of a white silk ribbon, sending it hurtling towards Ling Xiao. Without even drawing a weapon, Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged left and right, appearing rather flustered. However, if one were to observe his footwork closely, it would be evident that there was no trace of panic in his steps, nor any significant movement. This boy was just the perfect subject to test my ghostly footwork, Ling Xiao mused, as he deftly shifted his stance, causing the whip to crack audibly just 10 centimeters from him. The lad demonstrated commendable skill with the whip, swiftly retracting it after each missed strike to launch another attack. The length of the whip ensured that his opponent could not draw too close, allowing for a relentless series of assaults. Ling Xiao, too, seemed reluctant to close the distance, maintaining a whip's length between them, which resulted in the whip's white shadow never straying far from him, always poised to strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for hundreds of rounds. Ling Xiao initially anticipated that the boy would soon tire. Yet to his surprise, the boy appeared to be a monster in his own right. He showed no signs of fatigue, instead accelerating the tempo of his whipping. Enough of this playful banter, Ling Xiao concluded, feeling that he had sufficiently studied the ghostly footwork and resolved to eliminate the boy from the competition. After all, he had another match to prepare for, and it would be unwise to engage in a drawn-out skirmish. The boy seemed to sense Ling Xiao's intentions, swiftly retracting the 9-section whip and raising it above his head, his wrists rapidly twirling to create a propeller-like spin. Ling Xiao, prepare to witness the unparalleled skill of Ma Chongyang, the golden snake dance. With a spirited shout, the boy released the whip, which spun with a fierce whoosh, hurtling towards Ling Xiao with formidable force. Chapter 44. The new function of the broom, the swiftly rotating 9-section whip, imbued with the power of the orange soul, possessed an extensive lethal range, leaving Ling Xiao with no avenue for evasion. He had no choice but to meet it head-on. The boy, Ma Chongyang, wore a triumphant expression. "Let us see how you dodge this." Ling Xiao merely smiled, retrieving his signature weapon, the iron broom, and brought it crashing down upon the 9-section whip. With a resounding clash, the whip was struck, yet its sharp head and tail lunged at Ling Xiao like the fangs of a viper, approaching him at exceptionally acute angles. Bang! Ling Xiao executed a swift turn, simultaneously sweeping the whip's ends apart. Ma Chongyang's whip techniques were a flurry of rapid succession, yet Ling Xiao handled them with remarkable ease. earning even Ma Chongyang's reluctant admiration for his composure. Nevertheless, this was a competition, and Ma Chongyang would not relent in his assault simply due to admiration. Just as Ling Xiao deflected the 9-section whip, Ma Chongyang swiftly closed the distance, launching a punch aimed squarely at Ling Xiao's heart. Standing a head shorter than Ling Xiao, Ma Chongyang was in perfect range to land a direct blow to Ling Xiao's chest. With an iron broom in hand, Ling Xiao found that using such a lengthy weapon to block would significantly slow him down. Even if he wished to stow it away in his storage space, the speed would still be hindered. Thus, in Ma Chongyang's eyes, it was inevitable that Ling Xiao would be struck by his punch. However, to his astonishment, Ma Chongyang's fist collided with an extraordinarily hard object with a resounding thud. Ah! Ma Chongyang let out a wretched scream as his own fist shattered upon impact. Ling Xiao chuckled ominously, retracting the iron broom that he had positioned protectively in front of his heart. How could Ma Chongyang's formidable punch, aimed to kill, not result in broken bones and strained tendons when it struck the robust broom handle? Infuriated, Ma Chongyang bellowed, "Ling Xiao, I will smash you to pieces." In response to this enraged roar akin to that of a small lion, a meteor hammer adorned with sharp spikes materialized in Ma Chongyang's uninjured hand, which he hurled at Ling Xiao with ferocity. Surely, such a weapon could not harm senior brother Ling. The onlookers, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu, lacked discernment and mistook it for an ordinary meteor hammer. However, Chang Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan immediately recognized its origin, with Li Yuanhuan exclaiming in alarm, "Heavenly Horse Meteor Hammer. This is bad." Ling Xiao remained steadfast on the ground, broom in hand, calmly observing as the meteor hammer hurtled towards him. "Is that merely a meteor hammer?" he mused. Yet, unexpectedly, as the hammer traversed halfway, the spikes suddenly dispersed like a torrential rain shower, hurtling towards Ling Xiao. What in the world is this bizarre contraption? De Zhu and Xiao Zhu were taken aback, having never encountered a weapon that could transform mid-flight. Had Ling Xiao been any slower, he would undoubtedly have been pierced by the spikes, becoming a gory mess. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao exuded confidence. If even Ma Chongyang could wield such a treasure, it would be far from challenging for him. He executed his signature move, a sweeping strike, with a whoosh, as the broom swept across. The fine strands at the broom's tail were sent soaring, dancing in the wind, forming countless black shadows that were impenetrable. Clink, 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 the spikes struck against the black shadows as if colliding with a solid wall, plummeting to the ground. The watching brothers, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu, could not help but cheer, "Well done, senior brother Ling." Chang Qiantai was taken aback by Ling Xiao's ability to utilize the peculiar weapon to such an extent, secretly admiring Ling Xiao's perceptiveness and broom handling skills. However, he understood that the true power of the meteor hammer lay not in the countless spikes, but in the hammerhead that continued its trajectory toward Ling Xiao. As the hammerhead advanced, a sly smile crept onto Ma Chongyang's youthful visage. "Let's see you escape this." Faced with the approaching meteor hammer, Ling Xiao foolishly made a sweeping motion. With a thunderous crash, the hammer erupted in a blaze of intense flames, enveloping Ling Xiao entirely. This conflagration was none other than the well-known Sanli fire. Familiar to both Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan, witnessing Ling Xiao consumed by the flames, a malevolent grin emerged on Ma Chongyang's face, a stark contrast to his youthful features. One of the least renowned yet most promising new disciples? Humph, you shall still perish at my hands. De Zhu and Xiao Zhu sat despondently on their chairs, struggling to come to terms with the fact that their idol had not even survived the first round of elimination. Everyone believed that Ling Xiao was doomed, except for Li Yuanhuan, whose unwavering gaze remained fixed on the blazing flames, as if he could will Ling Xiao back to life from the brink of death. Just as Ma Chongyang was preparing to leave, a mocking voice emerged from the inferno. "Such flames could not possibly kill me. You underestimate me far too much." But Chongyang's large, expressive eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "What? He can still survive this?" The flames seemed to be drawn away by an iron broom, rapidly diminishing in intensity. The black broom absorbed the flames, shimmering with a faint red glow amidst its darkness. Long ago, when Ling Xiao was refining medicine with Li Yuanhuan's Sanli flames, he had inadvertently discovered a unique ability of this broom. However, Chang Qiantai was oblivious to this fact. Witnessing the scene, he was struck with astonishment. This broom can actually absorb fire? How extraordinary! It is worth noting that in the Yao Tian continent, there are very few metals capable of absorbing elemental forces, and their quantity is exceedingly rare. Any type of such metal commands a price of over 100 yellow crystal stones per pound. And how much did Ling Xiao's iron broom weigh? At the very least, it weighed over 100 pounds. Chang Qiantai felt a sense of shame. He had not anticipated that his judgment was inferior to that of his disciple Ling Xiao. For Chang Qiantai, such a treasure could very well serve as a sect's prized possession. Yet for Ling Xiao, a lover of wealth, The broom's value in crystals was of utmost importance. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao was unaware of the broom's worth in crystals, allowing him to maintain his composure as he charged forward, seizing the opportunity while Ma Chongyang was still in shock, and he swung the broom to break the boy's other arm. Ah! Ma Chongyang let out a pained scream, staring blankly at Ling Xiao, before suddenly bursting into tears. Daddy, Mommy, this bastard is bullying me, Ling Xiao. What a transgression, truly a transgression. Although Ling Xiao considered himself generally kind-hearted, he felt no guilt for injuring Ma Chongyang, especially since the boy had nearly roasted him alive moments earlier. Yet, upon realizing that Ma Chongyang was merely 13 years old and seeing him weep so sorrowfully, Ling Xiao began to think perhaps he had been a bit too harsh. Tang Yingying was likely around the same age, he mused. The thought of Tang Yingying extinguished all other considerations, and he returned to his master's side. Feeling somewhat dejected, Dr. Zhu and Xiao Zhu approached excitedly, exclaiming, "Senior brother Ling, you did brilliantly." Ling Xiao managed a strained smile. It was acceptable. When Ling Xiao noticed that Chang Qiantai was not addressing him but was instead fixated on a particular direction, he understood that senior sister Chang Yu was embroiled in a fierce battle. Following Chang Qiantai's gaze, Ling Xiao quickly spotted Cheng Yu. She was engaged in combat with a rather unattractive opponent. Ling Xiao could scarcely fathom what kind of monster could produce such an unsightly individual. Small eyes, a flat nose, a wide mouth, protruding ears, and a balding head. Perhaps due to his appearance, that individual harbored a deeply sinister disposition. Even when faced with the enchanting beauty of Cheng Yu, that brute showed no signs of restraint. The unsightly figure wielded a long-handled cleaver with tremendous force. Each swing seemed to possess the weight of 1,000 pounds, a formidable presence. Should Cheng Yu choose to meet this brute's blade head-on, Chang Qiantai would undoubtedly be infuriated, questioning the purpose of such a foolish daughter. Fortunately, Cheng Yu was not so naive. On the contrary, she displayed a measure of cunning. Amidst the brute's wild slashes, she deftly dodged and evaded, skillfully avoiding one attack after another. Occasionally, the blade would crash down beside her, sending shockwaves through the ground, further solidifying her determination to avoid direct confrontation. However, after being provoked by Ling Xiao a few times, the adventurous spirit within Cheng Yu suddenly awakened. Just as the brute plunged his cleaver deep into the ground once more, a yellow talisman of acceleration materialized in Cheng Yu's hand. Upon witnessing the acceleration talisman in Cheng Yu's grasp, Ling Xiao's face broke into a smile of admiration and satisfaction. In the next moment, her speed surged, and as the grotesque figure was just lifting his weapon, Cheng Yu's sword had already sliced towards his hand. The brute reacted swiftly, discarding his weapon, yet he could not evade the strike. With a sharp cry, blood gushed from his wrist. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Cheng Yu delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying as he staggered to his feet. Cheng Yu had already positioned her sword against his neck. "You have lost." The brute's mouth twitched a few times, but he displayed no signs of defiance, merely rasping, "I concede." Drawing upon the caution learned from Ling Xiao's previous betrayal by Luo Feikai, Cheng Yu did not lower her sword. It was only when the brute voluntarily exited the competition arena that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Cheng Yu realized that, unbeknownst to her, her back had become drenched in sweat. Upon returning to her seat, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Ling Xiao. "Thank you." Ling Xiao seemed either oblivious or indifferent, offering no response. Just as Cheng Yu contemplated expressing her frustration, she followed Ling Xiao's gaze and discovered Qian Hai still locked in combat with his opponent. Witnessing her son covered in injuries, Qian Gue was nearly driven to intervene himself. In another corner of the arena, Qian Hai bore multiple lacerations on his arms, chest, and thighs. Though the blood flowed slowly, the cumulative amount was quite substantial, likely enough to sustain thousands of mosquitoes for over a month. Yet, this was not where Qian Gue's greatest concern lay. It was rather the bewildering nature of Qian Hai's opponent. Clad in an absurdly eccentric ensemble, the figure left Qian Hai disoriented. A riot of colors adorned his body, with oversized sleeves and striped fabric on his pants. Each time he struck, his arms emerged from beneath those voluminous sleeves, leaving Qian Hai utterly unable to predict the direction of his next attack. Should that fellow strike, the strips of cloth would also be flung towards Qian Hai along with that foul foot, thereby hindering Qian Hai's reaction time by a fraction. Such an eccentric method of attack left Qian Hai bewildered, unable to guard against all sides, with remnants of that fellow's antics adorning his body. Although this tactic was undeniably cunning and excessive, it fell well within the bounds of the competition's rules, and no matter how vexed Qian Hai felt, he had no choice but to endure. After a prolonged exchange, Qian Hai could no longer restrain himself. He brandished his twin blades once more, unleashing his family's secret technique, the twin blade's circular slash. In an instant, A flurry of orange blade shadows danced through the air, viciously aimed at the peculiar opponent. However, that strange individual seemed to be prepared, swiftly producing a small shield, over half a meter tall, its surface as smooth as a mirror, placing it before himself, the mirror shield. Qian Hui, who generally possessed extraordinary patience, could not help but curse. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the most unwelcome sight. Every blade shadow directed at that bizarre individual was deflected back by the mirror shield. Ling Xiao finally comprehended why Qian Hui had resorted to such expletives, and simultaneously, he couldn't help but mourn for Qian Hai. Brother Qian Hai, losing is inconsequential. Preserving your life is paramount. I shall invite you for a meal another time. Just as everyone believed Qian Hai was destined for defeat, he suddenly swallowed a pill with remarkable swiftness. Qian Hai bellowed, and instantly, the orange glow of his soul surged forth, allowing him to execute the twin blade's circular slash once more. With a flurry of sounds, his second set of blade shadows collided with the first, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The peculiar opponent, taken aback by Qian Hai's ability to launch a second twin blade circular slash, was even more astonished to discover that the power of this second skill surpassed the first. After dispersing the initial blade shadows, the second wave continued its relentless pursuit towards him. Nevertheless, that odd individual remained unfazed. With the mirror shield in hand, he felt invincible. Just as he began to revel in his triumph, he beheld Qian Hai, having just unleashed his ultimate technique, charging fiercely towards him. Ordinarily, after executing such a technique, a soul master would be left drained, requiring time to recuperate before attempting another. Yet, Qian Hai had managed to perform his ultimate technique twice in quick succession, and his speed remained undiminished, even surpassing that of the blade shadows he had just released. With a series of thuds, those blade shadows were once again repelled. Meanwhile, Qian Hai had already reached the peculiar opponent's side, swiftly slashing twice at the opponent's wrist. The shield clattered to the ground, its smooth surface now stained with droplets of crimson blood. In this battle, Qian Hai emerged with a Pyrrhic victory. When he returned to his seat, bloodied and utterly exhausted, Ling Xiao mused to himself. Cough, perhaps the previous incident had drained him of too much energy. This time, the tonic he consumed had far too severe side effects. One cannot benefit from a supplement when in such a weakened state. Qian Hui was visibly incensed. Higher, what kind of pill did you just take? Qian Hai's lips turned pale. The mighty Vidra pill. Upon hearing the name of the pill, Li Yuanhuan curiously inquired once more. Master, you have yet to inform me what this pill actually is. Indeed, junior brother, this medicine is of your making. Cheng Qianai wore a sullen expression. Shower, what are you doing? Ling Xiao innocently wiped her nose with her index finger and replied, Master, this medicine is precisely what Brother Qian requested. It has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, my formulation consists of two types, one for overall nourishment and the other for lower regions. Lower regions? What does that mean? Cheng Yu inquired, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, she noticed Ling Xiao regarding her with an expression of incredulity, complemented by the fierce countenance of her father. She realized her misstep. Li Yuanhuan, feeling quite embarrassed, hastily diverted the conversation. Is Brother Qian Hai in good health? We still have the second elimination match to attend to. Ling Xiao produced several pills. I still have a few great strength pills. Do you wish to have some? Qian Gue, Qian Hai, and the others. The most flamboyant among them remained Li Yuanchong. The first round of the elimination match had scarcely commenced when his opponent immediately cried out in forfeiture, scampering away in utter disarray. In less than 10 seconds, Li Yuanchong became the first victor of the elimination round. That 15-year-old, clad in a white robe and exuding an icy demeanor, was undeniably cool. With the conclusion of the first match, 59 participants were swiftly eliminated, leaving a remainder of 59. The question arose as to how to conduct a draw with an odd number. However, at that moment, someone adeptly resolved the issue. Esteemed guests, our Yangchuan sect and Shaikyu sect have arrived late. We apologize for the inconvenience. If it pleases you, we shall select a single representative from our two sects to make an even number. Cheng Qiantai and Qian Gui's expressions shifted. How could they arrive at such a time? Ling Xiao apathetically regarded the throng at the entrance of the circular arena, led by Luo Shang, the head of the Yangchuan sect. Various sects began to murmur. Arriving at such a time, they still had the audacity to claim a spot in the elimination match. A novice disciple representing two sects? Had they merged? The blatant rudeness seemed to be of little concern to Shan Nanfeng, the leader of Luofeng Valley, whose gaze casually fell upon Luo Shang. Luo Shang, undeterred, met Shan Nanfeng's gaze, and the two exchanged stares for several heartbeats before parting. Their exchange conveyed a multitude of meanings, few within the arena could fully grasp. Ling Xiao could only piece together a rough understanding based on her limited information. All eyes turned to Shan Nanfeng, who, given his previously intolerant nature, was expected to expel Luo Shang. Unexpectedly, however, Shan Nanfeng made a gesture of invitation. Your seats are over there. As for your novice disciple, they may now participate in the next round of the draw. What? Shen Nanfeng's decision astonished all present. Everyone questioned the reasonableness of Shen Nanfeng's seemingly unjust decision. If all were to act in such a manner, who would dare participate in the preliminary group battles henceforth? Yet, observing Luo Shang's sour expression and Shen Nanfeng's inscrutable face, everyone wisely opted for silence. Once the members of the Yangchuan faction and the Shaqiao faction settled into their places, a robust and fierce-eyed youth stepped forward from behind Wang Batian of the Yangchuan faction. Striding confidently, he approached Shen Mingfang alongside Ling Xiao and others to draw lots. Ling Xiao inwardly cursed the young man, thinking, "What an insufferable brat, arriving late and acting so pompously. I hope I don't cross paths with him." The young man seemed to sense the murderous aura emanating from Ling Xiao and glanced at him sideways. Ling Xiao, however, focused intently on Shen Mingfang's striking figure, contemplating how it compared to that of his teacher's wife. Ah, indeed, she is quite comparable. The mere thought of his teacher's wife stirred a disquieting feeling within him. Regaining his composure, Ling Xiao noticed, to his surprise, that a lot-drawing card had mysteriously appeared in his hand. He looked up, only to find Shen Mingfang gazing at him, her eyes carrying a teasing glint that made his heart race. "What's on your mind?" Shen Mingfang inquired with a smile. It was rather astonishing to encounter such an approachable figure among the top-tier powerhouses of the Yaotian continent. He nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, my apologies, I was lost in thought." Shen Mingfang responded, "No worries, you may step down now." Only then did Ling Xiao realize he had been standing before her, monopolizing her position for drawing lots. How embarrassing! He quickly retreated, internally lamenting. "That Cheng Yu will surely think I'm a pervert." Cheng Yu, standing in the queue behind, silently berated. "He dares to approach even such women. This fellow is beyond redemption." In this moment, Ling Xiao captured the attention of everyone present. Contrary to Cheng Yu's thoughts, many were inwardly admiring. Now, that is what a true man should be. Shen Nanfeng squinted, casting a glance at this remarkable young man, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him before. Little did he know that Ling Xiao was the very same lad he had carelessly discarded to Cheng Qiantai months prior. Could this be the newcomer rumored to possess immense potential, Ling Xiao? When did the Beimin faction acquire such a disciple? Shen Nanfeng had heard whispers in recent days, and Ling Xiao's name was among them. Elder Yu, responsible for intelligence gathering in the Falling Wind Valley, awkwardly remarked, "Well, faction leader, he is indeed the young man you discarded to Cheng Qiantai in Beimin City." Elder Yu was polite in his wording, opting for you instead of you. Shen Nanfeng suddenly understood, laughing heartily. Cheng Qiantai is quite impressive, managing to cultivate this disciple so well. What a shame he refused to let Li Yuanhuan join our Falling Wind Valley 5 years ago. I wonder if this lad knows his place. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, the very person who had deemed him refuse, Shen Nanfeng, was now considering bringing him into the Falling Wind Valley. However, Ling Xiao's focus remained solely on the outcome of the lot drawing. Fortunately, he drew a favorable lot to as long as he did not draw Li Yuancheng. It was a good sign. Coincidentally, the opponent Qian Hai would face was a familiar figure. Wang Daotian of the Yangchuan faction, the younger brother of Wang Batian, the very hulking youth who had just entered. Remarkably, Cheng Yu's opponent this round was also a woman. Ling Xiao cast a curious glance at the woman, observing that her gaze towards Cheng Yu was akin to that of someone who believed Cheng Yu owed her a fortune of several 100,000 crystal stones. Ling Xiao sighed, "Alas, master sister, what can be done? After all, you are far more beautiful than she is." Meanwhile, when Wang Daotian and Qian Hai crossed paths, they immediately glared at each other. Wang Daotian grinned maliciously. "Little Hai, be careful with that pretty face of yours. Ha ha." Qian Hai retorted angrily, "Wang Daotian, perhaps you should worry more about yourself." The second elimination round. From 60 to 30. Ling Xiao's match was devoid of suspense. Although he deliberately concealed his prowess, for Ling Xiao, who was adept in the cultivation of 7 souls, an ordinary orange-level chain soul master posed no challenge whatsoever. More importantly, Ling Xiao wished to conclude his battle swiftly to explore other areas. His intuition hinted that something extraordinary would transpire in this second elimination round. On his way back to the stands after leaving the arena, Ling Xiao once again spotted the young man in white. Li Yuancheng. At that moment, Li Yuancheng also noticed Ling Xiao. Their eyes met briefly before they passed each other. Just as Ling Xiao brushed past Li Yuancheng, he suddenly heard Li Yuancheng's icy voice emanate from behind him. "I hope this newcomer competition isn't too dull. I look forward to exchanging 10 moves with you when we meet." Ling Xiao chose not to respond, as if he had not heard Li Yuancheng's words, and proceeded directly to his seat in the Beimin sect stands. Li Yuanhuan hurriedly approached, his face etched with urgency. "Ling Shidi, what did that fellow say to you?" Ling Xiao offered a faint smile, nothing of consequence. His thoughts mirror mine, merely articulated differently. observing Ling Zhao's reluctance to divulge more. Li Yuanhuan ceased his inquiries and turned his attention to Cheng Yu. This time, Cheng Yu faced a formidable opponent, drenched in sweat. The woman, of a similar age to Cheng Yu, was far more ruthless in her strikes. Besides her ferocity, her tactics were shameless. Each thrust aimed either at Cheng Yu's heart or throat, or sought to mar her delicate visage. In the most unscrupulous instances, she targeted sensitive areas of Cheng Yu's body. Cheng Yu had never encountered such a brazen style of combat. Embarrassed and anxious, she nearly succumbed to several errors that could have allowed her opponent to seize the advantage, creating a perilous situation. Even Ling Xiao, who was typically quite audacious, could not help but exclaim, "What utter shamelessness! It is beyond reproach." Numerous young soul masters took note of Cheng Yu's battle, some shrieking in excitement while others whistled loudly. Thankfully, the soundproofing of the arena's formation was effective. Cheng Yu remained oblivious to the commotion, or else she might have been infuriated. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the woman slashed Cheng Yu's attire, leaving a gash across her chest, nearly exposing her modesty. This provoked an even louder uproar from the spectators, with several disciples shouting, "Slash again! Go deeper!" Li Yuanhuan's face was filled with rage. His fists clenched tightly. If the situation permitted, he would have gladly taken to the arena himself to inflict countless wounds upon that woman. "Shameless!" Cheng Yu shouted in fury. Finally, risking the danger of being sliced across her face, unleashed the Beimin heavenly assault sword. Swish, swish, swished, the brilliant flash of white sword light danced in the air, as countless orange shards of spiritual energy burst forth from the sword's tip, transforming before Cheng Yu into a grand character for heaven. The woman let out a cold laugh. "I knew you would resort to this move." Immediately, she leapt high into the air, spinning several times before descending with a fierce slash. A 5-meter-long orange shadow of the sword surged forth from her blade, hurtling towards Cheng Yu with tremendous force. In a moment of urgency, Cheng Yu thrust her hand forward, pushing the character for heaven ahead to collide with the advancing sword shadow. With a thunderous roar and a cloud of dust rising, Cheng Yu's character was cleaved in two by the sword's might. Despite the character's destruction, the sword shadow pressed on relentlessly towards Cheng Yu. Alarmed, she swiftly raised her sword in defense. With a resounding crash, she and her weapon were sent flying, only halting when her back struck against the barrier of the formation. "Die!" The woman's eyes glinted with malice as she followed up, her sword aimed directly at Cheng Yu's throat. Exhausted from the previous clash, Cheng Yu was left with no strength to counterattack and could only instinctively raise her sword to block. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the tip of the woman's sword met the body of Cheng Yu's blade. Both exerted their utmost strength upon their swords, and should Cheng Yu's resolve waver even slightly, the woman's blade would surely pierce through her throat. They remained locked in this struggle for several seconds, while Li Yuanhuan, frantic, shouted, "Junior sister, concede! Quickly, concede!" Ling Xiao fixed his gaze upon Cheng Yu, calmly stating, "Brother, do you still not comprehend our senior sister? She would rather perish than yield." Chapter 47. Qianhai's death in battle. Li Yuanhuan realized the truth in Ling Xiao's words. But aside from his anxiety, there was little he could do. Ling Xiao watched intently as Cheng Yu and the woman grappled, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. Despite their constant banter, he was unwilling to witness any harm come to her. In this regard, both Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan shared the same sentiment. Cheng Qiantai's expression remained unchanged, yet everyone knew it would be disingenuous to claim he was indifferent to her plight. Sensing the concern from her companions, Cheng Yu, as a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, summoned her strength to push forcefully against the ends of her sword. "Get away!" Remarkably, the woman withdrew her sword, allowing Cheng Yu's forceful push to cause her to lose her balance, propelling her forward. "Let me leave my mark upon your back first." The woman leapt lightly, delivering a kick from behind that struck Cheng Yu in the back. With a resounding thud, Cheng Yu was sent flying 30 meters, her body soaring like a kite severed from its string. Thud. She crashed to the ground, her face flushed, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood. "Am I to perish?" Cheng Yu struggled to rise, yet her strength had been utterly depleted, and after enduring such a brutal kick, she could not muster the energy to stand. Given the woman's ferocious nature, she would undoubtedly not relent so easily. Through Cheng Yu's blurring vision, it was not the fearsome woman that came into focus, but her senior brother Li Yuanhuan, along with that insufferable Ling Xiao. What was he doing? He appeared to crouch down, his eyes scanning the surroundings. My shirt, seemed to have torn. Still held my hand, and shoved his hand into my mouth. "Wow!" Ling Xiao let out a shriek, hastily withdrawing her fingers from Cheng Yu's mouth, where her poor fingers bore the clear imprint of Cheng Yu's delicate teeth. "You lascivious fiend, pervert!" Cheng Yu muttered a few curses before losing consciousness. Ling Xiao wore an expression of injustice. This senior sister is truly something. I was merely taking her pulse and kindly offering her medicine, and yet she, alas. Li Yuanhuan had no inclination to indulge in Ling Xiao's banter, urgently inquiring, Ling Jr., is she all right? Ling Xiao waved her hand dismissively. She's fine. Fine as long as the injuries were inflicted by a soul master of orange rank or below. There's no cause for concern. Here, she refused my assistance, so you take this pill and administer it to her. Li Yuanhuan accepted the pill with utmost care, nearly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Ling Jr., Ling Xiao sighed. Senior brother, your intentions are truly commendable. However, as for senior sister, never mind. This matter does not warrant my worry. The woman, witnessing Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan rushing over, shouted loudly. Hey, what are you doing? You barged in before the match was over. I want to file a complaint. Ling Xiao glared fiercely at the woman. Our sect has already conceded on behalf of senior sister. What more do you want? Wretched woman, I hope you don't encounter me in the next match. Otherwise, heh. The woman, perceiving the lascivious glint in Ling Xiao's eyes, quickly retorted. You're a pervert. A lecher. Ling Xiao coldly replied. Wretched woman, perhaps you should take a good look at your own appearance. Furthermore, aside from my senior sister, should any other woman dare utter those 4 words, I trust you comprehend the implications for your next match. With that, Ling Xiao turned and departed, ignoring the woman entirely. The woman, infuriated, cried out, Referee, where are you? I want to lodge a complaint about personal attacks and intimidation. Shin Mingfang observed the woman, resembling a buffoon, and inwardly sighed. In this world, it seems there truly is every kind of person. Li Yuanhuan took Qingyu and left the competition arena, intending to return to the Jiaku Inn for proper recuperation. Chang Qiantai, wary of the inconvenience, exchanged a few words with his wife, Cheng Shi, before they both departed. Master, I'm fine, Cheng Yu insisted. Ling Xiao asserted seriously. You should return and keep company with junior sister. Cheng Qiantai, touched by Ling Xiao's thoughtfulness, shook his head. Xiao you and Yuanhuan are the only exceptional disciples I have. How could I allow you to face this alone while representing the sect? I must always keep an eye on you. I have faith in you. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded resolutely. Rest assured, aside from Li Yuanchong, I truly do not regard the others. Suddenly, a horrified scream escaped Qian Gue, who spat a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao and Cheng Qiantai quickly turned their attention to Qian Hai's arena, finally grasping the reason for Qian Gue's agony. Qian Hai's opponent, Wang Daotian, had gruesomely pierced through Qian Hai's heart with one hand. Lifting him aloft, Qian Hai's head drooped, lifeless beyond recovery. Qian Hai had actually been killed just like that. Higher. Qian Gue, tears streaming down his face, called out for his son with a trembling voice, his entire being aging by decades in an instant, his hair turning white in a moment. Even Ling Xiao, who harbored little fondness for this father-son duo, could not help but feel a pang of discomfort at the scene. Having roamed the streets since childhood, Ling Xiao fancied himself accustomed to the many partings of life and death, yet the sight of a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child struck him with an unprecedented closeness. With the death of his son, the father's heart had naturally perished alongside him. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled his own father. He had not intentionally abandoned him, but what could have compelled him to be so heartless? What circumstances could lead him to forsake his own flesh and blood, remaining indifferent and uninvolved? Ling Xiao's mind was a whirlwind of questions. However, this was not the time for such reflections. He meticulously observed the gruesome scene, his brow furrowed slightly. Wang Daotian had also sustained severe injuries, with numerous places on his shoulder, arm, and thigh torn and bloodied, even a significant chunk of flesh missing. As for Qian Hai, aside from the fatal wound to his heart, his entire face was drenched in blood. It seemed that the blood flowed from a gash on his scalp. Moreover, Qian Hai's wounds were even more harrowing than Wang Daotian's, with some areas revealing bone. His once pristine clothing was now marred by both bright and dark stains of blood, rendering it utterly filthy. Even Ling Xiao, whose heart was as hard as stone, could not help but let out a soft sigh at the sight of Qian Hai's tragic state. This was no mere competition. It was a brutal clash between two beasts, fighting desperately. Brother Qian, what on earth transpired? Though aware of Qian Gue's overwhelming grief, Cheng Qiantai could not restrain himself from asking, considering Ling Xiao might face Wang Daotian next. The peculiar wounds and the force that had pierced through the chest were not characteristic of an ordinary orange-level soul master. To put it plainly, they resembled the methods of a demon soul master. Qian Gue's eyes were nearly swollen shut from crying, yet a flicker of rationality compelled him to murmur a response to Cheng Qiantai. I used the leftover scraps from refining the soul stone plate and fused it into higher soul chain. Little did I expect, They were even more ruthless, directly incorporating the materials from the soul stone plate into Wang Daotian. The mere mention of the soul stone plate made both Ling Xiao and Cheng Qiantai's faces twitch involuntarily. The soul stone plate, a weapon of mass destruction forged from the resentments of countless chain soul masters, utilized its materials to fuse with the soul chain. These individuals were utterly mad. No wonder these two had turned so barbaric. It was all thanks to the soul stone plate. Qian Gui had kept this secret hidden, presumably hoping to let Qian Hai regard it as a life-saving trump card. Yet, he never anticipated that Qian Hai would encounter Wang Daotian, who had likewise employed materials from the soul stone plate. Such blatant methods of the demon sect. Did Shen Nanfeng not take notice? Ling Xiao cast his gaze toward Shen Nanfeng, the organizer of this tournament, who bore an expressionless face, as if nothing untoward had occurred. A thought burgeoned in Ling Xiao's mind. Perhaps Shen Nanfeng had known about this all along, and Luo Shang must have realized that Shen Nanfeng was no fool, thus directly employing this tactic to eliminate Qian Hai, who had betrayed them. But could such a coincidence truly exist in this world? As soon as Wang Daotian from the Yangchuan sect arrived, he immediately encountered Qian Hai from the Changyuan sect. The only one capable of orchestrating such underhanded tactics was Shen Mingfang, the one responsible for the drawing of lots. It is truly astonishing that a peerless expert of the purple rank would resort to such means to manipulate others. What could possibly be her motive? Ling Xiao regarded Shen Mingfang with a cold gaze, while the plump woman, whose age remained indeterminate, maintained a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing every match as if all conspiracies were utterly irrelevant to her. Chapter 48. The Clash of Dual Souls. Given that Shen Mingfang had manipulated the drawing, whom would she next arrange for herself to face? Ling Xiao was filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, he had made certain preparations. Even if he were to confront Li Yuancheng, he had devised some countermeasures. Thus, he was indifferent to how the subsequent elimination rounds would be organized. His sole desire was to encounter Wang Daotian and the woman who had injured Cheng Yu. Ling Xiao yearned to personally eliminate Wang Daotian, not for Qian Hai's sake, but to strike a blow against the Yangchuan sect.as for the woman who had harmed Cheng Yu. Ling Xiao was resolute in his intentions. Since she had branded him as a pervert and a lecher, he would gladly demonstrate his perversion to her. Before long, the final 30 slots from the 60 had been determined, and the next phase would be the transition from 30 to 15. Strangely, none of the new disciples from the Yangchuan and Changyuan sects raised any objections regarding the methods employed by the soul sorcerers. The reasoning was quite simple, since even Shen Nanfeng had remained silent. Who among the others would dare to act foolishly? Ling Xiao, with remarkable composure, once again stood before Shen Mingfang and decisively drew a lot. Fortune smiled upon him, as he found himself pitted against Wang Daotian of the Yangchuan sect. As both stepped into the arena for the elimination round, Ling Xiao cast a disdainful glance towards the Yangchuan sect spectator area, his eyes filled with profound contempt. Wang Beishan's heart sank momentarily, and he uneasily inquired, "Master, my brother has just fought a fierce battle. Now he faces that Ling Xiao." Luo Shang, expressionless, did not even spare Wang Batian a glance. "What is there to fear? Did you not witness the extraordinary power your brother unleashed earlier? Had he not encountered that Qian Hai, Daotian would not have sustained any injuries." Ling Xiao? "Humph. Encountering him is for the best. I shall ensure that Daotian shatters him to pieces." Qin Tao, the leader of the Shaqiao sect, was also observing from the sidelines and hastily offered consolation. "Cousin Batian, there is no need for concern. Daotian will undoubtedly prevail." Although reassured by the two elders, Wang Beishan's heart remained restless. That Ling Xiao instilled a sense of trepidation within him. As the third elimination match commenced, Ling Xiao and Wang Daotian stood face to face, exchanging glances. This young man bore a striking resemblance to Wang Batian, particularly in physique, showing little difference from his elder brother. However, the distinction lay in his youthful visage, which was overshadowed by a pair of fiercely violent eyes. Eyes that seemed to yearn to tear a person to shreds. Yet, upon seeing Ling Xiao, Wang Daotian felt an absurdity wash over him. Why did his masters hold such high regard for that seemingly unremarkable individual? With the battle underway, Wang Daotian dismissed such thoughts. The earlier skirmish with Qian Hai had been excessively brutal, and while the bleeding had ceased, his wounds were merely held together. Should he exert himself too much, those injuries would surely reopen. Thus, in this battle, Wang Daotian dared not to exert himself fully from the outset. Instead, he relied on his formidable punching skills and robust physique to engage in a contest of wits with Ling Xiao. However, it did not take long for Wang Daotian to grasp why his master and the others held this young man in such high regard. As soon as they clashed, Wang Daotian discerned that Ling Xiao's strength was not inferior to his own. After exchanging a single powerful blow, he felt a subtle yet distinct wound on his arm burst open, causing blood to spray forth profusely. "How dare he underestimate me? If I do not unleash my full power, I shall make you suffer for your presumption. With a fierce determination, Ling Xiao unleashed a flurry of punches upon Wang Daotian, each strike like raindrops pouring down. Ling Xiao employed the skill of the power soul from the seven-soul demon chains, known as the frenzied devil fist. Although he was currently utilizing his spiritual energy, this technique had undergone his own modifications, rendering it unrecognizable as a demonic martial art to the untrained eye. While the use of spiritual energy did not allow the frenzied devil fist to reach a state of mindless frenzy, it was more than sufficient to contend with Wang Daotian at that moment. Wang Daotian, in a moment of carelessness, lost the initiative and was struck repeatedly by Ling Xiao's relentless onslaught. After a dozen exchanges, Wang Daotian could no longer withstand the barrage, as Ling Xiao rained down punch after punch upon him with the fervor of a deranged fighter. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Daotian's body was battered as though exploded, with blood spraying in every direction, and he was sent flying, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Brother. Wang Beishan's heart tightened, his eyes reddening with concern. Yet, in the face of such a situation, what could he do but worry from the sidelines? Ling Xiao had no intention of granting Wang Daotian any respite. As Wang Daotian soared through the air, Ling Xiao swiftly pursued. Upon seeing Wang Daotian crash to the ground, he raised his foot high and brought it crashing down. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, but Wang Daotian managed to catch Ling Xiao's foot with both palms. Has he finally revealed his full strength? Ling Xiao pondered. I shall compel you to continue exerting yourself until you are utterly spent. With a flicker of intent, Ling Xiao retracted his foot and replaced it with a fist aimed at the prostrate Wang Daotian. The speed of his punches surpassed that of his kicks. In mere moments, Ling Xiao unleashed an uncountable number of blows. Wang Daotian, lying on the ground, had no time to evade and could only retaliate with his own fists against Ling Xiao's relentless barrage. Their fists met in a dizzying dance, exchanging blows in rapid succession, the echoes of their impacts resonating for dozens of meters, leaving onlookers astounded and alarmed. The velocity was astonishing. The force exerted was certainly not characteristic of a mere orange-level and crimson-level soul master engaged in combat. Wang Daotian could no longer contain himself, letting out a thunderous roar as an explosion of orange energy surged forth, propelling Ling Xiao away. This orange energy was unexpectedly dark, the power of a demon soul master. The crowd was taken aback. How could this be? Luo Shang suddenly leaped from his position, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although Luo Shang and his companions had utilized materials from the crafting process of the soul stone plate through demonic means, the energy wielded by Wang Daotian was still of the soul master variety. Yet, Luo Shang could not fathom why Wang Daotian's power transformed into a dark orange hue the moment he engaged with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao harbored a quiet derision within his heart. How could these fools possibly discern the machinations Ling Yi, have orchestrated with the Seven Spirits magic chain? By employing the Seven Spirits magic chain as bait, he unleashed a relentless barrage of the frenzied fist upon Wang Daotian, extracting the demonic essence from the soul stone disc within his soul chain. No matter how much you, Luo Shang, attempt to disguise it, the power of the soul stone disc will forever remain the essence of the demon spirit. Moreover, Ling Xiao harbored another intention, that of allowing Wang Daotian's power to spiral completely out of control. Indeed, enticed by Ling Xiao's Seven Spirits magic chain, Wang Daotian succumbed entirely to the path of madness, transforming into a being consumed by an insatiable urge to strike. Killed, eradicate you all. Countless dark orange fist shadows erupted from Wang Daotian's fists, engulfing the arena in a haze of these crimson demonic energies. Ling Xiao, in turn, brandished his iron broom, deftly dispersing any encroaching demonic essence with swift strikes. Within a mere span of half a minute, Wang Daotian halted, clutching his head tightly, releasing a horrific wail. The conflict between divine and demonic essence had reached a crescendo. Observers in the stands, possessing discernment, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, casting bewildered glances towards Luo Shang. Shun Nanfeng maintained an expression of indifference, observing the flickering orange soul stone upon Wang Daotian's soul chain. Brother! Wang Daotian recklessly charged forward, only to be struck by a small stone shot by Luo Shang, resulting in a resounding crack as his shin bone shattered. Wang Beishan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he witnessed his brother erupt in a conflagration of dark orange and blood-red light, subsequently vanishing from this world. Wang Beishan's rage knew no bounds. Brother! Ling Xiao, exhibiting remarkable astuteness, leaped out of the protective formation just as Wang Daotian's soul chain detonated. Even as the soul stone exploded with earth-shattering force, the outside world merely experienced a slight tremor. Ling Xiao gazed upon the soaring orange light, contemplating that were it not for his dual souls and that extraordinary token, Wang Daotian's fate would have served as the finest demonstration for him. Shen Mingfang sighed. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Why has this transpired? Wang Batian had never anticipated such a turn of events. His master had repeatedly assured him that his brother would be unharmed. Yet, his brother had met with misfortune, becoming a practitioner of demonic arts and a soul master. Not only had his soul been shattered, but he now bore a notorious reputation. Luo Shang remarked with a snicker. Batian, how many times has master told you that to achieve greatness, sacrifices must be made? Your brother died for the sect. Master will not allow his death to be in vain, if you seek someone to blame. Direct your ire toward that Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Wang Batian muttered this name, his vision clouding, while the image of that smirking mosquito grew ever clearer in his mind. Ling Xiao's gaze turned once more to Luo Shang, this time imbued with malice and provocation. Luo Shang gritted his teeth and snorted vehemently. Boy, revel in your triumph for a moment longer. I assure you, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Ling Xiao, discerning Luo Shang's thoughts, chuckled coldly to himself. Let you bask in your arrogance a while longer. I guarantee you 1T survive today. Chapter 49. A fractured affair. Regrettably, another of Ling Xiao's aspirations remained unfulfilled. The woman who had injured Chang Yu faltered at the 30-15 knockout round. Defeated by a reserved team member from Falling Wind Valley, Yang Chao Li Yuan Chong continued to shine on the battlefield, as his opponent surrendered even before the match commenced. Although such an unchallenged defeat was detrimental to the reputation of the Soul Master sect, when weighed against the value of life, it paled in significance. Nevertheless, the most remarkable newcomer in this 30-15 knockout round was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. This young man had managed to provoke a disciple of the Soul Master who practiced demonic arts to unleash his inner demons, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Furthermore, as those present reflected on Ling Xiao's strategies, their expressions transformed into ones of enlightened realization. Although Qian Hai and Wang Daotian had both suffered grievous injuries, seemingly leaving Ling Xiao to reap the rewards, every step he took was meticulously calculated. First, he anticipated that Wang Daotian would not exert his full strength, prompting him to launch a relentless assault that brought Wang Daotian to his knees. Next, with a decisive kick, Ling Xiao compelled Wang Daotian to awaken the demonic tendencies lurking within him, followed by a series of relentless punches that left his opponent gasping for breath, ultimately driving him to complete demonization. Once Wang Daotian succumbed to his demonic transformation, the ensuing conflict between his dual souls would inevitably lead to his demise, of course. Everyone believed that Wang Daotian's descent into madness was solely due to the pressure exerted by Ling Xiao. None suspected that Ling Xiao had employed the Seven Spirits' demonic chain to manipulate the situation, save for Luo Shang, who harbored a flicker of doubt. Ling Xiao's intricate scheming left many spectators in awe. However, they were more inclined to attribute the credit for this strategy to Ling Xiao's master, Cheng Qiantai, as none wished to concede that Cheng Qiantai's disciple outshone their own. After a fierce morning of competition, the top 15 contestants were finally determined, with the remainder of the matches slated for the afternoon following lunch. Everyone gathered in the venue to partake in the meal, and the culinary skills of Falling Wind Valley chefs were commendable. Even in a picnic setting, the dishes were so appetizing that they ignited one's appetite. Cheng Qiantai harbored concerns for his daughter, and as Ling Xiao noted that there was still time before the afternoon matches commenced, he hastily declared, "Master, I shall return to check on my senior sister." Cheng Qiantai nodded in agreement, "Make haste and return swiftly." With confidence that no one outside the venue would pose a threat to Ling Xiao, Cheng Qiantai permitted him to leave. It was customary for disciples to register their departures before the conclusion of the competition, while the sect leader was required to remain on site, a rule established for the Falling Wind Valley Newcomer Tournament. Ling Xiao soon arrived back at the Jiaka Tavern, where he found Li Yuan Huan and Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu, having taken her medicine, was fast asleep, appearing to be out of danger. Her serene slumber bore a striking resemblance to an enticing peach. Li Yuan Huan gazed at the sleeping Cheng Yu with a look of contentment. Just as Ling Xiao felt a wave of relief and prepared to depart, he suddenly realized someone was missing and furrowed his brow. "Senior brother, where is our master's wife?" Li Yuan Huan, taken aback, slapped his forehead. "Master's wife mentioned she would step out to purchase some items, but she has yet to return. I wish to accompany her. Yet I was concerned about our junior sister in the Windfall Valley. I am convinced that there are few malefactors lurking here. My master's wife has reassured me repeatedly that she would return promptly, which is why I permitted her to venture out alone. It is rather audacious for a woman of Cheng's disposition, devoid of any power, to wander off by herself," and this thought lingered uneasily in Ling Xiao's mind. "How long has she been gone?" Li Yuan Huan estimated the time and replied, "Not long, perhaps around half an hour. Should I go fetch her now?" Ling Xiao hurriedly responded, "No need. I shall retrieve her myself." With that, Ling Xiao turned and departed. After several years of honing his alchemical skills, Ling Xiao had developed an extraordinary sense of smell. The distinctive fragrance of Cheng's perfume guided him as he followed its trail, ultimately leading him to an opulent establishment, the Mingxian Tavern. Is this where she is? Just as he contemplated entering, he suddenly spotted Cheng emerging from the entrance alongside a seemingly dashing gentleman. Cheng's radiant face was flushed, an unmistakable hue that reminded Ling Xiao of a young lady who had just entertained a guest. Upon glancing at the man's visage, Ling Xiao's heart sank in shock. It was Shun Xian. The individual accompanying Cheng was none other than Shan Nanfeng's only son, Shun Xian. Ling Xiao had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter with the two of them. Nor had Cheng and Shan Xian expected to find Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be participating in the newcomer competition, in this place. Their eyes met in mutual astonishment, Cheng's expression one of sheer disbelief, while Shan Xian merely exhibited a faint surprise, followed by an air of indifference. His demeanor seemed to convey to Ling Xiao, even if I have stolen your master as wife, what power do you possess to challenge me? Damn it! This wretched individual is engaging in an affair right here. Ling Xiao's heart seethed with rage on behalf of his master. Yet, he reminded himself to remain composed. Suppressing his fury, Ling Xiao forced a smile that radiated exaggerated politeness. Master's wife. What brings you here for tea? My senior brother mentioned you had been gone for quite a while and expressed concern for your safety, hence I came to look for you. Please, do accompany me back to the tavern. Cheng's somewhat stiff countenance quickly morphed into an awkward smile. Oh, is that so? I merely stepped out to purchase some rouge and encountered young Master Shen along the way, so we decided to share a cup of tea. Ling Xiao mused inwardly. An explanation is merely a guise. Tea? Who drinks tea in a state of undress? With flushed faces, they must be a him. Shun Xian cleared his throat twice and, clasping his hands respectfully towards Ling Xiao and Cheng, said, Since your disciple has come to escort you, I shall not impose further on Madame Cheng. Cheng hastily replied, Young Master Shun, no need for such formality. I shall return with shower. Ling Xiao wore a beaming smile. Young Master Shun? Take care. Yet internally he was cursing. Shun, you scoundrel, tread carefully and avoid falling into the cesspool. Rest assured, I, Ling, shall settle this score with you on behalf of my master in due time. Ling Xiao and Cheng walked slowly down the road, each lost in their own thoughts, neither understanding the other's mind, maintaining a profound and unspoken mutual silence. At last, the timid Cheng could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Shower, today you. Ling Xiao promptly interjected. I merely encountered Shermu and young Master Shun enjoying tea together. I shall convey this to my master, that detestable little brat. Cheng seethed internally. With your words, that old vinegar jar, Cheng, will surely be incensed. Humph, this fellow is both avaricious and lecherous. Perhaps I ought to devise a strategy to win him over. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Cheng donned a smile. Shower, you have worked hard for this competition. Upon our return to the sect, I shall ensure that your master rewards you handsomely. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly within. Attempting to buy me off? Very well. It seems that if I refuse, this vile woman will not relent easily. With that thought, Ling Xiao turned and expressed gratitude to Cheng. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could speak favorably of me before my master. Cheng's anxious heart eased slightly. This cunning lad, let us first secure his cooperation. Once time has passed, even if he wishes to report me, it will come to naught. Ling Xiao turned away, resuming his journey, a subtle, unseen smirk playing upon his lips. After escorting Cheng back to the Jiaku wine house, Ling Xiao hastened back to the competition venue. Upon seeing Cheng Qiantai's worried expression, he quickly reassured, Master, senior sister is fine. She merely requires a few days of rest. Oh, Cheng Qiantai's tone visibly relaxed. Shower, you two should eat something and rest. The afternoon's match is approaching. Ling Xiao gazed at Cheng Qiantai's concerned face, a twinge of melancholy stirring within him. Even if Cheng sought not to bribe him, Ling Xiao was resolute in keeping this matter from his master. It was not out of a desire to deceive his mentor, but because once Cheng learned of the affair, there would be nothing but detriment. Reluctantly, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. To navigate the complexities of life, one must don a touch of green upon their brow. Chapter 50. Ling Xiao concedes the 15 finalists had already been determined in the morning, and the competition had entered a fevered stage, in the next round. Securing just one more victory would guarantee a spot in the top 10. However, what captivated everyone's attention was who would draw the coveted blank slip. Among the 15 participants, the one who drew the blank would directly advance to the top 8, a stroke of luck that anyone would yearn for. Despite everyone proclaiming the importance of skill in achieving success, when such an opportunity arose, all secretly hoped for that fortuitous chance to fall into their laps. This time, however, Ling Xiao's fortune was not so favorable. The draw revealed that Ling Xiao would face off against Li Yuancheng. Upon drawing this slip, Ling Xiao's gaze instinctively darted toward the team from Falling Wind Valley. Indeed, Shun Xian was watching him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Ling Xiao let out a cold chuckle. Do you wish for my demise? Humph. Upon seeing the draw's outcome, Chang Qiantai's face turned a shade of green. What further deepened Chang Qiantai's distress was Ling Xiao's sudden proclamation. Judge, I concede. The onlookers had anticipated a fierce bout between the newcomers, yet they were astonished that this formidable contender would forfeit at such a crucial juncture. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, accompanied by a number of disappointed individuals who joined in the jeering. Ling Xiao, coward! Ling Xiao, coward! Ling Xiao remained silent, patiently awaiting the cessation of the uproar before shouting towards the stands. If you have the guts, summon your disciples to engage in a battle with Li Yuanchong. You spineless critics! Observing that the crowd was poised to resume their taunts, Shun Mingfang aptly intervened, declaring, the audience is prohibited from howling at the arena, or they will be expelled. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, with many faces reflecting disappointment. Their discontent stemmed from the lack of an intense competition, coupled with a fervent desire for Ling Xiao to be vanquished by Li Yuanchong. Even if he were not killed, they would settle for him being incapacitated. The fact that their disciples failed to secure a place in the top 15, while a lesser sect's disciple from Beimin had, left them grappling with their emotions unless Ling Xiao was defeated. With Ling Xiao's surrender, 3 individuals were set to rest in the transition from the top 15 to the top 8. Li Yuanchong, Ling Xiao, and another novice from Luofeng Valley, Zhang Hao, who had drawn a blank lot. According to the rules, Ling Xiao had been eliminated from the top 8, and his only chance to secure a place in the top 10 lay in battling for the 9th or 10th positions against the other 6 who had also met defeat. Chang Qiantai was evidently aware of these regulations. While it appeared more favorable for Ling Xiao, securing the 9th or 10th spots would not be an easy feat. The brutal melee format of this 90-person battle meant that anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise that the 6 defeated individuals would likely conspire against Ling Xiao. Consequently, the difficulty Ling Xiao faced in this melee would be akin to that of his confrontation with Li Yuanchong. Ling Xiao calmly returned to Chang Qiantai's side, a smile gracing his face. Before Chang Qiantai could speak, he reassured him, Master, do not worry as long as it isn't Li Yuanchong. Those 6 will not pose a challenge for me. Witnessing Ling Xiao's unwavering confidence, Chang Qiantai felt a surge of emotion. This young man was truly remarkable. The brothers Zhu and Xiao approached, affectionately calling out, Brother Ling. Still blinded by their unwavering faith, they firmly believed that Ling Xiao would emerge victorious. Ling Xiao responded with a warm smile, Thank you for your support. Brother Ling will surely not disappoint you. With neither Li Yuanchong nor Ling Xiao participating, the subsequent elimination rounds, though fierce, left the audience feeling somewhat detached. The novice disciples seemed to sense the audience's lack of engagement, feeling that their vigorous performances went unappreciated. Frustrated, they resorted to unleashing their full potential, striving to defeat their opponents with remarkable speed. As a result, the contest for the top 8 concluded in record time, taking less than 10 minutes. Advancing to the top 8 were Li Yuanchong, Yang Chao from Luofeng Valley, Yu Mingming, Zheng Hao, the female disciple Yin Yuding from Luoxia sect, Qin Shengchuan from Qingshan sect, Lu Tai from Guangdao sect, and Zhao Ziyun from Feiyun Mountain. The next battle, naturally, would be the playoff for the 9th and 10th positions. When Shun Mingfang announced the commencement of the playoff, all eyes turned to the center of the arena. The arena was vast. However, Shun Mingfang had employed a formation to confine the space, restricting the disciples participating in the preliminary matches to a mere 300 square meters, in each of the 4 cardinal directions. There existed escape doors leading out of the formation. Stepping through one of these doors would be tantamount to forfeiting the match. Unlike other competitions that typically featured a singular contest, this occasion presented 4. Clearly demonstrating consideration for the participants in such a brutal melee. Should any individual contemplate a hasty retreat, a single exit would undoubtedly prove insufficient. As the match commenced, Ling Xiao found himself encircled by 6 opponents. Faced with the predatory gazes of these adversaries, he unexpectedly closed his eyes. He was deep in thought, pondering the integration of the frenzied fist he had employed in his match against Wang Daotian with the Northern Min Divine Fist. Ling Xiao had a premonition that if he could successfully fuse these 2 fighting techniques, his dual souls of might and demonic essence would converge, thereby enhancing his chances against Li Yuanchong. The moment Ling Xiao shut his eyes, the 6 adversaries were momentarily taken aback. What was this young man up to? One among them could not contain himself and shouted, This fellow is merely putting on a show. Do not be fooled. Let us eliminate him. With that, one individual took the lead, prompting the remaining 5 to charge at Ling Xiao, fists raised and ready to strike. As Ling Xiao remained immersed in his contemplation, he suddenly sensed the winds of fists approaching from all directions. He abruptly opened his eyes and, utilizing the ghostly shifting steps, swiftly circled around his previous position in a blur. The 6 opponents felt as though Ling Xiao had lunged towards them, and each met his advance with their utmost strength. A cacophony of impacts resounded as their fists collided, forcing the 6 to stagger back a few steps. As they regained their composure, they were astonished to find that Ling Xiao had remained rooted in place. "Well done, Brother Ling," exclaimed De Zhu and Xiao Zhu, unable to contain their applause, while the other spectators were equally impressed. This young man's agility was comparable to Li Yuancheng's Phantom 3 changes, though perhaps lacking slightly in speed. Meanwhile, Shen Nanfeng and Shen Mingfeng furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. Why had they never encountered such remarkable spatial agility? Such an exquisite technique could not possibly be unknown within either the divine soul or demonic soul sects. Even Li Yuancheng began to feel uneasy. He had perused countless texts in Tianjiang City, but had never encountered a spatial technique of this nature. He mused that perhaps only Li Xuanyi, the lord of Tianjiang City, could recognize it. However, Shen Nanfeng privately speculated that even Li Xuanyi might not identify it, for this technique was uniquely crafted by Ling Xiao himself, bearing the surname Ling. The impact of Ling Xiao's agility momentarily stunned the 6 assailants, allowing him to stand unperturbed in the center of the arena. It was not until one of them shouted, "Brothers, our fists cannot reach him. Let us use weapons," that a realization struck Dai in unison. The 6 drew their weapons and launched another assault on Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would not treat these foes with leniency. He brandished an iron broom and began to whirl it around him vigorously. A series of metallic clangs echoed as a shadowy barrier enveloped him, rendering him impervious to the onslaught of weaponry, deflecting each attack effortlessly on the field. 6 individuals relentlessly besieged Ling Xiao, who, despite lacking the ability to retaliate, still captivated the audience with the grandeur of the spectacle, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Bravo! Indeed, few could wield a broom with such finesse as Ling Xiao. Cheng Qiantai's heart swelled with pride. Having such a disciple brought him immense honor. He vividly recalled Ling Xiao's declaration when he chose the broom. "If my disciples can be swept away by this broom, it merely proves they are refuse." The boldness of that moment, now mirrored in today's formidable display, filled Cheng Qiantai with pride for his pupil. At that moment, everyone comprehended Ling Xiao's intention. Rather than confront Li Yuancheng head-on, he aimed to conserve his strength against these 6 opponents. Ensuring a spot in the top 10, it appeared that hope still lingered. Even though Ling Xiao consumed his self-crafted strengthening pills daily, endowing him with remarkable power, facing 6 adversaries simultaneously was no simple feat. After merely a minute, his speed began to wane, and the shadowy aura surrounding him dimmed slightly. What a prime opportunity! These opponents, perceptive as they were, recognized this as a sign of Ling Xiao's waning strength, and they erupted with fervor, exclaiming, "Charge! Let's subdue this brat first." Chapter 51. The 7 spirits manifest, with a resounding clang. A sword, 2 blades, a staff, and a hammer simultaneously crashed upon Ling Xiao's iron broom, forcing him downward. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground beneath him sank over 20 centimeters, dust swirling into the air. Seizing the moment while Ling Xiao was momentarily restrained by the 5, the last assailant lunged forward with a spear aimed directly at Ling Xiao's heart. "Let us see if you survive this." He wore a sinister grin, envisioning the moment he pierced Ling Xiao's heart, eyeing a confrontation of equal strength. This was an almost insurmountable deadlock. Cheng Qiantai clutched his chest tightly, his eyes fixed on the scene, praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, others had already resigned themselves to Ling Xiao's fate, shaking their heads in despair. Just as the spear tip was a mere 10 centimeters from Ling Xiao's chest, the assailant suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, his eye socket exploding in a spray of blood. With a thud, the spear fell to the ground as the disciple cradled his head in agony. Writhing on the ground in torment, a mental assault. In such a dire moment, Ling Xiao had managed to incapacitate an opponent with a psychic strike. Yet, in that fleeting distraction, his grip weakened slightly, allowing the 5 weapons to push his legs further into the earth. However, the agonizing screams of the spear-wielding disciple were so piercing that the 5 could not help but divert their attention, terror gripping their hearts. The disciple's eyes bled profusely, as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. This was precisely the intended effect. Ling Xiao inhaled deeply, regaining his strength, and with a mighty roar, shouted, "Release!" In an instant, the 5 were cast aside by Ling Xiao's force. Seizing the moment, he utilized his technique to shrink the distance, escaping the encirclement, and swung his broom forcefully at the spear-wielding disciple. "While you're down, I shall take your life." The 5 individuals were taken aback. If one of them were to be vanquished by Ling Xiao, the morale of their side would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, rendering the subsequent situation exceedingly unfavorable. No, they had to prevent this individual at all costs. In unison, they launched their assault, utilizing swords to stab. knives to slash and clubs and hammers to strike, all in an effort to restrain Ling Xiao. Yet, they were a moment too late. Ling Xiao swung his broom with formidable force, shattering the skull of the disciple wielding a gun as if it were a mere watermelon. With a sickening splat, blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, a gory fountain erupting from the neck, hissing for several seconds before it finally ceased. The 5 weapons soon followed, but Ling Xiao deftly deflected 4 of them with his broom, failing only to evade the last sword thrusting toward him. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded deeply into Ling Xiao's left shoulder, nearly piercing through. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao swung the broom once more, sending the sword-wielding disciple crashing away as he himself retreated several dozen meters, both man and sword. These exchanges were perilously close. A moment's lapse could have spelled death for Ling Xiao. Despite knowing that the disciple he had mentally incapacitated was effectively out of the fight, he still took the risk of eliminating him, solely to demoralize the other 5, and he succeeded. Not only those 5, but even the spectators outside could not help but gasp in shock. This individual was truly terrifying. It is not the cruelty toward enemies that is frightening, but rather the ruthlessness he displayed toward himself. Upon escaping the encirclement of the 5, Ling Xiao swiftly withdrew the sword from his shoulder and discarded it on the ground. He then retrieved some powder from his storage space and sprinkled it over the wound, causing the blood to clot rapidly. Simultaneously, he swallowed a pill, noticeably revitalizing his mental state. Consuming medicine was not against the rules. During the competition, as long as one had the leisure to take medicine, one could consume as much as desired. The 5, however, did not seize this opportunity to attack, for their spirits had been thoroughly dampened by Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao dispatched their comrade, they had failed to eliminate him. How could they possibly hope to succeed now that he had prepared himself? Ling Xiao regarded the 5 with a smile, as if engaging in casual conversation. Who do you suppose will be next? Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's devilish grin, their hearts sank to the depths of despair. One among them gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not. Everyone. His left arm is injured. If we all attack together, we can surely defeat him." Ling Xiao replied with a charming smile. "Then by all means, come at me." The 5, emboldened by the sight of Ling Xiao wielding the broom with only his right hand, rallied their courage. Onward, whoosh! The 5 once again formed a circle, assaulting Ling Xiao from all directions. Yet, with a single hand, Ling Xiao wielded the iron broom with such finesse that he effortlessly parried their weapons one after another. It dawned on them with terror that, after taking the medicine, Ling Xiao had nearly fully regained his strength. Moreover, even with just one arm, he wielded the broom with impeccable precision. They resolved to eliminate this individual in one fell swoop. Logically, given Ling Xiao's low-tier cultivation, he should not have been able to launch a second mental attack. Yet Ling Xiao was an anomaly, defying all conventional understanding. Who among us knows that if we do not eliminate him now, will another soul fall victim to Ling Xiao's mental assault? Let us unite our ultimate techniques and vanquish this fiend. One individual voiced the sentiments of the others, prompting the 4 to respond in unison with a resounding affirmation. In an instant, these 5 withdrew several steps, creating distance to prepare for their formidable attacks. A band of fools. Such lack of coordination, revealing their intentions to unleash their ultimate techniques. Do they not fear for their lives? Ling Xiao inwardly scorned these imbeciles. Yet his movements remained swift as he charged directly at one individual. This disciple was the very one who had pierced Ling Xiao's shoulder with his sword. Upon seeing Ling Xiao barreling toward him, terror gripped him, and he hastily abandoned any thought of executing his ultimate technique, raising his sword to defend. Ling Xiao's broom descended upon him with great force. The disciple dared not hesitate and raised his sword overhead in a desperate attempt to block the blow. With a resounding crash, the disciple's sword failed to withstand the onslaught of Ling Xiao's broom, bending under its might. Immediately, the coarse black broom pressed against his face, leaving the unfortunate fellow utterly disfigured, meeting a most tragic demise. Flying sword, elegant slash, overlord hammer, skyward staff. In that very moment when Ling Xiao dispatched his foe, the remaining 4 finally unleashed their ultimate techniques. A torrent of orange spiritual energy transformed into a myriad of images, swords, blades, hammers, and staffs, hurtling toward Ling Xiao with alarming speed. At this juncture, evading these attacks was impossible for Ling Xiao, let alone countering with his own ultimate technique. Even if he could summon his ultimate technique, it would be futile against the coordinated assault of 4 opponents. It appeared to be yet another inescapable deadlock for Ling Xiao. As all present watched with wide eyes, the silence so profound that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats and breaths. Indeed, Ling Xiao did not flinch nor prepare to execute his ultimate technique. Instead, he swiftly raised both hands and thrust them forward with great force. A fierce red tempest erupted. enveloping Ling Xiao's form in its whirlwind. This tempest was conjured from Ling Xiao's spiritual energy, the source of which emanated from the 7 shimmering soul stones adorning the soul chain around his neck. Ling Xiao is a prodigy who cultivates all 7 souls, to simultaneously unleash the power of 7 soul stones in defiance of his opponent's ultimate techniques is a feat that requires a soul power at least twice as potent as that of the adversaries. Witnessing Ling Xiao's foe's ultimate techniques being utterly obliterated by the orange tempest, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. How long has it been since a prodigy who cultivates all 7 souls graced the continent of Yaotian? Even the currently acknowledged genius of the continent, Li Xian from Tianjiang City, possesses merely 5 soul stones. Naturally, the existence of the 7 demon ancestor was conveniently overlooked by these individuals. Now, with a genius who cultivates all 7 souls emerging from the Spirit Master sect, how could they not be left in awe? If such prowess can be achieved at the red level, what might be in store should he advance to the green level, blue level, or even purple level? How could the demon sect possibly endure? All were lost in their thoughts regarding Ling Xiao's mastery of all 7 souls, while his 4 adversaries, having unleashed their ultimate techniques, fell to their knees, bowing in submission. I concede. Chapter 52. Boldness. All present were left in awe. It was truly astonishing. Is this the prowess of one who has mastered the 7 spirits? Given Ling Xiao's deeply concealed nature, there must be more to him. Shen Nanfeng's expression finally shifted, casting a meaningful glance at his son Shen Xian. Shen Xian helplessly shook his head. Father, how was I to know that this fellow could conceal his strength so well? In truth, Shen Xian was silently chiding his father. Weren't you the one who initially discarded him like refuse, sending him to the Beimin sect? The one lacking discernment is undoubtedly you. How can you blame me for nearly endangering a talent of yours? Li Yuancheng's stern gaze seemed to ignite with fervent fire, his face flushed with excitement. The mastery of the 7 spirits, at last, we have a worthy opponent. Cheng Qiantai sighed in resignation. He least desired for Ling Xiao's hidden card to be forcibly revealed. Observing Shan Nanfeng and Shan Mingfeng, he quickly understood. They had set their sights on Ling Xiao. 4 years prior, they had regarded Li Yuanhuan with the same glimmer in their eyes, yet he had steadfastly refused. It was Cheng Qiantai's insistence that had allowed Li Yuanhuan to remain within the Beimin sect. Now, their interest had shifted to Ling Xiao, whose potential as a disciple of the 7 spirits far exceeded that of Li Yuanhuan, a mere 3 spirits disciple. Cheng Qiantai surmised that the Beimin sect would likely be unable to retain Ling Xiao. As he beheld the 4 individuals kneeling before him, Ling Xiao wore no trace of pride. Rise, for I am not your master. There is no need to kneel before me. Scram from this arena, and I shall spare your lives. The 4, as if granted a reprieve, hastily scampered away, utterly devoid of any concern for their dignity. Typically, these disciples held themselves in high regard within the sect, looking down upon others. Now, having made such a blunder, their peers could not help but revel in their misfortune. Serves you right for being so arrogant. The competition resumed. Once more, Ling Xiao presented a conundrum to Shan Mingfeng, who was responsible for the drawing of lots. With his decisive defeat of 2 opponents and the fright he instilled in 4 others, he secured the 9th position, yet the 10th remained unfilled. How to arrange the matches among 9 participants? This, however, seemed not to trouble Shen Mingfeng. She summoned the 4 who had fled to draw lots, declaring that whoever drew the lot would claim the 10th position. As the 4 attempted to sneak away, they were taken aback by such fortuitous news. They rushed to Shan Mingfeng, eager to draw, fearful that a favorable lot might be snatched by another. This unrefined display of desperation did not escape the notice of the onlookers, who could only sigh in exasperation. What a lack of dignity! The 10th position was determined by drawing lots, and fortune fell upon the one who had wielded the hammer earlier. This disciple, hailing from the Hammer clan, was named Guan Chue, affectionately known as Little Hammer. With 10 participants finally assembled, the drawing commenced anew. Ling Xiao allowed others to draw first, before leisurely approaching Shan Mingfeng, whispering, "Miss Shan, I would like to say something to you." Shan Mingfeng regarded Ling Xiao with surprise, her face brightening with a smile. "What would you like to say?" Ling Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "You are truly beautiful." His intention was to mock Shan Mingfeng's adept handling of the drawing. Yet he was acutely aware that daring to openly deride her at this moment would surely spell his doom before nightfall. Then, Ling Xiao changed his approach, completely transforming himself into a different persona, allowing him to take the opportunity to lightly tease his opponent with his words. Having failed to gain any advantage elsewhere and unable to vent the frustration from the previous draw, Ling Xiao was determined to at least reclaim some face verbally. Naturally, Shan Mingfeng would not extinguish the potential of what could be a future master merely because of a single remark. This, Ling Xiao was quite confident of. Shan Mingfeng offered a gentle smile, her charming dimples captivatingly enchanting. Ling Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and nibble at her cheeks, yet upon reflecting on her inscrutable age and unfathomable prowess, he thought better of it. Such an action could lead to dire consequences. Although Ling Xiao spoke in a hushed tone, the 9 others nearby heard him clearly, nearly choking on their own astonishment. This fellow is truly magnificent, an idol, a paragon for men. Only Li Yuancheng responded with a cold smile, saying nothing. The results of the draw were announced, and this time, Ling Xiao had drawn an exceedingly favorable lot. His opponent was the 10th-ranked Guan Chue. Upon hearing that his adversary was Ling Xiao, Guan Chue immediately shook his head vigorously, akin to a child playing with a rattle drum. I'm done. I'd rather retain my position as the 10th. Before the matches among the top 10 had even commenced, Ling Xiao had already secured a place in the top 5. The crowd exchanged knowing glances at Ling Xiao, as if they understood the motive behind his words to Shen Mingfang. They only wished to express to him, "You truly are impressive. We cannot help but concede." Meanwhile, Li Yuancheng's opponent, Lu Tai from the Mad Blade sect, also opted to forfeit the match, allowing both Li Yuancheng and Ling Xiao to simultaneously enter the top 5. Next, it was Ling Xiao's turn to observe as he intently watched 3 battles unfold. His divine focus so intense that beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Based on Ling Xiao's understanding of Shen Mingfang, the next match would certainly not be a direct confrontation between him and Li Yuancheng. Any of the 6 fighters in these 3 matches could potentially be his opponent, with a greater likelihood being one of the 3 from the Falling Wind Valley reserve team. Yang Chao, Yu Mingming, and Zhang Hao. One must admit, Shen Mingfang had orchestrated the draws exceptionally well. Should all 3 from Falling Wind Valley emerge victorious, Ling Xiao would inevitably face one of them in the next round. Given the irreconcilable enmity between Ling Xiao and the other reserve team from Falling Wind Valley, the trio would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to confront Ling Xiao, thereby granting Li Yuancheng some advantage. Ling Xiao was well aware of the connection between Li Yuancheng and Falling Wind Valley. The latter's success or failure was intrinsically tied to the reputation of Falling Wind Valley. Thus, Ling Xiao needed to analyze the strength and combat styles of these 3 individuals, aiming to eliminate one with the utmost efficiency and minimal cost. As anticipated, the battles progressed in the direction Ling Xiao had foreseen. The opponents of the 3 from Falling Wind Valley merely engaged in a symbolic exchange before conceding defeat. Their objective was quite straightforward. To secure a position within the top 10 sufficed as the accomplishment of their goal, and there was no need to engage in a fierce struggle against the new disciples from Falling Wind Valley. Finally, the top 5 was revealed, and apart from Ling Xiao, all 4 remaining contenders hailed from Falling Wind Valley. This outcome, while somewhat disheartening for those present, evoked no overwhelming surprise. It felt as though they had foreseen such a conclusion all along. Yet, Ling Xiao ultimately failed to discern the true strength of these individuals, shaking his head in disappointment. "What are you shaking your head for, you good-for-nothing?" A melodious voice, as sweet as the chime of silver bells, emerged from behind Ling Xiao. He managed a wry smile without turning around. "Senior sister, have you come to witness my misfortune?" Cheng Yu and Li Yuanhuan approached Ling Xiao, with Li Yuanhuan encouragingly patting his shoulder. "Ling Shitty, well done. Keep striving and bring home the first prize." Ling Xiao replied, directing his gaze towards Cheng Yu to show his surprise. This time Cheng Yu did not utter words to belittle him. Instead, she fixed her bright, penetrating eyes upon him and said, "Kid, fight well. The reputation of the Beimin sect rests upon your shoulders." Ling Xiao was taken aback and returned her gaze, astonished that she would offer him words of encouragement. Upon meeting Ling Xiao's eyes, Cheng Yu was reminded of their close encounter in the alley on that fateful day, causing her face to flush once more as she hurriedly turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Cheng Chintai felt a mix of joy and worry, unsure of what to say, and silently watched as Ling Xiao approached Shen Mingfang for the drawing of lots, only to belatedly notice that his wife, Cheng Shi, had already seated herself beside him. The next phase involved drawing lots for the top 5 contestants. Those who drew a blank slip would directly enter the top 3, but only as the 3rd place. Such was the rule, and none could contest it. If you possessed the strength to claim first but drew 3rd, it merely indicated a lack of fortune, relegating you to that position. Both Ling Xiao and Li Yuan understood that as long as Shen Mingfang was present, neither of them stood a chance of drawing that 3rd place slip. Chapter 53. Battle against Yang Chao. Ling Xiao and Li Yuan exchanged knowing glances and casually drew their slips. As anticipated, the blank slip was drawn by Yu Mingming from the Falling Wind Valley. While Ling Xiao's opponent turned out to be another apprentice from Falling Wind Valley, Yang Chao Li Yuan's adversary was Zheng Hao. Alas, not a hint of novelty, Ling Xiao quietly lamented. "Next, it's likely Zheng Hao will forfeit." Right? To his surprise, Ling Xiao miscalculated. Zheng Hao had no intention of conceding. Instead, a peculiar gleam sparkled in his eyes, as if encountering Li Yuan was an exhilarating opportunity for him. Li Yuan, equally astonished, inquired, Zhang Hao. You're not forfeiting? Zhang Hao resolutely shook his head. No forfeiture. Yuan Chao, I wish to prove something. It is not just you who shines among the new generation of Falling Wind Valley. Perhaps I may not be your match, but if I can withstand 50 exchanges against you, that would be a victory in my eyes, Lai Yuan casually replied. In that case, do as you wish. Naturally, Ling Xiao held no lofty expectations for Zhang Hao. Yet Yang Chao's expression shifted. How's you? Zhang Hao gestured for Yang Chao to remain silent, and Yang Chao complied that in truth, had Ling Xiao known Zhang Hao's nickname within Falling Wind Valley, he would not have found this surprising. Aside from Li Yuan, Zhang Hao is recognized as the strongest among their generation, renowned for his fierce combat style, earning him the moniker Mad Rat. Although they all held great admiration for Li Yuancheng, such admiration did not imply that Zhang Hao would capitulate without a fight. On the contrary, Zhang Hao had long sought an opportunity to engage in a friendly spar with Li Yuancheng, and this moment presented itself as the perfect occasion. While others feared the possibility of being decisively defeated by Li Yuancheng, Zhang Hao remained undaunted. Having grown up together and trained side by side, their bond was profoundly strong. Ling Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction in his miscalculation. Even if their match were merely a charade, it would be preferable to having Li Yuancheng spectate from the sidelines. Xin Mingfang cast an approving glance at the young contenders. Indeed, you are the pride of Luofeng Valley's new generation. Fight with all your might. I assure you of your safety. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his desire to vanquish Li Yuancheng would remain unfulfilled in this instance. At Shan Mingfang's gesture, the four of them divided into two groups and proceeded to their respective arenas. This time, the battleground was considerably larger. The previous fighting area, accommodating hundreds, was now divided into two vast sections, allowing them ample room to maneuver, which struck Ling Xiao as a bit excessive. However, his thoughts quickly returned to his opponent. He did not believe that Yang Chao would be significantly weaker than Zhang Hao. Yang Chao brandished a pair of golden whips, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Reveal your weapon. Ling Xiao smiled and produced his black broom. When he first unveiled the broom, it had elicited laughter from many onlookers, but now, standing in the semi-finals with the same broom, those jeers had vanished. Yang Chao clearly recognized that Ling Xiao's broom was no ordinary implement. It was not a mere ploy to mock him. The audience watching Ling Xiao's bout was evidently larger than that of Li Yuancheng's match, as most believed that the latter's contest lacked intrigue due to the considerable disparity in strength. In contrast, although many anticipated Ling Xiao's victory, there remained a glimmer of excitement in the air. As Ling Xiao brandished his weapon, Yang Chao shouted, "Prepare to receive my attack." With a swift motion, Yang Chao surged forward like a gust of wind, closing the distance to Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao blinked, unleashing an invisible wave of mental force. Yang Chao staggered slightly but quickly regained his footing, swinging his whips towards Ling Xiao. Indeed, he possessed a protective artifact against mental attacks. Ling Xiao made a precise assessment, refraining from placing all his hopes on the mental strike alone. This initial assault served merely to validate his hypothesis. Clang! As Yang Chao's dual whips met Ling Xiao's broom in a clash, sparks flew. Both combatants retreated a few steps, halting their backward momentum with a forceful stomp. The strength displayed was formidable. With this second exchange, Ling Xiao gauged his opponent's power. While Ling Xiao was probing, Yang Chao entertained similar thoughts. Having measured his adversary's prowess, Yang Chao's confidence surged. Ling Xiao, you are nothing extraordinary. Yang Chao swung his whips once more. The dual whips danced in his hands, infused with a robust orange soul power. Forming a swirling arc, the perimeter of this arc relentlessly struck towards Ling Xiao, clashing with his iron broom and creating a cacophony of ringing sounds. The harmonious intertwining of the melodious clang and the vibrant essence of the orange spirit conjured an exquisite tableau for the spectators in the stands. Confronted by Yang Chao's fierce onslaught, Ling Xiao did not retreat a single step. Regardless of how aggressively Yang Chao attacked, Ling Xiao remained steadfast, deftly fending off each of Yang Chao's strikes with his iron broom. Upward swings, downward sweeps, and mid-level strikes. These three fundamental techniques constituted Ling Xiao's broom artistry. These motions, employed during his routine sweeping of cobwebs, shooing away insects, and clearing fallen leaves, were familiar to anyone who had ever wielded a broom. Yet, it was precisely these three techniques that allowed Ling Xiao to conjure an array of intricate maneuvers, thwarting his opponent's relentless assaults. Sweep the earth, sweep the heavens, echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, as if his thoughts melded seamlessly with the act of sweeping, causing him to entirely forget that he was engaged in combat. The prowess with which he wielded the broom left his fellow disciples, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu, in awe of his remarkable skills. Ling Xiao's senior brothers shared in this admiration, finally comprehending that his fervent sweeping was not mere play but a testament to his diligent training. Among them, Cheng Chintai felt this realization most acutely. The disciple's abilities were nearly all self-taught. Initially, he criticized Ling Xiao for selecting such an unconventional weapon, but now he recognized that the young man's discernment was indeed exceptional, surpassing even his own. Yet, uncertainty clouded his thoughts about Ling Xiao's future with the Beimin sect after this competition. Cheng Qintai wore a complex expression, torn between joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi, seated beside him, harbored a glint of resentment in his eyes as he observed Ling Xiao's outstanding performance. Master brother, do you think Ling Xiao will make it to the finals? Cheng Yu inquired of Li Yuanhuan, her gaze unwavering from Ling Xiao. Li Yuanhuan nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, haven't you heard? Previously, Ling Shidi defeated 6 opponents single-handedly. Perhaps he may even vanquish Li Yuancheng. Under the influence of Li Yuanhuan's confidence, Cheng Yu suddenly found her faith in Ling Xiao surging, her gaze towards him transformed with newfound admiration. Li Yuanhuan silently regarded Cheng Yu, having never noticed her casting such an appreciative stare in his direction. On the arena floor, Ling Xiao and Yang Chao exchanged blows for a full 5 minutes, neither exhibiting signs of physical exhaustion, prompting the onlookers to marvel. Incredible! A disciple capable of reaching the top 5 is indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, neither combatant intended to continue this relentless exchange. After a powerful strike from Ling Xiao, they separated once more by several dozen meters. Yang Chao tightened his grip on the dual whips, a fierce desire for battle igniting in his eyes. Ling Xiao, thus far, you are the most impressive newcomer I've encountered, second only to Li Yuancheng. I am now prepared to unleash my trump card, and I hope you will give it your all. Fool! Ling Xiao mused inwardly. In true combat, who would reveal their intentions to their opponent? Would anyone stand idly by or engage in a fair fight simply because of a declaration? Despite Ling Xiao's profound disdain for Yang Chao's actions, he feigned an air of resolute composure. Very well, unleash your full potential and allow me to witness your true prowess. In order to bolster his own presence, Ling Xiao forcefully struck the broom against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Come forth! Yang Chao, invigorated by Ling Xiao's words, felt a surge of boldness and fervor. Then prepared to be amazed with that declaration, he crossed his twin whips, channeling all his strength into them. A stream of orange ethereal energy emanated from the whips, radiating a palpable aura of menace. The fierce wind howled. As Yang Chao propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, he swiftly darted towards Ling Xiao, covering a distance of over 10 meters. Subsequently, Yang Chao leaped high into the air, soaring more than 10 meters above the ground. Seizing the momentum of his descent, he unleashed a tremendous strike with his whips. Though it may seem lengthy in narration, Yang Chao executed this maneuver in under 2 seconds, ample time for Ling Xiao to deploy his own ultimate technique. However, to the astonishment of all present, in the face of Yang Chao's ferocious assault, Ling Xiao actually fled. With a resounding crash, the ground where Ling Xiao had just stood was obliterated by Yang Chao's strike, leaving a massive diagonal fissure that spread for dozens of meters. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Chao's formidable technique had merely struck the earth, failing to graze Ling Xiao even slightly. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. They had all overheard the exchange between the two and witnessed Ling Xiao assume a stance to confront Yang Chao's attack. Yet, no one anticipated that Ling Xiao would evade. Even more surprising was the sight of Ling Xiao seizing the opportunity as Yang Chao's strike missed, swiftly vaulting onto Yang Chao's back and delivering a fierce blow with his broom, sending Yang Chao hurtling away. The onlookers were left speechless, their jaws agape. They had witnessed disgraceful conduct, but never anything so brazen. Cheng Yu evidently foresaw Ling Xiao's cunning ploy, his teeth gritting in frustration. Brother, let us not claim acquaintance with this fellow in the future. Li Yuanhuan chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Shun Mingfang, observing from the referee's position, chuckled nonchalantly. What a slippery character! With a violent cough, Yang Chao expelled a copious amount of blood, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, struggling to rise. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's posterior, whether from injury, rage, or a combination of both remained uncertain. He pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao, his teeth chattering in indignation. You. Unable to contain himself, Yang Chao spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression of fury and humiliation resembled that of a reputable matron stripped bare and paraded for all to see. Ling Xiao felt not an ounce of remorse. Instead, he unabashedly admonished Yang Chao. I must say, dear brother Yang Chao, you should be grateful this is merely a contest. I have shown restraint. Had you encountered a truly ruthless and violent adversary, your navet would have cost you your life just now. What? I am naive and foolish. Yang Chao erupted again, spewing forth blood, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Ling Xiao helplessly shrugged his shoulders and remarked, I've already told you this. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, I am convinced. Observing that Yang Chao had not regained consciousness for a considerable time, Shen Mingfeng boldly declared, in this round, Ling Xiao emerges victorious. In truth, Yang Chao had merely experienced a brief dizziness before regaining his senses, only to feign unconsciousness, as he was utterly reluctant to confront the formidable Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swaggered out of the competition arena and, with a flourish, clasped his fists towards the audience. Thank you. I'm deeply grateful for your support. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes at Ling Xiao's audacity, muttering, what shamelessness. If a person were to reach such depths of shamelessness as Ling Xiao, one might ponder whether anyone in this world could ever rival him. The wave of concern washed over everyone as they began to speculate about Ling Xiao's next opponent, Li Yuanchong. Returning to the stands, Ling Xiao consumed another pill to replenish his vigor, eagerly observing the ongoing match involving Li Yuanchong. To the astonishment of many, Zhang Hao engaged in a fierce struggle with Li Yuanchong, akin to a tumultuous affair, with the latter's white robe displaying a few spots of blood. Yet, keen-eyed Ling Xiao quickly discerned that the blood had originated from Zhang Hao, splattered onto Li Yuanchong's attire. True to his reputation as a relentless fighter, Zhang Hao remained fiercely close to Li Yuanchong, throwing punches despite being battered and bruised. This tenacious strategy caught Ling Xiao's attention. Zhang Hao understood that if he allowed Li Yuanchong to create distance, he would be utterly helpless against Li Yuanchong's phantom transformation technique, ultimately relegated to a position of passive suffering. However, by staying in close proximity, the dynamics shifted. Even if Li Yuanchong executed his phantom transformation, within such close quarters, he would still be susceptible to Zhang Hao's strikes, compelling Li Yuanchong to engage in a direct confrontation. Ling Xiao, though not intimidated by Li Yuanchong's phantom transformation, felt compelled to explore a tactic that could unsettle him. Of course, Ling Xiao was not naive enough to believe that Li Yuanchong was genuinely ensnared by Zhang Hao's relentless assault. Li Yuanchong had merely been extending a courtesy to his friend. To the outside world, the seemingly aloof Li Yuanchong had but a handful of friends in the Falling Wind Valley, with Zhang Hao being one of the few. However, others remained oblivious, genuinely believing that Zhang Hao could pose a challenge to Li Yuanchong. After merely 2 minutes of respite, with a resounding thud, Zhang Hao was sent sprawling by a single strike from Li Yuanchong. 51st move. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth as he rose from the ground. A satisfied smile gracing his face. I concede. Li Yuanchong nodded at him. Go rest. Zhang Hao, astonished, inquired, and you? Li Yuanchong met his gaze, his clear eyes reflecting an unfathomable chill. Step outside and call for Ling Xiao to come. Although Zhang Hao initially contemplated persuading Li Yuanchong to rest, he understood his friend's temperament and refrained from further discussion. Exiting the arena. As Zhang Hao emerged, poised to fulfill Li Yuanchong's request to summon Ling Xiao. He found Ling Xiao already standing outside the arena, seemingly unable to contain his impatience. Passing by Zhang Hao, Ling Xiao offered a faint smile, causing a shiver to run down Zhang Hao's spine. That smile evoked an unsettling sense of dread. Regarding these two individuals who obstinately disregarded her commands, Shen Mingfeng merely smiled dismissively. After all, they had reached this point, so she decided to let them be. Ling Xiao approached Li Yuanchong with leisurely steps, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Kid, I initially intended to end your life, but it seems that individual surnamed Shen, be it an elder sister, an aunt, or a grandmother, has intervened. Ling Xiao's words stirred a desire within Shen Mingfeng to stomp on him a few times, yet Li Yuanchong remained unperturbed, his demeanor frosty as he countered, that statement should rightfully come from me. Very well, let us see the truth of your abilities, Ling Xiao declared, brandishing his broom, while Li Yuanchong remained unarmed. Not using a weapon? Fine. We shall see if you will or not. With a fierce determination, Ling Xiao swung his broom at the unarmed Li Yuanchong, though the untrained eye. Ling Xiao's seemingly unhurried steps concealed a mysterious allure, embodying the characteristics of an elusive technique known for its bewildering effect. Indeed, Li Yuanchong's brow furrowed slightly, as he took a step back from his previously steady stance. It was the first time he had shown such a reaction before a confrontation. Only those significantly more powerful than the two could discern the intricacies. Ling Xiao's footwork was remarkably peculiar, enabling him to mask his intentions from his opponent. The ability to perceive an adversary's attack typically hinges on observing their footwork, anticipating where they would step next and from which direction the strike would come, thus allowing for accurate defense or counterattack. In contrast, Ling Xiao's footwork was unlike any other, placing Li Yuanchong at a slight disadvantage right from the outset, unable to make immediate judgments. Still not dodging. Watch as I bring you to your end. Ling Xiao exerted a measure of force, drawing near to Li Yuanchong, and with a sweeping motion, aimed for his head. 80 centimeters. 50. 20. Crack. The broom struck the ground, creating a fissure approximately 1 meter wide and 20 centimeters deep that extended for several meters. Remarkably, Li Yuancheng managed to evade this strike in the nick of time. What a close call. Now it was his turn. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuancheng launched a swift kick aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao had not used his full strength, retaining some reserve for a potential retreat. The moment the broom descended, he had already teleported away, leaving Li Yuancheng to kick at nothing but air. Thinking of fleeing? A glint of cold light flashed in Li Yuancheng's eyes as he executed a technique that split his form into three. Pursuing Ling Xiao from three distinct directions, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Initially, they believed Li Yuancheng's technique of splitting into three was merely a mirage caused by his extraordinary speed, following a straight line. Yet, to their astonishment, the three apparitions curved around, encircling Ling Xiao from all sides. It was a display of remarkable skill, utterly breathtaking. These were not mere illusions. They resembled authentic clones, each seemingly possessing its own independent will, knowing exactly how to corner their opponent without any escape. Chapter 55. The true power of Li Yuancheng. This time, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly trapped with no means of escape. Many people thought to themselves, after all, Li Yuancheng is a top-tier soul master of the orange level, and no matter how formidable Ling Xiao's dual cultivation of the seven spirits may be, he is still merely at the red level. Before this thought could dissipate from their minds, Ling Xiao's movement technique left them utterly astonished once more. What originally appeared to be a single figure of Ling Xiao now manifested into 7 or 8 phantoms darting about, surpassing even Li Yuancheng's display by a factor of 2. What kind of movement technique is this? It is simply bizarre. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a thing. Does the Beimin sect possess this type of technique? The crowd, puzzled and holding varying thoughts, continued to watch the battle with rapt attention. Bang, bang, clap, clap. The white figure of Li Yuancheng collided with the blue figure of Ling Xiao, and the onlookers could only hear the sounds of fists and feet striking together, completely unaware of where they originated. The intensity of the battle was palpable from the outset, with both combatants evenly matched, leaving everyone utterly exhilarated. The fierce confrontation raged on. The chaotic blue and white shadows flitted across the arena for what felt like an eternity, until a resounding crash echoed through the air, revealing Ling Xiao being struck by Li Yuancheng's fist against the handle of a broom, sending both him and the broom flying. Li Yuancheng's hand was remarkably sturdy, capable of contending with Ling Xiao's broom. This is truly an extraordinary display. Ling Xiao's body soared through the air for several meters before executing a graceful flip, landing on his feet and retreating a few steps to regain his balance. Although he had been sent flying, his ability to control his body mid-flight earned the admiration of the spectators. How impressive! Could you perhaps enlighten me on how you discerned my movement technique? Noticing that Li Yuancheng did not advance towards him, Ling Xiao shamelessly began his usual tactic of conversation. His purpose in conversing was twofold: to ascertain the answer to his earlier question and, of course, to catch his breath and create an opportunity for respite. Li Yuancheng had no intention of indulging Ling Xiao's ploy. He firmly believed that in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes were rendered futile. Even if Li Yuancheng had perceived Ling Xiao's intentions, he remained indifferent. The second-tier soul of the Linghui spirit possessed a skill known as Heavenly Eye, allowing one to see through the movements and illusions of opponents of the same rank or lower. What a frustrating predicament! Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of exasperation, though decorum prevented him from expressing it aloud. Instead, he howled internally. With such a skill, what is the point of fighting? In truth, he was well aware that after his last trick against Yang Chao, he had long abandoned concerns about his image. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not limited to the ghostly transformation step. Since close-quarters combat was ineffective, he would resort to ranged attacks. I say, you brat, Ling Xiao declared, simultaneously stowing away his broom and unleashing a flurry of lightning bolts, each as thick as a thumb, directed toward Li Yuancheng. In an instant, the area within a 10-meter radius of Li Yuancheng was enveloped in a torrential downpour of thunderous lightning. Is this truly possible? Indeed. A red-level soul master can unleash such a multitude of lightning strikes. It is rather extraordinary. Logically speaking, a red-level soul master cultivating spirit energy could typically conjure only 2 or 3 bolts of lightning at most. Yet Ling Xiao unleashed dozens in one go. Now, the evaluations of Ling Xiao by these individuals have transformed from shameless to perverse. This fellow has indeed shown some promise. Cheng Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It was her first time witnessing Ling Xiao's earnest and spectacular display, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Yuanhuan was silently observing her from the side. However, in comparison to Ling Xiao, Li Yuancheng was even more aberrant. Faced with the torrential downpour of Ling Xiao's thunderous assault, Li Yuancheng did not even attempt to evade. With a mere flick of his hand, he elegantly conjured a stunning orange halo. With a series of crackling sounds, the tempest unleashed by Ling Xiao dissipated into wisps of vapor before this radiant circle, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers were not the only ones in shock. Even Ling Xiao nearly lost his tongue in astonishment. What manner of skill is this? Li Yuanchong disdainfully cast a glance at Ling Xiao. This is an orange-level skill of grandeur. The cloud circled as long as the elemental force is superior to that of the opponent. It can convert their elemental energy into mere air. Ling Xiao let out a wild howl within his mind. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight? I employ ghostly transformation, and he counters with heavenly eye. I unleash a torrential storm, and he retaliates with a cloud circle. This guy has already utilized the powers of Tian Chong, Ling Hui, Chipa, and Li Po, 4 forms of might. Cheng Qiantai and Li Yuanhuan's expressions also shifted dramatically. They had always told Ling Xiao that as long as an orange-level Chain Soul Master did not cultivate beyond 3 soul stones, he would not pose a challenge. Yet, it was evident that Li Yuanchong had surpassed that threshold. The other spectators were left in a state of astonishment. An orange-level Chain Soul Master with 4 soul stones, or perhaps even more. The shock was overwhelming. Li Yuanchong was indeed a source of awe. After all, Ling Xiao was 19 years old, while Li Yuanchong was merely 15. No one knew if Li Yuanchong had concealed additional soul stone powers. If he were also adept in the 7 spirits, then the title of the greatest genius across the entire Yaotian continent would not belong to Ling Xiao, but rather to Li Yuanchong. Should this be the case, all disciples of Li Yuanchong's generation would likely be consumed by collective shame. Fortunately, Li Yuanchong had no intention of provoking the world. Seemingly sensing the confusion of Ling Xiao and the crowd, he took it upon himself to elucidate. I have only cultivated 4 soul stones. Everyone could see that Li Yuanchong's explanation implied he held Ling Xiao in utter disregard. Moreover, for Ling Xiao, this was a form of veiled humiliation. His complexion shifted through shades of white, green, red, and purple, a vivid display of emotions. Master, for soul stones. Ling Xiao howled internally, resolutely declaring, even with 4, I will defeat this fellow. I simply find your face displeasing, your name irksome, and your grandfather intolerable. This time, with a casual flourish, Ling Xiao executed a blood-boiling maneuver. He summoned 10 crimson-level divine souls wielding short swords, each sprouting wings like little children. With a cacophony of cries, these 10 tiny beings seemed to embody Ling Xiao's fury, brandishing their swords with wide-eyed rage directed at Li Yuanchong. If the disciples of the Ingpa sect were to witness Ling Xiao's summoning method, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, a crimson-level divine soul master could hardly summon one, yet he summoned 10 in a single breath. Who, then, truly deserved the title of disciple? Moreover, Ling Xiao shamelessly unleashed 10 acceleration talismans, affixing them to the backs of those 10 little creatures. Just as they were about to surge before Li Yuanchong, their speed suddenly intensified, aiming to catch Li Yuanchong off guard. Even those discerning individuals, who marveled at Ling Xiao's exquisite tactics, could not help but admire the formidable and domineering nature of Li Yuanchong. With a flurry of 10 punches, such a seemingly casual assault rendered those 10 souls into mere phantoms, vanishing without a trace. Ling Xiao, do you possess any further means? Feel free to unveil them, Li Yuanchong remarked nonchalantly, as if he had Ling Xiao firmly in his grasp. Ling Xiao, however, had one last resort, a central skill that would transform him into a monstrous bird. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished this notion, for he did not wish to hear others proclaim post-match, look, Ling Xiao's bird was struck down by Li Yuanchong. Alas! It seemed he had exhausted all options. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. In truth, I still have one final move, but its power is too great, and I fear you may not dare to meet it with your fist. Li Yuanchong raised his fist, examining it with keen interest. My iron fist is formidable enough to rival your obsidian broom. Do you truly believe I cannot withstand it? Ling Xiao wore a smile of cunning triumph. Then it is settled. Shall we duel with our martial skills? I swear by the name of our souls. All right, Li Yuanchong interrupted impatiently. I am not like you. I would never be so deceitful as to make promises to Yang Chao and then resort to trickery. Ling Xiao, with unabashed bravado, chuckled. In that case, I shall make my move. Li Yuanchong remained calm. Very well, bring it on. Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and Cheng Yu were utterly perplexed. What was Ling Xiao attempting? Challenging a freak like Li Yuanchong to a martial skill contest? Had he lost his mind? What martial skill could he possibly employ? The three exchanged peculiar glances, and simultaneously, the answer emerged in their minds, prompting them to exclaim in unison. Beimin Divine Fist. Chapter 56. The Might of Beimin Divine Fist. Beimin Divine Fist? Surely not. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's initial stance for the technique, many were taken aback. Had this fellow truly lost his wits? Not only those from other sects, but even disciples of the Beimin sect had never regarded the Beimin divine fist as a formidable skill worthy of recognition. The very inclusion of the word divine in its name was a grave insult to the concept of divinity. Within the Beimin sect, this technique was merely a means for physical conditioning, akin to Tai Chi from a distant planet known as Earth. Only Li Yuanhuan seemed to trust that Ling Zhao's execution of this technique was not born from folly. Junior brother Ling surely has a plan to ally Yuanchong. Upon seeing Ling Xiao employ the Beimin divine fist, momentarily wore a look of astonishment. However, a rare smile soon graced his face, one imbued with mockery and curiosity. Ah, the Beimin divine fist? I was just eager to experience it firsthand. Ally Yuanchong was correct. No one had ever utilized the Beimin divine fist in combat, not even Cheng Qintai himself. With that, Li Yuanchong adopted a stance of his own, which unmistakably revealed the renowned martial technique of Elder Ma, the 10 steps kill. With the ferocity of the 10 steps kill combined with Li Yuanchong's unparalleled iron fist, none harbored doubts that Ling Zhao's challenge to duel in martial skills was merely an attempt to expedite the conclusion of the battle. Ling Xiao paid no heed to the opinions of those around him. Swiftly charging towards Li Yuanchong, in a mere second or two, Ling Xiao reached Li Yuanchong and unleashed his first punch, aimed directly at Li Yuanchong's face, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. Should this blow connect, it would surely leave Li Yuanchong either dead or grievously disfigured. However, Li Yuanchong remained utterly unfazed by Ling Zhao's assault, retaliating with a punch of his own that struck at the joint of Ling Zhao's attacking arm. Was a lethal counter. If executed correctly, this move would render Ling Zhao's entire arm incapacitated. Humph, you think you can counter my strike? Ling Xiao mused inwardly, promptly reversing his hand and gripping Li Yuanchong's wrist, applying a heavy downward pressure. Li Yuanchong, confident in his own strength, instinctively jerked his arm upward. Little did he know that in that very moment, Ling Xiao would use his own momentum against him, lifting and pushing Li Yuanchong outward with a deft motion, utilizing force against force. What a brilliant maneuver! The audience erupted in genuine admiration. Ling Zhao's strikes, marked by precision and power, timing, and anticipation of his opponent, were a testament to his extensive training. Even Cheng Qintai couldn't suppress his applause. So this is how the North Min divine fist can be wielded. With a swift motion, Li Yuanchong regained his footing after stumbling back a few steps, halting his retreat. He tempered his earlier disdain for Ling Xiao, his gaze now piercing as he locked onto Ling Xiao, preparing to initiate the 10 steps kill once more. This time, Li Yuanchong intended to strike first. The ground resonated with the sound of their rapid footfalls as the two engaged once again in a fierce struggle. The first form of the 10 steps kill, the elbow strike, had already been thwarted by Ling Xiao, and now Li Yuanchong employed the second form, the heart-piercing strike. With his fists moving at a dizzying speed, the orange energy surged forth like a high-speed drill, targeting Ling Xiao's heart. Should Ling Xiao attempt to evade, he would undoubtedly find himself at a significant disadvantage. Thus he resolved not to dodge. Li Yuanchong wielded both hands, while Ling Xiao suddenly opted for a single hand. How audacious! This fellow is far too arrogant. Many spectators silently chastised Ling Xiao, harboring a sense of frustration. Yet, those well-versed in the North Min divine fist, Cheng Qintai and Li Yuanhuan, exchanged glances of surprise. So this is how the snake form can be utilized. Ling Xiao raised his hand in a singular palm strike, his wrist twisting with the fluidity of a serpent in motion. This strike, perfectly aimed, met Li Yuanchong's fists, effectively separating them. Through skillful finesse, he overcame brute force. Li Yuanchong's heart-piercing strike was thwarted by Ling Zhao's North Min divine fist. A prodigious talent indeed. Even Elder Ma, observing the battle, couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. Chong trains rapidly, yet in the clever application of skills, he falls short. This was an obvious truth that needed no further exposition. Anyone capable of mastering the North Min divine fist to such a degree would undoubtedly be a genius of extraordinary caliber. Although surprised by his two failed attempts to strike, Li Yuanchong's formidable self-confidence kept him composed. He then proceeded to execute the third form, the whirlwind strike. As Ling Xiao deftly countered Li Yuanchong's second strike. Li Yuanchong executed a swift somersault, propelling himself into the air. With astonishing speed, he swung his leg in a whirlwind motion, aiming a powerful blow towards Ling Xiao's head. Even if Ling Xiao wished to evade it, there was no time left. Facing such a formidable attack, the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. How would Ling Xiao respond? Under the unwavering gaze of the crowd, Ling Xiao astonishingly raised both hands above his head, bracing himself to take on Li Yuanchong's third assault head-on. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed around the point of their clash, and a collective sigh escaped the spectators. Poor fellow, he ultimately could not withstand Li Yuanchong's onslaught. Wait, what is happening? Li Yuanchong's body was unexpectedly propelled out from the dust. How could this be possible? Even Li Yuanchong was astonished that he had been sent flying so far by Ling Xiao. His strength.it seemed to be rapidly increasing. This was Li Yuanchong's first reaction. As the dust settled, revealing Ling Xiao's still upright figure, it became clear. Li Yuanchong's third strike had failed to inflict any harm upon Ling Xiao. Now it was my turn. Seizing the fleeting moment of Li Yuanchong's astonishment, Ling Xiao lunged forward, shouting, "Prepare to receive my blow." With a swift motion, Ling Xiao delivered a resounding slap across Li Yuanchong's face. Indeed, this strike was a blatant slap intended for Li Yuanchong's cheek. No matter how composed he may appear, Li Yuanchong was still an arrogant youth. How could he possibly endure such an unvarnished humiliation? Seeking vengeance, Li Yuanchong was consumed by a fierce murderous intent. An invisible pressure bearing down on Ling Xiao. So this is the essence of his killing intent. No wonder those individuals were rendered immobile. Ling Xiao felt a slight constriction in his breath. His soul power affected, and his form momentarily faltered. Li Yuanchong, like an enraged lion, roared towards Ling Xiao, channeling all his might into his fists, striking towards Ling Xiao. The force of his fists surged forth like a torrential flood, a roaring tempest. Surely, Ling Xiao would evade. This was the consensus of all, for to confront head-on would lead only to demise. Yet, unnoticed by the crowd, Ling Xiao's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and in an instant, all his power erupted forth as he raised his fists to meet Li Yuanchong's charge. This time, Ling Xiao was determined to fight back. Boom! A ferocious shockwave reverberated through the entire arena, causing the formation to sway as if intoxicated. The ground within a 30-meter radius of Ling Xiao and Li Yuanchong was reduced to mere powder. So formidable, dust obscured the vision of the onlookers, shrouding Ling Xiao and Li Yuanchong from sight. Yet, everyone understood that after this exchange, the victor would be revealed. They remained transfixed, the dust clearing rapidly, but in the hearts of the observers, it felt agonizingly slow, as the figures of the two combatants re-emerged. It was peculiar that they stood facing each other, 2 meters apart, neither having fallen. Silence enveloped the arena, an absolute stillness. Suddenly, with a splutter, a mouthful of warm blood erupted from Li Yuanchong's lips, and he collapsed to the ground, one hand bracing himself while the other wiped away the blood. Impossible. How could you possess strength surpassing mine? My iron fists cannot possibly succumb to yours. Li Yuanchong's face turned ashen, and once more, he spat blood, staining the earth. The outcome of this fierce contest was astonishing. The immensely powerful Li Yuanchong had been defeated. Ling Xiao spoke calmly, "Li Yuanchong, no one can guarantee victory. A loss is simply a loss." Li Yuanchong, filled with resentment, retorted, "Could you enlighten me as to why your strength has suddenly doubled?" Ling Xiao smiled gently. "That is a secret. A man with secrets possesses the greatest allure." Li Yuanchong rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao, the meaning unmistakable. "I've shared so much, yet you refuse to divulge anything." Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, "Dear Yuanchong, it is not that I choose not to speak, but rather that I dare not disclose. Shall I reveal that I have fused the Bei Min Divine Fist with the frenzied Demon Fist, merging the powers of spirit and demon, resulting in an explosive surge of strength? Chapter 57. The legacy of Qian Gue. A profound silence enveloped the audience, which lingered until the applause erupted, resonating like thunder. The spectators wholeheartedly showered their applause upon Ling Xiao, for he had earned their respect. If it were true that in previous matches Ling Xiao had resorted to unsavory tactics, in this decisive battle, which hinged solely on strength, he had completely obscured any blemishes on his reputation. This victory was entirely attributable to his prowess. Some even speculated that Ling Xiao's earlier stratagems were merely to conserve his strength for overcoming Li Yuanchong. Such considerations were tactical, devoid of moral implications. Those who recognize the tides of fortune are indeed wise. Guan Shui was especially elated, dancing with joy. Having forfeited in the quarterfinals, he, according to the rules, had fallen to Ling Xiao, thus effortlessly securing 6th place. Guan Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "When good fortune arrives, it cannot be thwarted. What a pity I couldn't place a bet today." Although Shan Nanfeng felt a twinge of disappointment that the champion was not one of his disciples from Luofeng Valley, he was pleasantly surprised to discover Ling Xiao, a prodigious talent who harmonized the 7 spirits. Any slight disappointment paled in comparison to his delight. Shen Mingfeng, beaming with joy, announced, "I declare that the champion of this year's Luofeng Valley newcomer competition is Ling Xiao of the Bei Min sect." The applause thundered once more, yet Ling Xiao did not greet the audience with the same exaggerated gestures as before. Instead, he knelt in the direction of the Bei Min sect. The crowd was puzzled, and an abrupt silence fell over the arena. Ling Xiao bowed 3 times and proclaimed, "I owe my achievements to the nurturing of my master, the care of my senior brother, and the support of all my fellow disciples of the Bei Min sect." This gesture earned Ling Xiao countless accolades. A grateful and appreciative disciple is a rare find. However, Shen Nanfeng viewed this act with a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Cheng Qintai wore a troubled expression. Shower, by making your stance known so early, you are cutting off Shen Nanfeng's path. It is akin to slapping his face. Ling Xiao remained unfazed, smiling as he approached Shen Mingfeng. Miss Shen, where might I find the prize for first place? The crowd was once again taken aback. This fellow, was he truly concerned about receiving his prize? Evidently, one cannot change their roots, and even winning first place would not alter his rustic demeanor. Shen Mingfeng's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. Go to the Valley Master. The prizes are always issued from there. Ling Xiao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, offered a sheepish grin to Shen Mingfeng before making his way to the Valley Master. Shen Nanfeng, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Shen Nanfeng's heart. How dare this newcomer be so audacious in his presence? Yet, even if he wished to eliminate Ling Xiao at that moment, he had to consider his reputation. Affixing a feigned smile to his face, he amiably extended a metallic band to Ling Xiao, saying, all the gifts for the first place are contained within this. This was a storage band, also a soul chain used for stringing soul stones, and Ling Xiao recognized it instantly. With a beaming smile, he graciously accepted Shen Nanfeng's gift and politely expressed, thank you very much. Following that, Ling Xiao posed a question that left everyone gasping. I wonder if there will be another next year. Ha ha ha, Shen Nanfeng laughed heartily. As long as you continue to participate, there will always be prizes to claim. While the others were puzzled by Ling Xiao's words, Shen Nanfeng understood perfectly. Ling Xiao would represent the Beimin sect in next year's competition and would not be joining Shen Nanfeng's Falling Wind Valley. Well, very good. Shen Nanfeng mused inwardly. It is better to know your stance now, to avoid the humiliation experienced last time at the hands of your master and senior brother. However, to defy the will of this Valley Master. Humph. Subsequently, Shen Nanfeng distributed prizes to the remaining 9 participants and warmly extended invitations to them. Unsurprisingly, all 5 individuals from Falling Wind Valley readily accepted, expressing their willingness to join the Beimin sect. Notably, Shen Nanfeng did not extend an invitation to Ling Xiao at this point. Even the dimmest among them comprehended the implications of Ling Xiao's previous conduct and remarks. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Goodness? Ling Xiao's audacity is quite extraordinary. Ling Xiao, indifferent to the opinions of others, was engaged in his own calculations. Is it not about time? Why have those fellows not yet exploded? As Ling Xiao contemplated this matter, it was not long before someone raised their voice. Valley Master, I have something to say. Indeed, the dam could no longer hold. Upon hearing that familiar booming voice, Ling Xiao donned a smile and obediently retreated to the Beimin sect seating. Upon recognizing that it was Luoshang from the Yangchuan sect who had spoken, Shen Nanfeng coldly replied, what is it? While the venue was spacious, for Luoshang, ensuring that everyone heard him speak was a simple task. During our journey to Falling Wind Valley, we encountered 2 incidents. I request the Valley Master's judgment. Though the words were well articulated, Luoshang's gaze remained fixed on Shen Nanfeng, devoid of any semblance of respect. Shen Nanfeng, indifferent, urged, speak quickly. Ling Xiao quietly chimed in from below, spit it out if you've got something to say. Though his voice was soft, it elicited stifled laughter from those nearby. Cheng Qinai shot Ling Xiao a reproachful glare. Though he did not express any intention to chastise, it seemed that he had grown accustomed to his disciples' occasional irreverence. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Lo Shang produced a yellow-grade soul stone, and with a swift motion of his fingers, an image materialized in the sky above the arena. Upon seeing the valley depicted in the vision, Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very valley where the Changyuan sect was ensnared? The image vividly showcased the dire predicament of the Changyuan sect, besieged by the sorcerers of the 7 demon cult within the valley. Under the relentless assault of the demon sorcerers, the casualties suffered by the Changyuan sect were catastrophic. To the extent that Qian Hai nearly lost his life to the enemy, in a moment of desperation, Qian Gue suddenly wielded a radiant artifact in his hand. Was this the soul stone plate? Ling Xiao beheld for the first time the fearsome relic spoken of by his master, his eyes widening in astonishment. The soul stone plate, roughly the size of a tea tray, was embedded with countless crimson soul stones. An array of ethereal human heads howled, roared, and grimaced above the plate, a terrifying spectacle of laughter and tears. It appeared as though they yearned to escape the confines of the plate, yet remained utterly ensnared. As the soul chain upon Qian Gui's chest flickered with light, those entities surged forth as if granted their master's leave, launching themselves furiously at Qian Gui's foes. The azure-grade demon sorcerer Pan Xian, perceiving the peril, unleashed his full power in a desperate strike. With a resounding crash, the cataclysmic demon flames conjured by Pan Xian collided with the vengeful souls from the soul stone plate, unleashing a blinding red light that soared towards the heavens. Qian Gui gazed blankly at this unfolding scene, seemingly detached as he muttered incessantly, "Higher, higher." The vision concluded at this juncture, and Lo Shang continued. As the leader of the Changyuan sect, Qian Gui, you wield the power of the divine soul lineage yet resort to the forces of the demon soul. Will you not take action in this matter? Valley Master? Shen Nanfeng huffed in anger. It is not your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs. Qian Gui, what do you have to say for yourself? Suddenly roused from his stupor, Qian Gui let out a hearty laugh, laced with boundless desolation. Lo Shang, who would have thought that my reluctance to ally with you would provoke such actions? Nonetheless, my son is already dead, and I have little left to cherish. I accept this fate. Shen Nanfeng, seemingly suppressing his fury, spoke in a low tone. Qian Gui, you know what lies ahead. Qian Gui chuckled. Indeed, the matter of crafting the soul stone plate was solely my own doing, with no bearing on my disciples. However, I am still the leader of the Changyuan sect. Surely I possess the authority to manage my own sect. Shen Nanfeng fixed his gaze upon Qian Gui. Since you confess your guilt, your disciples may be absolved. The principle of collective punishment is traditionally reserved for dealing with demon sorcerers, and moreover, Shen Nanfeng sees no one else within the Changyuan sect, save for the father-son duo of Qian Gui, capable of stirring trouble. With that, Qian Gui presented the sect's leader token to Ling Xiao. You avenged my son. In return, I shall relinquish the leadership position to you. Ling Xiao, bewildered as he held the Changyuan sect leader token, was at a loss. What on earth is happening here? The others were equally astonished. Had Qian Gui truly gone mad, entrusting his sect to a mere junior of the Beimin sect? Only Cheng Qianai comprehended Qian Gui's intentions. In this recent competition for newcomers, the Changyuan sect faced defeat. Ultimately, they are destined to merge with other sects. Therefore, it would be prudent to appoint Ling Xiao, the champion of this competition, as the sect leader. No one could usurp his authority over the sect. Shower, you must ensure that as long as you are here, the Changyuan sect shall endure, Cheng Qiantai proclaimed emphatically. Ling Xiao, being a perceptive individual, quickly grasped the implication and replied earnestly, Master Qian, I assure you that as long as I, Ling Xiao, am present, the Changyuan sect shall not vanish. Qian Gui managed a bitter smile. In that case, splendid. You few who accompanied me must return and convey this to the others. It is imperative that you heed Ling Zhongzhu's words. The disciples nodded sorrowfully. Master, we shall, then. Qian Gui turned to face Shen Nanfeng and Luo Shang. Since you desire my demise, I shall oblige. With a thunderous explosion, Qian Gui's body disintegrated, showering Ling Xiao in a cascade of sanguine rain. Chapter 58. Evidence Master, cried the disciples of the Changyuan sect, their grief palpable, yet they could not even preserve Qian Gui's remains. A faint azure light hovered in the air, gently descending into Ling Xiao's hands. It was the soul chain left for him by Qian Gui, a chain imbued with a blue-grade soul essence. The warm yet gory sensation of Qian Gui's blood on Ling Xiao's face served as a stark reminder of the responsibility he had pledged to uphold. A delicate handkerchief, imbued with a subtle fragrance, was presented to Ling Xiao. Here, clean yourself. Ling Xiao naturally accepted the handkerchief, wiping his face with it before casually storing it in his spatial pouch. A voice tinged with irritation broke the silence. How could you be so careless? Cheng Yu admonished. Having sullied my sister's belongings, it is only right to return them spotless. Ling Xiao replied with utmost sincerity. Cheng Yu, exasperated, could only huff in discontent. Ling Xiao rose, directing his gaze towards Luo Shang. He understood that Luo Shang's next target would undoubtedly be their Beimin sect. Indeed, after a moment of hushed reflection following Qian Gui's demise, Luo Shang spoke again. Guildmaster, another event transpired on our journey. Please observe. Luo Shang produced a soul stone once more, shattering it to reveal another scene. It depicted the fierce battle between Qian Gui and Cheng Qiantai against Yu Songxi, as well as the carnage unleashed by Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan at the Yueshi sect. The audience recoiled in shock at the blatant massacre before them, noting the grave expressions that spread across the faces of those present. Luo Shang added, the Yueshi sect graciously hosted Qian Gui and Cheng Qiantai. Yet these two were so depraved as to coerce the sect into an alliance. When Master Yu refused, they met with this tragic fate. Qian Gui possessed a soul stone disc. It stands to reason that Cheng Qiantai cannot be absolved of collusion with the demonic sect. Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, Cheng Yu, and the others seethed with indignation. Luo Shang had truly sunk to the depths of shamelessness, distorting the truth and twisting narratives. Yet, what recourse did they have? The fragmented evidence weighed heavily against their Beimin sect, and they lacked compelling counter-evidence. There was no way to defend themselves against the accusations that might be levied against them. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ling Xiao laughed heartily, gazing at the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, I possess a tale that may vindicate our Beimin faction. Would you grant me this opportunity? the crowd held a rather favorable impression of Ling Xiao. Although Shan Nanfeng was quite vexed by Ling Xiao's demeanor towards him, he found it unseemly to confront Ling Xiao openly. "Speak your mind," he urged. Ling Xiao began. "Once upon a time, there was a bachelor whose trousers had developed a rather unfortunate tear in the middle. The neighbor, an auntie, could not bear to see it and offered to mend his trousers. However, feeling somewhat shy, she hesitated to ask him to remove them, so she instructed the bachelor to stand still while she stitched directly onto the fabric." Ling Xiao, possessing a flair for storytelling, paused dramatically mid-narrative. Luo Shang, confident that Ling Xiao would fail to produce any evidence to substantiate his innocence, remained patient, allowing Ling Xiao to continue. The trousers were soon mended, yet the thread remained uncut, and the needle could not be retrieved. Thus, the auntie crouched down, bringing her mouth close to bite the thread at that very moment, her husband returned. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes widened in fury, clearly on the verge of a violent outburst. "Ahem." Ling Xiao cleared his throat and continued. The bachelor hastily explained, "The auntie is merely mending my trousers. Do you believe me?" This rather risque anecdote elicited a smile from Shen Mingfang, who supportively chimed in, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Personally, I do." Shen Nanfeng was taken aback by Shen Mingfang's unexpected bias towards Ling Xiao, feeling a twinge of irritation. Yet, as she was his aunt, he dared not express his discontent. The comical defense of Ling Xiao provoked laughter among the crowd, many beginning to grasp his intent. Cheng Shi, a true master of his craft, also laughed heartily. Only Cheng Yu, with a perplexed blush, realized that Ling Xiao's words were far from serious yet could not quite discern their meaning, ultimately spitting out in frustration, "Rogue, however, regardless of the circumstances. One must provide evidence when asserting one's case, mustn't one?" Indeed, Luo Shang seized upon this point. "Ling Xiao, spare us the superfluous words. Present the evidence that proves your innocence. Should you fail to provide it, my disciple Wang Dao Tian's conflict of divine and demonic souls during your confrontation may very well implicate you." The crowd finally comprehended the situation. If one were to label Ling Xiao as shameless, it would only render him a clever trickster. Upon witnessing Luo Shang's attempts at framing Ling Xiao, they recognized true shamelessness. Anyone with functioning eyes and a sound mind could discern that a soul-linking master could not possibly experience a dual-soul conflict without having cultivated two distinct techniques. While Luo Shang's accusation was not unfounded, Ling Xiao was indeed responsible for Wang Dao Tian's dual-soul conflict. He relentlessly clung to the notion that Ling Xiao had no evidence, as if to declare to the crowd, "Ling Xiao cannot produce evidence. I have evidence and I shall frame him as I please." Shen Nanfeng's gaze sharpened like a sword, directly targeting Ling Xiao. "You, boy, present the evidence. You seek evidence? I shall provide it." Ling Xiao suddenly raised his voice, causing the crowd to pause in astonishment. Could it be that this lad truly possesses evidence? Luo Shang steadfastly refused to believe that Ling Xiao possessed any evidence, sneeringly remarking, "Very well, as long as you can present proof, I shall acknowledge this slanderous accusation of collusion." Ling Xiao's gaze turned frigid, and he slowly retrieved a crimson-grade soul stone from his storage space. Upon sighting the distinctive aura emanating from the soul stone, the crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is also an image soul stone." The image soul stone is the very type Luo Shang had utilized for the visual reenactment moments ago. There are two sources for such soul stones. One is derived from the recently deceased Chain Soul Master, directly recording the final moments of that soul master's life. However, this type cannot display images on its own. It requires specialized techniques and craftsmanship to process it. It is likely that Luo Shang's soul stone originated from this first method. The second source is a pre-made image soul stone, akin to the one used by the three elders during their investigation of Ling Xiao. This kind of soul stone can be carried at all times, and when the moment arises to document something, one merely needs to infuse it with spiritual energy. The image soul stone will faithfully present the sights and sounds experienced by the individual who exerted their spiritual energy, untouched by any manipulation. The soul stone in Ling Xiao's possession was undoubtedly believed to be of the second variety. The wave of dread washed over Luo Shang, his eyes bulging grotesquely, resembling a pair of lifeless fish eyes. Ling Xiao grinned malevolently, declaring, "I shall show everyone the true nature of this affair." With a crack, Ling Xiao shattered the soul stone, unveiling a breathtaking scene before all present. This spectacle began with Ling Xiao rescuing individuals at the Yueshi sect, followed by Yu Songshi coercing Cheng Qintai with his senior disciple, and culminating in Ling Xiao and Li Yuanhuan extracting Cheng Shi from peril. The climax revealed a bloody confrontation between Li Yuanhuan, Ling Xiao, Qian Gue, and Cheng Qintai, while Yu Songshi made a hasty retreat after issuing a menacing warning. With this preceding context laid bare, even the Soul Masters, renowned for their pacifist inclinations, could not restrain their righteous indignation. vocally expressing their approval of the slaughter. Luo Shang felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. Ling Xiao, it's that brat again. How could he possibly anticipate every move? Like a prickly hedgehog, making it impossible for anyone to gain the upper hand. The anxieties of Cheng Qiantai and the members of the Beimin sect finally eased as they gazed at Ling Xiao, their eyes reflecting a reverent admiration akin to that reserved for a deity. Cheng Yu's youthful heart fluttered once more, and even she couldn't comprehend why this young man stirred such disquiet within her. Shen Nanfeng coldly inquired, Luo sect master, do you have anything further to say? Humph. Luo Shang feigned ignorance, asserting, this soul stone was handed to me by Yu Songxi, who requested I seek justice on his behalf. It is not my affair. Such shamelessness. The crowd saw through Luo Shang's ruse, yet he stubbornly insisted that the evidence was provided by Yu Songxi, conveniently forgetting his previous statements. Ling Xiao chuckled, Luo sect master. If this does not qualify as evidence, I happen to possess another soul stone. I wonder if this one counts as proof. More evidence? The crowd was left perplexed. Was it Luo Shang scheming against Ling Xiao? Or was it Ling Xiao outmaneuvering Luo Shang? Luo Shang menacingly declared, if you present any further compelling evidence, I shall be rendered speechless. Very well, Ling Xiao bellowed. This time, even if you wish to deny it, you shall not escape. Ling Xiao once again produced a soul stone imbued with images. Chapter 59. A startling turn. This was beyond Luo Shang's imagination. He could hardly fathom what Ling Xiao had inscribed within that soul stone. Until Ling Xiao displayed the imagery contained within the stone before the gathered assembly, Luo Shang's fierce countenance finally froze in disbelief. There, unmistakably captured, was Luo Shang, conversing with the green-faced elder of the demon sect and the fiery demon Pan Xian outside that valley. This was irrefutable evidence of Luo Shang's collusion with the demon sect. Even if he wished to feign ignorance, there would be no escape. Ah! Luo Shang roared, so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. Ling Xiao, it turns out you were the one who tampered with that corpse. That was the demon sect's ghostly technique. Luo Shang protested vehemently. Yet, even if he proclaimed 100 times that Ling Xiao was a demon, no one would be inclined to believe him. After all, was it not you, Luo Shang, who had repeatedly emphasized the importance of evidence? Cheng Qiantai regarded Ling Xiao thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he had come to a realization, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, yet he uttered no words. Ling Xiao remained oblivious to the subtle shift in his master's demeanor, his attention fully focused on Luo Shang. Tell me, Master Luo, what words do you have left? Shen Nanfeng added coldly, Master Luo, do not say I have not afforded you the opportunity to explain. If you have anything further to say, now is the time. Luo Shang wiped the blood from his lips and regained his imposing demeanor. I have a few words I wish to convey to sect leader Shun and all present. After I finish, we may deliberate on other matters in my falling wind valley. Do you think I fear you? Shen Nanfeng scoffed inwardly, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, Speak. Luo Shang, with a voice of piercing clarity, asserted, Might I inquire, sect leader, why is it that every year, the outstanding disciples from the newcomer competition are taken by your falling wind valley, while cultivating an exceptional disciple requires considerable time? Why is it that our other sects toil to nurture their disciples, only for you to reap the rewards effortlessly? Shen Nanfeng replied coldly, continued at this juncture, Luo Shang was far from being courteous with Shen Nanfeng. Moreover, talent is limited. All of it is siphoned off by your falling wind valley. Sects unable to cultivate talent are destined for merger with others. Tio put it plainly, those sects have become your puppets. Are you, in essence, seeking to annex us smaller sects? In the face of Luo Shang's aggressive inquiries, Shen Nanfeng met his gaze with a derisive smile. Are you finished? Not yet. I have more to say to everyone present. Luo Shang's tone grew fervent as he turned to face the various soul masters seated in the stands. Esteemed colleagues, this year, our Yangchuan sect has not been absorbed, for we still have a year to stand. But what of you? Some sects are already fated for absorption, are they not? For certain sects, once this year passes, what then? Awaiting you will still be the fate of being absorbed. Luo Shang vociferously articulated his argument, unperturbed by the prospect of Shen Nanfeng striking against him at that moment. He understood that such an act would garner him no sympathy. Luo Shang was acutely aware that Shen Nanfeng was not so foolish. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors established the 7 sacred grounds of the Divine Soul sect. What was their purpose? It was to empower these 7 sacred sites to lead our smaller sects in the fight against the demonic sects, to preserve our traditions, rather than to allow the sacred grounds to consume us. No matter how diminutive a sect may be, it is still ours. It is our home. Why should we permit others to seize what is rightfully ours? Our offspring, our territory, relegating us to mere spectators? Luo Shang spoke with fervor, moving many present to tears. accusing me of colluding with the demonic sect. I admit this crime. After laying the groundwork, Luo Shang finally declared. Yet they merely profess a desire to collaborate with us, unlike the blatant plundering of the Falling Wind Valley. Fellow comrades, open your eyes and behold the state we have descended into. If we do not resist now, shall we await our own absorption? Indeed, Falling Wind Valley must return to us our justice. We are not mere playthings of Falling Wind Valley. Instantly, voices in support of Luo Shang erupted from the stands, and they were not few in number. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. It seems these individuals have already fallen under Luo Shang's sway. Soon, there will undoubtedly be rivers of blood. However, Ling Xiao was indifferent to these ruffians. As long as his master remained safe and the Beimin sect and Changyuan sect were unharmed, the demise of others mattered not to him. It was not that Ling Xiao was callous, but in a world where countless lives are lost daily, who could possibly attend to them all? The brothers Dezhu and Xiao Zhu, upon seeing their father among the raucous crowd, could not help but change their expressions. Senior brother Ling, we have spoken to father, but why is he? Ling Xiao shook his head. Perhaps he too is being compelled. It was your father's intention to send you two here, correct? Regardless of what transpires, do not act rashly, understood? Cheng Yu listened in astonishment to the exchange between Ling Xiao and the brothers. She had not anticipated that Ling Xiao seemed to have foreseen such a scenario. Ling Xiao, what manner of person are you? That nothing appears to escape your perception. At this moment, Cheng Yu could not help but genuinely admire Ling Xiao. Faced with the uncontrollable scene, Shun and Feng bellowed. Do you wish to rebel against Falling Wind Valley? Luo Shang's eyes widened in fury. We were never your subordinate, so what rebellion is there? In that case, do not blame me, Shun, for my ruthlessness. With a sweeping gesture, Shun and Feng commanded. Those who dare oppose Falling Wind Valley, kill. Upon his proclamation, the anger of numerous sects was further ignited. Yet, with the formidable presence of Shen Mingfang and Shan Ninfeng, those sects remained indecisive, hesitant to act. Chen Tao, take action. As Shun Ninfeng ordered the execution, Chen Tao on the stand suddenly produced two soul stone discs. The green soul energy emanating from the discs made everyone's hearts race. The soul discs crafted from crimson-grade soul stones could annihilate an entire valley. If these two green-grade soul discs were to explode, none present would survive. And it appeared that Chen Tao was inclined towards such an outcome. As he carelessly hurled the two soul discs in an instant, countless green vengeful spirits filled the arena's air, dancing wildly, howling like banshees. Shen Mingfang and Shun Nanfeng were acutely aware of the perilous situation, and both soared into the sky simultaneously. With a single motion of his hand, Shen Mingfang summoned the soul chain, which soared forth with a whoosh. The purple-grade soul stone radiated a brilliant violet light, temporarily suppressing the countless green-hued vengeful spirits. Yet, those spirits, newly liberated, were loath to be subdued so easily. They clawed and flailed against the violet glow, causing it to flicker uncertainly, subtly straining Shan Mingfang's efforts. Even a purple-grade master, when faced with over 24 green-grade vengeful spirits, found himself in a precarious position. Shan Nanfeng was no less burdened. He exerted every ounce of his strength to control the spirits within the soul stone disc, which stubbornly resisted his authority, their faces contorted with rage as they sought to break free. Shen Nanfeng was left with no choice but to firmly suppress the swirling soul stone disc with his blue-grade soul power. Remarkably, the two unparalleled masters of Luofeng Valley found themselves constrained by the two soul stone discs. Elders, heed my command and activate the Divine Light Exorcism Array, Shen Nanfeng urgently ordered. Observing that Shen Mingfang and Shan Nanfeng seemed unable to master the two soul stone discs, many onlookers from neutral sects revealed their true colors. Upon hearing that Shan Nanfeng appeared to possess a means to counter the soul stone discs, these individuals swiftly aligned themselves with Luo Shang, recklessly charging towards the spirit masters of Luofeng Valley. Shen Nanfeng had long anticipated such a move. As Luo Shang and Chen Tao's cohorts struck, the spirit masters of Luofeng Valley surged forth without hesitation to engage the enemy. With their overwhelming numbers, Luofeng Valley boasted at least 10,000 spirit masters, wielding an unequivocal advantage. In contrast, Luo Shang's allies numbered merely in the thousands, destined to be swiftly eradicated. Ling Xiao observed coldly. He could not believe that Luo Shang would act so foolishly, certain that he had a hidden agenda. Indeed, not long after the 10,000 spirit masters had surged forth, they began to fall one by one. Their faces turned ashen, spewing black blood, their bodies convulsing. They were nearly dead without any need for Luo Shang's interference. Meanwhile, the 50 elders of Luofeng Valley were similarly incapacitated, their complexions fluctuating between pallor and darkness, evidently suffering from severe poisoning as they struggled to expel the toxins. While Shan Nanfeng controlled the soul stone disc, he observed the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, he immediately grasped the identity of the mastermind behind it and shouted urgently, "Quickly eliminate that scoundrel Hua Ke." Hua Ke, the sole green-grade alchemist of Luofeng Valley, was also known as Elder Hua.at that moment. An unexpected turn of events transpired among the 50 elders of Luofeng Valley. Elder Luo, Elder Shui, and Elder Lan, 3 younger elders from the preparatory team, suddenly turned against their colleagues, attacking those who were attempting to purge the poison. Chapter 60. Turmoil. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as 10 or so elders fell to the blades of Elder Luo, Elder Lan, and Elder Shui. When they reached Elder Ma, they found Li Yuanchong standing protectively beside him. Li Yuanchong's gaze was icy, brimming with murderous intent. "If you wish to harm my master, you must first contend with me." These 3 elders were all green-grade spirit masters. Despite Li Yuanchong's prodigious talent, he was simply no match for them. Yet, they hesitated momentarily, for Li Yuanchong was the grandson of Li Shuani, the lord of Tianjiang City. Though slay Li Yuanchong would be tantamount to courting their own demise. In that fleeting moment, Elder Ma, renowned as the god of killing from the falling Wind Valley, suddenly sprang into action, splitting himself into 3 shadowy figures that hurtled towards the trio with astonishing speed, sending them flying with a thunderous impact. Elder Ma, brimming with confidence, did not even glance back at the fallen trio but turned to Li Yuanchong and declared, "Did you see that? This is the true essence of the Phantom 3 transformations combined with the 10 steps to kill." Li Yuanchong, taken aback, asked, "Master, are you all right?" Elder Ma's face darkened with fury. "Do you wish for me to be unwell?" As the 3 elders' bodies crashed to the ground, a group of individuals donning gray masks emerged, mercilessly trampling the trio into a pulp. Luo Shang's expression turned ashen. "I cannot believe Shan Nanfeng has concealed such a formidable group." A full 100 of these gray-masked brutes were all of the Power Soul Master level, equivalent to Luo Shang's own strength, if not greater. Their mobilization meant certain death for Luo Shang's insurgent faction. Just then, Shun Xian, having skipped lunch at Falling Wind Valley due to an illicit rendezvous, retreated with the 10 elders personally recommended by Shan Nanfeng. Elder Hua was merely a green-level alchemist. The toxins he concocted could only incapacitate soul masters of the same rank. Due to the large-scale production required, the amount of poison distributed to those 10 elders was minimal, allowing them to temporarily suppress its effects as they followed Shen Xian to the rear. With this cadre of masked individuals as their backup and the 10 elders freed from peril, Luo Shang realized the tide had turned against him. "Ling Xiao, even if I perish, I shall take that brat with me. Batian, let us attack together." The glint of murder ignited in Luo Shang's eyes as he charged towards the Bei Min sect. "Yes, master." Wang Batian immediately followed suit, racing alongside Luo Shang towards their target. In Luo Shang's strategy, the various sects present in the stands were merely pawns to be utilized. Thus, no tampering had been done to the food served. Fortuitously, Chang Qiantai and his companions had escaped unscathed. As Luo Shang barreled towards them, Chang Qiantai quickly grasped his intentions. "Huaner, protect Shower, I shall confront this fiend." No sooner had he spoken than Chang Qiantai leaped down from the stands, brandishing his blade towards Luo Shang. Luo Shang drew forth his weapon, an ancient single-edged knife, half the size of Chang Qiantai's large blade. The two clashed with fierce intensity, their blades colliding with extraordinary force in the blink of an eye. The spectators could no longer discern their distinct figures. All that remained was a whirlwind of blade light and intertwining azure soul power, accompanied by the clanging of steel against steel. Moments later, Wang Batian ascended to the stands, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, return my brother's life." Li Yuanhuan stepped protectively in front of Ling Xiao, gently urging, "Brother Wang, is this truly necessary?" Wang Batian snarled, "Li, step aside. I seek only to kill Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao emerged from behind Li Yuanhuan, coldly meeting Wang Batian's glare. "You wish to avenge your brother for my actions? Yet your brother took Qian Hai's life. Was that not a life worth avenging? Though I may kill, I strike down only those who seek to end me. Your brother sought my death. Does that not grant me the right to retaliate?" Wang Beishan's crimson eyes appeared as if they were about to bleed. "I care not for the lives of others. I only wish for my brother to survive. If he dies, I shall seek vengeance." "Lin Xiao, prepare to meet your demise." Li Yuanhuan attempted to intervene, yet he was taken aback as Lin Xiao charged towards Wang Batian. Although Lin Xiao's current prowess was formidable, Wang Batian outclassed him by 2 levels. Unless Lin Xiao's mental assault inflicted harm upon his opponent, with his other abilities, he would be no match for Wang Batian. It was hard for Li Yuanhuan to believe that Wang Batian lacked protective artifacts against mental attacks. He surged forward, aiming to position himself between Lin Xiao and Wang Batian, but alas, he was a moment too late. Bang! The sound of a fist striking flesh and the sharp slice of a blade through skin resonated clearly as Lin Xiao and Wang Beixian's forms briefly intertwined, both halting at the point where they crossed. This is... Wang Batian gazed at the deep wound across his chest, laboriously uttering 2 words. Lin Xiao held a gleaming sword in each hand, its blade measuring a meter in length yet barely 5 centimeters in width. A single strand of hair fluttered down, touching the slender edge of the sword, and silently severed into 2, the Soul Slayer sword. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, "It is the prize I obtained from Shen Nanfeng just moments ago." "Then why?" Wang Batian struggled to form the question. Lin Xiao slowly approached Wang Batian again, his entire being enveloped in a shimmering armor that flickered in and out of sight. "This too is a prize I acquired just now. The earth armor, capable of withstanding the full force of a green-level chain soul master." Wang Beixian's eyes glimmered with resentment as he collapsed backward with a thud, his spiteful gaze fixed upon the heavens, as if blaming fate for favoring Lin Xiao so. The disciples of the Beimin sect and the Changyuan sect, witnessing Lin Xiao's swift defeat of Wang Batian with but a single strike, were nearly rendered speechless in astonishment. Such overwhelming strength. Despite being merely a red level, he had felled 1-2 levels above him with a single sword stroke. In truth, Lin Xiao's current strength rivaled that of an orange level, and with the added protection of the sturdy earth armor and the sharp Soul Slayer sword, an ordinary yellow-level chain soul master would stand no chance against him if caught unawares. Of course, had the yellow-level chain soul masters known Lin Xiao was a monster, they would surely flee, rendering him incapable of pursuing them. Having dispatched Wang Batian, Lin Xiao was free of concerns and cast his gaze towards the clash between his master, Cheng Qiantai, and Luo Shang. The two were remarkably evenly matched, engaged in a fierce battle with no clear victor in sight. With the keen eyesight of Lin Xiao and Li Yuanhuan, they could no longer discern the figures of Luo Shang and Cheng Qiantai. However, Lin Xiao's true strength lay in his extraordinary mental prowess. Once he locked onto Luo Shang with his mental energy, he unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at him. Employing the same tactic he had used to disrupt Yu Songxi at the Yueshi sect, he now turned it upon Luo Shang. Caught off guard, Luo Shang was struck by Lin Xiao's bolt of thunder. Although the strike was weak enough to be disregarded, it nonetheless jolted his nerves significantly. "Lin Xiao, I shall not kill you. I swear I will not live as a man," Luo Shang roared, only for his voice to be abruptly silenced by a slash from Cheng Qiantai's blade. Confronted with the fierce slash of Cheng Qiantai, Luo Shang dared not utter another word, hastily sidestepping. Crash! Lin Xiao unleashed another thunderous strike, causing Luo Shang's hair to explode into disarray, transforming his once orderly locks into a chaotic nest. Infuriated, Luo Shang yearned to curse once more, yet Cheng Qiantai's blade lunged at him again. Just as he evaded that assault, Lin Xiao's lightning descended once more, a torrent of negative emotions. Frustration, sorrow, shock, overwhelmed Luo Shang, nearly driving him to madness. "Ah, Lin Xiao, I shall fight you to the bitter end. You shall perish." In that moment, he could deeply empathize with Yu Songxi's earlier sentiments, for his own feelings mirrored those of Yu Songxi at that time. Facing the imminent threat of being struck down by Cheng Qiantai from behind, Luo Shang recklessly raised his weapon, executing a magnificent cross slash, a massive azure soul force, spanning over 3 meters in length and width, surged toward Lin Xiao, rendering Lin Xiao and Li Yuanhuan unable to evade. At this critical juncture, both Lin Xiao and Li Yuanhuan exhibited an identical reaction. They simultaneously leaped forward, shielding Cheng Yu with their bodies. In that instant, Cheng Yu's heart was profoundly moved. "Senior brother, Lin Xiao, even if death awaits, having you treat me thus makes my life worthwhile." Chapter 61. The turmoil concludes realizing he could not intercept Luo Shang's blade in time. Cheng Qiantai's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, madam, you Xiao Huan." Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, launching a powerful punch that struck the point of intersection of Luo Shang's cross slash. Instantly, the formidable slash vanished before the might of this individual's iron fist. Luo Shang stood momentarily stunned. The one thwarting his ambitions was none other than Elder Ma, the most ruthless elder of Falling Wind Valley. "Mentor to Li Yuanchong, Luo Shang, you shall perish." Cheng Qiantai seethed with rage, delivering a heavy blow. A tremendous blade shadow cleanly struck Luo Shang, who was still in a daze. "Wow!" Luo Shang, struck in the back, spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering forward several steps. Elder Ma did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce kick to Luo Shang's chest. Crack! The distinct sound of breaking bones echoed, sending Luo Shang flying several dozen meters away. "Humph! Shameless scoundrel!" Elder Ma snorted heavily. He was confident in his kick. Luo Shang would not die, but he would be rendered incapacitated. The force of the kick reverberated through Luo Shang's sternum, shattering every bone in his body to that moment. A radiant golden light seemed to cascade from the higher heavens, illuminating the two soul stone plates and countless vengeful spirits. A cacophony of piercing wails filled the air. Countless vengeful souls, touched by the golden light, dissipated in an instant, ceasing to exist in less than 2 seconds. The soul stone plates that had ensnared the unparalleled masters Shen Mingfang and Shan Nanfeng were entirely resolved by this golden radiance. The sky regained its clarity on the ground. The factions that had participated in the rebellion were indisputably swept away, either dead or subdued. Shen Nanfeng and Shan Mingfang descended from the heavens, both appearing pallid. Clearly, they had expended a considerable amount of soul force. Had it not been for that miraculous golden light, it remained uncertain whether they could have maintained control over the vengeful spirits bound by the soul stone plates. Shun Xian returned with the 10 elders, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Father, Aunt, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Shun Nanfeng casually replied, then turned with utmost respect to the 100-masked soul masters of the Azure rank, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors." Esteemed seniors? A shared question lingered in the hearts of all, yet none dared to voice it. One of the masked figures merely grunted in acknowledgement and waved his hand, causing the soul masters to vanish from the arena, retreating to some hidden corner of Falling Wind Valley. A shiver ran through the crowd. Falling Wind Valley truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 7 sacred grounds, brimming with profound resources. Not only did it possess 50 elders and a plethora of outstanding disciples, but it also housed the formidable Divine Light Demon Extermination Array. Even more alarming was the presence of that 100 Azure-ranked soul masters, exuding an air of murderous intent. Each one of them, if placed in an ordinary sect, would command their own faction, yet here they all submitted to the dictates of Falling Wind Valley. Who could fathom if there were other peak experts like Shen Mingfang within Falling Wind Valley? Shen Mingfang was merely the surface-level powerhouse of the valley. The existence of others behind the scenes remained a mystery. If Falling Wind Valley was thus, what of the other 6 sacred grounds? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety regarding the revenge plan he had promised to the 7 devil ancestor. Initially, he had underestimated the situation, naively believing that mere cultivation and improvement would allow him to wreak havoc. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that should Falling Wind Valley activate the Divine Light Demon Extermination Array, any expert who crossed its path would face certain doom. Clearly, mere strength was insufficient. One also required influence. Ling Xiao mused quietly. Now that he had Long Yuan's sect, albeit a modest force, it could nonetheless be considered a sect, and he could gradually nurture its growth. After all, he had promised the 7 devil ancestor revenge without stipulating a time frame. He had ample time at his disposal. Even if he were to grow old and die without achieving vengeance, he could only offer an apology to the 7 devil ancestor. "Master, it is not that I am unfilial, but rather that I am unable." The thought of influence naturally led Ling Xiao to ponder the 7 devil cult. What was the nature of the 7 devil cult? If he were to take command of it, would he possess sufficient strength to contend with the 7 sacred grounds? Shaking his head, he forced himself to temporarily set aside such thoughts. There would be plenty of opportunities once he attained power. Casting aside some plans that were currently impractical, Ling Xiao redirected his focus to Shan Nanfeng. Shan Nanfeng was in discomfort. He longed for rest, yet the scene before him afforded him no respite. "Bring Luo Shang here." Shan Nanfeng reasserted the dignity and authority befitting the valley's master. Luo Shang was dragged in by 2 disciples of Falling Wind Valley, treated like a lifeless ragdoll, and unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. Helpless, Luo Shang lay there, his body limp like a serpent, unable even to stand. "Produce the antidote and reveal the whereabouts of Hua Ke and Yu Songxi, and I can grant you a swifter death," Shun Nanfeng coldly stated, his gaze fixed on the unwilling Luo Shang. "Shun Nanfeng, continue dreaming." Luo Shang laughed heartily. "After my demise, I believe many of you will follow suit. I shall await you in hell." "Ha ha!" Shen Nanfeng recognized that he could extract no further information from Luo Shang. With a swift motion, he struck, and with a resounding crack, Luo Shang's head burst open. The head was gone. And with the destruction of the sources of Tian Chongpu and Ling Huipu, the soul chain exploded in an instant, leaving Luo Shang with no chance of reincarnation as a human. "I shall not grant you even the opportunity to descend into hell," Shan Nanfeng remarked coldly. "All those who have perished have been cremated, while the living should be released." The wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. How could Shan Nanfeng, known for his fierce protectiveness, suddenly display such benevolence? After all, he had lost numerous individuals from his Falling Wind Valley, yet he was willing to spare his enemies? Shin Nanfeng then sighed deeply, speaking with earnestness. "Esteemed guests, you may harbor biases against my Falling Wind Valley and my view, Safeguarding the peace of my spiritual sect is of utmost importance, while the narrow-mindedness of factionalism is as light as a feather. The reason I have sought to strengthen the power of Falling Wind Valley and organized a new talent competition is to inspire everyone to remember the ongoing war between the gods and demons. At this juncture, Shen Nanfeng sighed once more. I cannot be the leader of Falling Wind Valley forever. After my abdication, I shall ensure that everyone has the opportunity to compete for this position fairly, regardless of which sect one belongs to. As long as they are disciples of the Soul Masters under Falling Wind Valley, they are welcome to participate in the competition. In that case, what significance does factionalism hold? In that moment, Shen Nanfeng appeared to play the tragic card, which struck Ling Xiao as somewhat absurd and laughable. Shen Nanfeng's apparent generosity stemmed merely from the fact that enough lives had been lost today. If the killing continued, Falling Wind Valley would indeed be left with nothing but a hollow reputation. Should the disciples of the sects, having lost their leaders, descend into chaos, Falling Wind Valley would face an endless array of troubles. Ling Xiao truly wished to inquire further. Can you vow that no member of your Shen family will ever compete for the position of leader of this valley? Yet, Ling Xiao understood that such a question must remain unspoken, lest Shen Nanfeng, feeling cornered, unleash his wrath upon them all. Until they reached a point of no return, no one would resort to excessive cruelty. Ling Xiao did not wish to provoke Shen Nanfeng into a fury that would endanger everyone present. Most crucially, he aimed to avoid being annihilated by Shen Nanfeng on the spot. The surviving individuals, upon hearing Shen Nanfeng's words, lowered their heads in apparent shame. Leader, we were wrong. We should not have been incited by treacherous individuals. Shen Nanfeng waved his hand repeatedly. It is I who failed to communicate clearly, leading to this misunderstanding. The fault lies with me. I had hoped you would comprehend my good intentions. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Ultimately, is it not Shen Nanfeng who blames others for their lack of understanding? In that moment, the sound of weeping reached Ling Xiao's ears. It was the two brothers, De Zhu and Xiao Zhu. No, please do not take our father away. We wish to bring him back to our homeland for burial. Shen Nanfeng's attention was drawn to the two brothers, and he inquired, what is the matter? The two disciples of Falling Wind Valley explained. These brothers refused to let the body be taken away. Ling Xiao quickly interjected. Please, leader, show mercy. This Master Zhu did not wish to partake in the rebellion, for he had sent these brothers to me. Shen Nanfeng's sharp gaze fixed intently upon Ling Xiao. What do you mean by that? It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Provide me with an explanation, and perhaps I shall grant the brothers' request. Chapter 62. Ling Xiao's explanation not only was Shen Nanfeng curious, but both Cheng Qiantai and Cheng Yu were equally intrigued by Ling Xiao's remarkable foresight. Since Shen Nanfeng had posed the question, Ling Xiao found himself compelled to respond, especially as he had intended to clarify the matter. Otherwise, their Bei Min sect would undoubtedly be implicated. Ling Xiao took a moment to gather his thoughts and began to articulate. This matter traces back to the ambush we suffered in the valley. From that moment onward, I contemplated how those who plotted against us possessed an intimate understanding of our itinerary. If it were not for someone within our own ranks, it would be inconceivable for anyone to be privy to our movements. Furthermore, for the demon soul masters to launch an ambush, they needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, they risked detection. Thus, the precision of the ambush could only suggest the presence of a traitor. Although Ling Xiao's reasoning was rather straightforward, something an ordinary person could deduce, his subsequent stratagem was indeed commendable. After the ambush failed, I surmised that someone would inevitably arrive at the scene to clean up the aftermath. Hence, I left behind a spirit summoned with the use of an Ingpa hiding in a corner. Wait! Shen Nanfeng abruptly interrupted Ling Xiao. You are merely a crimson-level spirit master. How could those azure-level demon soul masters and Master Luo Shang fail to detect your presence? Shen Nanfeng promptly pointed out the flaw in Ling Xiao's statement. In truth, Ling Xiao had not utilized a spirit but rather a demon soul. However, given Ling Xiao's audacity to fabricate, he surely possessed the finesse to embellish. Surely the Valley Master recalls what the Lord of Tianjiang City remarked to you outside Bei Min City. If I can withstand his mental assault, I can certainly evade the probing of those individuals. Upon hearing Ling Xiao mention Li Xuani, Shen Nanfeng snorted in acknowledgement. Continue. Ling Xiao wiped beneath his nose. What I did not anticipate was that the one colluding with the demon soul masters would be Master Luo Shang of the Yangchuan sect. In my shock, I momentarily lost my composure, inadvertently revealing my aura, leading to their discovery of my presence. Fortunately, my wits were quick, and I managed to escape, sustaining only minor injuries and preserving my life. At this moment, the members of the Bei Min sect recalled that not long after Ling Xiao had departed the valley, he had spat out blood. This was indeed the result of his injuries. Shen Nanfeng listened with keen interest, realizing that he must now reassess his perception of Ling Xiao. And then what? Then we arrived at the Yueshi sect, Ling Xiao continued. Their disciples awaited us outside the city. By that time, night had fallen, indicating that they had been anticipating our arrival. A gesture of undue hospitality can only signify ulterior motives. Moreover, their disciples and the sect itself exhibited extreme extravagance, starkly contrasting with the principles of moderation upheld by our spirit masters. While the spirit masters do not advocate for frugality, they categorically oppose wastefulness. This is an unwritten consensus. Such opulence begs the question. From where do they derive their wealth? Ling Xiao proceeded with his analysis. They must either exploit the common populace or accept the favors of the demon sect. Though Ling Xiao presented this assertion without any evidence, relying solely on conjecture, the others surprisingly accepted his claims. Now, Ling Xiao could cast as much aspersion upon the Yueshi sect as he wished, for no one would mind. After all, it was a sect entwined with the demon sect, and the darker the portrayal, the better. Ling Xiao cautiously surveyed the expressions of those present and, upon noticing that no one questioned his words, continued, "You have all witnessed the spectacle at the Moon Creek sect, so I shall not elaborate further." We then arrived at Falling Wind City, where I discovered that Qian Hai still harbors lingering feelings for my senior sister. At this point, Cheng Yu's face burned fiercely, her eyes radiating a fierce, almost predatory glare directed at Ling Xiao. Deliberately avoiding Cheng Yu's gaze, Ling Xiao remarked, "Qian Gue previously sided with Luo Shang, yet throughout our journey, he has consistently schemed against our Bei Min sect, using Qian Hai to entice my senior sister, as if he were eager to find a companion for reassurance. This indicates that a significant event is on the horizon. Moreover, Yu Songshi from the Moon Creek sect has been actively courting our alliance to oppose the Valley Master. Considering both aspects, I deduce that their grand plan undoubtedly involves uniting to resist the Valley Master." The assertions made by Yu Songshi were quite apparent, rendering Ling Xiao's conclusion rather unremarkable. The crux lies in the groundwork he had laid, which led his audience to perceive his deduction as rather astute. Ling Xiao continued his soliloquy, "Only upon our arrival here did I realize that, aside from our Bei Min sect and the Changyuan sect, all other sects suffered scarcely any losses. This brings forth another inquiry." He paused, noticing many craning their necks to listen intently, and felt a surge of pride. Why did the demonic sect solely ambush us? This is utterly implausible. Yet, why did their sects emerge unscathed? Thus, I have formulated a bold hypothesis. Either these sects are in collusion with the demonic sect, or they have been coerced into complicity, perhaps through threats or binding soul oaths. Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards Dezhu and Xiaozhu, stating, "I hold a deep admiration for these two brothers and wish for them to escape untimely demise. Hence, I advise them to inform their father to refrain from opposing the Valley Master." Observing their father's reaction, I became convinced of my hypothesis. They are under duress. Their father's insistence that they follow me suffices to demonstrate that he does not genuinely wish to confront the Valley Master. Raising his voice, Ling Xiao boldly implored, "Therefore, I earnestly beseech the Valley Master to grant Master Zhu a complete corpse." Well, indeed, Ling Xiao, my dear nephew, possesses remarkable clarity of thought. Cheng Zhangmin, with such a disciple, it surely is a stroke of fortune for your Bei Min sect. Haha. Shin Nanfeng unabashedly expressed his admiration for Ling Xiao, even altering his address to nephew. Given Ling Xiao's evident sagacity, it was clear he would not engage in any foolishness, such as openly rejecting Shin Nanfeng's goodwill. If Ling Xiao chose to act without fear of Shin Nanfeng's wrath, he must possess some form of leverage. However, Shin Nanfeng temporarily set aside thoughts of Ling Xiao's potential advantages. Smiling amiably, "Please, continue, you have yet to finish." Ling Xiao chuckled, "The forthcoming matters are purely speculative. If I am mistaken, I hope the Valley Master will not take offense." He had no expectation that Shin Nanfeng would be forgiving. For before Shin Nanfeng could respond, he continued, "The reason I implored Master Zhu not to oppose the Valley Master is that the Valley Master has already summoned my esteemed aunt directly, indicating that he is assured of victory." Ling Xiao cast a furtive glance at Shen Mingfang, only to discover her evident displeasure at being referred to as aunt. He quickly corrected himself, stating, "Miss Shan is the foremost expert of Falling Wind Valley. The Valley's master dares to place her in the spotlight, for surely he has his own contingencies." The onlookers rolled their eyes. Was Ling Xiao subtly praising himself? Throughout this journey, the one most adept at concealing their true capabilities was not Shan Nanfeng, but rather Ling Xiao himself. Unbothered by the opinions of others, Ling Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Shan Mingfang. It was only when he noticed her angry expression softening into a slight smile that he boldly continued. "With the commotion caused by Luo Shang, I believe the Valley Master is well aware. Hence, he has summoned Miss Shin to remind everyone not to harbor overly grand illusions. After all, friendship comes first." Shin Nanfeng nodded unconsciously. Ling Xiao was correct. He had enlisted Shan Mingfang to quell the restless individuals with her reputation, planning to settle scores later. However, the outcome was not as perfect as Shan Nanfeng had envisioned. Ling Xiao's subsequent remarks elucidated the reason. Of course, Luo Shang is not so foolish as to appear during a group battle. It was only when internal issues arose within Falling Wind Valley. And that rogue who poisoned, I don't know, that scoundrel claimed he could handle everything. That Luo Shang dared to make his bold entrance. Shan Nanfeng regarded Ling Xiao with a languid gaze and inquired, "Do you know how that scoundrel Hyuk administered the poison?" Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. "That is precisely what you should investigate, Valley Master." Shan Nanfeng regarded him with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely displeased. "It is somewhat related to you." Ling Xiao silently cursed. "What the hell? No, it's your aunt's fault. If you cannot govern your own subordinates, what is it to me?" Aware of Ling Xiao's defiance, Shan Nanfeng clapped her hands and slowly commanded, "Bring the individuals forward." All eyes turned to the two who were brought forth, and Ling Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't this the man and woman whose arms he had rendered useless during the group battle? Their arms appeared to have been reattached. Chapter 63. Ling Xiao's bold claims. The man and woman were none other than Shuai Yan and Lan Xiuhua, the youngest son of Elder Shui and the daughter of Elder Lan. Ling Xiao, curious, inquired, "They were defeated by me. But what does this have to do with the poisoning?" Lan Xiuhua retorted bitterly, "Had it not been for the need to heal my arm, my mother would never have acquiesced to that decrepit old man." Shuai Yan, too, wore a grimace of fury. "This is all you're doing." Ling Xiao remained unfazed by their animosity, surmising vaguely. "Their parents betrayed them?" Shan Nanfeng affirmed, "Indeed. Elders Lan, Shui, and Luo are responsible for the provisions and logistics of Falling Wind Valley. All tasks from purchasing ingredients to cooking and delivering meals fall under their purview." Ling Xiao inwardly scolded, relegating elders to such trivial tasks. If they do not betray now, they surely will in the future. "How dare you show your face?" Although Ling Xiao did not dare to openly chastise Shan Nanfeng, he still felt justified in voicing a subtle protest. This should be directly related to the Valley Master, shouldn't it? If you could find someone to heal their hands, how could their parents be exploited? Shan Nanfeng seemed to anticipate Ling Xiao's response and seamlessly continued, "Indeed. Therefore, to atone for my transgression, I shall not kill them. Instead, I will nurture them well. Their parents' demise is their own fault and has nothing to do with them." Many within the crowd silently admired the leader's magnanimity, pondering how they had been so blind in the past. It was often said that the leader was fiercely protective of his own, which merely indicated his kindness towards his people. What was wrong with that? However, Ling Xiao held a differing opinion, as he believed that Shan Nanfeng and he were of the same ilk. The distinction lay in the fact that Shan Nanfeng excelled in public appearances while secretly scheming, whereas Ling Xiao engaged in his own clandestine machinations without even pretending to maintain a faade. "You may leave now and rest assured," Shan Nanfeng proclaimed before the crowd. "I, Shan Nanfeng, in the name of the leader, guarantee that as long as I am here, no one shall bully you." Before the assembled onlookers, Shan Nanfeng made his vow, prompting Shuai Yan and Lan Xiuhua to express their profound gratitude with deep bows before they retreated together. The task of collecting the deceased was nearing completion. With only a few bodies remaining on the ground, one of which Ling Xiao recognized was Chen Tao, the leader of the Shaqiao sect, who had utilized a soul stone disc. Chen Tao's death was gruesome, with a gaping hole in his heart and limbs severed. Gazing at the corpse, Ling Xiao let out a cold smile. "This is the fate of a sycophant." The battlefield was strewn with numerous wounded. An elder Hua Ke from Luofeng Valley, who had betrayed them with poison, had long since vanished. Shan Nanfeng dared not use his subordinates. The other injuries were somewhat manageable, but those elders who had been poisoned were merely suppressing the toxin for the moment. Without an antidote, they were destined to perish within 3 days, their soul power extinguished. At this juncture, what Luofeng Valley desperately required was an alchemist. Observing the multitude of injured, Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Shan Nanfeng with a sly grin. "How about I become an elder of Luofeng Valley?" The proclamation stunned the assembly. Cheng Qiantai understood Ling Xiao's intentions and could not help but secretly admire his cleverness. This approach would not only spare Shan Nanfeng's ire but also allow him to remain in Beimin's sect with legitimacy, a perfect solution. Shower, truly a remarkable child, Cheng Qiantai thought, casting aside his last shred of doubt regarding Ling Xiao and nodding in approval. Shan Nanfeng had already anticipated that Ling Xiao would make such a proposal and chuckled. "I wonder what abilities you possess, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao pointed towards the injured, stating, "Their injuries are all entrusted to me. As for those over there." He gestured towards the area where the elders of Luofeng Valley were collectively meditating. "To unravel their poison, I lack the necessary materials. Even if I had them, I would require the assistance of 5 spirit masters of the Qi level," Ling Xiao said slowly. Although he did not assert that he could immediately dispel Hua Ke's poison, his implication was unmistakable. With assistance and the right materials, it was indeed feasible to counteract the toxins. Such audacity! Countless skeptical gazes were directed at Ling Xiao. Even if they acknowledged his genius as a chain soul master, They could not fathom how someone so young could resolve the concocted poison of the Chi-level alchemist, Hua Quebec yet. Shen Nanfeng merely smiled faintly. Very well, state what materials you require, and I shall procure them. Once this matter is resolved, the vacancy for the elder position of the Hyuk will rightfully belong to you. Ling Xiao first glanced at the injured individuals from various sects, categorizing them into two groups. Those with external injuries and those with internal injuries. The medicinal herbs required for this batch include Gue Jianyu, Zhu Zongzong, Chuan Pashur, Hu Zhang Chao, Bai Hu, and Chuan Shan Jia.as. They are suffering from internal injuries. These specific herbs are necessary to invigorate the meridians and promote circulation. These herbs can be decocted for direct consumption or refined into pills. This task does not require my intervention. Ling Xiao swiftly recited the names of several herbs and then pointed at the individuals with external injuries, stating, for their wounds, standard hemostatic ointments or powders will suffice. Observing Ling Xiao's familiarity with the medicinal ingredients, the crowd's doubts gradually dissipated, and their admiration for him grew. Could it be that this young man is indeed a prodigy in alchemy? As for these dozens of individuals, Ling Xiao's expression turned serious. The majority of the medicinal materials they require are available, though one primary herb poses a challenge. There are Ling Bai San, Bingpeng San, Jin Huang San, Defei Yang, Fu Rongyi, and Ibu Shi Chao, all of which are present. Ling Xiao then turned his gaze toward Shen Nanfeng. However, I am uncertain if there exists the Qianyin Lu Shidan within the Luofeng Valley. Shen Nanfeng was taken aback and hurriedly inquired of Elder Chen, who was responsible for procuring the herbs. Elder Chen, do we have Qianyin Lu Shidan in our inventory? Well, it appears we do not. Elder Chen himself had been poisoned, and even speaking felt laborious. Elder Yu, tasked with gathering intelligence, interjected. It is said that east of the Luofeng Valley, on the Qiushu Mountain 5,000 miles away, this particular snake can be found 5,000 miles. A round trip should suffice for a day. However, it will take additional time to search for the snake on the mountain and procure its gallbladder, which could delay us by at least a day or half a day. Ling Xiao still needs time to refine the medicine, and who knows how long that will take. Yet, these elders only have a total of 3 days. The situation is far from optimistic. Suddenly, Shen Mingfang spoke up. I shall make the trip. It should take no more than half a day. Shan Nanfeng sighed in resignation. I appreciate your efforts. Aunt. Shen Mingfang pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Hey, that young man Ling Xiao, right? You will accompany me. Ling Xiao was taken aback. What for? Shen Mingfang shot him a fierce glare. If you do not come, how will I recognize which one is the Qianyin Lu Shi? Ling Xiao couldn't help but lament internally. Goodness, my dear aunt, you do not know, and neither do I. I merely mentioned wanting to eat eggs, but I never claimed to know which hen lays them. Nevertheless, if Ling Xiao did not accompany her, Shan Mingfang would likely return with an entire mountain's worth of slain snakes. Reluctantly, Ling Xiao had no choice but to steel himself and go along. The Qianyin Lu Shi, as its name implies, is a large and robust green serpent. The Tian Chaogang Mu has this slight drawback. Some medicinal materials come from various demonic beasts and divine creatures, yet it only offers anatomical diagrams of the current organs without complete depictions of the beasts. At most, it provides brief descriptions of their preferred habitats, such as volcanic craters or beneath underwater rocks. Ling Xiao addressed Cheng Qiantai, Master, I shall return promptly. You rest here well. Take care of yourself. Cheng Qiantai offered a brief admonition. Ling Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the pale-faced Cheng Shi and suddenly produced a pill. Master. Master's wife has been greatly frightened. Please take good care of her. This pill should help soothe her nerves. Upon hearing her name mentioned by Ling Xiao, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in Cheng Shi's eyes. Cheng Qiantai, oblivious to the underlying tension, accepted the pill from Ling Xiao. Shower, you may go. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yu chimed in, You rascal, the sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head. Thank you for your concern. Senior sister. Senior brother and senior sister, please look after Dezhu and Xiao Zhu for me. Just as Cheng Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment for her sudden outburst, Ling Zhao's shift in conversation allowed her to shed that awkwardness instantly. Of course. You may go. All right, Ling Xiao replied, turning around only to be startled. There stood Shan Mingfang, levitating in midair, her feet resting upon a square red carpet. Does this thing fly? How wondrous. This was Ling Zhao's first encounter with a flying artifact. With the life of the elder from Falling Wind Valley at stake, Shan Mingfang, feeling a sense of urgency, urged, Hurry up and come up. Ling Xiao, with a hint of mischief, thought, If you were to undress on the bed right now, I assure you I'd jump right in. Heh heh. Chapter 64. Chaotic Soul and Spirit. Despite the myriad of impure thoughts swirling in his mind, the moment Ling Xiao recalled Shan Mingfang's formidable strength, akin to that of an ancient hag, all those thoughts dissipated like smoke in the wind. With a leap, He landed steadily on the flying carpet beneath Shen Mingfang's feet. "Let us go," Shen Mingfang commanded, and the carpet surged forward, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Ling Xiao felt the fierce wind rushing toward him, nearly forcing his eyes shut. "How high are we from the ground?" he inquired, his eyes tightly shut. "About 1,000 meters," Shen Mingfang replied nonchalantly. "Wow!" Startled, Ling Xiao instinctively wrapped his arms around her. His hands cough. "All right," he admitted. They landed in an inappropriate place. Shen Mingfang's face flushed crimson, her body quivering slightly, and in an instant, she gently pushed him away. Ling Xiao stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, landing on the carpet, still too frightened to open his eyes. "You scared me to death," Shen Mingfang scolded coldly. "You have quite the audacity." Realizing he had overstepped, Ling Xiao quickly replied, "Miss Shen, I'm actually quite timid, which is why I tend to grab at random." While blindly flailing about, he suddenly grasped at nothingness, realizing he was perilously close to the edge of the carpet, causing him to spring up in alarm. "Stop pretending. Open your eyes." Shen Mingfang's face fluctuated between red and white as she said irately. Ling Xiao chuckled awkwardly, aware that he could not maintain his facade for long in the presence of a peak powerhouse. His boldness was partly incited by Shen Xian. "You dared to steal my master's wife, thinking you could take advantage of my master? Not so easily," Ling Xiao mused to himself. "I will take advantage of your aunt. And when the time comes, you shall call me uncle-in-law. Let us see who truly benefits more." Of course, Ling Xiao's audacity stemmed from his belief that Shen Mingfang would not harm him. His value was evident at this moment. How could Shen Mingfang bring herself to dispose of him? At the very least, before rescuing those elders, Ling Xiao was undeniably safe. However, Ling Xiao would not be able to take advantage of the situation a second time. Just moments ago, Shen Mingfang had been wholly engrossed in manipulating the flying carpet, never anticipating that Ling Xiao would exhibit such audacity. Once she became cautious, it was likely that before Ling Xiao could even draw near, she would subject him to a fate far worse than death, time and time again. Shen Mingfang, feeling manipulated by Ling Xiao, spoke with a chilling tone. "Do you not possess a broom? Produce it." Ling Xiao was taken aback. "For what purpose?" Reluctantly, he complied and retrieved the broom, mounting it. The icy aura radiating from Shen Mingfang, filled with murderous intent, made Ling Xiao acutely aware she was genuinely enraged. With no other choice, Ling Xiao could only obey. He looked at his position atop the broom with exasperation. It was indeed quite absurd. "Humph!" Shen Mingfang casually affixed a talisman to the handle of Ling Xiao's broom and delivered a forceful kick to its end, sending him hurtling off the flying carpet. Wow! This time, Ling Xiao was truly frightened. His broom shot forward uncontrollably. He desperately grasped the tail of the broom. His body sprawled across its bristles. He feared that if he lost his grip, he would plummet from a height of over 1,000 meters, reduced to mere pulp upon impact. Shen Mingfang expertly piloted the flying carpet, trailing closely behind Ling Xiao's broom at a mere meter's distance. "Rest assured, with me around, you won't meet your demise." In that moment, overwhelmed by fear, Ling Xiao shut his eyes, his mind intensely focused, attuning itself to the rushing winds, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, within moments, his consciousness gradually slipped into a peculiar state. He seemed to perceive the flow of the wind. The essence of the dual spirits of divinity and magic comprised the power of the 5 elements, and his comprehension of the wind unveiled the most fundamental principles of nature's raw force. This newfound awareness allowed Ling Xiao to grasp the elemental energy's basic tenets and applications. To know the phenomenon, one must first understand its cause. Without considering Shen Mingfang's presence, Ling Xiao instinctively fused the essence of his dual spirits. Within his consciousness, the raging thunder and the shadowy fire that consumed souls began to intertwine, transforming into a bolt of thunder imbued with shadowy flames. The newly merged 5-element skill, Shadow Fire Thunder. Shen Mingfang gazed in astonishment at the transformation occurring within Ling Xiao, momentarily rendered speechless. The elemental forces encircling Ling Xiao flowed rapidly, revolving around him, interdependent and mutually supportive. Under the influence of that mystical token, Shen Mingfang failed to discern the demonic essence within Ling Xiao. All she perceived was a radiant golden light reminiscent of her own Lofeng Valley's divine light exorcism formation. This young man possessed the most primal essence of soul power. Shen Mingfang, one of the few formidable beings in the Yaotian continent, was privy to knowledge far beyond what Chang Qintai or Li Yuanhuan could comprehend. Soul masters were divided into divine and demonic souls. Yet there existed individuals whose souls transcended this dichotomy, regarded as primal souls, or referred to as chaotic souls. Such individuals were beyond Shen Mingfang's previous encounters. She had only come across a mention of them in an old manuscript. That manuscript had been left behind by a peak expert from her family who had departed from the Yaotian continent in the previous generation. those possessing chaotic souls cultivated at an astonishing pace. Yet the advancement of their soul essence was exceedingly slow. Without a solid foundation, one cannot possibly advance. In fact, such individuals may only attain the lowest tier throughout their entire lives. These rare beings are invincible between the two levels. However, perhaps due to the heaven's envy of talent, it is recorded that 9 out of 10 of these individuals fall victim to untimely demise during their developmental journey. The remaining one is perpetually trapped at a certain level. Shin Mingfang's thoughts began to drift somewhat, so much so that she failed to notice Ling Xiao had already opened her eyes. I say, Miss Shin, what occupies your mind? Ling Xiao's voice jolted Shan Mingfang back to reality. Observing Ling Xiao's eyes darting about, scanning her up and down, an involuntary surge of anger ignited within her. Ling Xiao quickly shifted the topic. Miss Shin, may I pose a question to you? Go ahead, Shin Mingfang replied tersely, suppressing her ire. Ling Xiao, with a serious demeanor, blinked and gazed intently at Shin Mingfang. May I ask, how old are you? Shin Mingfang did not anticipate this question from Ling Xiao and casually replied, 29. After pondering for a considerable time and confirming she had not misheard, Ling Xiao expressed her exasperation. Miss Shin, are you certain that the number you provided isn't reversed? Shin Mingfang retorted with a cold smile. Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. Youngster, keep your charm in check. While I won't kill you, I might render you mute for 3 days. Ling Xiao stuck out her tongue, promptly ceasing her banter. The two flew in silence for a stretch, and feeling the tedium, Shen Mingfang broke the stillness. Ling Xiao, can you truly concoct potions? Ling Xiao beamed, nodded, but remained silent. Shen Mingfang, incensed, exclaimed, Why are you not speaking? Ling Xiao hummed softly, extending 3 fingers. Only then did Shan Mingfang comprehend that Ling Xiao was referencing her earlier threat, and she couldn't help but chuckle. You really are quite the slippery character. Very well, speak freely. I shan't silence you. Phew, that I was nearly suffocated. Ling Xiao exhaled deeply, only for her breath to be swiftly scattered by the wind rushing towards her. Having ridden the broom for some time, Ling Xiao felt emboldened, stretching her limbs before responding. My potion-making skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Without my remedies, the Red Blossom Clinic would suffer a significant loss in business. Red Blossom Clinic? Shin Mingfang was momentarily taken aback, then flushed, spitting out. What kind of potions do you concoct, you rascally fool? Shin Mingfang's words were intended as mere banter, yet Ling Xiao earnestly replied. Strengthening pills, nightly 5 times elixir. Shut your mouth! Shin Mingfang shouted furiously, causing Ling Xiao to shudder, resembling a wronged child as she muttered. You were the one who urged me to speak. Shan Mingfang, with a sigh of resignation, conceded. All right, I admit defeat. Say whatever you wish. Really? Ling Xiao perked up. Miss Shen, to be honest, how old are you? Shin Mingfang. Seeing her silence, Ling Xiao quickly vowed. I swear, I absolutely won't tell anyone. In truth, the unspoken continuation of Ling Xiao's sentence was, I will write it down for others to see. In Shen Mingfang's eyes, it seemed as though flames were about to erupt. Ling Xiao, sensing the impending trouble, hastily pointed ahead and exclaimed, Look quickly. Is that not Qiushu Mountain? From a distance, Qiushu Mountain appeared resplendent in verdant hues, a sight most pleasing to the eye. The mountain was adorned with trees whose branches resembled the whiskers of a dragon, hence its name. According to legend, the divine beast known as the dragon was said to be the soul formed from a snake's cultivation, which is why the mountain is home to an abundance of serpents. Consequently, the air was thick with a dense, grayish-green miasma, a result of the serpent's perpetual exhalations. Ling Xiao swiftly ingested a detoxification pill before turning to Shan Mingfang and declaring, Miss Shun, we may descend now. Shin Mingfang shot him an exasperated glance. Why is it that you only take the pill for yourself? Ling Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Such a trivial amount of poison. I trust Miss Shan is not overly concerned. With a cold laugh, Shan Mingfang retorted, Indeed, with such a minor threat, our prodigious soul master and alchemist, Ling Xiao, surely has nothing to fear. Ling Xiao internally lamented, Oh no, I've incited the wrath of this old hag. Just as he pondered how to remedy the situation, Shan Mingfang wasted no time. She ripped the talisman affixed to Ling Xiao's broomstick away. He yelped as both he and the broom plummeted downwards. Despite the mountain's height of several hundred meters, the fall from 1,000 meters to these few hundred was enough to instill a copious amount of cold sweat upon Ling Xiao. Gasping for breath, he quickly summoned for spirits. 2 supported his feet upon their shoulders, while the other 2 grasped his shoulders, thereby decelerating his descent. Observing these little ones exerting every ounce of their strength, Ling Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment as he neared the ground. Merely a few dozen meters above, he swiftly dismissed the 4 laboring spirits and leaped down himself. Shan Mingfang had been waiting at the mountaintop and, upon seeing him land, wasted no time in saying, Let us go. We have work to do. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Have you truly found it so quickly? Shen Mingfang shot him an irritated glare. The mountain stretches for miles. A casual glance suffices to survey it all. Enough chatter. Follow me. Ling Xiao trailed behind Shen Mingfang. He muttered to himself, you are a purple-level powerhouse. It's easy for you to glance about, but I am not. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao recognized the significant advantages of following such a formidable being. At the very least, he would not need to lift a finger, and fearsome beasts would likely refrain from approaching. Perhaps this was what they termed the fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. Upon reaching a precipice, Ling Xiao peered over the edge, only to recoil in fright. Should he fall, not even 10 laboring children could hope to catch him. Although the mountain appeared to rise only a few hundred meters, this cliff was a bottomless abyss. Where is the 1,000-year green serpent? He inquired hastily. Without a word, Shen Mingfang seized Ling Xiao and leaped off the cliff. Ling Xiao's heart raced in terror. Good heavens! Is she truly attempting to drag me down with her? I do not wish to perish. I have yet to become a true man. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already jumped, and so he steeled himself to continue descending. The wind howled fiercely against Ling Xiao's face, slicing through him like a blade, causing even his notoriously thick skin to feel sharp pangs of pain. The scenery around him whirled by at an astonishing pace, leaving Ling Xiao with only a fleeting glimpse before it vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a crisp sound of shattering stone echoed, and Ling Xiao found himself suspended in midair. He looked up to see Shen Mingfang's other hand transformed into a claw, deeply embedded into the smooth stone wall beside him. Ling Xiao dared not glance down, for he could easily imagine the unfathomable depths below, leaving him feeling like a tattered cloth dangling in the void, poised to plummet at any moment. On the stone wall where they halted, a discernible opening was visible. Though not particularly large, it was sufficient for a person to squeeze through. With a swift flick of her wrist, Shen Mingfang tossed Ling Xiao into the opening like a mere sandbag. Ouch! Ling Xiao landed in a heap, disoriented and dazed. This was vengeance, stark and unadulterated. He realized that Shen Mingfang had intentionally put him through this ordeal, and he consoled himself with the thought. Women, after all, always seek to regain their pride. With these thoughts, Ling Xiao felt considerably better. He stood up and nonchalantly dusted himself off. However, his composure faltered when he noticed a large snake, its emerald eyes fixed upon him with an unsettling gaze. The serpent, entirely green and coiling, measured over 10 meters in length, with a girth comparable to a century-old tree. Its eyes bore a distinctly hostile expression as it flicked its menacing tongue, seemingly preparing to feast upon Ling Xiao. Such a terrifying creature. Every hair on Ling Xiao's body stood on end, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. His first instinct was to wonder, where had Shen Mingfang gone? Fortunately, just as he contemplated fleeing, he spotted her standing right behind him, which eased his anxiety. If Shen Mingfang had not been there, with the sheer cliff towering above and the abyss below, escape would have been utterly impossible for him. This must be the snake, right? Shen Mingfang inquired casually. Ling Xiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Mingfang had already lunged forward, her hand grasping fiercely towards the snake's heart. What astonishing speed! Ling Xiao could only liken it to a dream, for there was no other way to explain such swiftness. He assumed that capturing the snake would be effortless for her. But then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A brilliant light erupted from the cavern's rear, and a small purple orb hurtled towards Shen Mingfang with alarming speed. Ling Xiao was clueless as to what this orb was, but Shen Mingfang recognized it instantly. The spirit pearl of the serpent? Shen Mingfang's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to evade it. She hastily summoned her own spiritual stone. Bang! The two purple entities collided, and Ling Xiao was momentarily blinded by a flash of violet. The ground quaked beneath him, and he subsequently lost consciousness. Time drifted by, and when Ling Xiao finally regained awareness, he realized it was afternoon when he had accompanied Shen Mingfang to the cave. The daylight had illuminated the cavern's interior then, but now, darkness enveloped him. He hesitated to ignite his glowstone, fearing the ancient green serpent would detect him, and thus, he called softly, Miss Shen. Miss Shen? In the dim recesses of the cavern, anguished groans escaped from Shen Mingfang. Ling Xiao's heart found temporary solace, yet another part of him was burdened with the realization that Shen Mingfang was grievously wounded. May I light a lamp? Ling Xiao inquired. Came Shen Mingfang's reluctant assent. With her permission, he unleashed a glowing stone, illuminating the entire cave. If it could still be deemed a cave. Ling Xiao stood astonished, surveying his surroundings, rendered speechless for a spell. The place was in disarray, strewn with rubble of various sizes. The air was thick with dust, lingering stubbornly. The once pristine cavern had nearly collapsed, save for a small patch where Ling Xiao stood. which retained the cave's original form. Before him lay the lifeless body of a great green serpent, slain by a single strike. Evidently, Shen Mingfang's blow had found its mark. Yet, Ling Xiao could not discern Shen Mingfang's whereabouts. He sought to extend his mental energy to search, only to discover that a barrier of magic surrounded him, preventing his thoughts from escaping. In a state of urgency, he called out, "Miss Shen, where are you? Speak again, and I shall find you." Shen Mingfang's voice, tinged with pain, emerged, uttering two words, "Pig.head." This time, Ling Xiao comprehended her words clearly. He swiftly retrieved the shovel left to him by the 7 demons' ancestor for treasure hunting and began to clear the rubble with haste. He soon uncovered Shen Mingfang, who lay bloodied upon the ground. Dust clung to her, mingling with blood, rendering the once beautiful woman a sight of disarray. As Ling Xiao fully assessed her injuries, he could not help but gasp in horror. Her body bore numerous wounds, an apt description being that of skin torn and flesh lacerated. The chaos enveloping the cave contrasted sharply with his own unscathed state. It was clear to Ling Xiao that the magical barrier was a desperate measure Shen Mingfang had employed to shield herself. An unexpected wave of emotion surged within him. Even if she had intentions to use him, in such a dire moment, she still thought to protect him. Such a kindness could not be dismissed as mere manipulation. Simultaneously, Ling Xiao chastised himself harshly. "Useless fool, needing a woman to protect you. What a disgrace." Chapter 66. "What are you still standing there for?" Shen Mingfang managed to articulate with difficulty. Her eyes, obscured by dust, were tightly shut, preventing her from perceiving the expression on Ling Xiao's face. Regaining his composure, Ling Xiao bent down and lifted Shen Mingfang, placing her gently on the clean, even ground. "Am I terribly disfigured?" Shen Mingfang inquired with a calm demeanor. Now free from the debris, her breathing eased, and her words flowed more smoothly. Ling Xiao felt a slight sting in his nose, yet wore a gentle smile. "Who said that?" "Miss Shen, you are always beautiful. As radiant as the sun this morning. You're the first to dare speak to me." A faint smile graced Shen Mingfang's face, her thoughts seemingly drifting elsewhere in his storage space. Ling Xiao had stashed ample food and water. For he was one who feared hunger, ever ensuring his supplies were abundant. He retrieved water from his storage, dipping Cheng Yu's silk scarf into it, and carefully began to wipe Shen Mingfang's face. As the dust settled, that visage remained remarkably beautiful. Yet, those eyes. The night was profoundly dark. Shen Mingfang remarked, "Ling Xiao, did you not just light the lamp?" Ling Xiao felt a pang of bitterness within. "Shen, fearing to inconvenience you, I extinguished the light once more." "Oh." Shen Mingfang smiled softly. "Surely you do not intend to take advantage of the darkness?" Ling Xiao swallowed a bitter lump in his throat and replied with a forced laugh. "I fear you might want to dismember me and feed my flesh to wild dogs. Am I truly that terrifying?" A faint disappointment flickered across Shen Mingfang's face. Ling Xiao hesitated to pursue the topic further, hastily suggesting, "If you don't mind, I shall attend to your wounds first." Sighing deeply, Shen Mingfang lamented, "It is a rare occasion for conversation, yet it has turned out so dull." "Very well, let us begin." Ling Xiao cautiously used a silk scarf to gently wipe away the dust from Shen Mingfang's body. For the wounds, he cleansed them with water before sprinkling a bit of medicinal powder. Thankfully, they were merely superficial injuries. However, it was unfortunate that several of Shen Mingfang's bones were fractured. For someone of her extraordinary resilience, the herbs needed for mending such bones would be difficult to procure. It seems that having robust bones is not always a blessing. Ling Xiao mused to himself. After a considerable effort, Ling Xiao finally cleaned Shen Mingfang thoroughly, excluding the bandaged areas. Curiously, despite her numerous wounds, her garments bore not a single tear. Though Ling Xiao was intrigued, he understood some matters were best left unasked. "How did you sustain those injuries? What is this serpent spirit pearl?" Sensing a lull in conversation, he inquired hastily. Shen Mingfang sighed. "I cannot discern whether we have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck or misfortune. We crossed paths with a serpent on the brink of transformation into a dragon. The serpent spirit pearl is its essence, akin to our soul stones." Ling Xiao was taken aback. "You mean this one?" Shen Mingfang shook her head. "Certainly not. This serpent is likely its offspring. Otherwise, it would not have recklessly chosen to perish alongside me. By the way, do dig deeper. A dragon?" Ling Xiao had witnessed another's transformation into a dragon but had never beheld a true dragon. Shen Mingfang had just consumed her own healing medicine. With a night's rest, she would likely be well by morning. Since Ling Xiao had little to occupy himself, excavating the dragon seemed a worthwhile endeavor. His shovel proved to be an excellent tool for treasure hunting, effortlessly unearthing the remnants of the ruins. Before long, he uncovered a serpent's tail, which was astonishingly twice as thick as that of the serpent outside. With swift and decisive strokes, Ling Xiao unearthed a vibrant green serpent. It lay quietly, devoid of any life force. Compared to the serpent outside, this one was not only larger but also bore exceptionally thick scales. Most notably, it sported two dragon-like horns atop its head. Indeed, it was on the verge of becoming a dragon. Ling Xiao marveled in awe. Without needing Shan Mingfang to elaborate, it is mentioned in Ling Xiao's Tianshao Gangmu that this type of snake is indeed a treasure. Its scales can be fashioned into armor, and its gallbladder can neutralize the toxins of creatures and plants that rank lower than this serpent. Moreover, the venom from its fangs is one of the essential materials for various potent poisons. However, the most precious aspect of this snake is its horns. That pair of dragon horns can be refined into purple-grade weapons or magical artifacts by a skilled alchemist. Even if Ling Xiao's strength is insufficient, possessing such artifacts would be enough for self-preservation. Purple-grade weapons? Ling Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly, for only those with purple-grade strength could forge such items. The only purple-grade expert Ling Xiao was aware of on the Yaotian continent was currently lying outside on the ground. Ling Xiao intended to drag the snake away and bent down to grasp its tail, yet found himself unable to lift it. How heavy? Could it possibly weigh hundreds of thousands of jin? Ling Xiao estimated the snake's weight and recalled the purple orb it had expelled earlier, realizing just how formidable the attack on Shan Mingfang had been. Merely the tail of this serpent could likely reduce Ling Xiao to a pulp, not to mention the location where the snake had cultivated throughout its life. Previously, Ling Xiao had only heard tales of the might of purple-grade experts. He hadn't fully grasped Shan Mingfang's strength during her initial strike. At this moment, he gained a new understanding of her power. Oh, I have a knife here. You can use it to extract whatever is useful from it, allowing you to store it in your spatial realm. Shan Mingfang's voice reached him, followed by the sound of metal clattering to the ground. Upon returning, Ling Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. The knife's appearance was, frankly, rather dismal, no matter how he looked at it. It resembled a kitchen cleaver. However, Ling Xiao understood that the more precious an item, the more ordinary it might appear. One must not judge worth by appearance. Picking up the cleaver and preparing to slice the snake, Shan Mingfang suddenly remarked, "Cunning little rascal, if you don't light a lamp, how can I see?" This, no matter how clever or crafty Ling Xiao was, he found himself at a loss for words. Sigh. Shan Mingfang sighed deeply. Foolish boy, why must you go to such lengths? Am I not aware that my eyes are blind? Chapter 67. Capturing the snake. Ling Xiao felt a wave of awkwardness. Unsure of what to say, he couldn't shake the feeling that facing a future of blindness would be an immense blow to any woman. Thus, he instinctively chose to lie. This seemed to be the first time Ling Xiao fabricated a story without any ulterior motives or personal gain. He hadn't considered what would come next. For now, he thought it best to conceal the truth, if only for a moment. What of a purple-grade expert? She was still merely a woman, capable of feeling pain. Loneliness and helplessness. It was not intentional. After contemplating for a long while, Ling Xiao finally uttered this empty statement. Shan Mingfang smiled brightly. It's nothing. I hold no grudge against you. However, are you not an exceptional alchemist? Can my eyes be healed, O divine physician? Ling Xiao listened to Shan Mingfang teasingly calling him a divine doctor, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever, and no matter the nature of the blindness, as long as one is alive. It is not a terminal illness. What I require are medicinal herbs and time. Time? What do you mean? Shan Mingfang inquired with keen interest. Naturally, it refers to the time needed to cultivate to the purple level. A hint of sorrow flickered in Ling Xiao's heart, for even he was uncertain when he would reach such heights. Nevertheless, he had to instill confidence in Shan Mingfang, as well as in himself. I believe it won't take too long. Perhaps 20 or 30 years. Shan Mingfang gazed skyward with wide eyes, although she saw nothing. Perhaps I should live to see that day. Ling Xiao did not grasp the implication of her words, as he could never conceive that a 29-year-old purple-level expert would not live for another 20 or 30 years. I'm off to skin the snake, Ling Xiao said, fearing that Shan Mingfang might utter something he could not answer, and hurriedly walked away. Shan Mingfang smiled gently, muttering to herself, little trickster. Indeed, still a little trickster. With a kitchen knife in hand, Ling Xiao first meticulously scraped off the snake's scales, storing them within the confines of the soul chain space. Next, he carefully extracted the venom from the snake's fangs. He was exceedingly cautious. He did not wish to meet his demise at the hands of this serpent's poison. It would be a most unjust fate. Following that, he collected the snake's gallbladder and dragon horn. After gathering these items, just as he was about to dismantle the serpent's body, he suddenly recalled that preserving the remains of such a creature might prove useful in the future. After all, its formidable physique could provide ample sustenance for a purple-level expert. Silently, Ling Xiao stored the serpent in the space of the seven spirits demon chain. The space of the seven spirits' divine chain was not yet capable of accommodating such high-grade materials. Then, with fervor, Ling Xiao swung the kitchen knife hundreds of times before panting, "Miss Shun, I have reduced this snake to pieces, avenging you." Although Ling Xiao felt that Shan Mingfang would not harm him, he was reluctant to reveal his secrets, especially regarding the seven spirits' demon chain. In this world, he dared not trust anyone unconditionally, even if they had saved his life. Shan Mingfang smiled but said nothing. Upon returning to Shan Mingfang's side, Ling Xiao gazed at the kitchen knife in his hand, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance to part with it in his grasp. The knife emanated a purple glow, revealing its remarkable quality. Even with his current cultivation, a single strike would suffice to best any adversary below the green level, provided he did not encounter a truly monstrous figure. As for green-level opponents, with the earth-grade armor, they could not slay him. He merely needed the opportunity to land a blow. Though he possessed the soul-slaying sword, compared to the kitchen knife, that sword seemed more akin to a mere kitchen utensil. Ling Xiao chuckled, mustering the courage to ask, "Miss Shun, might you consider gifting me this kitchen knife?" Shan Mingfang was taken aback by Ling Xiao's request, yet did not find it abrupt. Rather, she perceived it as a mark of his authenticity. "You like it?" "Unfortunately, it was a birthday gift from my nephew, and I feel remiss parting with it." Although Ling Xiao had anticipated this response, he still feigned a tone of disappointment. Shan Mingfang, of course, could discern the situation and promptly said, "How about this? I can gift you this flying talisman. Affix it to your broom, and you shall soar through the skies. Should you wish to cease flying, simply tear it off." After uttering these words, Shan Mingfang with some effort raised her hand and handed the talisman to Ling Xiao. "With this in your possession, should you find yourself unable to defeat an opponent, you can still make your escape." "Thank you, Miss Shun." Ling Xiao accepted the talisman into his storage space, feeling justified in doing it. "Do not mention it," Shan Mingfang replied suddenly in a somewhat despondent tone. "Tomorrow, I shall depend on you to carry me back to this." Ling Xiao's immediate reaction was to inquire, "Then why not gift me that flying carpet?" "You truly are greedy." Shan Mingfang laughed lightly, shaking off her earlier gloom. "I fear you would be incapable of controlling it. That is a green-tier treasure." Ling Xiao shrugged in resignation, deciding to drop the matter. "All right, having obtained the snake's gall, let us rest for the night and return tomorrow." "I'm weary," Shan Mingfang remarked, fatigue evident in her voice. With that, she closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ling Xiao gazed at her serene face, a wave of tenderness washing over him. This woman had, earlier that afternoon, exerted her strength to suppress the soul stone disc, severely depleting her vitality, only to be further injured by the old serpent, leaving her blind. For a violet-tier powerhouse, enduring such trials and maintaining her composure was truly admirable. Deprived of sight, no matter how formidable her spiritual force, she could at best sense the fluctuations of soul power around her, unable to behold the world. At 29. If indeed she were that age, she would have to confront a lifetime of darkness. Ling Xiao found himself puzzled by his concern for this woman. Clearly, he was not of sufficient stature to warrant such feelings. Who was she? The aunt of the Lord of Luofeng Valley, one of the 7 great sacred lands, a top-tier powerhouse of Yaotian continent. When would it be his turn as a mere small fry to worry about such matters? However, Ling Xiao still held a rationale to justify his concern. "I have touched her." Having touched her, he felt a sense of responsibility, though whether she would accept it was another matter entirely. What Ling Xiao was unaware of was that his sentimental nature was entirely inherited from the person who had departed when he was merely 6 years old. "Sleep, sleep, and when you awaken, I shall escort you home." After extracting the snake's gall and venom and concealing the serpent's body, Ling Xiao whispered softly to the slumbering Shan Mingfang, lying quietly beside her and quickly surrendering to sleep. In her deep slumber, a faint smile graced Shan Mingfang's lips. She slept soundly and sweetly, having not experienced such restful sleep in a long while. On the same night, in a garden within Luofeng Valley, under the pretense of taking a stroll, Changshi unexpectedly encountered Shinxian. Shinxian smiled and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, cousin." Changshi returned a captivating smile, glancing around to ensure they were alone, and offered a pill to Shinxian, saying, "This was given by that young man, Ling Xiao." Having studied medicine for a time under Hua Ke, Shinxian brought the pill to his nose for a whiff, his expression shifting dramatically. "This young man cannot be spared." Changshi raised an eyebrow, her fury evident. "What is it? Is this poison? How dare that brat poison me?" Shinxian sneered. "My dear cousin, this is not poison. It is merely a contraceptive. Typically, it is used by those courtesans. Once ingested, it leaves no sensation and is harmless to life." Cheng's face flushed crimson as her teeth ground audibly. "That little bastard. When did my affairs come under his jurisdiction?" Xiao Xian, find an opportunity to eliminate this scoundrel. Shun Xian chuckled sinisterly. Rest assured, cousin, I shall handle this matter. He won't even realize how he met his end. The following day, as a ray of light streamed into the cave, Ling Xiao awoke languidly. Stretching and loosening his muscles, he soon became aware of another presence beside him. You're already awake? Why didn't you wake me? Ling Xiao inquired, astonished. Shun Mingfang wore a calm demeanor, appearing as she usually did. Yet, Ling Xiao could still sense that the intimacy from the previous night had vanished, and she had resumed the stance of an unparalleled powerhouse. There's still time. A moment's delay won't matter. I shall let you rest a bit longer, lest you lack energy when soaring through the skies and inadvertently fall. Shin Mingfang smiled faintly. Ling Xiao concealed all his thoughts, took out a broom, and affixed a flight talisman. Miss Shun, let us return to Luofeng Valley. Chapter 68. Outside Beimin City, an elderly man with a head of white hair strolled leisurely along the deserted country road, glancing about as if searching for something. Elder Hua, what makes you think there's anything here that you seek? A voice tinged with amusement suddenly emerged beside him. The elderly man was none other than Hua Ke, the Qing-level alchemy elder of Luofeng Valley, one of the instigators of the turmoil within. The speaker was the enigmatic Qing elder of the Seven Demons sect, who had ambushed the Beimin and Changyuan sects alongside Yanma Panxian outside the valley. Hua Ke laughed heartily. There's nothing I desire. Yet there is something that your esteemed sect's leader, the ancestor of the Seven Demons, seeks. It is only natural for me to be curious. The Qing elder's profound eyes, visible through his mask, glimmered with a peculiar light. Let us not digress. Has the matter been resolved? Hua Ke nodded. I have finally uncovered that apart from the demon-slaying Great Array, Luofeng Valley harbors 100 Qing-level Soul Force Masters. I estimate that these 100 will likely be able to execute combined attacks. Even the entirety of the Seven Demons sect may struggle against them. The Qing elder chuckled, his tone dripping with unspoken pride. Our current acting leader, Elder Imo, would never be foolish enough to assault Luofeng Valley. Moreover, without dismantling the source of the mysterious barrier of the Beimin sect, we possess no chance of victory. We must rely on the pills you concoct to conceal our presence, which comes at a steep price. Hua Ke replied, the Seven Demons sect is wealthy. What do a few crystal stones matter? Merely crafting 2 soul stone plates for that fool Luoshang is a significant expenditure. The Qing elder scoffed, that fellow Luoshang is utterly ineffectual. Even a mere boy is proving to be quite a disappointment to me. Hua Ke suddenly furrowed his brow. Do not underestimate that lad. He dares to claim he can neutralize my poison, which certainly indicates he possesses some level of confidence. If I have the opportunity to capture him, I must ensure a thorough interrogation. Very well, Elder Hua, I extend my gratitude to you for this. Please accompany me back to the Seven Demons sect promptly, lest we attract the attention of those from Falling Wind Valley. Elder Qing spoke with great respect, gesturing for him to proceed. Hua Ke, unceremoniously, strode ahead, and in a flash of azure light, the two vanished beyond the borders of Beimin City. Ling Xiao and Shen Mingfang sat atop Ling Xiao's flying broom. Speeding toward Falling Wind Valley. As they approached their destination, Shen Mingfang suddenly produced a purple orb and handed it to Ling Xiao. Take this. Ling Xiao, naturally, did not hesitate to accept it, stowing the orb into his spatial pouch before inquiring. What is this? Shen Mingfang replied with a faint smile. One day, when I find myself bored and in need of conversation, do not shy away from me. Ling Xiao was perplexed by Shen Mingfang's apparent favoritism toward him. Yet as this was her request, he could hardly refuse. All right, I understand. With a swift motion, Ling Xiao tore off the flight talisman affixed to the broom, and they descended directly toward the ground. Despite her blindness, Shen Mingfang had no trouble ensuring their safe return. Upon their arrival, Shen Nanfeng hastened to greet them, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Shen Mingfang. Aunt, you? Shen Mingfang smiled reassuringly. It is nothing, merely a stroke of bad luck. Shen Nanfeng's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Aunt, thank you for your efforts. Please return to the Moonlight Pavilion to rest. Very well. Without requiring assistance, Shen Mingfang swiftly made her way in a specific direction. She could navigate Falling Wind Valley with her eyes closed. Indeed, this time, she truly did not need to open her eyes. Ling Xiao sensed a flicker of discomfort within him upon observing Shen Nanfeng's reaction to the news of Shen Mingfang's blindness. This fellow seems rather indifferent toward his own aunt. Soon, Shen Nanfeng regained his composure, smiling gently. Nephew Ling Xiao, I trust you have achieved something worthwhile. Ling Xiao nodded. Have we gathered all 5 elemental spirit soul masters? Shen Nanfeng smiled. Just take a look over there, and you shall see. At the center of the competition arena stood a grand alchemical furnace, encircled by 5 soul masters seated in a pentagonal formation. Ling Xiao was quite pleased with Shen Nanfeng's arrangement. Very well, let us commence. This marked Ling Xiao's inaugural public alchemy demonstration, and all the inhabitants of Falling Wind Valley gathered in the stands to watch. Their curiosity piqued. What level of proficiency could such a young boy possess in alchemical crafting? Could his alchemical skills indeed unravel the poison concocted by Hua Ke? Chung Qiantai, accompanied by his disciples, also occupied a spot in the stands, their faces radiating pride. Their confidence in Ling Xiao surpassed that of anyone else. Ling Xiao approached the towering furnace, lifting the lid with a single slap of his palm. He then unceremoniously dumped all the prepared ingredients into the furnace and replaced the lid. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Is this alchemy or merely boiling porridge? Is this truly how one performs alchemical crafting? Even though many are unfamiliar with the art of alchemy, they have nonetheless heard of it. The craft emphasizes the meticulous control of heat and the precise sequence of adding ingredients. The properties of medicinal herbs vary significantly. Some require prolonged refinement, while others may lose their efficacy if subjected to excessive processing. Therefore, the addition of ingredients must be executed with great care, step by step. Yet, when Ling Xiao took action, it resembled the chaotic preparation of a large pot of porridge, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Even Shan Nanfeng furrowed his brow, harboring a flicker of doubt about both Ling Xiao and himself. Had he placed too much faith in this young man? Ling Xiao, however, was wholly unconcerned with the opinions of those around him, loudly proclaiming, "You five, unleash the blue-level flames and maintain the blaze for 3 hours." The 5 individuals rolled their eyes in exasperation. They had been summoned by Shin Nanfeng to assist, not to serve as mere sources of fire. 3 hours? Even for blue-level spirit masters, sustaining a flame for that duration would be utterly exhausting. It was not the lives of others that were at stake, but their own. Left with no alternative and lacking other candidates, Shan Nanfeng reluctantly chose to indulge Ling Xiao's whims. Ignoring the furious expressions of the 5, he said, "Gentlemen, I implore you, I shall double your promised remuneration." The 5 swallowed hard. Considering the allure of treasures and crystals, they decided to take the plunge. With a rush, the 5 soul stones glimmered with azure light, and 5 orbs of blue flame surged forth from their palms, soaring towards the base of the cauldron. In an instant, steam billowed from the large alchemical vessel. Chung Yu scoffed, "That fellow only knows how to make a fuss. He tormented our senior brother like this back at the Beimin sect." Li Yuanhuan chuckled softly, saying nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Though Ling Xiao had appeared nonchalant before commencing the alchemical process, the moment he began, his demeanor transformed entirely to that instant. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he were engaged in an endeavor of utmost significance. His focused and earnest expression led others to believe that he truly was a master alchemist. As half an hour elapsed, Ling Xiao did not wait for anyone to time him. He reacted immediately. With a swift motion, he struck the cauldron's lid open once more, using his formidable spiritual energy to probe the contents within. After a brief span of 10 seconds, he casually waved his hand, causing a mass of black medicinal herbs to soar from the cauldron and land on the ground. Those with keen eyes could instantly recognize that this cluster of black herbs was of the same variety, indicating that Ling Xiao had utilized his spiritual energy to filter every trace of that particular herb from the cauldron. What a remarkable technique! At that moment, Shan Nanfeng truly grasped the extent of Ling Xiao's extraordinary spiritual prowess. To filter the medicinal concoction while 5 blue-level spirit masters simultaneously fueled the flames was no small feat. An ordinary red-level spirit master would have likely succumbed to the scorching blue flames upon mere contact. Yet, Ling Xiao not only remained unscathed by the azure fire, but also managed to multitask in filtering the herbs. Such spiritual strength was astoundingly formidable. The potential of this young man was boundless. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Shan Nanfeng's mind. Yet they all converged upon a singular objective, to firmly secure this prodigy to the grand venture of Luofeng Valley. Some among the onlookers seemed to comprehend Ling Xiao's methodology, exclaiming their admiration. While others added ingredients step by step, Ling Xiao took the opposite approach, meticulously filtering one by one. In comparison, Ling Xiao's method of alchemy is far more effective, albeit considerably more challenging. Evoking admiration from all, Chapter 69. The astonishing art of alchemy. This fellow is truly a marvel. Not only Shan Nanfeng recognizes his worth, many sect leaders possess a measure of discernment. Ling Xiao's sudden emergence, seizing first place in the novice-disciple competition as a member of the lesser sect, Beimin, and now publicly showcasing his extraordinary alchemical skills, has incited both envy and admiration among those leaders. Why was this young man not cast into our sect from the outset? Yet, they fail to consider that had Ling Xiao indeed been in their ranks, one wonders whether they would have been as willing to invest in nurturing him as Chung Qiantai was. Although Ling Xiao hardly requires such cultivation, their fleeting thoughts dissipated as their attention was once again captivated by Ling Xiao. After extracting a portion of the medicinal materials, he swiftly ground them into powder, subsequently sprinkling this powder back into the alchemical furnace. What a remarkable utilization of herbal remnants! The crowd was utterly in a wit. It is well known that the alchemical process often results in significant waste. At times, considerable amounts of raw materials yield only a meager few pills, with most waste found in the herbal dregs. Alchemists generally deem processed materials to lack substantial recycling value, yet Ling Xiao imparted a lesson today: to take pride in conservation and regard waste with disdain. This is the duality of honor and shame for an alchemist. Though time seemed to crawl, the onlookers remained transfixed on Ling Xiao, utterly unaware that half an hour had passed. For the second time, Ling Xiao utilized his spiritual energy to extract more materials, repeating the actions from half an hour prior. This time, while his movements remained graceful, his complexion began to pale. Astute observers could easily discern that Ling Xiao was straining himself. Concern rippled through the crowd. After all, this young man is merely a red-tier soul master. Even with a dual cultivation of the 7 spirits, he is at best yellow tier. Would this exhausting endeavor lead to his demise? The crowd's apprehension proved somewhat unwarranted as Ling Xiao's subsequent actions unfolded. After completing the second round of herbal reutilization, he consumed a pill, promptly settling beside the furnace to recuperate. Everyone was taken aback. They had never heard of an alchemist replenishing their energy mid-process due to excessive consumption. Ling Xiao remained indifferent to the gazes of others, dedicating the next half hour to restoring his soul and spiritual power before commencing the third extraction. This cycle continued until the final moments of the third hour. All held their breath, fully engrossed in observing how Ling Xiao would retrieve the pills. Once again, it was an unforgettable pill collection process. "You 5 imbeciles, cease your flames immediately!" Ling Xiao bellowed as the 5 halted their fires. He waved his left hand, splashing the bile of the millennium green snake into the alchemical furnace, while his right hand gripped an iron broom, striking forcefully against the furnace wall with a clang. An entire batch of pills soared into the air in that fleeting moment. Each pill managed to acquire a touch of the green snake's bile. Such mastery of control is simply breathtaking. In a brief moment, these elixirs cascaded to the ground like raindrops, blanketing the earth. The fragrance of the potion swiftly permeated the entire arena, enveloping the crowd in its intoxicating aroma. Such a rich scent. The essence was pure, devoid of any impurities. Furthermore, this batch of elixirs astonishingly yielded over 1,500 pills. Truly remarkable. All present found it hard to believe, swallowing nervously as their eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Shen Nanfeng approached Ling Xiao, chuckling as he said, "Elder Ling, from this day forth, this token shall be yours. The medicinal herb repository of Luofeng Valley is under your stewardship. Feel free to instruct Elder Chun to procure any herbs you desire, without needing to consult me." Ling Xiao chuckled in return, "Valley Master, are you not concerned that I may be unable to neutralize the toxins with these potions?" Shen Nanfeng replied generously, "I have faith in my discerning eye. Elder Ling, how should these potions be consumed?" Ling Xiao, akin to a miser, carefully secured the elder's token before responding, 1 pill per day. After half a month, all toxins will be purged. During this fortnight, aside from matters of intimacy, there are no restrictions. As for the remaining potions, please have someone store them for future use. Shen Nanfeng eagerly inquired, "What are these potions called?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao replied, "They are known as green essence pills." What? The revelation of the pills being green essence pills left the entire assembly speechless for a considerable time. Renowned for their unparalleled ability to counteract various toxins, each pill held a value of over 100 yellow crystals. Yet, Ling Xiao had casually produced over 1,000, as if discarding refuse. Aside from the 1,000-year-old green snake gall, the total worth of the medicinal materials provided by Luofeng Valley amounted to merely 100 orange crystals. It was an extraordinary profit. Even Shan Nanfeng, no matter how astute, felt his hands quiver slightly. Just the act of refining these potions could fill Ling Xiao's coffers to overflowing. However, it seemed they had momentarily overlooked a crucial fact. The gall of the 1,000-year-old green snake had been procured by Shen Mingfeng at the cost of her own sight. Initially, some had deemed Shen Nanfeng's decision to grant Ling Xiao the Elder's token somewhat unwarranted. Yet now it appeared Shen Nanfeng had made a tremendous gain at ha ha, ha ha ha. Shen Nanfeng could not restrain his laughter, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that Luofeng Valley would turn misfortune into fortune, gaining the exceptional talent of Elder Ling Xiao? Truly, the heavens favor our Luofeng Valley." In his moment of triumph, Shen Nanfeng had not yet lost his composure. "From this day forward, should anyone require assistance with elixirs, do not hesitate to approach Elder Ling Xiao. For sects providing raw materials, we shall only retain 1/10 of the refined elixirs. For those without raw materials, our elixirs will be available at merely 1/10 of market price. Remember, this privilege is reserved solely for the soul masters of Luofeng Valley." Though it may have seemed that Luofeng Valley was reaping the benefits, all present understood that this was a boon for everyone involved. Previously, when dealing with the alchemists of Lanue realm, those providing raw materials were charged 60% of the refined elixirs. Not to mention the exorbitant prices when purchasing directly from the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce or Lanue realm. Upon hearing Xian Nanfeng's proclamation, the crowd erupted in unison, declaring, "The Valley Master is wise. Elder Ling Xiao is magnificent." As Ling Xiao listened to the overwhelming applause that surged around him, he rolled his eyes dramatically and exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, Shan Nanfeng, at least you should inquire if I possess the ability to concoct those potions. Do you truly have such unwavering faith in my alchemical skills? Furthermore, am I to be solely regarded as a mere beast of burden for your farming endeavors?" It seemed that Shan Nanfeng had taken this into consideration, as he gestured for silence among the crowd. "Indeed," he proclaimed, "for the sake of Elder Ling Xiao's multifaceted contributions, the head of this valley intends to allow any disciples with aspirations in alchemy, regardless of their sect, to seek Elder Ling Xiao as their mentor." Ling Xiao was taken aback. It appeared he had not only been reduced to a laboring ox, but now seemed to be cast in the role of a nurturing cow for calves. With the elder token of El Valley in his possession, had Shan Nanfeng truly begun to treat him as mere livestock? Filled with indignation, Ling Xiao ground his teeth and shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." With a smile that brimmed with feigned sincerity, Shan Nanfeng replied, "Elder Ling Xiao, please feel free to express your thoughts." Ling Xiao maintained a facade of gratitude. "I am willing to acquiesce to the Valley Master on all matters. Yet I humbly request one thing. May I return to the Beiman sect?" Shan Nanfeng momentarily faltered, but swiftly restored his insincere smile. "That is absolutely no issue. Should you require any medicinal ingredients? Simply inform me, and I shall dispatch someone to deliver them to the Beiman sect." Ling Xiao feigned overwhelming gratitude. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Valley Master. I wish to depart immediately with my master and the others." At that moment, Shan Xian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Father, it seems you have overlooked the most crucial aspect of this newcomer-disciple competition." Shan Nanfeng furrowed his brow. "Let the others go. Elder Ling Xiao is exempt." Shan Xian chuckled, "Father, did you not previously assert that those who achieve greatness must endure numerous trials? If we were to confine Elder Ling Xiao to a lifetime of potion-making, would such an existence not be exceedingly dull? Damn it, my life's monotony is of no concern to you." Ling Xiao silently cursed Shan Xian, discerning that this fellow was undoubtedly scheming against him. Though he was uncertain of the despicable, shameless, and cunning methods he would employ. Noticing Xian Nanfeng's indecision, Elder Ma, the master of Li Yuanchong, quickly interjected, "This undertaking is not excessively perilous. Given Elder Ling's wit, it should pose no problem. Without his leadership, I fear that Yuanchong and the others, lacking experience, would stand no chance against those monstrous beings." Ling Zhao's heart jolted. "What? So we are to confront the demonic race? Shan Xian, are you attempting to leverage the fiends to eliminate me? The one who knows your secrets?" Chapter 70. Darkness. The mere thought of being devoured by the demonic race sent Ling Xiao into a fervent outcry. "We are to confront the demonic race? No, I only wish to return to the Beiman sect and rest." Ling Xiao deliberately raised his voice, aiming for all to hear. He surmised that these individuals would likely hesitate to see him perish. When Shan Nanfeng and Shan Xian made their decisions, they would inevitably consider the sentiments of the crowd, even if just a little. Indeed, murmurs began to ripple through the assembly, and though no one spoke outright, their skeptical glances conveyed their sentiments. Shan Xian, sensing the precarious situation, hastily declared, "Esteemed colleagues, rest assured, on this journey to the Dragon Sea City at the border of the Demon Isle, I, Shan Xian, shall accompany you and guarantee Elder Ling Zhao's safety." Ling Xiao rolled her eyes in disdain, muttering, "Empty words, utterly revolting. If I were to perish, you would merely express a perfunctory apology and depart, leaving them unable to truly harm you, would they? Yet, it is evident that these spirit masters are easily swayed by such rhetoric. Even if they secretly harbor thoughts akin to mine, they would never dare to exhibit them openly. With the young Valley Master joining us, Elder Ling shall undoubtedly return safely. Indeed," another added, "though it lies at the border, it remains within the confines of our spirit barrier. High-ranking demon clans cannot cross." Ling Xiao systematically dismantled their assumptions. If the spirit barrier were effective, those two elders from the Seven Demons sect would not have appeared within the sacred grounds of Falling Wind Valley. As for the young Valley Master accompanying us, please. If he stays behind, perhaps I might have a chance at survival. If he goes, my demise is all but certain." Shan Nanfeng interjected, "Elder Ling, since Xin'er is willing to join, what further reservations do you have? It's baffling that you fail to comprehend your son's eagerness. Truly, you are rather dim-witted." Ling Xiao gazed at Shan Nanfeng, her desire to laugh palpable, yet laughter eluded her. If she were to decline now, it would be tantamount to disregarding the dignity of Shen Nanfeng, her half-superior. Very well, let it be so. We shall see who outsmarts whom. Ling Xiao resolved inwardly, rubbing her nose contemplatively. However, I have a condition. Shen Nanfeng beamed like a benevolent elder. Feel free to voice your demands. Ling Xiao pondered briefly before stating, those accompanying me must be equipped with the finest gear and the best medicinal supplies that Falling Wind Valley has to offer. The gear can be arranged by the Valley Master. As for the potions I require, I shall provide Elder Qin with a list shortly. Shen Nanfeng readily acquiesced, no problem. Ling Xiao exhaled a lengthy sigh. I am weary. Is there an Elder's chamber for me within Falling Wind Valley? I wish to rest. Oh, and Master, do join me to inspect my new quarters. Ling Xiao's enthusiastic proclamation left Cheng Qiantai feeling somewhat awkward. After all, Ling Xiao's current status was now sufficient to place her on equal footing with him, and addressing him as master in public might not sit well with Shen Nanfeng. Cheng Qiantai was well aware of Shen Nanfeng's notorious pettiness and penchant for vengeance. Today's amiable demeanor was likely merely a courtesy extended for Ling Xiao's sake, specifically for her prowess in alchemy. Conversely, Li Yuanhuan and Cheng Yu exhibited no such reservations, eagerly trailing after Ling Xiao. Come, let us see what the elder's residence is like. As Ling Xiao departed, the others followed suit. The 5 junior spirit masters, having been scolded as fools by Ling Xiao at the last moment, harbored discontent and lodged a formal complaint with Shen Nanfeng. Shen Nanfeng chuckled, gifting each of them 10 green origin pills crafted by Ling Xiao, which promptly silenced their grievances. The Moonlight Pavilion, the residence of the formidable Shen Mingfang, stood as a testament to strength within Falling Wind Valley. Shen Mingfang's reputation has resounded across the Yaotian continent for 14 years, and the significance of such a formidable figure to Luofeng Valley outweighs the impact of her leading the charge in external confrontations. Yet, this powerful individual has sacrificed her eyesight for Shen Nanfeng's endeavor. At this moment, Shen Mingfang sits quietly upon her jade bed, eyes closed in meditation. A realm of darkness envelopes her. Indeed, it remains a realm of darkness. Shen Mingfang sighed to herself. Little do those outside realize, the exterior of the Moonlight Pavilion where she resides appears resplendent, yet within, it is so dark that one cannot see their own hand. With a creak, the doors swung open. Although blinding light streamed in from the outside, it made no difference to Shen Mingfang. The visitor was Shen Nanfeng, and it was likely only she would dare to recklessly enter this chamber. Aunt, your eyes. Shen Nanfeng's face betrayed displeasure and disgust. Though Shen Mingfang could not see her expression, she could easily imagine the vivid emotions playing across Shen Nanfeng's face at that moment. Shen Mingfang replied calmly, Nanfeng, do you lack confidence? In me, and in yourself? Shen Nanfeng retorted bitterly, what can I do? I have been trapped at the blue level for so long without breaking through. If our Luofeng Valley lacks a purple level powerhouse, the 7 sacred places might soon become 6. A mocking smile graced Shen Mingfang's lips as she responded. Thus, the esteemed elders resorted to desperate measures, forcibly elevating me to the purple level at the tender age of 15. Pausing, she continued, yet they did not consider that if I can only live for another 20 years, and you remain unable to break through, what will happen then? Following this unforeseen incident, my combat effectiveness has evidently diminished significantly. Suddenly, Shen Nanfeng chuckled, Aunt, that young man is quite amusing. He nearly thwarted our drawing of lots last time. Shen Mingfang remained silent for a moment before stating, it is you? Not you are aware that I am merely a tool. I accept my role as a tool, but that young man, does he possess the awareness to be a tool? The mere thought of Ling Xiao lifted Shen Nanfeng's spirits. This time, I have elevated this fellow so high that the Yaoxing Chamber of Commerce will likely soon approach us to discuss alchemical business. And as for the Blue Moon Realm, Shen Nanfeng's expression suddenly turned fierce. They actually sent a spy to act as a pharmacist here, almost leading to the complete downfall of Luofeng Valley. I am determined to cultivate Ling Xiao vigorously. Let that damned Blue Moon Realm go to hell. Shen Mingfang spoke with a hint of melancholy. Nanfeng, there are 2 unfavorable factors. First, the friends of the Mingyue realm outnumber us. Be they spirit masters, demon masters, or members of the demon race, they possess numerous allies. Second, Ling Xiao is in a precarious situation. The Mingyue realm might very well decide to eliminate him. Shen Nanfeng laughed heartily. Aunt, if you can conceive of this, how could I not? Rest assured, even if I wished for his demise, there would certainly be those to protect him. That seemingly indifferent individual has allowed me and Cheng Qiantai to nurture Ling Xiao for so long. Humph, Shen Mingfang sighed, for she could not comprehend who Shen Nanfeng was referring to. However, this is of little consequence. As long as Shen Nanfeng understands, that is sufficient. Shen Nanfeng believes he has seen through that individual, who in turn is convinced he has discerned the true nature of Ling Xiao, fixating intently on him. Yet, it seems they both forget that prior to their encounters, Ling Xiao had engaged with the 7 demon ancestor. Even the seven-demon ancestor, who compelled Ling Xiao to swear a venomous oath, could not fully dominate him, for the greatest secret Ling Xiao harbors, his peculiar token, remains unknown to either of them. At this moment, the flourishing Ling Xiao languidly reclines in a comfortable chair, savoring fragrant tea alongside his master, mistress, and senior siblings. This exquisite tea, exorbitantly priced, could rival the monthly sustenance expenses of an ordinary household for just a mere sip. Ling Xiao sipped without a hint of regret, for the expenditure came from the crystal stones of Luofeng Valley. Cheng Qiantai surveyed the tranquil and elegant surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "This place is quite delightful." Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, "If master likes it, then we might as well move here together." Cheng Qiantai, fully aware of the impossibility of this suggestion, merely smiled gently. "Shower, I shall refrain from discussing other matters. My only wish is for your safety, wherever you may go." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude sincerely, nodding earnestly. "Master, I shall certainly do so. These elixirs and power skills are for my senior sister. I hope by the time I return, she will have reached the yellow level." With a casual motion, Ling Xiao spread out on the table 100 orange spirit pills capable of elevating one from the orange level to the yellow level, alongside a yellow level soul stone endowed with 10 different power skills, all laid before them. Cheng Yu gazed at the items on the table, momentarily stunned, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Junior brother Ling, you actually gifted me half of your rewards." Chapter 71. The gift. Ling Xiao chuckled, "These items are of no use to me. I do not mind parting with them." Cheng Yu rolled her eyes. How perplexing this fellow is. He clearly offers gifts yet expects no obligation in return. Nevertheless, having long since come to terms with Ling Xiao's peculiar temperament towards her, she graciously replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Ling Xiao sighed, "Master, what do you know about Longhai City?" Cheng Qianai shook his head. "I possess little knowledge. I only understand that this city lies at the juncture of the Demon Isles and our Luofeng Valley sect, where disturbances from the Demon Clan erupt once or twice each year. It was customary for Luofeng Valley to send new disciples there for training annually." Just then, a disciple of Luofeng Valley respectfully called from outside, "Elder Ling, these disciples are preparing to accompany you to Longhai City. Please review the list." "Come in," Ling Xiao commanded, adopting an air of authority befitting an elder. Cheng Yu, observing his ludicrous demeanor, likened him to a monkey donned in human attire. Suppressing a giggle, Ling Xiao shot her a glare before accepting the list from the disciple. Upon inspection, he found, unsurprisingly, that the remaining 9 of the top 10 competitors from the recent tournament were included. Moreover, he also recognized 2 other familiar names, Shuelian and Lan Xiuhua. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. It appears that those whom the Valley Master deems unsuitable for elimination are all being sent off to Longhai City. Cheng Qiantai furrowed his brows slightly, signaling to Ling Xiao with his eyes that there were others present and that he should refrain from openly disparaging Shan Nanfeng. Little did Cheng Qiantai know that Ling Xiao's concern was not directed towards this disciple, but rather towards the Cheng family. For this disciple was hardly worthy of being a whistleblower. Since Ling Xiao had already dismissed any apprehensions regarding the Cheng family, why would he care if this disciple overheard him? Just at that moment, Ling Xiao casually jotted down a list of medicinal herbs and handed it to the disciple, instructing him to deliver it to Elder Chen and request that everything be prepared within 3 days. Without a moment's hesitation, the disciple accepted the list and promptly departed. It was only upon reaching the outside that the disciple disdainfully scoffed. "What's so impressive about this? Why should a mere yellow-level spirit master like me run errands for a crimson-level spirit master?" At that moment, the disciple caught sight of someone, and his expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. "Jiu, master." Shan Nanfeng's countenance was icy as he remarked, "If you are unwilling to comply, I can readily find someone else. However, let me remind you, such an attitude is unbecoming towards an elder. Disrespecting the elder is tantamount to disrespecting me as the Gu master." The disciple hastily knelt down, fervently bowing his head. "Gu master, I realize my mistake. Leave." Shan Nanfeng's brusque command served as the disciple's pardon, and he scurried away in a panic. Shan Nanfeng then concealed his displeasure and donned a smile once more. Addressing Ling Xiao, "Elder Ling, I have come." "What brings you here?" Ling Xiao murmured softly. "Since you've arrived, then do come in," he called out loudly, then replaced his expression with a welcoming smile for Shan Nanfeng. "Gu master, your presence here is most overwhelming for me." Internally, Ling Xiao felt a wave of revulsion, recognizing how much he resembled the courtesans of the brothel, enticing patrons outside. Yet, he had no choice. To deal with the duplicitous, one must outshine their hypocrisy. "Greetings, Gu master." Cheng Qiantai, Li Yuanhuan, and the others also extended their courteous salutations to Shan Nanfeng. Shan Nanfeng chuckled. "Qiantai, there is no need for such formality. You are all kin to Elder Ling." As everyone gathered around the table, Ling Xiao promptly inquired, "Gu master, what matters require my attention?" Shin Nanfeng casually extended his hand, producing a talisman from his palm. This teleportation talisman will allow you to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Keep it. It may save your life in times of peril. Ling Xiao, not one to be coy, accepted the talisman with one hand. He then absent-mindedly asked, wasn't it said that we were to go there for training? It shouldn't pose too great a danger. Shun Nanfeng chuckled lightly. As fearsome as the demon race may be, it is humanity that truly strikes terror. This time, it is possible that the Blue Moon Realm will send someone to eliminate you, as you have encroached upon their business. Ling Xiao internally scoffed, recognizing that it was Shun Nanfeng who had usurped their trade and unfairly placed the blame upon him. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao could only bear this significant burden of blame, for his reputation had soared to such heights that it would not be long before the entire Yaotian continent would come to know of him as a renowned alchemist. As for the matters that were troubling or perplexing him, Ling Xiao chose to disregard them. Shin Nanfeng now finds it difficult to part with his life, and for Ling Xiao, knowing this little detail suffices. Shin Xian's intention to harm himself must also be weighed carefully. There is a matter that requires the guidance of the Valley Master. Suddenly, Ling Xiao pondered a question. Who is truly the overall commander of this operation, Shin Gongzi or myself? The question of who holds command is a grave one, at least in Ling Xiao's view. Shin Nanfeng smiled and remarked, Xianer has reached the green level. His strength is the most formidable among the disciples participating in this mission. Furthermore, he possesses some knowledge of Longhai City. Thus he shall be the overall commander of this operation. The answer was not beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, and he remained unperturbed. To ensure the silent demise of those two individuals is not a task that could be entrusted to Ling Xiao. However, Shun Nanfeng remains unaware that Shun Xian would consider Ling Xiao among those to be eliminated as well. Observing Ling Xiao's silence, Shun Nanfeng assumed him to be displeased and chuckled. But rest assured, although you cannot command the entire team of around 100, you are free to disregard Xianer's orders should you find any of his decisions questionable. Shun Nanfeng's words were quite candid. If his son made a mistake in command, let others perish instead, as long as Ling Xiao remains alive. Upon grasping this notion, Cheng Qiantai and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, for this aligned perfectly with his intentions. The fates of others were of no concern to him. Shun Nanfeng then rose to take his leave. Very well, I shall not intrude upon Elder Ling Xiao any longer. Please rest well for the next 3 days. After 3 days, once all preparations are complete, we shall set forth for Longhai City. Ling Xiao called out loudly. Safe travels, Master Shun. Shin Nanfeng frowned slightly. Why does that sound so awkward? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to return from Longhai City, having only stayed at Luofeng Valley for 2 days, he witnessed Cheng Yu's ascension from orange level to yellow level. Cheng Yu had lingered at the orange level for quite some time, trapped in a state of stagnation, on the verge of a breakthrough. The orange spirit pills Ling Xiao had given her acted as a perfect catalyst, propelling Cheng Yu directly to the yellow level. Moreover, Cheng Yu fused her own spirit stones with a soul stone possessing 10 spirit skills, resulting in her now wielding 11 spirit skills. Although her proficiency with these skills was not yet refined, it was merely a matter of time. Upon reaching the orange level, Cheng Yu transformed slightly from her former self. Previously, her inability to advance had led to self-doubt and a certain irritability. Yet now, with the elevation in rank and the fusion of skills, confidence had returned to Cheng Yu's visage. She even harbored a desire to challenge Li Yuanhuan. However, she recognized the impracticality of such thoughts and dismissed them. Li Yuanhuan was indeed an extraordinary being, possessing 3 soul stones on his soul chain. Tianchong, Chipa, and Li Pi. Thank you, Cheng Yu expressed once more towards Ling Xiao. As she gazed at him with her bright, fervent eyes, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of unease. I've already stated, useless things are meant for you. What is there to think? Cheng Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that this fellow would likely never regard her with kindness, and she softly remarked, You will depart tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Chapter 72. The realm of the blue moon. A faint response escaped Ling Xiao's lips, acknowledging Cheng Yu's words. That moment, a young man burst into the elder's residence where Ling Xiao was dwelling, his demeanor exuding an icy resolve as he declared, Ling Xiao, let us compete once more. This individual was none other than Li Yuanchong, who had been defeated by Ling Xiao in the finals. This marked the 30th time Li Yuanchong had stormed in, clamoring for a rematch. Madman, Ling Xiao inwardly cursed, contemplating how to swiftly expel Li Yuanchong. Suddenly, he noticed Cheng Yu's fierce determination and eager anticipation, prompting him to suggest, This is my senior sister. You should be aware of her. She has just ascended to the yellow level and is seeking an opponent. Why not challenge her instead? However, recalling Li Yuanchong's ruthless nature, Ling Xiao swiftly added, Should you harm even a single hair on her head, do not expect me to accept your challenge in the future. Agreed? Li Yuanchong replied eagerly in his subconscious. The notion that this girl could inflict any harm upon him seemed utterly implausible. Having rested for 2 days without any physical exertion, he welcomed the opportunity to stretch his limbs. If he were to best this girl, Ling Xiao would have no excuse to evade him, he mused, and thus began to spar with Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already seized the opportunity to vanish without a trace. Replaced by Li Yuanhuan, whose face was etched with concern, he feared that Li Yuanchong, in a moment of recklessness, might inadvertently injure Cheng Yu, leading to complications. Therefore, Li Yuanhuan remained ever vigilant, unable to afford a moment's relaxation. To Li Yuanhuan's astonishment, although Li Yuanchong and Cheng Yu engaged in a spirited contest, there were no overtly lethal moves. It was a pure exhibition of skill: heavenly net fist, soaring phoenix kick, primordial slash, 100 burst bomb. These maneuvers left Li Yuanhuan quite taken aback. What surprised him even more was that when the two ceased their bout, they simultaneously exclaimed their exhilaration and warmly shook hands, vowing to engage in further practice when opportunity permitted. Most unexpectedly, Li Yuanchong imparted his phantom transformation technique to Cheng Yu on the spot, and in return, she shared her prized Northern Min heavenly assault sword with him. Li Yuanchong affectionately referred to Cheng Yu as Sister Cheng, while she reciprocated with a warm, younger brother Yuanchong. Li Yuanhuan shook his head vigorously in disbelief. What is happening here? Am I seeing things? These two, who barely knew each other, have forged such a camaraderie after a mere spar. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, causing him to smile. Li Yuanchong and Cheng Yu shared too many similarities. Both were reticent to engage with others, possessed a similar pride, and shared a fervent passion for cultivation. These were sufficient grounds for their instant rapport. Moreover, their mutual fondness for combat was the most crucial factor. Ling Xiao, who had been covertly observing from the sidelines, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The nuisance of Li Yuanchong had been temporarily resolved. Surely, he wouldn't seek me out for a challenge amidst the impending battle with the demon clan. Would he? Once I return and make my departure to the Northern Min sect, he shouldn't pursue me, right? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Xiao strutted away, humming a cheerful tune reminiscent of the melodies sung by the maidens of the Red Courtyard. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to Longhai City, and Ling Xiao wishes to meander through the residences of the esteemed elders in Luofeng Valley. Although these elders are of an age that could easily be considered that of Ling Xiao's uncles, upon seeing her, they greet her with warmth akin to that of a long-lost father. Elder Ling, this is the exquisite tea that my disciple has brought back from Tai Min Mountain. Elder Ling, this piece of mithril is a fine material for crafting superior weaponry. I implore you to accept it. Elder Ling, my daughter has just turned 16, and her beauty is such that it can eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. A true paragon of grace and charm. Ling Xiao traverses the valley, gifts abound, and her face blossoms into a radiant smile. Thank you, everyone. If one were to inquire who the most beloved individual in Luofeng Valley is at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Ling Xiao. Except for the elder whose daughter is, regrettably, devoid of beauty, Ling Xiao graciously accepts all the offerings bestowed upon her. As she strolls, Ling Xiao unwittingly wanders into a secluded area. Perched upon a verdant hillside stands an impressively grand pavilion, with a clean, winding path leading up to it, meandering through serene tranquility. From a distance, she can make out the plaque inscribed with the characters Yuming Gu hanging above the pavilion's entrance. The door to this pavilion stands firmly shut, as if it seeks to keep the world at bay. Yuming Gu. Is Miss Shin residing in such a place? Ling Xiao feels an uncomfortable sensation stir within her. Though the pavilion appears exquisite, the atmosphere here evokes a sense of desolation that unsettles her. She detests this silence, a stillness reminiscent of the grave. Instinctively, Ling Xiao steps onto the path, only to be met by two figures standing at the entrance, barring her way. Adorned with gray masks, they are evidently the main force that quelled the unrest 3 days prior. This is Miss Shan's residence. Trespassers are unwelcome. Elder Ling, please turn back. Their voices are chillingly cold, perfectly mirroring the desolation of the surroundings. Ling Xiao squints slightly, remains silent, and turns to leave. Are they protecting Shan Mingfang, or merely surveilling her? Ling Xiao muses to herself. The people of Luofeng Valley are truly peculiar. Ling Xiao recognizes that she is worrying unnecessarily. The matters concerning Shan Mingfang and Shan Nanfeng are not her concern. Moreover, to break free from her soul's poisonous oath, she must ultimately eliminate Shan Nanfeng. What kind of emotions will arise when she confronts Shan Mingfang then? Ling Xiao vigorously shakes her head, casting aside thoughts that should not occupy her mind for now. When she possesses the strength to challenge Shan Nanfeng, who knows how long that will be? The present circumstances are of utmost importance. Thus, Ling Xiao returns to her dwelling, prepares everything, and awaits tomorrow's journey with Shan Xian and the others to eradicate the demons in Longhai City. The Blue Moon Realm is an exceedingly secluded location. While it is well known for its abundance of alchemists and its contact details are acknowledged, its actual whereabouts remain a mystery to all. Even many alchemists who have emerged from the Blue Moon Realm find it impossible to return once they leave, unless summoned by the realm's master, at this moment, Elder Hua of the 7 demonic cults, summoned by the Lord of the Blue Moon Realm, returned once more to the land of Blue Moon, re-entering the grand hall imbued with a primal essence. The entire hall resembled a natural tree hollow, with chairs fashioned from tree stumps and curtains formed by the naturally cascading vines. In the very center of this majestic hall sat an elderly man, adorned with a straw hat and draped in verdant leaves. The skin on the elder's face bore an uncanny resemblance to tree bark, harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding environment. Outside, an ordinary person might have deemed this elder a senile recluse without kin or progeny. Yet, at this moment, as he occupied the heart of the hall, none dared to regard him with anything less than reverence, not even Hua Ke, who effortlessly manipulated the affairs of Falling Wind Valley. The elder sat with his eyes closed, seemingly at rest, unperturbed, while Hua Ke, trembling with apprehension, dared not even draw a breath. After a considerable time, the elder finally opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil and unruffled as a timeless well. Fixing upon Hua Ke, I have heard that a young lad has managed to neutralize your poison. Hua Ke responded with utmost respect. Indeed, mastered. A faint, peculiar smile appeared upon the elder's face. That fellow's strength should be inferior to yours, I presume? Cold sweat trickled down Hua Ke's brow as he stammered. I have heard he is merely a crimson-level soul master. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily added, however, he had the assistance of 5 green-level soul masters to stoke the fire. Noticing the elder's impassive expression, Hua Ke's heart sank further. He knew all too well that his master had never shown mercy to those who brought shame upon the sect, often meting out death. Given that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Ling Xiao, his own reputation lay in tatters. Hua Ke had initially intended to capture Ling Xiao, interrogate him thoroughly, and present him to his master. Yet, he had not anticipated the swiftness with which his master had received this information. With Shan Nanfeng elevating Ling Xiao to such heights, it was nearly impossible for the people of Blue Moon Realm to remain oblivious to the incident. Understanding the gravity of his master's authority, Hua Ke dared not voice any pleas, hastily kneeling upon the ground. I beseech you, master, grant your disciple a swift death. The Lord of the Blue Moon Realm replied coolly, this boy possesses peculiarities. His methods appear to be the long-lost alchemical techniques of the ancient Heavenly Grass sect. Capture him and bring him back. Hua Ke bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. You have 3 days. If you fail to bring him back, do not return, the Lord concluded, closing his eyes once more, as if sinking into an endless slumber. Chapter 73. The Poisoning of Hua Ke. On this day, the weather was fair and bright, a rare stroke of good fortune. The arena of Falling Wind Valley, where the illustrious newcomer Ling Xiao shone, the team preparing to embark on the expedition to Longhai City stood in formation. This contingent of disciples was arranged in 10 rows, each comprising 10 individuals. Among the foremost row of 10, 9 were the other top contenders of the newcomer tournament, excluding Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao and Shan Xian stood at the forefront, assuming the role of leaders as they surveyed their compatriots. Shan Xian wore a serious expression, his gaze unwavering, meticulously observing this spirited assembly of novice disciples. Most of them were under the age of 20, the youngest barely having crossed 14. They harbored aspirations of becoming exceptional soul masters, participating in this expedition to eradicate the demons of Longhai City. Observing their commendable spirits, Shan Xian nodded in approval. Exuding an air befitting a superior in stark contrast, Ling Xiao exhibited none of the demeanor of a leader. His gaze was entirely fixated on the female disciples among the 100, mentally appraising their physiques, appearances, and temperaments. With a resigned shake of his head, he lamented that none could compare to Chengyu, let alone stand alongside Teng Yingying. Such disappointment. Ling Xiao's expression was one of desolation, akin to a gambler who had just lost a wager. The members of the Falling Wind Valley sect were exceedingly pleased with the lineup of their team for the upcoming novice competition, eager to present their disciples for training under the guidance of Xin Xian and Ling Xiao. Historically, aside from a few exceptionally unlucky individuals, there had been little to no casualties among the disciples participating in the training each year. As the moment of departure approached, Ling Xiao approached the members of the Beimin sect, offering a faint smile. Take care, master, and to all, be safe. Except for Chang Qiantai, everyone bowed to Ling Xiao in farewell, saying, take care, junior brother. The disciples of the Changyuan sect also bowed deeply, addressing him as senior brother. The sect leader. This title was a result of Ling Xiao's apprehension about being perceived as aging. a request he had made to the disciples of the Changyuan sect. Ling Xiao nodded at them. Be sure to follow my master and senior brother closely. They will take good care of you. Upon my return, I will make further arrangements for you. Yes, senior brother, travel safely. The Changyuan disciples waved goodbye to Ling Xiao as they departed with the larger contingent of various sects from Falling Wind Valley. After watching everyone leave, Ling Xiao felt a twinge of melancholy. This marked the first separation from his fellow disciples in over 6 months. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he previously felt no particular sentiment. Yet now, after prolonged companionship, he found himself increasingly fearful of the loneliness that awaited him. Though surrounded by people, the connection felt superficial. It was the heart that felt lonely, not the presence of others. Let us set off as well, Ling Xiao said to Shenxian. I would appreciate it if the less experienced sect leader would take the lead. Certainly, Shenxian replied with a smile that, to Ling Xiao, mirrored the insincerity of his own father. Thus, the grand procession of 100 individuals advanced towards Longhai City. Falling Wind Valley had indeed provided them with the finest equipment. Even their mounts were horses of divine beast lineage, known as Wind Thunder horses. These steeds boasted speeds double that of ordinary horses and possessed double the stamina, much to Ling Xiao's satisfaction. With the speed of these Wind Thunder horses, how many days until we reach Longhai City? Ling Xiao inquired of Shen Xian beside him. 3 days, Shen Xian replied. Why the haste, Elder Ling? Enjoying the scenery along the way can be quite delightful. Ling Xiao chuckled dryly, remaining silent, while internally cursing, enjoy the scenery? Are you truly here for a leisurely trip? As Ling Xiao pondered this, an elderly man suddenly obstructed their path. The group halted their horses, confusion evident on their faces, though a few from Falling Wind Valley turned pale. Shen Xian's expression darkened as he shouted, Hua Ke, do you dare to show yourself here? Lan Xiuhua gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You old bastard, return my mother's life. Shuelian remained silent, yet his venomous gaze conveyed everything. Despite the righteous indignation radiating from each individual present, none dared to take a step forward or act recklessly. The formidable prowess of the Hu Ke Qing level soul master loomed over them, rendering them powerless. Situated over 1,000 miles from the Falling Wind Valley, even if a distress signal were dispatched, by the time reinforcements arrived, these young souls would likely be transformed into youthful specters. Hu Ke, seemingly not intent on slaughtering them, chuckled heartily, Ling Xiao, come with me to the Blue Moon Realm. My master, the Lord of Blue Moon Realm, summons you. Ling Xiao, wearing a skeptical expression, retorted, You claim the Lord of Blue Moon Realm seeks my presence. But do you possess proof? I do not have a habit of following unfamiliar men, even if he is an older gentleman. These words. Hu Ke's face shifted from blue to red. He contemplated forcibly seizing Ling Xiao but quickly abandoned the notion. With Shen Xian present, Hu Ke did not assume that no skilled protectors were safeguarding Shen Xian in the vicinity. Should he act impulsively and fall prey to a covert ambush from behind, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Since his adversaries remained passive, he too resolved to refrain from reckless actions. Thus, Hu Ke mustered the courage to extend an invitation to Ling Xiao in the name of the Lord of Blue Moon Realm. For throughout the entire Yaotian continent, there was no one who would dare disregard the Lord's authority. Moreover, even if Ling Xiao declined, Hu Ke could find solace in the notion that it was the young man who failed to honor his master. And that was not his concern. Hu Ke's astonishment, Ling Xiao responded with a barrage of nonsensical remarks that nearly caused him to faint from rage. This is our invitation from the Blue Moon Realm. Take a look, Hu Ke said, casually tossing a verdant green invitation into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao inspected it from every angle, perplexing Hu Ke further. What was this young man up to? Finally, Ling Xiao ceased his examination and flung the invitation back at Hu Ke, declaring, I say, old man, you expect me to follow a stranger based on this haphazard piece of paper? I have no such inclination. Hu Ke, nearly driven to the brink of a hypertensive crisis, felt his blood vessels threaten to burst. This young man was not engaging in serious discourse but was rather toying with him. A figure as revered as Hu Ke had never before endured such mockery. The thought of being outwitted by someone so young incited a tempest of indignation within him, compelling him to lunge forward. At that moment, however, Hu Ke abruptly halted. He sensed a piercing gaze upon him, a chill creeping down the nape of his neck. It felt as though, with a single step forward, the owner of that ominous presence would snap his neck. Unbeknownst to him, a robust man clad in a gray mask had appeared behind Hu Ke, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, Elder Hu, even if I cannot capture you, I can certainly inflict grievous harm and force your retreat. Hu Ke's body remained motionless, his feet grinding into the earth, leaving 2 deep impressions. Ultimately, he allowed reason to triumph over impulse and, with a menacing glare directed at Ling Xiao, warned, You would do well to avoid crossing paths with me alone. Otherwise, I shall make you experience the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your flesh." Ling Xiao chuckled softly. "I cannot fathom the sensation of being devoured by 1,000 ants, yet I am curious to inquire what it feels like to be tainted by the venom of a millennium-old green serpent." No sooner had Ling Xiao uttered these words than Hua Kei's countenance transformed into a shade of green, akin to the moss that thrives in damp, shadowy realms. His mouth agape, he found himself utterly speechless. A chilling, numbing sensation coursed through Hua Kei's entire being, rendering all his nerves dormant in that fleeting moment. Hua Kei had never anticipated that the poison Ling Xiao had unleashed would also undermine his own energy, which led him to recklessly accept the invitation card. Anger and fear surged within him. He wished to exclaim, "Master, grant me 3 days to retrieve this young man. The time is far too scant." Alas, Ling Xiao afforded Hua Kei no opportunity to voice his thoughts. In a swift motion, he leaped from the wind thunder steed, brandishing the Soul Slayer sword, and with a swift stroke, severed Hua Kei's head from his shoulders. Astonishment filled the air. A crimson-level warrior had slain one of the azure level. What a world is this? Not only did others find it hard to believe, but even Hua Kei himself could not grasp the reality until his last breath. The poison Ling Xiao had employed against Hua Kei was not merely the venom of a 1,000-year-old green serpent, but rather that of the serpent's mother. Even Shan Mingfang would be gravely injured by this serpent, which was on the brink of transformation into a dragon. How could a mere azure-level cultivator like Hua Kei withstand the venom of such a formidable elder serpent? Hua Kei had meticulously calculated every possibility. Yet he never anticipated that Ling Xiao's soul chain space harbored such lethal poison. Shun Xian's mouth hung open, large enough to swallow a small egg, his eyes bulging like 2 Lungan fruits. He surmised that he might stand a chance against Hua Kei if he exhausted all his treasures, yet to eliminate Hua Kei with such effortless ease, as Ling Xiao had done, was beyond his capabilities. In his heart, Shun Xian resolved anew that he must eliminate Ling Xiao. Not merely because Ling Xiao had uncovered his disgraceful secrets, but primarily due to the intolerable fact that a young man, potentially even more brilliant and resplendent than himself, had emerged within his domain. Chapter 74. Longhai City. The irony was palpable as Hua Kei, an expert in poisons, succumbed to their effects. For those surrounding Ling Xiao, admiration was mingled with a newfound reverence. Fortuitously, Ling Xiao was one of their own. Otherwise, if he had wished to eliminate them, they might not even have comprehended the manner of their demise. The figure in the gray mask gazed at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Elder Ling, your skills are commendable." Ling Xiao's smile appeared utterly innocuous. "You flatter me." As he spoke, he proceeded to extract the soul chain from Hua Kei's lifeless body. Engaging in such acts of murder and plunder came to Ling Xiao with remarkable ease, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. "Come now, you are an elder. Must you not exhibit a modicum of decorum?" The figure in the gray mask displayed an expression of admiration. "Elder Ling, with you by the young master's side, it seems I shall face no troubles on this journey." Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. The individual referred to Shan Xian as young master rather than young valley master, casting doubts upon their identities. At the very least, they considered themselves not as denizens of Falling Wind Valley, but rather as individuals under Shan Nanfeng's banner. However, these events are but distant memories. At present, Ling Xiao's sole intent is to kick aside the lifeless body of Hua Kei, mount the Feng-Lei steed, and bellow onward. How intriguing, truly fascinating. As Ling Xiao departed, the space behind him twisted, and 2 figures gradually emerged into view. Before long, their features became discernible. One of them, an elderly man, was none other than the master of Hua Kei, the Lord of the Blue Moon Realm. Beside the Lord of the Blue Moon, a remarkably handsome young man humbly lowered his head, exuding an air of utmost respect. "Xiaomo, do you believe this fellow will align himself with our Blue Moon Realm?" The Lord of the Blue Moon inquired with a smile, the creases on his weathered face deepening. The young man, addressed as Xiaomo, replied in a delicate voice, "Master, he will, undoubtedly. No alchemist on this continent would decline your invitation." The Lord of the Blue Moon's expression suddenly turned cold, yet he just explicitly refused. Xiaomo's heart quivered, and he hurriedly responded, "He rejected Hua Kei, not you, master. So there is no need for concern." The Lord of the Blue Moon appeared quite satisfied with Xiaomo's answer. "Very well, since you share this belief, I entrust the task of winning this fellow over to the Blue Moon Realm to you." Xiaomo looked perplexed. Surely, with Master personally intervening, it would be an effortless endeavor. The Lord of the Blue Moon promptly interrupted him. "No need for that. That fellow is ensnared in a layer of sealing formations. Should anyone attempt to forcefully breach it, the formation will erupt, and no one shall fare well." Xiaomo, with a tone of deference, inquired, "Who possesses such formidable skills?" The Lord of the Blue Moon snorted coldly. Who else could achieve such a feat but that madman, namely from Tianjiang City? Far away, in a city shrouded in mist, the Lord of Tianjiang City, Li Xianyi, slowly opened his eyes from his meditative state, a peculiar smile gracing his indifferent countenance. Perhaps he had not smiled in quite some time, resulting in a somewhat stiff expression. Gold will always shine, he mused to himself. This young man, no matter where he is, remains so remarkably brilliant that one cannot hope to conceal him. Li Xianyi furrowed his brow suddenly. This lad harbors such grudges. Once he grows powerful, he won't come looking for trouble with me, will he? Then, Li Xianyi burst into laughter. It was merely a forceful assault on his Tianchong acupoint, followed by the establishment of a protective formation around him. Could he truly be that petty? This eccentric rambling of Li Xianyi went unheard by anyone but himself, leaving others oblivious to whom he spoke. Achoo! Ling Xiao suddenly sneezed, wiping his nose with his hand, and cursed, "Those bastards, plotting against me." The journey henceforth was remarkably smooth, devoid of any troubles, leading even Ling Xiao to feel perplexed. Where had those demonic factions, who had been ambushing various sects, disappeared to? Had they all returned home to procreate? Nevertheless, peace is a blessing, and the large group finally arrived safely at Longhai City, establishing their encampment. Within the grand hall of the Longhai City Lord, the assembly met the city lord. The lord of Longhai City was a formidable blue-grade soul master named Lu Xintong. Upon encountering this imposing middle-aged lord, Ling Xiao inexplicably felt a sense of reliability in him. Having encountered the young master Xiaogu and elderling, Lu Xintong respectfully greeted Shen Xian and Ling Xiao with a gesture befitting his status. Shen Xian chuckled amiably, saying, "Uncle Lu, please, no formalities. Your little nephew has troubled you." "How could I dare?" Lu Xintong responded, though his face betrayed a hint of helplessness, suggesting that he indeed felt disturbed by Shen Xian's presence. Ling Xiao, uninterested in such niceties, directly addressed Lu Xintong. "City Lord Lu, I am terribly tired. Is there a place where I might rest?" Lu Xintong was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ling Xiao's immediate demand for a place to sleep. The entourage accompanying Ling Xiao shared in this sentiment, finding his behavior utterly outrageous and unbecoming of an elder. Lu Xintong was about to instruct his servants to escort Ling Xiao to a resting chamber when an exceedingly disdainful voice interrupted. "The rumored elder Ling is nothing but this." Furrowing his brow, Lu Xintong admonished, "Do not be disrespectful." Ling Xiao remained unperturbed. As such jibes could not pierce his thick skin, he turned to locate the source of the taunt, finding a man in his 20s regarding him with a contemptuous gaze and a derisive smile. This individual was Lu Yu, the young deputy lord of Longhai City. Lu Yu appeared undeterred by his father's presence and continued, "Previously, we hosted mere insignificant figures, yet each time they wreaked havoc, leading to the loss of lives in our Longhai City. Now that you, elderling, have come in person, do you intend to bring about our city's ruin?" From Lu Yu's words, Ling Xiao gleaned a sliver of information, that the newcomers from Luofeng Valley had caused no real harm, but their actions had been at the cost of Longhai City's losses. "Young deputy lord, why must you speak of me in such a manner? My worth, whether perceived as lacking or not, bears no relation to you. The mischief of previous insignificant figures was their affair and does not concern us. Furthermore, this operation is under the command of the young master Xiaogu. If you hold such disdain for me, am I not somewhat innocent in this matter?" Suppressing his inquiries, Ling Xiao regarded Lu Yu with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, curious to see if this individual would dare to insult Shen Xian as well. Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xian and continued, "At the very least, the young deputy lord would not arrive with the intention of seeking a place to sleep. Is it truly so outrageous for me to desire rest?" Ling Xiao stretched lazily. "If your disparagement stems solely from my wish to sleep, then your first impression speaks volumes about your character, revealing that you too are rather unremarkable." The other new disciples found merit in Ling Xiao's words, recognizing that Lu's ignorance of Ling Xiao's capabilities rendered his judgments utterly baseless. "Withdraw," Lu Xintong calmly commanded. "Prepare 101 exquisite guest rooms." With a huff, Lu Yu tossed his sleeve in frustration and retreated. Ling Xiao observed the dynamic between father and son with quiet admiration, finding it quite entertaining. One played the role of the antagonist while the other took on a conciliatory demeanor, their performance a well-coordinated act meant to caution Shen Xian. Little did they realize that the true commander of this operation was Shen Xian himself. In their veiled insinuations, they had unwittingly made Ling Xiao the target of their barbed remarks. Shen Xian is undoubtedly a person of profound depth, fully aware that this performance is staged for his benefit. He then subtly turned his gaze and chuckled, "Uncle Lu, for this extermination campaign against the demons, I entrust all command authority to you." Lu Xintong did not hesitate to respond, "Very well. Allow me to first take you outside to observe the state of this city. As for those who wish to rest, I have prepared guest rooms, Feel free to retire there. Ling Xiao understood Lu Xintong was referring to him. With a chuckle, he indeed made his way to sleep. Lu Xintong, visibly displeased, remarked, "Young master, did we not agree that you would follow my lead?" Shen Xian offered a wry smile. "My father has stated that I may command anyone, except Elder Ling, though he lacks formal authority. He possesses the right to disregard commands." Lu Xintong sighed in resignation. "Let us proceed. I shall show you the aftermath of a recent battle with the demon clan." Chapter 75. The Lu family father and son Longhai City is an expansive fortress built by the sea, encircled by towering walls that extend several dozen meters high. Beyond these fortifications lies a vast, beautiful beach, marred only by the gruesome sight of blood and corpses. Standing atop the city walls, the stark crimson carnage is a chilling sight, profoundly impacting the new disciples. While they may have witnessed killings in passing, they had never encountered such a gruesome array of dismembered bodies. Severed hands, feet, necks bitten through, chests pierced, various forms of death lay before them. The deceased were clad in the uniform gray battle attire of Luofeng Valley, indistinguishable from that worn by Li Yuanchong and his companions. Scattered on the ground were numerous demon corpses, eliciting waves of nausea among the onlookers. These demon bodies bore human hands or feet. Some featured human heads atop fish bodies, their mangled limbs intertwined with those of humans, rendering it impossible to discern one from the other. The bloodstains on the ground exhibited signs of darkening and desiccation, and under the relentless sun, the bodies emitted a foul stench, indicating that this fierce clash had transpired a day or two prior. The battlefield had yet to be cleared, and Lu Xintong's intention was clear: to allow these newcomers to witness the brutal reality of combat, dispelling any notions that their venture was merely a lark. Lu Xintong had grown accustomed to the sight of eager new disciples arriving, only to leave disheartened after their frivolous antics. Each year, he sacrificed over 1,000 novice and intermediate soul masters to safeguard them, as they were the wards of Luofeng Valley sent here for training, and he bore the responsibility of their safety. Lu Xintong refrained from reporting the true state of affairs to Valley Master Shan Nanfeng, who invested vast resources annually, ostensibly to bolster the city's defenses. However, Lu Xintong could not bear to watch wave after wave of newly recruited soul masters perish. They were also the citizens under Luofeng Valley's protection. Thus, he finally resolved to retain these remnants, allowing Shan Xian to witness them firsthand. Observing the solemn expressions of those present, Lu Xintong felt a sense of satisfaction, as it seemed to be having a desired effect. Shan Xian closed his eyes, offering profound condolences for the fallen disciples of Luofeng Valley. Subsequently, he bowed deeply towards the pile of corpses, and the novice disciples followed suit, expressing their respect for the deceased. Fortunately, the young master was not the type of frivolous scion lacking understanding. Lu Xintong felt immense satisfaction with Shan Xian's actions, and the new disciples emanated a distinctly different aura compared to previous years. Particularly noteworthy was Li Yuanchong, who, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, did not even flinch, demonstrating a resolute spirit unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Among those Lu Xintong found most discontenting was, of course, Ling Xiao, who was still fast asleep in the room. In truth, Ling Xiao was not merely sleeping but counting money. The soul chains left for him by Qian Gue and the substantial loot acquired from Hu K's robbery had amassed a considerable fortune of crystal stones, weapons, and medicinal herbs, albeit a mere drop in the bucket compared to the wealth contained within the Seven Spirits demon chain. Nonetheless, for Ling Xiao, the crystals and herbs were of great value, especially with the addition of 2 Azure-grade spirit stones, the Force Spirit Stone and the Aura Spirit Stone. Most alchemists were also Aura Spirit Masters, as mastery over the fire of alchemy necessitated an understanding of the 5 elemental forces. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of sentiment regarding the 2 Azure-grade soul chains, which he currently had no use for. Selling them seemed prudent, though he was reluctant to part with Qian Gue's chain.as for Hu K's soul chain. He decided to hold on to it for potential future utility. Suddenly, Ling Xiao recalled the scene of the 7 demon ancestors' self-detonation of a soul chain, and a thought flickered in his mind. What would it be like to detonate them? Could it possibly slay an Azure-grade chain soul master? This audacious notion ignited his interest. The recent demise of Hu Ke stemmed from the latter's negligence regarding poison, yet Ling Xiao recognized that he must be prepared for formidable adversaries in the future. To detonate a soul stone, particularly an Azure-grade one, with his current formidable mental prowess would require at least a month of ritualistic refinement. Only through complete ritualization of the soul stone could he trigger an explosion at will. As for the method of refining soul stones, the 7 spirits demon chain naturally possessed techniques for such endeavors, devoid of any grade restrictions. The essence of refining a soul stone hinged upon mental strength. Those with robust mental faculties could refine swiftly, while those lacking would languish in their efforts. Should another Crimson-grade spirit master attempt to refine an Azure-grade soul stone, it would take at least a year and a half. Yet, Ling Xiao was different. For him, Mental prowess was a forte. Resolute in his intention, he prepared to extract the soul stone for refinement when an uproar from outside abruptly interrupted his concentration. The group had returned. How could they have come back so soon? Ling Xiao grumbled in dissatisfaction, opening the door to step outside. Beyond the guest room lay an expansive area where over 100 individuals were diligently practicing various force skills. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Could it be? Approaching lunchtime, and instead of preparing for a meal, they were honing their skills. What on earth? When did these extravagant young masters and mistresses become so industrious? Their fervor nearly rivaled his own efforts from days gone by. The only one who seemed somewhat out of place yet appeared normal was Li Yuanchong, who stood vacantly, lost in thought, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Ling Xiao approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Hey, are you thinking about your sister Chengyu? Although the connection to Chengyu had somewhat alleviated Li Yuanchong's aversion towards Ling Xiao, being interrupted by Ling Xiao still elicited an expression of displeasure. You truly are an annoying fellow. I was engrossed in studying those corpses. Teek. Ling Xiao scoffed dismissively. What is so fascinating about studying corpses? At the mere mention of corpse research, an unmistakable fervor ignited in Li Yuanchong's eyes. Corpses are the finest material for research. By examining the alignment and direction of their wounds, as well as the extent of damage to their bones and organs, one can deduce the attack methods and weapons utilized by the assailants. By discerning the enemy's techniques, one can prepare in advance and catch them off guard. Witnessing Ling Xiao momentarily captivated by his explanation, Li Yuanchong continued with a sense of pride. For instance, previously, several individuals had wounds that were extensively torn from their right shoulder downwards to the left, varying in depth. This indicates that a portion of the assailants were left-handed and wielded bladed weapons, relying solely on brute force and speed without any specific techniques. Ling Xiao listened, dumbfounded by Li Yuanchong's analysis. He could only give a thumbs up in admiration and exclaim, "Impressive, truly impressive. I never expected such skill from someone as young as you." It was hard not to feel admiration for Li Yuanchong. In retrospect, his own victory in the newcomer competition seemed somewhat fortuitous. The true champion should undoubtedly be this younger brother, Li Yuanchong. Xin Xian approached with a warm smile and kindly inquired, "Elder Ling, did you sleep well?" "Good grief." Ling Xiao silently cursed Xin Xian in his mind, then feigning composure, stretched and yawned. "I slept quite well." Lu Yu's cold voice once again pierced through the air behind Ling Xiao. "Lunch time has arrived. Please proceed to the dining area." "Lunch? Excellent." Ling Xiao dashed out swiftly, but moments later, he returned, grabbing Lu Yu's arm. "Excuse me, where is the dining area?" "The crowd. Did I want to give that bastard a good beating?" In the study of his father, Lu Xintong, Lu Yu was so furious that he nearly smashed the tea set and other items within. Lu Xintong, deep in thought, eventually remarked, "Child, you ought to learn from that young man. Impatience will never lead to greatness. He speaks the truth. Judging others by appearances is indeed shallow." Lu Yu was taken aback that his father would defend Ling Xiao, feeling somewhat defiant. What makes him so exceptional? He can only refine medicine, relying on underhanded methods to win the newcomer competition's first place. If you hadn't prevented me from participating, as a dual-cultivating orange tier soul master, I would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot. Chapter 76. Xiaomo enough. Lu Xintong's face flushed red with anger. "If I wanted you to stand out, I wouldn't have taken this cursed position as city lord." Realizing he had struck a nerve with his father, Lu Yu hurriedly apologized. "Father, please calm your anger. It was my fault." Lu Xintong's expression brightened slightly. "Our Lu family has chosen to remain in this corner, deliberately avoiding entanglement in the disputes of the 7 great sacred lands. With your capabilities, you could easily surpass Ling Xiao, but is there any merit in that? Among those newcomers, Li Yuanchong is also quite formidable, yet he has merely become a potential enforcer for the falling Wind Valley. By the way, where is Ling Xiao now?" Lu Yu's face twitched. "Father, Ling Xiao has gone to a brothel." Lu Xintong nearly suffered a myocardial infarction. For Ling Xiao, aside from the Beimin sect, places akin to the Piaohong courtyard had always been his most familiar haunts. One can only wonder how enraged Cheng Qiantai would be to discover that Ling Xiao equates the Beimin sect with such establishments. In any case, liberated from the constraints of his master's teachings, Ling Xiao roamed freely through the fragrant gardens of Longhai City. Ling Xiao firmly believed that the vibrancy of a locale was intrinsically linked to the allure of the women found within its brothels. The more captivating the maidens, the more prosperous the establishment. Upon entering the perfumed corridors of the Yixiang garden, the eyes of the matron gleamed with excitement, akin to a fly spotting a delectable morsel. "Ah, young sir, you seem quite familiar. Are you new here? We have plenty of lovely ladies." The matron's voice rose to a pitch reminiscent of someone having their throat seized. "Ladies, come forth to entertain our guest." As it was afternoon, few patrons graced the establishment, resulting in a lack of business for the maidens. Upon hearing that a guest had arrived, The chorus of enchanting voices emerged from their respective chambers, forming an orderly circle for Ling Xiao to select from. The layouts of brothels were typically similar, arranged in a circular fashion. The center hosted the main hall, while the maidens predominantly stood on the second or third floors, awaiting Ling Xiao's choice. Ling Xiao cast a sweeping glance, his expression tinged with disappointment. Having encountered the likes of Tang Yingying, Cheng Yu, and Shan Mingfang, he had developed a discerning taste that rendered these women as mere commonplace figures, devoid of any allure. His visit was driven by a singular reason. Ling Xiao feared the profound loneliness that lurked within him. In the past, consumed by the struggle for survival, he had been oblivious to the very concept of loneliness. It was only after joining the Beimin sect that he began to realize the existence of such a feeling. It wasn't until Tang Yingying's departure that he comprehended the true terror of solitude. Now, with his master and companions absent, what else could Ling Xiao do but wander through brothels? By chance, a particular maiden captured Ling Xiao's attention. He pointed at her and declared, "She is the one." The matron appeared flustered. "She is merely a tea server." The matron quickly silenced herself as Ling Xiao tossed a gleaming yellow crystal, captivating her gaze. "Is this enough to secure her?" Ling Xiao's eyes remained fixed on the enchanting maiden, whose simple maidservant attire could not diminish her unique charm. The matron nodded vigorously. Yes, it is sufficient. Then I shall take her with me." Ling Xiao no longer paid any heed to the brothel keeper, nor did he inquire whether the young maiden was willing. He simply seized her slender wrist and strode out to go. How utterly tedious. The group of young women stretched languidly, yawning, some still in a state of drowsiness, and then returned to the studio to catch some more sleep. For them, slumber was both a duty and a respite. Ling Xiao's act of bringing a girl back to his lodgings stirred quite a commotion among the onlookers. Unfazed, Ling Xiao brazenly led this maiden into his room, leaving everyone in a state of astonished silence. Was Elder Ling truly so reckless? It was understandable for the youth to be somewhat impetuous, but surely there were other ways to indulge such desires outside, rather than bringing her back here. The spirit masters under Longhai City, initially taken aback, now wore expressions of pure fury, their temples bulging with rage as they seethed. "We risk our lives here to protect this city, while you, who hail from the heartland, know nothing but indulgence. Ling Xiao, you scoundrel. Come out." Li Yuan and the 100-odd companions tried to intervene, for they had arrived alongside Ling Xiao and had benefited from his presence. They wished to prevent him from being besieged over what was, in their view, a trivial matter. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, a lewd voice emanated from Ling Xiao's room. "We're getting started, so keep your voices down." This was followed by the piercing scream of the young maiden. "Ah?" The crowd stood frozen, at a loss for how to proceed. Lu Xintong let out a deep sigh. "Everyone, disperse." Given that even the city lord had spoken, the throng respected their leader and begrudgingly dispersed. The new disciples, disinterested in eavesdropping on Ling Xiao's indiscretions, departed alongside the spirit masters of Longhai City. Inside the room, Ling Xiao wore a lascivious grin as he gazed at the girl whose garments lay in tatters around her. "What is your name?" he inquired. The maiden's delicate face was awash with terror. Xiaoma." Ling Xiao brandished a dagger coated with green venom, tracing it menacingly across Xiaoma's visage. "Do you believe I would mar your face with a single stroke?" Xiaoma trembled. "Why are you doing this?" Ling Xiao leaned closer, his cold gaze fixed upon her. "That question should be posed to you." "What do you mean by that?" Xiaoma suddenly calmed, staring defiantly at Ling Xiao, her prior fear now revealed to be an act. Ling Xiao sighed. "Indeed, I did encounter a maiden in the brothel and took her with me. However, that does not imply that I must abduct a girl each time I visit a brothel, nor that I harbor ulterior motives. You may leave. Do not let our paths cross again." The flicker of disbelief crossed Xiaoma's face. "You would let me go?" Ling Xiao's eyes roamed over her exposed form as he retorted. "What do you think? Do you truly expect me to do something before you consent to leave?" Xiaoma's cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat in indignation. "Rogue." Swiftly, she donned a garment and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. "Indeed, if you have clothing, you should hasten to put it on. When there is nothing pressing, refrain from indulging in role-playing at the brothel. It is far too perilous." Xiaomo had wandered off, leaving uncertainty about whether she had overheard the exchange. Gazing at the flung-open door, Ling Xiao shrugged in resignation. "If I were to prevent your departure, your boss would undoubtedly come seeking retribution, and I must confess, that frightens me immensely." Xiaomo's exit did not escape Lu Xintong's keen observation. A multitude of questions swirled within him, yet he would not inquire of Shen Xian, nor Ling Xiao, nor anyone else. He placed his trust solely in his own discernment. Ling Xiao was not to be underestimated. This was Lu Xintong's assessment of Ling Xiao. He and Shan Xian were engaged in a covert wariness of one another, though the precise nature of their mutual suspicions remained elusive. Unable to resolve his thoughts, Lu Xintong continued to ponder, a stark contrast to Ling Zhao's demeanor. Positioned at the border of the demon clan and the falling wind valley, he bore significant responsibilities and could not permit his team to descend into infighting when faced with an adversary. In a secluded forest outside Longhai City, Xiao Nemo approached the Lord of the Blue Moon Realm, trembling as she knelt on one knee. "Master, I have failed. That young man is exceedingly cunning. I could not even draw near him." The Lord of the Blue Moon Realm remained as composed as ever. "No matter, it is only natural that you are not his equal. Opportunities will abound in the future. Come, accompany me back to the Blue Moon Realm, and when the chance arises, I shall allow you to attempt again." I refuse to believe that in the Yaotian continent, there exists anyone capable of resisting Xiao Mo's allure. Ha ha! With a tone of mock admiration, the Lord of the Blue Moon Realm caressed Xiao Mo's delicate visage with his gnarled hand.